In the southern region, the Ileo Mountains loom, shrouded in dense jungles and surrounded by poisonous miasmas, teeming with insects and beasts. This is a disaster, Han Feng remarked with a bitter smile. He was an outsider to this world, yet he had gleaned a fundamental understanding over the past few days. This realm was one imbued with fantasy, where one could cultivate to attain immortality. Such a prospect thrilled Han Feng, who wouldn't be enticed by the notion of becoming an immortal. However, he had unwittingly crossed over to a nefarious sect known as the 10,000 Insects sect. The very name implied it was a faction dedicated to insect cultivation. Han Feng discovered through his memories that the original owner of this body had not joined this sect voluntarily, but had been forcibly abducted from a nearby village. What legitimate sect would recruit disciples in such a manner? Today marked the day when all newly inducted disciples would undergo the ritual of insect implantation. This so-called ritual involved planting a worm within a person's body. The overseer had proclaimed that those who underwent this process would formally become disciples of the 10,000 Insects sect and embark on the path of cultivation. The mere thought of having a worm implanted within him sent shivers down Han Feng's spine. Who could predict what would transpire with a worm nesting inside one's body? Flee, he contemplated, yet the consequences would likely be far worse. The 10,000 Insects sect had patrols monitoring the area, and just days prior, someone who attempted to escape had been mercilessly beaten into a pulp in front of others. Even if he managed to escape, he would still face the surrounding noxious vapors, venomous creatures, and wild beasts. It was inconceivable for an ordinary person to survive in such an environment. As noon approached, all new disciples were gathered and divided into several groups to commence the insect implantation. Han Feng discreetly observed from the back of the line. This one has a third-grade spirit root, quite commendable, suitable for water, earth, or wood-type insects. This one possesses a fourth-grade spirit root, yet has a robust vitality implant of blood spirit worm. This one has a fifth-grade spirit root vitality, is merely average implant of blood spirit worm. I hope I have a first-grade spirit root, one murmured. And you, a first-grade spirit root? Dream on. Through this exchange, Han Feng realized they were testing the spirit roots and subsequently implanting corresponding insects based on the root's properties. The spirit roots were categorized into 8 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. The greater the number of attributes, the more chaotic the absorption of spiritual energy, complicating the cultivation journey. Fewer attributes indicated superior aptitude. Upon further understanding, he discovered that only those with a third-grade spirit root or higher would receive special insects for implantation. Conversely, those below that threshold would be assigned blood spirit worms. The very name implied it was not a good omen. Han Feng could only hope for better aptitude, ideally above a third-grade spirit root. As dusk approached, the insect implantation ritual neared its conclusion. The individuals at the front of the line had completed their procedures and were escorted to different locations. Han Feng had finally made his way to the front. An 8th-grade spirit root, a rare and worthless specimen implant of blood spirit worm. He never anticipated being classified with an 8th-grade spirit root. It was said that such a worthless root was even rarer than a first-grade one. Before he could lament, a tall, gaunt man with a dark complexion approached and seized Han Feng's wrist. In an instant, a blood-red worm resembling a mosquito alighted on his wrist. It bit down, and in that moment, the veins in his wrist ruptured, allowing the worm to swiftly enter his body. This was indeed the blood spirit worm. Han Feng could distinctly feel it moving within him, sending chills through his body as cold sweat began to pour down. Eventually, the blood spirit worm settled near his heart. Moments after the implantation, Han Feng was beset by dizziness and weakness, akin to severe anemia. Simultaneously, a ravenous hunger gnawed at him, as though he had not eaten for days. What was happening? His consciousness began to blur. Could it be that the blood spirit worm is siphoning my blood? He understood the source of his discomfort, yet he was powerless to stop it, unable to control the worm within. Those who have received a blood spirit worm, follow me. Do not lag behind. Falling behind means death. Feng Yuan surveyed the group. With the insect implantation complete, he led the disciples onward. They were not yet at the true 10,000 Insects sect, merely an outer area designated for insect implantation. Feng Yuan was in charge of the newly implanted disciples, tasked with escorting them back to the sect. Among the groups, Feng Yuan's had the most members, as third-grade spirit roots and above were exceedingly rare. Most of the youths possessed roots below that threshold. None of the boys who had received the blood spirit worm appeared, while their faces were ashen, each one on the brink of collapse, including Han Feng. Yet, everyone gritted their teeth and followed Feng Yuan into the mountains, unwilling to succumb to their fate. Feng Yuan had anticipated this state of affairs. Tonight marks your opening of the acupoints. Only those who succeed will become formal disciples of the 10,000 Insects sect and embark on the path of cultivation. The blood spirit worm will consume your essence and blood to open your acupoints. After a successful opening, the worm will require a substantial amount of blood to sustain itself. Each of your quarters contains 300 pounds of beast blood prepared specifically for you. Remember to consume it diligently to replenish your essence. Not long after, the group arrived at the foot of a mountain, where Feng Yuan assigned each new disciple to separate caves. Each had an individual dwelling, essentially a cave, and Han Feng's cave housed a plump pig. Every cell in his body screamed hunger. Seeing the pig, he disregarded propriety and seized a leg to gnaw upon. After devouring most of the leg, he finally began to regain his composure. As night fell, only the sounds of insects and occasional beast roars echoed in the distance. Outside the cave, the footsteps of patrolling disciples were distinctly audible. It was then that Han Feng sensed he had successfully opened his acupoints. Concurrently, he discovered he could communicate with the blood spirit worm within him. The worm emerged from the wound on his wrist. Han Feng felt an urge to crush the creature, but an instinct warned him against it. The blood spirit worm had become a part of him. Should it perish, so too would he. Conversely, if he were to die, the worm would also cease to exist. Before he could ponder further, the blood spirit worm wriggled uncontrollably back into his body. Wait, something's wrong. Han Feng sensed impending danger. The blood spirit worm began to voraciously consume his essence at an even more alarming rate than during the acupoint opening. If this continued, he would soon be drained of life. In this critical moment, Han Feng discovered a small booklet left for him by the 10,000 Insects sect within the cave. It was a rudimentary cultivation technique entitled Essence Blood Body Refinement Method, which detailed the characteristics of the blood spirit worm. It revealed that after opening the acupoints, the blood spirit worm required a significant amount of essence blood to satiate itself, continuing until it had fully replenished. Once the blood spirit worm was satisfied and had opened all the meridians, he would officially embark on the path of cultivation, marking the first layer of body refinement. If the host lacked sufficient essence blood, the blood spirit worm would drain them to the point of desiccation. How do I replenish my essence blood now? Just by eating. After reading, Han Feng felt a wave of panic wash over him. With no other options, he leaned over the pig and began to feast at this juncture. He had no choice but to cling to hope. However, relying solely on his mouth to eat and his stomach to absorb the blood food was far too slow. It could not keep pace with the speed at which the blood spirit worm was consuming his essence blood. As his vitality rapidly dwindled, Han Feng felt his hands and feet grow cold, teetering on the brink of becoming a mere husk. The cultivation of immortality had been bound. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, the system finally emerged to offer salvation. He knew all too well that, as a transcendent being, he would not meet his demise so hastily. Upon advancing to a new realm, the host may draw 3 random cultivation traits, selecting one from among them. The traits are entirely random, and the higher the realm, the greater the likelihood of acquiring higher quality traits. The quality of traits is categorized as follows: white, blue, pink, purple, gold, rainbow, and black. Black denotes a special trait with significant side effects. The first trait drawing commences. 1. Trait name: Great Kidney Man trait quality. Blue trait effect: enhances kidney function, granting the ability to perform 7 times in one night, with increased explosiveness in battle. 2. Trait name: Lung essence trait quality. White trait effect: strengthens lung capacity, allowing one to hold their breath for 30 minutes. 3. Trait name: Gluttonous King trait quality. White trait effect: enhances stomach function, accelerating the digestion process and optimizing food absorption. Please make your selection within 10 breaths, or the trait shall vanish. Chapter 2. The Path of Cultivation. Han Feng cast a swift glance, his mind racing with thoughts. The three attributes all enhance the internal organs of the body. The first attribute strengthened the kidneys, augmenting explosive power. In this world where strength reigns supreme, any attribute that boosts combat prowess is undoubtedly the most desirable. Moreover, it comes with a secondary effect of sevenfold strength, which would be exceptionally beneficial should a method of dual cultivation present itself in the future. The quality of this attribute is also the highest among the three, being of a blue grade. The second attribute enhanced the lungs, allowing one to breathe for 30 minutes at a time. This proves advantageous in the toxic, miasma-laden southern regions, and is even suitable for underwater combat. The lung attribute is indeed commendable. As for the third attribute, the glutton, Han Feng merely glanced at it before making a decisive choice. Sometimes, what is best may not be what is most fitting. At this moment, he desperately needed the glutton attribute for survival. Soon, Han Feng felt a warm current coursing through his stomach. The effect of this attribute is to enhance the speed of food digestion and perfectly absorb its energy. While it may seem somewhat weak in the realm of cultivation, as it does not enhance any combat ability, for him at this moment, it was a life-saving attribute. The results were immediate. Han Feng quickly sensed the food in his stomach transforming into vital essence. He began to eat voraciously, no longer fearing overindulgence. After consuming several bites of pork, he could even feel the blood in his stomach accelerating its flow. The pork was swiftly digested upon entering his belly. Han Feng let go of his restraint and indulged in a frenzy of eating. A hefty pig weighing over 300 pounds was soon devoured by him. Having filled his stomach, the blood spirit worm finally began to reciprocate, expelling purer vital essence than before. Recognizing this, Han Feng immediately began practicing according to the methods outlined in the vital essence body refinement technique, circulating the essence throughout his body to unblock his meridians. This is the first step in cultivation within this world, body refinement. He focused on allowing the vital essence to permeate his body, unblocking all meridians and acupoints. Initially, it was quite strenuous, as the essence circulated slowly, making little progress. The pain was excruciating, akin to having his body violently torn apart. The path to unblocking the meridians was agonizing. Han Feng gritted his teeth in perseverance, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could not stop. After a while, the situation improved significantly. Once the blood spirit worm was satiated, it began to produce an increasing amount of pure vital essence, making the unblocking of his meridians progressively easier. Upon reaching a critical acupoint, the blood spirit worm even assisted Han Feng in transporting the vital essence, proving to be an invaluable tool for cultivation. If those who cultivated the blood spirit worm were aware of his condition, they would surely envy him, for usually, after unblocking acupoints, the blood spirit worm would be quite famished. Ordinary individuals' vital essence would hardly satisfy the worm's appetite. It would instinctively consume the host's vital essence. A host with good talent and ample essence might barely keep the worm content, stabilizing it to prevent further draining of their essence. Conversely, a host lacking sufficient essence would be drained to the point of desiccation, leading to their demise alongside the worm. However, being able to fully satiate the blood spirit worm upon the first unblocking of acupoints, allowing it to reciprocate with pure vital essence and assist the host in circulating essence to impact acupoints, was likely a rare occurrence. With the help of the blood spirit worm, the speed at which Han Feng's vital essence circulated increased dramatically. As pure essence coursed through his body, impurities and filth were expelled through his pores. This was akin to cleansing the marrow. Han Feng felt utterly refreshed. Though the blood spirit worm possessed low intelligence and might commit acts of foolishness that could lead to mutual destruction with its host, if well fed, it would yield tremendous benefits. This explains why the 10,000 worm sect plants blood spirit worms in all disciples with spirit roots below the 3rd grade. It matters not how exceptional one's spirit root talent is, as long as they do not perish from the worm's draining. Coupled with sufficient vital essence, anyone could easily enter the body refinement stage. Han Feng has now reached the first layer of body refinement, marking the initial step on his path of cultivation. However, ensuring the blood spirit worm continues to willingly refine vital essence would prove troublesome. It must be fed again, and the essence required for each transformation of the worm increases exponentially. If the host fails to meet the worm's demands for an extended period, it will instinctively consume the host's vital essence, resulting in both their untimely demise. Han Feng ceased the circulation of vital essence within, slowly opening his eyes to find his body coated in a layer of foul grime. Upon wiping it away, his skin beneath appeared as white as jade, a stark contrast to his previous state. The blood spirit worm had proven remarkably effective. Han Feng could not help but exclaim in wonder. No wonder in novels, many individuals are drawn to nefarious paths. In a legitimate sect, even a gifted apprentice with a 1st-grade spirit root would require months to achieve body refinement. Those with lesser talents might take a year or more to reach the first layer of this realm. Yet, with the blood spirit worm's assistance, Han Feng accomplished this in just one night. Current realm, body refinement layer 1. Attribute extraction commences. 1. Attribute name, meditation attribute quality, White attribute effect. Gradually heals bodily injuries through meditation. 2. Attribute name. Strength of 9 bulls. Attribute quality. White attribute effect. Grows 9 bull-like appendages. If one already exists, only 8 will grow. 3. Attribute name. Exorcising sword technique. Layer 1. Attribute quality. Blue attribute effect. Self-castration leads to enlightenment of high-grade martial arts. Exorcising sword technique at the first layer. This martial art can be rapidly mastered with each self-castration. 1 bull-like appendage must be severed to comprehend a layer. Please make a choice within 10 breaths. Otherwise, the attributes will vanish. Fortune smiled upon him as a blue attribute appeared once more. However, Hanfeng hesitated to select it. Self-castration is exceedingly cruel for a man. The second attribute, strength of 9 bulls, is clearly linked to the third attribute, exorcising sword technique. Should he succeed in selecting both, he could instantly elevate the exorcising sword technique to the 8th layer while retaining 1 bull-like appendage. Yet, Hanfeng would not risk it. Firstly, he was uncertain whether previously encountered attributes would refresh in the future. Secondly, he currently lacked even a simple iron sword. Possessing the exorcising sword technique would not immediately enhance his combat ability. After much deliberation, Hanfeng chose the first attribute, meditation. The ability to heal injuries is invaluable for a cultivator, as no one can guarantee they will remain unscathed. The night passed swiftly. As dawn broke, Hanfeng emerged from the cave. Coincidentally, upon exiting, he encountered Fang Yuan, who was patrolling the area. "Ah, you survived. Quite impressive," Fang Yuan remarked, clearly recognizing Hanfeng. While many were deemed useless, an 8th-grade spirit root at the pinnacle of ineptitude was rare, leaving a lasting impression on Fang Yuan. In his subconscious, Fang Yuan had presumed Hanfeng would not survive the night. However, he was not overly surprised. For the cultivation of the blood spirit worm often hinged on the host's vital essence rather than their spirit root quality. "Since you're still alive, follow me," Fang Yuan instructed. With no grasp of the situation, Hanfeng could only obediently trail behind. Fang Yuan entered a cave and skillfully extracted a small red pill from the abdomen of a corpse. These were evidently the remnants of those who succumbed to the blood spirit worm's insatiable hunger for vital essence. Their entire essence consumed, they had become mere husks. Fang Yuan was there to collect the dead blood spirit worms from their bodies. Although the blood spirit goo has perished, it has absorbed a sufficient amount of essence blood, rendering it an excellent material for alchemical concoctions. Fang Yuan would certainly not let such an opportunity go to waste. It was only then that Hanfeng realized that his encounter with Fang Yuan outside the cave was no mere coincidence. Fang Yuan had merely come to gather his harvest. He himself had not been collected as a casualty. Rather, he had survived and endured. Chapter 3. Encountering robbery. The continuous sight of corpses along their journey instilled a profound sense of dread in Hanfeng. Those who had been implanted with the blood spirit goo the previous day were invariably found dead. Each cavern they entered revealed another desiccated corpse, their faces contorted in expressions of immense suffering. Fang Yuan, however, remained impassive, seemingly inured to the gruesome spectacle as he methodically collected the spoils. Upon discovering each corpse, he would precisely dissect the abdomen to retrieve the crimson pellet formed from the deceased blood spirit goo. Hanfeng had, in truth, anticipated such an outcome, knowing that his own survival had been contingent on external advantages. The fate of ordinary individuals without such advantages was grimly predictable, reduced to mere husks. Yet, the sheer magnitude of the mortality rate was startling. "Ah, a survivor. How delightful." After meticulously examining every cavern, they encountered another living person. To Hanfeng's astonishment, it was a woman. However, the once vivacious and charming maiden was now a gaunt and withered specter, seemingly aged beyond recognition. She resembled a decrepit crone teetering on the brink of oblivion. Hanfeng cast a fleeting glance before quickly averting his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Her current state was profoundly unsettling, evoking an instinctive sense of revulsion. Her once lustrous ebony hair was now brittle and unkempt, devoid of any vitality. Her facial skin sagged and wrinkled, crisscrossed with furrows like the bark of an ancient, weathered tree. Her emaciated and skeletal appearance surpassed even the horror of the corpses, making her appear as a ghastly apparition risen from the netherworld, exuding an aura of chilling dread. "Congratulations, you have both passed the trial. From this day forward, you are disciples of the Myriad Goose sect. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Those without the talent to survive are better off released early. Sometimes, it is a form of mercy." A rare hint of a smile flickered across Fang Yuan's otherwise impassive face. However, in Hanfeng's eyes, the smile was deeply unnerving. Fang Yuan was undoubtedly aware of the blood spirit goo's properties, yet he had refrained from warning the others, allowing them to be drained to their deaths. Hanfeng strongly suspected that Fang Yuan's actions were deliberate, motivated by the desire to acquire the blood spirit goo that had transformed into crimson pellets within the corpses. Soon, Fang Yuan resumed leading the two onward. It turned out that this location was merely a recruitment outpost, not the main headquarters of the Myriad Goose sect. The thought of the desiccated corpses within the caverns sent a shiver down Han Feng's spine. This so-called myriad gu sect was truly terrifying. He could not even be certain whether Feng Yuan's words were truthful. Once again, Han Feng entertained the idea of fleeing, but he ultimately resisted the urge. Unaware of Feng Yuan's true strength, his own meager cultivation at the first level of body tempering was insufficient for a successful escape. He would likely be swatted down with a single blow. Moreover, there were other escorting disciples from the myriad gu sect. Even if he managed to escape now, the blood spirit gu within his body remained a lurking threat. After careful deliberation, Han Feng abandoned the notion of escape. Having boarded this ship of thieves, there was no easy way to disembark. Even if he desired to leave, now was not the opportune moment. They're all dead, only I survive. The woman, resembling a wraith, muttered incessantly, her mental state seemingly fractured. It was likely that among the deceased were her close friends and family. Han Feng had initially considered getting to know her, thinking that having an acquaintance upon arriving at the myriad gu sect could be beneficial. However, upon witnessing her current condition, he dismissed the idea. She was likely struggling to survive herself, and mutual support was out of the question. It would be a blessing if he didn't have to take care of her. The group continued their relentless journey. 2 days later, they finally converged with recruits from other outposts. This signified that the myriad gu sect was near. The combined group consisted of just over a dozen individuals. The young recruits gathered together, and the group began to display some semblance of vitality. Conversation started, and it became apparent that their experiences were similar. Each of them was a survivor from a group of hundreds. Prior to this, they had all been withdrawn and isolated. Having endured such an ordeal, the teenagers were understandably apprehensive. When it was time to eat, Feng Yuan would hunt wild beasts in the vicinity to feed everyone. Gradually, the emaciated youths began to regain some of their former appearances. In particular, the woman, whose name was Bai Qingxue, revealed a beauty that exceeded Han Feng's expectations. Bai Qingxue had also regained her sanity, no longer exhibiting the erratic behavior she had displayed earlier. Her skin was fair and delicate, her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her high-bridged nose lent her an air of heroic spirit. Her overall demeanor was exceptional. Perhaps because Bai Qingxue was the only female in the group, several individuals were vying for her attention, hoping to curry favor. Han Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Even at a time like this, some people were still preoccupied with romantic pursuits. As they were entering the sect together, the group quickly started to form bonds. One individual named Xiaozhan emerged as the leader. Xiaozhan's appearance had improved significantly, and he possessed an extraordinary air. Furthermore, his aptitude was the highest among them, with a 4th-grade spiritual root. It was rumored that his family had ancestors who were cultivators, giving him some knowledge of cultivation matters. Naturally, he became the leader. However, the formation of a group was merely a reflection of the young people's fear of the unfamiliar environment they were about to face. A desire to seek warmth and support. There was no true command structure. Han Feng remained inconspicuous, not wanting to attract any attention. After another 2 days of travel, the group finally arrived at the myriad gu sect. The myriad gu sect was located in the Ilao Mountains of the southern border region. Ilao Mountain was not a single mountain, but a vast mountain range. New disciples like Han Feng were only allowed to reside on the periphery of the mountain range. After completing various formalities, each of them received an identity token and was assigned to the same mountain peak. Each person had their own individual cave dwelling, although in reality, it was just a slightly larger cave. The person in charge also informed them of some of the sect's benefits. Each new disciple could go to the affairs hall to receive 10 qi and blood pills to aid in their cultivation. They could also go to the scripture pavilion to receive a free body tempering martial art. Furthermore, the sect did not have any mandatory tasks. Cultivation was entirely voluntary. These sect benefits surprised Han Feng. Was this really a demonic sect? However, he quickly understood. The sect did not have mandatory tasks, but cultivation required resources. To obtain resources, one had to complete sect tasks. If you thought you could slack off and do nothing, you were sorely mistaken. The blood spirit gu would not allow you to do so. If you dared to slack off, it could drain you dry at any moment. Therefore, the sect did not need to set any mandatory tasks. All disciples implanted with the blood spirit gu would consciously strive to complete tasks to earn resources for cultivation. Otherwise, they would be completely drained by the blood spirit gu and become someone else's cultivation resource. This method of exploitation was far more sophisticated than the loan system employed by some reputable sections. A long line had formed at a window in the affairs hall. It was the new disciples, eager to receive their sect benefits, 10 qi and blood pills. Xiaozhan was at the front of the line. It wasn't because he had arrived the earliest, but because he was the leader of the group, and everyone deferred to him. Han Feng, on the other hand, remained at the back of the line. He had noticed something amiss. Throughout the journey, he had observed that the people of the myriad gu sect were always rushing, as if they had a death warrant on their heads, not wasting a single moment. Yet, near the window for receiving qi and blood pills, there were several older disciples lingering, unwilling to leave. This situation was clearly unusual. As expected, Xiaozhan, who was the first to receive the qi and blood pills, ran into trouble. Give me 5 of those 10 chi and blood pills, and I'll guarantee your safety. A burly man with a face full of, like a small mountain, stood in front of Xiao Zhan, blocking his path. The towering figure stood nearly 2 meters tall, his arms robust and sturdy as if they were tree trunks. Muscles bulging with an apparent reservoir of strength that exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Xiao Zhan could even perceive the very air around him growing heavy in response to this man's presence. The fierce glare and unwelcoming demeanor of the giant made his intentions abundantly clear. He was there to rob. The cultivation method of the blood spirit, Gu, primarily relies on the consumption of essence blood, subsequently nourishing it with pure blood. Solely relying on food to digest into essence blood proves insufficient. Thus, the Qi blood pill becomes an essential source of this vital essence. Without the aid of the Qi blood pill, the blood spirit Gu risks becoming uncontrollable, potentially draining its host completely. Hence, the Qi blood pill is of paramount importance for novice disciples. Inexperienced practitioners who cannot adeptly manage the blood spirit Gu may easily incite its fury, and the essence blood provided by the Qi blood pill serves as its best tranquilizer. Senior brother, this seems rather inappropriate. Xiao Zhan clearly hesitated to relinquish the Qi blood pill so readily, but before he could finish his thought, a fist the size of a sandbag sent him flying. Enough chatter. If I demand it, you shall comply. My time is precious, do you understand? The robust man, uninterested in wasting time with Xiao Zhan, stepped forward and began to grind his foot into Xiao Zhan's face. Those at the back of the group exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to assist, even though Xiao Zhan was their leader. Please, senior brother, spare me, I will hand it over. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Zhan promptly surrendered the 5 Qi blood pills he held. What puzzled Han Feng was the blatant audacity of this robbery occurring in broad daylight, seemingly without any intervention from others. Chapter 4. The confrontation. Subsequently, Han Feng discerned that this was a quintessential spectacle orchestrated by the Wangu sect. Seasoned disciples were wont to bully neophytes, seizing their resources, a tacitly accepted custom. This was no venerable, virtuous sect, thus no pretense of camaraderie was maintained. The strong were at liberty to humiliate and trample the weak with impunity. In the art of Gu cultivation, only those that could endure the harshest environments were deemed worthy. Those unable to adapt were merely expendable. The upper echelons of the sect tacitly sanctioned such practices, albeit with certain caveats. For instance, while the pilfering of Qi and blood pills from new disciples was permissible, it was not without limit. At most, half could be taken. To seize all would inevitably lead to the demise of the newly initiated, an impediment to the sect's sustained growth. Furthermore, while senior disciples were permitted to expropriate, novices were not obliged to surrender their goods. However, senior disciples were prohibited from outright aggression. Instead, they were to elicit a voluntary offering. Refusal would invite a beating. But under no circumstances could a novice be summarily executed in public. These unwritten rules were not born of benevolence, but rather to maintain the basic order necessary for the sect's operation. In light of Xiao Zhan's unfortunate example, subsequent new disciples proved more amenable, dutifully relinquishing half of their Qi and blood pills. None wished to suffer a beating, only to lose their pills in the end. However, when it was Bai Qinshue's turn to surrender her Qi and blood pills, another incident unfolded. The hell with you. You refuse to comply? Bai Qinshue's comely face was struck with a blow, sending her reeling. Xiong Er, a veteran disciple of the Wangu sect, showed no leniency toward Bai Qinshu simply because she was an attractive woman. Those who had previously courted her with overtures of goodwill were now pained by the sight, yet dared not intervene. Han Feng was astonished that, among the entire cohort, Bai Qinshu, a woman, possessed the most indomitable spirit. Will you yield or not? Xiong Er, now incensed, ground his foot into Bai Qinshue's delicate face. Bai Qinshu, despite her face being marred and bloodied, resolutely clutched the Qi and blood pills to her chest, making her stance clear. I never anticipated that this newly arrived beauty would be so obstinate. What good will stubbornness do? Being injured for a few Qi and blood pills will make it difficult to complete tasks. Indeed. And this Xiong Er is said to be at the 3rd level of body tempering, soon to advance to the 4th. Rumor has it that he has connections among the inner disciples. New disciples who offend him will have a hard time in the future. Passers-by among the seasoned disciples observed the spectacle with morbid fascination. Life within the Wangu sect was, in truth, oppressive. Such diversions were rare, and some were willing to pause and savor the moment. After all, such unyielding new disciples were a rarity. Typically, after a single beating and a bit of intimidation, new arrivals meekly surrendered their Qi and blood pills. To resist so vehemently was uncommon. While senior disciples were forbidden from directly killing novices, they could inflict injury. An injured novice was in dire straits. Injury meant the inability to complete sect tasks, and failure to complete tasks meant the loss of cultivation resources. The blood spirit Gu could drain a person dry in a matter of days. Most frighteningly, an injured individual was bereft of self-defense. One had to worry about the remaining 5 Qi and blood pills being snatched away by fellow initiates. Xiong Air was on the cusp of breaking through to the third level of body tempering, which was why he was here, seizing qi and blood pills from the new disciples. Upon achieving the breakthrough, a copious amount of vital essence would be required to pacify the blood spirit goo, lest it run rampant and drain its host dry. Encountering such a stubborn mule, Xiong Air could have abandoned the endeavor, opting to collect from those who followed. But the waste of time was not worthwhile. However, Xiong Air now felt he had lost face and needed to teach Bai Qinxue a harsh lesson. Xiong Air recalled how he had obediently surrendered half of his qi and blood pills upon his own initiation to ensure his safety. You, a new disciple, a mere woman, dare to resist? You must be skinned alive. This was why Xiong Air was willing to waste time tormenting Bai Qinxue. Tormenting a beautiful woman was far more gratifying than tormenting a man. Han Feng sensed an opportunity. While Xiong Air was preoccupied with Bai Qinxue, he cut to the front of the line, collected his qi and blood pills, and stealthily made his escape. Follow the rules and wait to be beaten? Absolutely not. He had come to understand that the Wangu sect had no rules to speak of. Survival by any means necessary was the only rule. Halt. Just as Han Feng was about to slip away, he was accosted. Xiong Air abandoned the prone Bai Qinxue and turned to confront Han Feng. Trying to sneak away while I'm not looking? Do you think I'm a fool? Hand over half of those qi and blood pills. Xiong Air's tone was no longer calm, but rather volatile. The time wasted on the stubborn Bai Qinxue, coupled with the loss of face, had pushed his patience to its limit. He could feel the blood spirit goo within him on the verge of transformation. If he did not secure sufficient resources before the blood spirit goo metamorphosed, his breakthrough would be his demise. As for Han Feng, Xiong Air assumed he would meekly surrender his qi and blood pills. After all, the last one to defy him, Bai Qinxue, had already been severely injured and lay prostrate on the ground. Will you yield or not? Han Feng had to make a choice. Surrendering the qi and blood pills would mean avoiding a beating and remaining unnoticed. This aligned with Han Feng's earlier desire to maintain a low profile. However, his perspective had shifted. He realized that, in this predatory sect, mere compliance and timidity were futile. It would only invite exploitation. Both sheep and wolves were prey to tigers, but tigers would invariably choose to devour the sheep first. While wolves were weaker than tigers, they resisted, potentially inflicting a cost on the tiger. Sheep, on the other hand, could be slaughtered by the hundreds without the tiger sustaining a scratch. As a newcomer, if one wished to avoid being endlessly exploited to death by the veterans, one had to demonstrate to all that one was a wolf, not to be trifled with. Han Feng feigned deafness to Xiong Air's words and continued to walk outward, his face impassive. However, his attention was entirely focused on Xiong Air, poised to meet his attack. Are you deaf? Xiong Air exploded with rage. These newly initiated disciples were showing him no respect. Han Feng ignored Xiong Air's presence, continuing to walk away without so much as a backward glance. Here comes another fool courting death. This new disciple is not to be trifled with. Look, Xiong Air is losing it. This kid is done for. A group of onlookers began to discuss the unfolding scene. Xiong Air, a towering figure of 2 meters, charged toward Han Feng. Han Feng did not retreat, but instead met Xiong Air head-on. Bang! Han Feng was instantly sent flying 10 meters, a metallic taste filling his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had underestimated the power of the third level of body tempering. The impact was akin to being struck by a speeding car. Had Han Feng still been an ordinary man, this collision would have been fatal. However, he was now at least at the first level of body tempering, which prevented him from losing consciousness. Simultaneously, the blood spirit goo within him sensed the danger to its host. Pure vital essence surged forth, instantly alleviating the pain in Han Feng's body. At that moment, Han Feng's eyes became bloodshot, turning crimson. He felt his speed and strength dramatically increase. However, his reason was also consumed by this power, leaving him with only a burning desire for combat. This was the blood spirit goo's innate ability, blood frenzy. In an instant, it regurgitated a massive amount of pure vital essence, greatly enhancing the host's strength and speed. Simultaneously, intelligence wanes, rendering coherent thought elusive. This is the frenzy of blood. Observe his eyes. It is utterly absurd. He has only just begun, yet he has entered a state of blood frenzy. The disparity between individuals can be excruciating. I have already attained the third layer of body refinement, yet I cannot enter this state of blood frenzy. Upon witnessing Han Feng's eyes, many onlookers, seasoned disciples, were instantly engulfed in envy and resentment. It must be understood that not everyone can access the blood frenzy. Many, even those who have reached the 9th or 10th layer of body refinement, may never attain this condition. The entry into blood frenzy is catalyzed by the blood spirit goo, a force beyond one's conscious control. If the blood spirit goo does not cooperate, no matter how elevated one's cultivation, it remains impossible to trigger. Generally, those who can enter the blood frenzy are prodigies capable of establishing a profound connection with the blood spirit goo. A prodigy who has not matured is merely a marginally better resource. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Xiong Air's eyes as he let out a furious roar. His fist showed no sign of pause as it barreled toward Han Feng's face. He had already reached the pinnacle of the third layer of body refinement. A newly initiated disciple lacking even basic combat skills. What could a genius accomplish against him? At this moment, Han Feng had succumbed to a manic state. He faced Xiong Er's iron fist without flinching, instinctively retaliating with a punch of his own. Bang! Han Feng felt as though his fist had struck an iron plate. Although his pain sensation was dulled, he still perceived the fracture of his knuckles. In the blood frenzy state, their strengths were nearly equalized. Yet the disparity in physical resilience remained vast. The third layer of body refinement had undergone 3 rounds of cleansing and tempering, a feat far beyond Han Feng's current capabilities. In the next moment, Han Feng was sent flying by a single punch, while Xiong Er merely rotated his wrist, sustaining no injury. Han Feng coughed up blood, yet promptly rose from the ground, his crimson eyes fixated intently on Xiong Er. Chapter 5, Transmission Pavilion Startled. Bai Qin Xue and the other new disciples watched from the sidelines, astonished by the unexpected ruthlessness displayed by one of their own. Xiao Zhan, feeling a flush of shame, recognized his failure as the group's leader, having yielded instead of resisting. The veteran disciples observing the scene were utterly bewildered. A new recruit, daring to challenge Xiong Er. A level 3 body refinement cultivator? Their preconceived notions were shattered. Xiong Er was no ordinary cultivator. His physical gifts were exceptional, towering over 2 meters. His physique far surpassed that of an average person. Stay down. Xiong Er roared, his patience exhausted by Han Feng's tenacity. His massive fist whistled through the air, aimed once more at Han Feng. This time, Han Feng chose not to meet the blow head-on. The disparity in physical strength was too great. A direct confrontation would be suicidal. Biting his tongue to sharpen his focus, Han Feng nimbly evaded Xiong Er's strikes, causing each attack to miss its mark. When evasion was impossible, he prioritized defense, shielding his vital areas while seeking an opportunity to retaliate. You shall regret this. Xiong Er's frustration mounted. Although unscathed, he realized the battle had become a losing proposition. Initially seeking only a few qi and blood pills, the blood spirit Gu's activation during the fight had drained his essence, an expenditure far exceeding the value of the pills. Driven by this realization, Xiong Er's intent turned lethal, seeking to end Han Feng's life. However, a sudden wave of pressure descended upon him. Despite its ruthlessness, the myriad Gu sect adhered to certain unwritten rules. The unprovoked killing of a new disciple within the mission hall was strictly forbidden. Xiong Er understood the warning, a signal to cease his aggression, and his senses returned. He would not dare defy the sect's regulations. The murderous intent he had harbored was merely a product of the blood spirit Gu's influence on his mind during combat. Mark my words, boy, Xiong Er hissed, glaring at Han Feng before turning his attention to extorting qi and blood pills from the remaining disciples. To vent his anger, he lashed out at those who complied and those who resisted, delivering a kick after each transaction, leaving them writhing on the ground. No one dared to emulate Han Feng's defiance, let alone unite in resistance. Instead, those who had surrendered their pills and suffered a beating harbored resentment toward Han Feng. They believed that his actions had provoked Xiong Er, leading to their misfortune. Don't blame me. Blame this kid, Xiong Er sneered, singling out Han Feng as he concluded his pill collection. I was willing to negotiate peacefully, but he insisted on provoking me. Han Feng felt a chill as he faced the resentful gazes of the group, but he quickly regained his composure. With Xiong Er gone, the blood spirit Gu within Han Feng began to devour his essence, seeking to replenish what had been expended during the fight. Already injured, Han Feng's complexion turned ashen as the Gu drained him. He swiftly departed, seeking a place to recover. Back in his assigned cave, Han Feng wasted no time in consuming qi and blood pills. As darkness fell, he sensed danger lurking. Everyone knew of his injuries and his possession of 10 qi and blood pills. While the new disciples might fear Xiong Er, they would not hesitate to prey on his weakened state. However, Han Feng was less concerned about the newcomers than about the possibility of Xiong Er seeking retribution. Away from prying eyes, Xiong Er could easily eliminate a new disciple without consequence. Han Feng conceived of an ideal sanctuary for healing, the Transmission Pavilion. Every new disciple was granted a single opportunity to select a martial skill free of charge, with permission to remain inside for 6 hours. Fighting within the pavilion was strictly prohibited, making it the perfect place to recuperate. Under the cover of night, Han Feng, his body aching, made his way to the Transmission Pavilion. Your identity is verified. Enter, the pavilion administrator said. Remember, you must leave after 6 hours. Whether or not you have chosen a skill, new disciples only receive this opportunity once, so use it wisely. The administrator was not the wizened elder Han Feng had expected, but a young man, appearing to be of a similar age. Han Feng realized that all the individuals he had encountered that day were young. He had yet to see an elder or even a middle-aged person, a stark contrast to his preconceived notions of a cultivation sect. Phew. Having confirmed his identity, Han Feng entered the Transmission Pavilion, relieved. He realized he had been reckless. Had he simply surrendered the qi and blood pills upon recognizing Xiong Er's strength, he could have avoided such severe injuries. He now understood that he had been driven by an uncontrollable impulse, likely influenced by the blood spirit goo. This blood spirit goo is formidable, he mused. It grants incredible speed and power, but it can also be unpredictable, influencing my mind and potentially controlling me. Han Feng now desperately sought to remove the blood spirit goo. He feared that continued cultivation with it would eventually turn him into a mindless puppet. Initially, he had been impressed by the goo's power and had hoped to use it to reach higher levels of cultivation. However, after experiencing its influence on his mind, he felt a sense of dread. The sect, he suspected, was simply raising cannon fodder, using the goo to strip individuals of their reason and control them. Inside the transmission pavilion, Han Feng did not rush to select a skill. Instead, he found a secluded corner and sat down to meditate. He was currently in the dark, with no apparent means of removing the blood spirit goo. His priority was to heal his injuries. However, he soon recognized another benefit of the blood spirit goo. The pure essence it provided not only accelerated cultivation, but also greatly aided in healing. With each circulation of the essence, Han Feng felt his injuries improve. Combined with the meditation attribute he had acquired, his recovery rate was remarkable. He estimated that his injuries would be fully healed before the 6 hours elapsed. With his mind at ease, Han Feng began to meditate and cultivate. At midnight, Xiong crept into Han Feng's cave. A prodigy who could withstand his attacks upon entering the sect and had become his enemy was a threat. Xiong knew that if he did not eliminate him, he would have endless trouble. That night, Xiong planned to take advantage of Han Feng's serious injury to launch a surprise attack and completely eliminate this hidden danger. However, Han Feng had taken precautions, and Xiong found the cave empty. The next day, within the transmission pavilion, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. His injuries from the previous day were completely healed. He now had mixed feelings about the blood spirit goo. It was incredibly powerful for healing. Such serious injuries had been healed in just one night, and his cultivation had improved a lot. However, the qi and blood pills in his hand had been consumed by 3 last night, all absorbed by the blood spirit goo. The gluttony attribute was too useful, and not only could food be absorbed faster, but even qi and blood pills could also be absorbed. Moreover, the absorption was perfect, without wasting any energy. Now he felt that he could soon break through to the second level of body tempering. However, there was not much time left in the 6 hours. Han Feng had to choose a martial skill in the transmission pavilion first, otherwise he would miss this opportunity. The martial arts level of the body tempering realm is divided into Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Each level is further categorized into supreme, high, middle, and low grades. Han Feng casually picked up a martial skill manual to examine. Yellow Dragon Palm, Yellow Grade Middle Rank, a set of palm techniques. Han Feng frowned and exchanged it for another. Raging Bull Mountain Crushing Fist, Yellow Grade Low Rank, a fist technique. After flipping through dozens of manuals, Han Feng discovered that the highest level techniques within the scripture pavilion were only Yellow Grade Middle Rank. They were all methods to control and condense the blood essence within the body, enhancing single-point attacks. He was somewhat unwilling and continued to search further. Usually, one would find undiscovered peerless martial skills within the scripture pavilion, but all he found were these dregs. After flipping through hundreds of manuals, Han Feng relented. The myriad poison sect's scripture pavilion was indeed perfunctory. No wonder new disciples could receive them for free. However, having something was better than nothing. In the end, Han Feng chose a claw technique, Black Tiger Claw. Compared to the common fist techniques, palm techniques, and leg techniques, Han Feng felt that claw techniques had a stronger lethality in the body tempering realm. This was because claw techniques utilized finger strength, maximizing the lethality of moves like eye pokes and groin strikes. Body tempering realm cultivators' attack methods were, in fact, no different from ordinary people. They simply possessed greater strength, speed, and physical resilience. After selecting a technique, Han Feng returned to the mountain cave assigned by the sect. Inside the cave, noticing the footprints on the ground, Han Feng smiled. The fine ash on the ground was deliberately left behind before he left, to see if anyone would secretly come looking for him. As expected, only one night away, someone had paid a visit. The size of the footprints also allowed Han Feng to directly identify the culprit. Generally, height and foot size are directly proportional. Xiong'er's 2-meter height left behind very obvious footprints. The best defense is a good offense. It seemed he had to take the initiative. However, before that, he needed to break through to the second level of body tempering to have a greater chance of success, Han Feng mused inwardly. During the day, conflicts were relatively rare. Generally, people would not choose to seek revenge in broad daylight. This would easily attract a crowd of onlookers, and if one were injured, it would be easy for others to take advantage of the situation. Han Feng took out the remaining qi and blood pills and continued to cultivate within the cave. After consuming a qi and blood pill, the qi and blood within his body finally refined to the next realm. His cultivation also broke through to the second level of body tempering. Current realm, body tempering second level. Attribute extraction initiated 1. Attribute name, fishing expert attribute quality, white attribute effect, can fish out strange items and never return empty-handed. 2. Attribute name, Herculean strength attribute quality, white attribute effect, grows 9 phalluses. If one already exists, only 8 will grow. 3. Attribute name. Lethal tempo attribute quality. As your attribute effect, attack speed increases during combat. Each attack increases it by 5%, stacking up to 40 times. Please make a selection within 10 breaths, or the attribute will disappear. Han Feng scanned them at a glance. The first attribute, Fishing Expert, had too much uncertainty. Never returning empty-handed from fishing had no use for him now. The second attribute, Herculean Strength, indicated that attributes could reappear, but it was also useless to him now. Only the third attribute could immediately improve his combat power. Without hesitation, Han Feng chose the third attribute, Lethal Tempo. As long as the battle lasted long enough. Stacking it 40 times would increase his attack speed by 2 times, which was extremely useful. In a battle of attrition, as strength waned, most people would only become slower. But with this attribute, he would do the opposite and become faster. Coupled with the doubled attack speed, an evenly matched opponent would be crushed after he fully stacked Lethal Tempo. After breaking through to the second level of body tempering, Han Feng consumed another Qi and blood pill. As soon as he broke through, the bloodthirsty Gu became hungry again, uncontrollably devouring the essence blood within Han Feng's body. Only after swallowing another Qi and blood pill did it gradually stabilize. Only then did Han Feng open the Black Tiger Claw manual and begin to cultivate. The key to this martial skill was to concentrate the essence blood within the body onto the fingers to exert force. It was too simple. Han Feng mastered the technique after a bit of exploration. However, the improvement was not significant, but it at least added some attack methods compared to ordinary wild punches. Next was to find out where Xiong lived. Han Feng went out and headed toward the mountain peaks of other older disciples. Finally, at the cost of 3 Qi and blood pills, Han Feng learned Xiong's residence. Like him, it was not in a good place. Also in a mountain cave on a mountain peak. The 10 Qi and blood pills issued as a new disciple's welfare were all used up in one day. He was reluctant to hand over 5 Qi and blood pills, resulting in a feud with Xiong and being severely injured. But he did not hesitate to spend 3 Qi and blood pills to find out Xiong's residence. Time waited for no one. And the remaining 3 Qi and blood pills were far from enough to break through to the third level of body tempering. Moreover, no one knew when Xiong would launch an attack on him. Night fell, the time when many beasts hunted. Han Feng prepared himself and, taking advantage of the darkness, arrived at Xiong's residence, also preparing a big surprise for Xiong. Chapter 6. You are despicable. Having sparred with Xiong, Han Feng ascertained the capabilities of a body tempering level 3 cultivator. While formidable, their strength was finite, lacking an insurmountable chasm from ordinary mortals, merely possessing a more robust physique. Xiong, still immersed in his cultivation, planned another reconnaissance mission to Han Feng's cavern. He was determined to eliminate Han Feng before he could mature. However, Xiong bided his time, poised to ascend to body tempering level 4. With the preparations he had diligently made, he possessed ample resources to facilitate his breakthrough. Upon reaching body tempering level 4, he would enter the intermediate stage of body tempering, experiencing a quantum leap in power. At that juncture, under the cloak of night, he would execute his deadly scheme. Who's there? Xiong detected movement and ventured outside his cavern. Before he could discern the intruder's identity, a volley of lime powder assailed his face. Arg! Damn it! Who dares to ambush me? Xiong roared, instinctively rubbing his eyes. Within this mountain range, his prowess was second to none, shielded by his elder brother, Xiongda, a cultivator of even greater stature. He never imagined someone would dare to target him. Yet, before he could open his eyes, Han Feng seized his testicles with his black tiger claw, crushing them to a pulp in an instant. Aya! A piercing scream echoed throughout the mountain, alerting numerous cultivators in the vicinity. However, they remained indifferent, not even bothering to open their eyes, continuing their meditative practice. Such occurrences were commonplace, transpiring almost nightly. Moreover, judging by the brevity of the commotion, the victor had likely expended minimal effort. The risk of playing the was deemed too great, rendering intervention unnecessary. No one cared for the life or death of others. Instead of meddling in others' affairs, they prioritized their own cultivation, lest they become the next victims. Inside Xiong's abode, the battle raged on. In the instant Xiong cried out in agony, he suffered another grievous injury. Han Feng had already gouged out his eyes with his black tiger claw. You scoundrel, who are you? Despicable villain, resorting to such underhanded tactics. You shall meet a gruesome end. Han Feng remained silent, relentlessly striking with his claws, tearing at Xiong's flesh, each blow aimed at vital points. As the lethal tempo was triggered, his attack speed escalated exponentially. Xiong continued to struggle desperately, fighting like a cornered beast. However, having sustained severe injuries and lost his sight, his fate was sealed. Han Feng endured 2 punches before completely shattering his throat. Phew, that was a tough kill. Truly a humanoid bear. Han Feng gasped for air, his hands still moving, surprised by the ease with which he had dispatched Xiong. The lime powder had proven remarkably effective. He had discovered the lime powder during his daytime reconnaissance of Xiong's whereabouts. In wuxia novels, this stuff was an invincible superweapon. Its most perverse aspect was its elusiveness. Although its lethality was limited, who could withstand a guaranteed hit that also induced temporary blindness? In such a life-or-death struggle, the victor was decided within that brief period of blindness. Xiong Er's corpse was unrecognizable. Han Feng proceeded to disembowel him. Feng Yuan, his mentor, had demonstrated that the deceased disciples of the myriad poison sect were valuable assets. The natal goo worms within them would perish, congealing into red pills. He extracted the deceased bloodthirsty goo. Xiong Er had barely expired when the bloodthirsty goo had already drained his body of its remaining blood essence. Han Feng stowed it away and began to assess Xiong Er's spoils. Over 200 qi and blood pills, resources Xiong Er had prepared to ascend to body tempering level 4, but now belonged to him. After looting Xiong Er's possessions, Han Feng returned to his cavern to cultivate. The gains were substantial, and his immediate task was to convert all the resources into strength. 2 days later, Han Feng successfully advanced to body tempering level 3. Current realm, body tempering level 3. Trait extraction initiated. 1. Trait name, little giant trait quality, Azure trait effect. For every centimeter exceeding 1.8 meters in height, physical strength increases by 1 point. 2. Trait name, eternal body tempering trait quality, Azure trait effect. You can only remain in the body tempering stage forever. The upper limit of the body tempering stage is increased to 3,000 levels, and physical strength increases by 1 point for each level. 3. Trait name, scarred trait quality, Azure trait effect. Physical strength increases by 1 point after each injury heals. Please make a selection within 10 breaths, or the trait will disappear. A cursory glance revealed that all the traits enhanced physical strength, aligning with Han Feng's current cultivation path. The first trait was immediately dismissed. At 1.79 meters, it offered no benefit. The second trait, eternal body tempering, appeared potent but possessed an upper limit. Moreover, its drawback was glaring. A lifetime confined to body tempering, fortifying one's physique. Given his limited understanding of this cultivation world, he couldn't afford to choose it. Ultimately, Han Feng opted for the third trait, scarred. Its effect suggested limitless growth. In any setting, any attribute capable of infinite growth, regardless of its initial magnitude, held immense promise. Having chosen his trait, Han Feng resumed his cultivation. Advancing to body tempering level 3 had only depleted a fraction of his qi and blood pills. Alleviating his concerns about cultivation resources, he immediately sensed the benefits conferred by the scarred trait. The bloodthirsty goo's consumption of his blood essence was recognized as an injury. When the bloodthirsty goo regurgitated pure blood essence, the injury was deemed healed. Thus, he could continuously refresh the trait, while simultaneously feeling his physique grow stronger. 4 days later, Han Feng's realm ascended once more, reaching body tempering level 4. 1. Trait name, towering giant trait quality, Azure trait effect. As cultivation increases, height increases, and body size expands. 2. Trait name, great dark heaven trait quality, pink trait effect. Loss of vision, while hearing, touch, taste, and smell are enhanced tenfold. 3. Trait name, last stand trait quality, Azure trait effect. Combat power increases when injured, with greater injuries resulting in greater enhancements. Please make a selection within 10 breaths, or the trait will disappear. Han Feng's mind raced. This time, a pink trait had emerged. The first, towering giant, increased height and body size with cultivation. If he could later acquire tiny giant to complement it, the potential was boundless. However, growing taller and larger also presented drawbacks. Increased size implied greater clumsiness, making him an easier target in battle. This was a world of cultivation, where excessive size could prove disastrous in combat. The second was the only crimson trait he had encountered thus far, but it came with a trade-off. One's 5 senses were exchanged for a tenfold increase in the other 4. Had he been blind or injured to the point of blindness, Han Feng might have considered this trait. As a fully sighted individual, however, selecting this trait was unwarranted. Without hesitation, he selected the third trait, Last Stand. Han Feng felt that the description of Last Stand was too powerful for an Azure trait. Injuries typically diminished combat power, but Last Stand reversed this trend, not only preventing a decline, but actually augmenting combat power. This was undoubtedly a formidable asset in life-or-death struggles. Moreover, it aligned with his current cultivation method. The presence of the bloodthirsty goo allowed him to remain constantly injured. Having chosen his trait, Han Feng decided to venture out. Having depleted nearly all of his 200-plus qi and blood pills, he needed to conserve a few for future exigencies. To sustain his cultivation, his current supply was manifestly inadequate. This was despite his prodigious gluttonous king talent, which ensured complete absorption of each pill, leaving no energy untapped. For an ordinary cultivator, such meager resources would scarcely suffice to reach the third level. It was imperative to venture forth and acquire more resources, while simultaneously gaining insight into the myriad poison sect. As of now, Han Feng's understanding of this place remained woefully limited. After wandering about for some time, he swiftly gathered substantial information. The myriad poison sect was indeed vast, and this location was merely a small mountainous region named Blood Mountain, not the main headquarters. Disciples who had the blood spirit goo implanted were primarily stationed here for cultivation. Furthermore, the myriad poison sect was divided into inner and outer sections. Outer sect disciples like himself lacked a master or any form of guidance, compelled to learn through their own trials and tribulations. Only upon reaching the 10th level of body tempering and entering the chi refining realm would one be eligible to join the inner sect. Exclusively the inner sect possessed chi refining realm cultivation techniques. Naturally, even if outer sect disciples obtained such techniques, they would be of little use. The most crucial step in the chi refining realm was guiding spiritual energy into the body. Without the physical fortitude of the 10th level of body tempering, attempting to channel spiritual energy would be tantamount to suicide. The Ileo Mountains, where the myriad poison sect was situated, were exceedingly expansive, abundant in various resources such as spirit stone mines and the flesh of wild beasts, a significant advantage of the sect's location in the southern frontier. Disciples of the myriad poison sect were prohibited from venturing far, restricted to activities within the vicinity of the Ileo Mountains. Straying too far would cause the goo worms within their bodies to become agitated. However, the resources of the Ileo Mountains were sufficient for the sect's disciples to be self-sufficient. Currently, Han Feng had two options for acquiring resources. The first, of course, was to undertake sect missions in exchange for resources. Completing various sect tasks would allow him to redeem chi and blood pills and martial skills. However, this was akin to performing menial labor, with the majority of the fruits of his labor being seized by the sect, leaving him with only a pittance of resources after all the hard work. Chapter 7. Nurturing the camels. The second method, of course, is murder and plunder, which is also the quickest way to acquire resources. However, while resources may be obtained rapidly through this approach, the associated risks are unpredictable. After all, until the final moment of life and death, one never knows whether one is the hunter or the prey. Moreover, most disciples of the Blood Mountain of the Myriad Goo sect are paupers, having long since exhausted any resources they might have possessed, leaving them with no reserves. To expend vital essence in slaying a destitute wretch, only to find a few chi and blood pills on their person, would be a futile endeavor. For the moment, Han Feng murmured softly, "I should refine this black tiger claw technique." He then slowly closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and prepared to commence the practice of this martial skill. Han Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands resting naturally on his knees, his eyes gently shut, entering a state of profound absorption. Shortly, he inhaled deeply, and a surge of potent blood energy erupted from his dantian, coursing swiftly through his meridians. As the blood energy reached his arms, Han Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his right hand instantly transforming into a claw. In that instant, a sharp sound pierced the air as a fierce gust of wind howled forth, like a ferocious black tiger pouncing upon its prey. Even the surrounding air seemed unable to withstand the force of this claw, being violently compressed and emitting a dull explosive sound. Simultaneously, a layer of pure vital essence could be seen gradually coalescing on Han Feng's 5 fingers. Due to the intense circulation of blood energy, traces of blood even seeped from his fingertips, transforming into wisps of rising heat. With a prolonged exhalation, after about a quarter of an hour, Han Feng finally released a stream of stale air, the surging blood energy within his body gradually subsiding. Through this period of cultivation, he had become increasingly adept at mobilizing the vital essence within his body. With the continuous elevation of his cultivation, he believed that the power he could unleash when executing the Black Tiger Claw would become even more formidable in the future. Disaster. The blood spirit goo within my body is stirring up trouble again, devouring my vital essence. It is truly a death warrant. Han Feng retrieved a chi and blood pill and swallowed it. These chi and blood pills are of paramount importance to the disciples of Blood Mountain. Once vital essence is insufficient, they can only resort to chi and blood pills to replenish it. The blood spirit goo is a constant threat, devouring vital essence daily. If you lack resources, you cannot even cease cultivation. Hence, the disciples of the Blood Mountain of the Myriad Goo sect appear so perpetually busy, toiling daily for those meager cultivation resources, daring not to slacken. Several of the new disciples who had entered the sect with Han Feng had already perished within days. Some were killed by wild beasts while on missions, while others were assassinated during cultivation within their own cave dwellings. It was estimated that this batch of new disciples on this mountain would soon be replaced. The mountain caves allocated by the sect would also be reclaimed and distributed to the next group of new disciples. On this mountain, Han Feng was currently in a state of isolation. No one ever sought him out for missions or other endeavors. Logically, the new disciples who entered the sect together should have formed a cohesive group, given Han Feng's formidable strength. One reason for this was that Han Feng rarely appeared, preferring to seclude himself in his cave dwelling for silent cultivation. Another reason was that Xiong Er had died in his cave dwelling the day after his conflict with Han Feng. Of course, no one believed that Han Feng was responsible, including the old disciple who had sold Xiong Er's cave dwelling location to Han Feng. However, everyone maintained their distance from him, fearing retaliation from Xiong Er's elder brother. Xiong De, who possessed considerable cultivation and connections within the inner sect. But for Han Feng, this was also a blessing, providing him with tranquility and freedom from disturbance. Have you heard? Xiao Zhan has been favored by a female inner sect disciple and has become her male concubine. How enviable. I lack Xiao Zhan's face. Otherwise, I would also seek to be a concubine and not fret over these meager resources daily. Wake up. It is said that the inner sect female disciple cultivates the joyous union gu. Those who serve as her male concubines rarely survive beyond 3 months, being drained of their vital energy. How tragic. But for individuals like us, let alone surviving 3 months, we do not even know if we will live to see tomorrow. Alas, let us not waste time. We should hasten to complete our missions. Han Feng overheard someone discussing Xiao Zhan as he emerged from his cave dwelling. He had not anticipated that Xiao Zhan would succumb so quickly, seeking an alternative path. However, he did not feel too surprised by Xiao Zhan's choice. Although Xiao Zhan possessed only a 4th-grade spiritual root, making him the most talented among this batch of new disciples, it offered no assistance in cultivating the blood spirit gu. Despite his extraordinary demeanor, he had initially served as the leader of this group of disciples. However, when confronted with Xiong Er's attempt to seize qi and blood pills, he dared not rally everyone to resist, instead being the first to yield, witnessing his companions perishing one by one within days. It was understandable that he would seize the opportunity to leverage his appearance and become a male concubine for an inner sect disciple. Han Feng thought of another person, Bai Qinxue, who also possessed remarkable beauty. He wondered how she was faring. However, Han Feng merely pondered this briefly and then dismissed it. He had no time to concern himself with a stranger. He needed to undertake sect missions and earn qi and blood pills. Initially, he had intended to rely on the combination of lime powder and the black tiger claw to engage in murder and plunder, but he had yet to find a suitable target. After careful consideration, he abandoned the idea, deeming the risks too great. With the system as his companion, as long as his cultivation steadily improved, his potential was boundless. It would be disastrous if he were to capsize in a sewer. Killing Xiong Er last time had been a last resort. If he had not killed Xiong Er would have killed him. Han Feng had taken a risk and been forced to act. Within the mission hall, Han Feng was selecting a task. There were numerous types of sect missions, the most common being the hunting of wild beasts. However, the associated danger was also high, as the wild beasts in this world were not ordinary creatures. Typically, several individuals would collaborate in a hunt. Moreover, even after killing a wild beast, one could not directly take the meat. It had to be submitted to the sect in exchange for resources. All resources within the Ileo Mountains belonged to the Myriad Gu sect. Killing a wild beast did not mean that the beast was yours. Han Feng lacked friends or acquaintances, so he could not participate in wild beast hunts. The risks were too great. The wilderness was not comparable to the sect, and unexpected situations could arise at any moment. After much deliberation, Han Feng chose a camel feeding mission. This task seemed relatively safe, and the reward was also decent. Hurry up. If the camels are hungry later, your mission will be deemed incomplete. Upon arriving at the camel feeding location, Han Feng realized what camels were. Camels were a type of spiritual beast. Later, the Myriad Gu sect discovered them and implemented large-scale cultivation. The characteristic of camels was that they had a massive hump on their backs, which could be cut off and would continue to grow. The Myriad Gu sect could then raise the camels in captivity, continuously cutting off their humps to refine qi and blood pills. After all, no matter how vast the Ileo Mountains were, they could not withstand the constant hunting by so many disciples. A sustainable resource had to be found. Camels perfectly aligned with the Myriad Gu sect's development philosophy, consuming vegetation, growing meat, and allowing for continuous harvesting with rapid regrowth. However, to Han Feng's surprise, feeding the camels was also a dangerous task. Otherwise, the reward would not have been so high. Because camels were constantly confined in captivity and their flesh was continuously harvested, they were extremely irritable. After all, aside from chives, no one would be in a good mood if they were treated in this manner, with their flesh constantly being harvested. Therefore, disciples who fed the camels were often killed by the camel strikes. If you were to die, no one would grieve. Someone would immediately take over the mission and replace you in feeding the camels. After all, if you did not feed them, there would be plenty of others who wanted to, and your corpse would be immediately recycled by the sect. Even those at the 10th level of body tempering were at risk of being killed by the camel strikes while feeding them. However, the disciples at the qi refinement stage would not engage in such menial tasks. They had long ascended to the inner sect. In that instant, Han Feng perceived that the Blood Mountain disciples were not dissimilar to the elephants. Both were confined within Blood Mountain, perpetually at risk of being reclaimed by the sect. They dared not flee. Once they stepped beyond the confines of the Ileo mountain range, the restlessness of the parasites within them would compel their return. After all, remaining here still afforded them a glimmer of hope. Perhaps upon reaching the qi refinement stage and entering the inner sect, their circumstances would improve. Yet, venturing outside would incite the parasites to seek their demise. Escaping the control of the blood spirit parasite was an option, but it was beyond Han Feng's current capabilities. A mere body refinement stage disciple attempting to unravel the intricate methods of a grand sect like the 10,000 insect gate was nothing short of a fantastical dream. With no alternatives, Han Feng hoisted a load of elephant grass and made his way to the area designated for feeding the elephants. Chapter 8. Precarious circumstances. Elephant grass is a delicacy favored by the camel elephants. This grass is not merely a common weed, but a spiritual herb, extensively cultivated by the myriad goose sect to nourish their camel elephants. Only the flesh of camel elephants fed on elephant grass is considered premium, an ideal component for refining vital essence pills. The camel elephants are reared within the shadowy confines of mountain caverns, each guarded by an inner sect disciple. This precaution ensures that any camel elephant that manages to break free is swiftly subdued. Enter with caution. The camel elephants are agitated today due to the recent harvesting of their flesh. The inner sect disciple stationed at the entrance of the cavern warned Han Feng. Understood. Thank you for the heads up, senior brother, Han Feng responded, inwardly cursing his luck. The inner sect disciple's cautionary words were not out of genuine concern, but rather to avoid the inconvenience of replacing Han Feng should he perish, as he was responsible for the camel elephants within that cavern. The days following the flesh harvest are when the camel elephants are at their most volatile, prone to fatally striking any outer sect disciple who comes to feed them. Even if not killed outright, any injury would necessitate the expenditure of precious vital essence for recovery. Han Feng lamented his misfortune, encountering such a situation on his inaugural mission. Abandoning the mission would entail compensating the sect with an equivalent amount of vital essence pills, which he sorely lacked. Thus, he had no choice but to brace himself and venture into the cavern. The cavern was deep, with only a few luminous stones providing meager illumination along its extensive length, leaving the rest shrouded in darkness. This environment was conducive to the camel elephant's growth, as the absence of sunlight encouraged them to remain docile within the cavern, passively awaiting their demise, thereby accelerating their flesh production. Finally here, Han Feng muttered, having traversed a considerable distance with a load of elephant grass, finally arriving at the camel elephant enclosure. The camel elephant, true to its name, was a fusion of camel and elephant traits, possessing the body and trunk of an elephant, but with a prominent fleshy hump on its back. However, the hump on the camel elephant before Han Feng had been recently excised, leaving a raw, bloody wound with exposed flesh, oozing blood, which presented a rather gruesome sight. This explained the camel elephant's agitation, pain. Due to their remarkable regenerative abilities, the inner sect disciples were often rough in their flesh harvesting, neglecting even basic hemostasis. After a few meals of elephant grass, a new hump would regenerate. The camel elephant's body was securely restrained, allowing only its trunk to move freely for feeding. Many outer sect disciples had met their end at the hands of this trunk, a full-force strike being comparable to a blow from a body-tempering 10th-layer cultivator. What dreadful luck, encountering this on my first mission, Han Feng grumbled. He now understood why Xiao Zhan would debase himself as a male concubine for the inner sect's female disciples. Life is indeed challenging. Damn the myriad goose sect. Han Feng mentally cursed the myriad goose sect once more. Had he not been forcibly conscripted by this sect, he could have joined a reputable sect with the aid of his system, which would have been far more reliable than constantly risking his life here. However, despite his resentment, he had to proceed with his task. Han Feng grabbed a handful of elephant grass and approached the camel elephant, with its body immobilized. He had to place the grass directly in front of its trunk for it to feed. Moreover, the creature was capricious, deriving amusement from toying with people. It would refuse to eat if fed with tools, demanding to be hand-fed, which was the most perilous part of the task. Under normal circumstances, the camel elephant would not kill, merely injure, to exact revenge and amuse itself. After all, it needed to eat, and killing its feeder would lead to starvation. However, in the days following the flesh harvest, the camel elephant was particularly volatile due to the pain, often capable of cleaving a person in two with a single strike of its trunk. Han Feng grabbed a handful of elephant grass, but before he could offer it to the camel elephant, he heard a whooshing sound. The elephant's trunk was hurtling towards him. Han Feng hastily retreated, tossing the grass in its direction. You ungrateful beast. Eat if you wish, don't if you don't, he muttered. The camel elephant proved to be obstinate, refusing to touch the discarded grass. Camel elephant, my friend, we are both pitiable creatures. Please, do not make things difficult for me. When I gain power, I promise to set you free, Han Feng pleaded, resorting to empty promises. After a moment, the camel elephant seemed to comprehend, its agitation subsiding. Han Feng cautiously picked up more elephant grass and extended it towards the camel elephant's trunk, which finally began to feed. The camel elephant quieted down and began to eat. But Han Feng remained vigilant, carefully observing its every move to anticipate any sudden aggression. With a sigh of relief, Han Feng finally completed the task. Indeed, empty promises work on everyone, even beasts, he mused, relieved that the volatile period had passed without incident. He was surprised that the camel elephant was susceptible to such flattery. After a brief respite, Han Feng prepared to continue his work. As he exited the cavern, the inner sect disciple on duty handed him a bamboo slip inscribed with the numeral 1, signifying that he had fed one camel elephant. The contribution points for feeding one camel elephant were only enough to redeem 5 vital essence pills. His task for the day was to feed 10 camel elephants. So he was far from finished. He needed to collect more elephant grass and proceed to the next camel elephant enclosure. At the elephant grass collection point, Han Feng encountered several familiar faces, fellow disciples who had joined the myriad goose sect alongside him. They were diligently harvesting elephant grass from the fields. Han Feng knew that this task, though safer, would only yield 1 vital essence pill for a full day's labor, barely enough to sustain their blood spirit goo, let alone cultivate. Han Feng exchanged no words with them, hoisted a load of elephant grass, and set off for the next feeding location. He toiled throughout the day. Completing his task, he encountered several close calls, narrowly avoiding being struck by the camel elephant's trunks. However, he maintained focus and reacted swiftly, evading each attack. The numeral on his task slip finally reached 10, entitling him to 50 vital essence pills. Feeding camel elephants was dangerous but relatively rewarding. If he could persevere for a month without incident, he could accumulate enough resources to break through to the body-tempering 5th layer. Exhausted from his day's labor, Han Feng headed to the redemption point to exchange his task slip for vital essence pills. He found a crowd of disciples gathered, their faces etched with weariness and concern. Most likely, they were all there to redeem their vital essence pills after a long day's work. Many of them bore injuries, with bloodstains around their mouths, likely from being struck by camel elephants. Several had their arms dangling limply, presumably fractured by the blows. Fortunately, their blood spirit goo enhanced their regenerative abilities, allowing them to recover in a few days. Those who had survived to redeem their vital essence pills were fortunate. Minor injuries were insignificant, as many disciples had already perished while feeding the camel elephants. Have you heard? The supervisor in this area has been replaced, one disciple remarked. Indeed, a new supervisor has arrived, and he has decreed that the vital essence pill rewards for feeding camel elephants will be halved, effective today, another added. Han Feng's expression turned somber upon hearing this. Is this a sect regulation or a decree from the new supervisor? Needless to ask, it must be the new supervisor's doing. The withheld vital essence pills will likely end up in his own pocket, someone replied. Alas, is there truly no one to resist against this tyranny? How could one possibly oppose it? Those capable of undertaking such tasks are all inner disciples. What grounds do you have for rebellion? As for reporting to the sect, do not even entertain that thought. By the time the sect sends someone to address the issue, you will likely have already become a mere memory, buried beneath the earth. I have heard that the one in charge possesses only a cultivation level of the 6th stage of body refinement. Are you foolish? Inner disciples are not idling about. This is not menial labor akin to guarding elephants. They could easily delegate the task to an agent. Though the new administrator may only have the cultivation of the 6th stage of body refinement, they are backed by inner disciples. Would you dare to act against him? It is crucial to understand that even a single inner disciple could extinguish our lives as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. Chapter 9. Withholding hard-earned wages. Han Feng meticulously calculated his resources. Currently at the 4th level of body tempering, he required at least 400 units of qi and blood elixir to advance to the 5th level. At his current rate, he could earn 50 units of the elixir daily, accumulating the necessary amount in just over a week. However, with the proposed halving of his compensation, it would take him at least half a month. Although the situation was undesirable, he was in no position to antagonize the inner sect disciples. Nonetheless, progressing through a realm every half-month was still acceptable. Soon, it was Han Feng's turn to exchange his task token for qi and blood elixir. The gaunt man responsible for collecting the tokens scrutinized the name on Han Feng's token, his countenance shifting abruptly. He queried malevolently, "You're Han Feng, aren't you? Did you murder my younger brother, Xiong Er?" Upon recognizing the gaunt man before him, Han Feng realized he was Xiong Er's elder brother, Xiong Da. Since killing Xiong Er, he had heard rumors of an elder brother, but he had not anticipated such a disparity in their appearances and physiques. "I did not kill Xiong Er. May I have my qi and blood elixir?" Han Feng responded impassively. He had not expected such misfortune, encountering Xiong Da as the overseer in this area. "I know you didn't kill him. How could you, a newcomer, possibly kill my brother? However, you must still die? You want your qi and blood elixir? I'll hold on to it for you. In any case, it will be in my possession by tonight." Xiong Da's serpentine eyes assessed Han Feng, regarding him as prey, making no attempt to disguise his threat. "Damn it. You dare to withhold my wages? I'll beat you to death, you son of a bitch." Initially, Han Feng had intended to endure the loss of half his hard-earned wages. However, upon encountering Xiong Da, he saw no reason to restrain himself. Not only was he being denied half his wages, but he was also being openly threatened. There was no option but to strike first. Han Feng initiated his attack instantaneously, extracting a handful of lime powder from his pocket and applying it directly to Xiong Da's face. Resources were exceedingly scarce in the Blood Mountain region of the Myriad Poison sect, making it nearly impossible to acquire a suitable weapon. Many disciples tasked with hunting beasts were forced to sharpen sturdy branches as weapons. Therefore, Han Feng always carried lime powder for emergencies, recognizing it as a valuable weapon. "Oh, my eyes. It hurts." Xiong Da was caught completely off guard, directly succumbing to the attack. He had never imagined that Han Feng would dare to attack an overseer, especially in broad daylight. Not only did he possess the strength of the 6th level of body tempering, but he also represented the inner sect disciples. How could this person be so audacious? You villain, how dare you? Xiongda roared, consumed by rage. Having succeeded in his surprise attack, Han Feng continued his assault, employing the same tactic to attack Xiongda's vital points. However, Xiongda's combat experience was significantly superior to Xiong Er's. Despite the excruciating pain caused by the lime powder in his eyes and nose, he refrained from instinctively rubbing them, instead steadfastly protecting his vital areas. Han Feng's attacks were repeatedly thwarted by Xiongda's defenses. Upon impact, Han Feng sensed Xiongda's physical strength, which was nearly on par with his own. Considering that Xiongda was at the 6th level of body tempering while he was only at the 4th level, this was a difference of 2 entire realms. This was attributable to the scarred and battered attribute, which, through the constant refreshing of the blood spirit goo, had elevated his physical strength by several degrees in just a few days. After several unsuccessful attacks, Han Feng swiftly altered his strategy, capitalizing on Xiongda's impaired vision. He executed a rapid shift, appearing directly behind Xiongda. He delivered a solid palm strike to the back of Xiongda's head, causing him to collapse to the ground. Seeing his opportunity, Han Feng immediately mounted Xiongda, commencing a series of forceful slaps. I told you not to withhold my wages. Do you admit your wrongdoing? Oh. My backer is young Master Chang too. You're doomed. Despite being subdued by Han Feng, Xiongda remained obstinate, continuously shouting threats. Han Feng did not mince words, delivering a slap for each utterance, showing no leniency. After more than a dozen slaps, several teeth dislodged from Xiongda's mouth, and he appeared to have finally submitted. The activation of Han Feng's lethal tempo skill increased the speed of his slaps, preventing Xiongda from even opening his mouth. I was wrong. Spare me. Xiongda finally pleaded for mercy, his face swollen beyond recognition. However, Xiongda's plea was insincere, merely an attempt to catch his breath and muster his chi to throw Han Feng off. Now that he had regained some vision, he believed he still had a chance to fight back. But the next moment, he abandoned his plan. Ah, it hurts. Han Feng swiftly fractured Xiongda's left leg and right arm, completely depriving him of the ability to resist. This scene astonished the onlookers. It was audacious. They had completely disregarded the inner sect disciples, directly assaulting the overseer and breaking his limbs without hesitation. Return the wages you withheld from me. Han Feng was still focused on his compensation. Yes, I'll give it to you immediately. With his limbs broken, Xiongda's attitude changed instantly, becoming obsequious, even smiling ingratiatingly. Like a well-behaved dog, he understood that Han Feng was not concerned about the inner sect disciples he had mentioned. His primary concern was to save his own life. He used his remaining uninjured hand to extract 50 units of qi and blood elixir from his person and handed them to Han Feng. Han Feng accepted the elixir and glanced around. A group of people were watching the spectacle, all of whom had had their wages withheld by Xiongda. They were hoping to reclaim what was owed to them. Anyone who has had their wages withheld by this scoundrel, come forward and claim them. The onlookers scattered instantly, none daring to come forward. Being cheated out of wages was a minor issue, but antagonizing the inner sect disciples was a major problem. Their lives would be at stake. They dared not even watch the spectacle any longer, dispersing immediately. I will ask, and you will answer. If you delay by even a second, I will break one of your fingers. Seeing the crowd disperse, Han Feng continued his interrogation. What is the cultivation level of the young Master Chang Tu you mentioned? Han Feng sought to learn more about this enemy he had thoroughly offended. Young Master Chang Tu is currently at the 2nd level of qi refining. After further questioning and the breaking of 5 more of Xiongda's fingers, Han Feng finally obtained some useful information. It turned out that young Master Chang Tu had recently advanced to the qi refining realm. He was not from Blood Mountain, but from another outer sect peak. Moreover, he possessed exceptional talent, a 2nd-grade spiritual root. Upon entering the inner sect, he had been accepted as a disciple by an elder, which had given him the lucrative position of overseer in the outer sect. However, due to his low cultivation level, he had limited authority and was ineligible to go to other peaks. Thus, he had come to the poorest Blood Mountain to accumulate some wealth. The competition within the inner sect was fierce. Even the goo worms possessed sentience and were not merely driven by instinct. The goo worms could even devour each other, making the competition and struggle even more brutal than in the outer sect. Young Master Chang Tu, having just entered the inner sect, had devised this method of withholding half the compensation to quickly accumulate resources and increase his strength. Big brother, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go? Xiongda looked up at Han Feng, his face contorted in an obsequious expression. Despite having 5 fingers broken, there was no trace of displeasure on his face. Chapter 10. Night Raid. Though he had cursed Han Feng countless times in his heart, Han Feng understood that eliminating him was indeed the optimal choice. A surge of murderous intent arose within him as he raised his hand, ready to end the life of Xiongda. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, making Han Feng realize that killing was not an option. Someone was cautioning him against it. Previously, he had publicly assaulted the steward without consequence, indicating that as long as one did not commit murder in plain sight, the sect would remain indifferent. Even acts of violence or highway robbery seemed inconsequential, as resources would ultimately remain within the sect, regardless of who possessed them. Xiongda was now on the verge of soiling himself, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Despite his precarious situation, it appeared Han Feng had no intention of sparing him. He immediately resorted to desperate measures for survival. Please don't kill me. I possess a treasure that I can offer you. Just spare my life. I'm merely doing someone else's bidding. And the embezzlement of wages has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, he produced an unremarkable stone from his waist. This was, in fact, a spirit stone. Albeit one that had lost much of its spiritual energy, a reward bestowed upon him by the strong-headed young master. What use is this worthless stone? You think me a fool? Han Feng questioned, furrowing his brow. As he spoke, he dealt Xiongda a heavy blow, knocking out another of his already sparse teeth. Since he could not kill Xiongda publicly, he resolved to torment him instead, inflicting pain until he was either dead or incapacitated. This stone is truly valuable. Let me explain. Xiongda cried out in agony. After a brief explanation, Han Feng finally grasped the stone's significance. Though it appeared ordinary, it was indeed a spirit stone containing residual spiritual energy. The reason it seemed so lackluster was due to the depletion of its energy from previous use. Despite its diminished state, the stone was essential for anyone aspiring to enter the Qi refinement stage. Given the thin spiritual energy in the southern regions, drawing energy from the environment was a formidable challenge, necessitating the aid of external objects. Among these, spirit stones were the finest choice, rich in spiritual energy. Even a trace of energy could facilitate the initial steps toward absorption. In the resource-scarce Blood Mountain, encountering such items was exceptionally rare, let alone possessing one. As Han Feng took the stone in hand, he felt the blood spirit worm within him stir. He realized that this seemingly worthless stone was indeed a precious item and decided to keep it. Although the blood spirit worm lacked intelligence, its instincts were reliable, confirming that Xiongda had not lied. Watching as the spirit stone was taken from him, Xiongda's eyes flickered with malice. This spirit stone was his lifeline, earned through arduous service to the strong-headed young master, with hopes of one day harnessing spiritual energy to join the inner sect as a disciple. Now, those hopes lay shattered, and he dreaded the punishment that awaited him from the young master for failing his task. You'll pay for this, kid. I will ensure your demise, he vowed silently, envisioning torturous retribution for Han Feng. However, his venomous thoughts remained unheard, overshadowed by the grotesque visage of his swollen face, which wore a mask of obsequiousness as he pleaded for mercy. Enough. I'll spare you this time, but should we cross paths again, I assure you, I will not be so forgiving, Han Feng declared, taking only his rightful share of wages and the spirit stone Xiongda had offered in a bid for forgiveness, leaving everything else untouched. The pressing concern of onlookers lingered in his mind. Many, though wary of trouble, still observed from a distance. If he were to seize all the Qi blood pills for himself, he could forget about leading a peaceful life thereafter. Later that night, Xiongda seethed with anger in his lair. Since establishing connections in the inner sect, he had never faced such humiliation. In the outer sect, everyone treated him with utmost respect. Even cultivators at the 10th level of body refinement addressed him as young Master Xiong. Yet, he had encountered someone audacious enough to publicly assault him and steal from him. This cannot stand. I cannot remain here any longer. That brat harbors murderous intent. In his frantic desperation, Xiongda hastily consumed a handful of Qi blood pills, intent on hastening his recovery to flee. His injuries were severe, hindering even his ability to walk. Once he regained his mobility, he would escape to the inner sect and report to the strong-headed young master, seeking vengeance for the indignities suffered. In the dead of night, Xiongda limped along the mountain path, frequently glancing back to curse the direction of Blood Mountain. Han Feng, just wait. When I return with the strong-headed young master, you will not escape unscathed. But as he uttered those words, a figure emerged from the shadows and knocked him to the ground with a single punch. It was Han Feng, who had been waiting for quite some time. Lying concealed in the grass had been uncomfortable, and he had nearly assumed that Xiongda would abandon his plans for the night due to his injuries. Just as he was about to retreat, he spotted Xiongda limping toward him, muttering curses under his breath, which elicited a smile from Han Feng. Didn't I tell you not to cross my path again? Yet here we are. Without granting Xiongda a chance to plead for his life, Han Feng crushed his throat. Once Xiongda breathed his last, Han Feng dragged his lifeless body into the depths of the forest. Despite the late hour, scavenging for corpses on the road was too conspicuous. One could never know who might appear. Han Feng had already mapped out his escape route during the daylight scuffle with Xiongda, proceeding for over a kilometer before halting to take Xiongda's body into a beast's den. At this point, Xiongda's corpse had become a desiccated shell, likely drained of life by the blood spirit worm before death. Han Feng skillfully opened his dantian, extracting the blood pill formed by the worm. Although he was uncertain of its uses, he had seen its value during previous encounters and knew it would prove beneficial in the future. Continuing his search of Xiongda's remains, he soon discovered a gourd brimming with Qi blood pills. A smile crept across Han Feng's face. He no longer had to worry about resources. The gourd contained over 10,000 pills, and Han Feng was intrigued by its craftsmanship. It appeared no larger than a fist, yet could hold such a vast quantity, suggesting it was indeed a treasure designed for storing medicinal pills. Initially, he had sought to catch a big fish to acquire resources, lamenting the poverty of the inhabitants of Blood Mountain, who were unworthy of his efforts. Yet, fortune had delivered a prime opportunity directly into his hands. With a substantial cache of chi blood pills for his sex mission. While still lacking the strength of an inner disciple, he was merely a minor agent, which had afforded him this chance. Having gathered his spoils, Han Feng wasted no time and made his way toward the outskirts of the Wangu sect. Blood Mountain had become untenable, and returning there would surely spell his doom. Chapter 11. Fleeing while the exact prowess of an inner disciple remained unknown, he was certainly no match in his current state. Even with the stat boosts, his 4th-level body tempering cultivation only afforded him a physical fortitude equivalent to a 6th-level body tempering cultivator. The disparity between that and a chi refining inner disciple was likely immense. However, his purpose in the Blood Mountain was to acquire chi and blood pills, without which his survival was imperiled. Now, with an ample supply of chi and blood pills, Han Feng felt liberated from his anxieties and decided to abandon this forsaken place. He bolted towards the periphery of the myriad poison sect, driven by the desire to put as much distance as possible between himself and this accursed location. 3 days of relentless running ensued, the exact distance covered unknown to Han Feng. It was then that he sensed an anomaly within his body. The blood spirit goo was becoming increasingly agitated, as if seeking to devour his internal organs. Han Feng realized that a simple escape was unfeasible, a suspicion he harbored but hoped to disprove. It was now confirmed that the blood spirit goo posed a problem. Venturing too far from the myriad poison sect would incite its violent rampage, threatening to consume his vital organs. Reluctantly, Han Feng retraced his steps and sought refuge in an abandoned animal den. His only recourse was to rely on the chi and blood pills at his disposal, hoping to cultivate to the chi refining stage. Upon reaching that realm, bolstered by the stat boosts, he would no longer fear the young Master Chang's retribution. Thus, Han Feng ensconced himself within the animal den, dedicating himself to cultivation. He would seize handfuls of chi and blood pills, consuming them voraciously. His gluttonous king stat would activate, transforming his stomach into a blazing furnace that rapidly absorbed the pill's essence. When thirst struck, Han Feng would venture out to find a mountain spring. When hunger gnawed, he would hunt wild game for sustenance. Then, he would tirelessly resume his cultivation. After 2 days, Han Feng finally achieved another breakthrough, reaching the 5th level of body tempering. Current realm, 5th level of body tempering. Stat draw initiated 1. Stat name, wallflower stat quality, white stat effect. Your presence is significantly diminished in a crowd. 2. Stat name, sore thumb stat quality, white stat effect. Your presence is significantly amplified in a crowd. 3. Stat name, nature's embrace stat quality, white stat effect. You are in harmony with nature. Wild beasts will not disturb you. Please make your selection within 10 breaths, or the stats will vanish. Han Feng quickly assessed the options. All 3 stats were of white quality and offered limited utility. However, given his need to cultivate in the wilderness, the 3rd stat seemed the most practical. He chose nature's embrace, eager to avoid being harassed by formidable beasts during his cultivation. His fortune had held thus far, as he had not encountered any particularly dangerous creatures. Otherwise, his 5th-level body tempering cultivation might have proven precarious. Time became an abstraction in the mountains. Several days passed, and Han Feng's cultivation advanced once more, reaching the 6th level of body tempering. Current realm, 6th level of body tempering. Stat draw initiated 1. Stat name, alchemical adept stat quality, white stat effect. Increases alchemy success rate by 10%. 2. Stat name, virgin reborn stat quality, white stat effect. Restores virginity. 3. Stat name, ossified aegis stat quality, azure stat effect. The first 3 attacks you sustain are reduced by 90%. Refreshes every 60 seconds. Please make your selection within 10 breaths, or the stats will vanish. Han Feng scrutinized the options. The first stat, alchemical adept, would undoubtedly be valuable in the world of cultivation. After all, cultivation revolved around techniques, resources, companions, and location, with resources being second only to techniques. Alchemists were renowned for their wealth-generating abilities and were welcomed wherever they went. However, it was currently impractical for Han Feng, as he had no access to alchemy whatsoever. The second stat, Virgin Reborn, was even more useless and was immediately dismissed. Ultimately, he selected the third stat, Ossified Aegis. It was a combat-oriented stat, precisely what he desperately needed. The combat prowess it provided was undoubtedly practical, especially against ambushes, granting him ample time to react. Upon selecting the stat, he immediately sensed a change. A thin layer, or rather 3 layers, seemed to envelop his body. These layers could mitigate 3 attacks. Han Feng conducted an experiment, striking his arm with a palm strike. It worked. He had used considerable force, yet only felt a fraction of it. One of the layers dissipated, leaving 2 remaining. However, after 60 seconds, the layers refreshed, restoring all 3. It was an extraordinary stat, As someone who relished ambushes, Han Feng loathed being ambushed himself. Now, with this stat, he no longer needed to fear surprise attacks, unless the assailant could kill him outright with minimal force. But anyone with such power would hardly stoop to ambushing him. After resting, he resumed his cultivation. The blood spirit goo's rate of essence consumption was now 10 times faster than before. However, Han Feng did not fear being completely drained. As he consumed qi and blood pills by the handful, he treated them like candy, unconcerned about waste. The gluttonous king stat was remarkably effective. As if tailor-made for cultivating the blood spirit goo, it could keep pace with the massive consumption of essence. Furthermore, his cultivation speed was unaffected by his spiritual roots. As long as he had sufficient essence, he could overcome any bottleneck between realms. Another week passed, and the blood spirit goo's essence consumption once again reached a critical point, initiating its 7th metamorphosis. As the metamorphosis concluded, a purer essence gushed forth from the blood spirit goo's maw. Compared to the previous essence, this one was significantly more refined. The blood spirit goo's cultivation method involved continuously devouring vast quantities of impure essence, refining it, and using the purified essence to temper the body. Han Feng seized the opportunity, circulating the essence throughout his body. The effect of this essence was noticeably superior to the previous ones. It even permeated his internal organs, causing a pleasant tingling sensation throughout his body. Initially, it only tempered his meridians, but now it was refining his internal organs. Could he have broken through again? Han Feng wondered, and the system's notification chimed in. Current realm, 7th level of body tempering. Stat draw initiated, 1. Stat name, 9-fold Een stat quality. White stat effect, you possess 9 Eens. If you already possess 1, 8 more will be added. 2. Stat name, in-game expert stat quality. Azure stat effect. When your lifespan is reduced to 1 year, you will receive 1,000 spirit stones. 3. Stat name, mining prodigy stat quality. Azure stat effect. You will not tire while mining and have a chance to unearth treasures. Please make your selection within 10 breaths, or the stats will vanish. What a scam. The first stat, 9-fold Een, was a pure deception. What did he need Eens for? Han Feng shuddered to think what would happen if he had chosen 9-fold Yang earlier and now chose 9-fold Een. The second stat, in-game expert, was even more absurd. Was this meant to leave an inheritance for his descendants? What use was 1,000 spirit stones when his lifespan was only a year? The third stat, mining prodigy, was equally ridiculous. Mining was simply out of the question. Han Feng grudgingly chose the second stat, in-game expert, hoping that it might be useful someday. Chapter 12. Qi induction into the body. Another fortnight elapsed, and another breakthrough was achieved. Han Feng's cultivation had finally reached the 8th level of body tempering. Current level, body tempering, 8th level. Commencing term extraction. 1. Term name, infallible conception term quality. White term effect. The first intimate encounter, devoid of any contraceptive measures, will invariably result in pregnancy. 2. Term name, demonic pact term quality. Black term effect. Your cultivation will ascend by 7 minor realms, but you shall henceforth be incapable of further advancement. 3. Term name, feigned death term quality. Azure term effect. Enter a state of suspended animation. Make your selection within 10 breaths, lest the terms dissipate. Han Feng's gaze swept across them. The first, infallible conception, was patently useless to him. Were he to possess a system that rewarded prolific offspring, this term would be nigh invincible. It would also be invaluable to powerful races and cultivators facing reproductive challenges. However, Han Feng's present circumstances rendered mere survival a challenge, let alone the consideration of procreation. The second term was also peculiar, being of the black quality. This was the first instance of such a quality appearing, and its effect was equally aberrant, directly elevating him by 7 realms. This would propel him directly to the 5th level of Qi refining, enabling him to obliterate the formidable young master with a mere slap. However, the term's side effects were excessively detrimental, effectively terminating his cultivation path. It was an utterly disadvantageous proposition, to be chosen only in the direst of circumstances. Han Feng shook his head, rejecting the term. He had not yet reached such a state of desperation. The third term, feigned death, was quite promising, potentially allowing him to simulate death and evade peril in critical moments. Having selected a term, he promptly resumed cultivation. Soon, Han Feng once again broke through, reaching the 9th level of body tempering. Current level, body tempering, 9th level. Commencing term extraction. 1. Term name, potential exhaustion term quality. Azure term effect. Cultivation speed is augmented 10-fold, but lifespan is simultaneously reduced 10-fold. 2. Term name, blood sacrifice term quality. Pink term effect. Slaying direct blood relatives within 5 generations will enhance aptitude. 3. Term name, accumulated strike term quality. Pink term effect. The first all-out attack each day will have its power amplified 10-fold. Make your selection within 10 breaths, lest the terms dissipate. Han Feng's gaze swept across them. The first term was immediately dismissed due to its excessive drawbacks, akin to a ravenous specter's reincarnation. The second term, a pink one, marked the second appearance of such a quality. It was clearly a term tailored for demonic cultivators. allowing them to enhance their cultivation aptitude by slaying direct blood relatives within 5 generations, when coupled with infallible conception to generate a multitude of offspring. Followed by their systematic extermination, one's cultivation aptitude could reach an unimaginable level within a few years. Upon arriving in a mortal kingdom, one could become its sovereign, seize 3,000 mortal women for nightly exertions, and produce over 3,000 direct blood relatives within a year, subsequently eliminating them one by one in a blood sacrifice. In time, even the most gifted cultivation prodigies would pale in comparison. This was truly the path of a demonic cultivator. Perhaps a fallback strategy after escaping the myriad Gu sect. Han Feng's aptitude was exceedingly low, a rare 8th grade spiritual root. He currently relied on the blood spirit Gu and abundant resources to advance at a rapid pace, but this was ultimately a lesser path. One day, he would have to flee the myriad Gu sect and venture to the coveted central continent. How could he establish himself in the central continent with such inferior aptitude? Han Feng frowned and ultimately rejected the term. His current moral compass prevented him from such actions. However, should he select this term, he might one day be compelled to utilize it. He feared that in his twilight years, with dwindling lifespan and an inability to break through due to his deficient aptitude, he might succumb to the temptation. Although he currently resided within a demonic sect, he did not desire such an outcome. Fortunately, the third term, Accumulated Strike, was also a pink term, and a combat-oriented one at that. Han Feng was ecstatic and immediately chose Accumulated Strike. It could only be triggered once a day, but a tenfold increase in attack power was immensely potent. It perfectly suited his penchant for ambushes, where the initial strike often determined the outcome. With only one realm separating him from the 10th level of body tempering, Han Feng intended to continue cultivating. However, he discovered that the gourd containing qi and blood pills was nearly empty. How had they been depleted so quickly? Han Feng was immediately dismayed. He had anticipated that these 10,000 pills would allow him to directly break through to the 10th level of body tempering and enter the qi refining stage. However, he had only reached the 9th level of body tempering before depleting them. This was primarily due to the increasing demand for qi and blood pills in later stages of cultivation, with each minor realm requiring double the amount of the previous one. The 10,000 pills had been consumed without him realizing it, although he had reached the 9th level of body tempering in an incredibly short amount of time. A feat that would undoubtedly cause a sensation in some renowned orthodox sects, it was far from sufficient for Han Feng. A qi-refining inner sect disciple loomed over him, posing a constant threat of death. What should I do? Can I truly withstand a qi-refining cultivator with my 9th level of body tempering? Han Feng lacked confidence. The purpose of body tempering was to enhance physical strength, thereby mitigating the dangers of introducing spiritual qi into the body. Although I am at the 9th level of body tempering, my physical strength is certainly comparable to, if not superior to, that of the 10th level. Why not attempt to induce spiritual qi into my body and forcibly refine qi with my 9th level of body tempering cultivation? With this thought, Han Feng immediately began cultivating, sensing the spiritual qi flowing in the air. With each breakthrough, he had noticed that his physical strength increased and his sensory abilities gradually improved, providing a new level of perception of the outside world. This is spiritual qi? Before long, Han Feng successfully located the spiritual qi in the air. However, as the spiritual qi floated freely between heaven and earth, introducing it into the body proved exceedingly difficult. Han Feng quickly recalled the broken spiritual stone he had obtained from Xiangde and held it in his hand as a spiritual guide. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, he used the spiritual stone as a guide, and the spiritual qi in the air began to gather. A wisp of spiritual qi indeed began to permeate his body from his hand. Heaven helps me. I never expected this broken spiritual stone to serve such a purpose. Han Feng was overjoyed and began to introduce the spiritual qi into his meridians. Ah, it hurts. Han Feng clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of even a small wisp of spiritual qi was terrifying. A single misstep could tear apart his meridians, and Han Feng had carelessly sustained internal injuries. Fortunately, this minor injury was of little consequence to him. After meditating for a while and recovering from his injuries, Han Feng resumed his attempts. However, he failed again. Han Feng believed that his physique was comparable to, if not superior to, that of many 10th level body tempering disciples. But he still could not withstand the agitation of this wisp of spiritual qi. No wonder many 10th level body tempering disciples easily meet their demise when inducing spiritual qi into their bodies. Han Feng did not choose to give up and continued his attempts. He possessed the meditation term, which, when combined with the blood spirit Gu, allowed him to recover from injuries, and the battle-scarred term, which enhanced his physical body with each injury, making him unafraid of failure. Of course, these multiple failures were not solely due to physical strength. Aptitude also played a significant role. The blood spirit Gu allowed the disciples of the myriad Gu sect to advance smoothly to the 10th level of body tempering as long as they had resources. However, the control of spiritual qi was determined by one's spiritual root aptitude, especially in the first step of inducing spiritual qi into the body. After more than 10 attempts, the spiritual qi within the broken spiritual stone was nearly depleted. An ordinary cultivator would have likely suffered severed meridians and died after so many failures. However, Han Feng remained undeterred, continuously making attempts. At last, he succeeded, achieving the Qi refinement stage. Chapter 13. Regression. After this wisp of spiritual energy entered his body, it finally coalesced with the essence and blood within his meridians, transforming into true spiritual power. Han Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, unable to suppress his elation. He had actually succeeded in forcibly entering the Qi refining stage from the 9th level of body tempering. Advancing step by step to the 10th level of body tempering would have allowed him to select an additional attribute, solidifying his foundation further. However, Han Feng was impatient. Gradually strengthening one's foundation was the path of cultivation for the scions of prestigious sections. He craved a rapid ascent in power. Firstly, the threat posed by the inner disciple, young Master Chianto, loomed over him. Secondly, languishing in the outer sect of Blood Mountain would be fruitless. His understanding of this world of cultivation remained rudimentary, and he would remain bound to the myriad poison sect. Only by entering the Qi refining stage and joining the inner sect could he gain access to more information. Han Feng excitedly circulated the spiritual energy within his body, directing it to his hand and grasping a nearby blue stone. A fragment of the blue stone was instantly torn away, and with a slight exertion, it crumbled into dust within his hand. The destructive power was unimaginable. Han Feng was grateful for his prudence in not returning to Blood Mountain with only the 9th level of body tempering. Had he encountered young Master Chianto, it would have been a death sentence. The physical body, however strong, had its limits. Compared to spiritual power, it was an entirely different dimension. No wonder many senior disciples claimed that a body-tempering 10th level cultivator was like an ant before an inner sect Qi refining cultivator. That's not good. Just as Han Feng was reveling in his newfound power, the blood spirit goo within his body underwent another transformation. Damn it. This blood spirit goo is even devouring spiritual power. Watching the slivers of spiritual energy he had painstakingly accumulated being consumed by the blood spirit goo, Han Feng cursed inwardly. It turned out that the blood spirit goo, as Han Feng's natal goo worm, would also evolve alongside its host. As Han Feng entered the Qi refining stage, the blood spirit goo also underwent a metamorphosis. To continue its evolution, ordinary essence and blood would no longer suffice. It needed to devour spiritual power. Of course, the blood spirit goo wasn't freeloading. Like in the body tempering stage, it would provide feedback to its host. The spiritual power it regurgitated after being fed would be purer and more potent. Han Feng could only calm himself and continue cultivating, attempting to absorb more spiritual energy from the heavens and earth to satisfy the blood spirit goo's demands. Although the blood spirit goo had transformed, its intelligence had not increased much. If it was deprived of spiritual power for an extended period, it would resort to devouring its host once more. The southern borderlands were already sparse in spiritual energy. For Han Feng, with his mediocre aptitude to absorb enough spiritual energy to meet the blood spirit goo's needs was akin to grasping at the moon in the water. Left with no alternative, Han Feng could only return to the myriad poison sect and seek a way to obtain resources within the inner sect. Meanwhile, young Master Chianto, who was cultivating in the inner sect, also sensed that something was amiss. It's been a month. Why hasn't that good-for-nothing, Xiongda, returned to report to me? It seems I'll have to make a trip to Blood Mountain myself to see if something has happened. A position as an outer sect overseer was not easily obtained. Young Master Chianto had only secured such a lucrative post due to his exceptional talent, which led to his acceptance as a disciple by an inner sect elder. Most newly promoted inner sect disciples were relegated to menial tasks like tending to the camel elephants. Few enjoyed such an easy life. Blood Mountain, myriad poison sect. The mountain peak where Han Feng had previously resided was now silent and desolate. Most of the disciples who had entered with Han Feng were now dead. Those who had managed to survive had chosen not to live there. Upon returning to Blood Mountain, Han Feng overheard numerous discussions. I heard an inner sect disciple is on a rampage. Why would an inner sect disciple come to the outer sect for no reason? Someone must have stirred up trouble. Who would be so bold as to provoke an inner sect disciple? I heard someone killed the inner sect disciple's proxy. All the Qi blood pills the sect used to distribute tasks are gone. Now that inner sect disciple is furious because they can't find the culprit. All the disciples who witnessed the incident that day are in deep trouble and have been implicated. We should stay away to avoid getting involved. Upon hearing this, Han Feng immediately understood what was happening. They were talking about him. At this moment, a crowd had gathered near the task hall, summoned by young Master Chianto. A dozen people lay on the ground, severely injured and on the verge of death. They were all bystanders who had witnessed Han Feng beating Xiongda that day. This was all thanks to young Master Chianto. Upon arriving at Blood Mountain, young Master Chianto had discovered something was amiss. Xiongda had disappeared. There was no doubt he was dead. If it was just Xiongda's death, it wouldn't matter. He was just a proxy. If he wanted, countless outer sect disciples would be willing to serve him. The main issue was the items in Xiongda's possession, which were the tasks distributed by the sect. Over 10,000 Qi blood pills, along with the gourd used to store them, were all valuable. If they were lost, he would be ruined. The tracking goo is reacting. The gourd containing the pills is nearby. Just as young Master Chianto was about to give up, a stroke of luck arrived. Young Master Chianto immediately identified Han Feng in the crowd. Seeing this, Han Feng knew he couldn't hide any longer. Instead of running, he calmly watched the enraged bald man before him. He had intended to observe the situation for a while longer while blending in with the crowd. He hadn't expected to be discovered so quickly. After carefully reviewing the situation, he realized it must be the gourd containing the chi blood pills. He had nothing else on him. As for the gourd, he thought it was a useful item for storing chi blood pills, so he hadn't discarded it. However, Han Feng wasn't worried. They were both at the chi refining stage. What was there to fear? You brat, you're Han Feng, aren't you? Young Master Chiangto had already learned Han Feng's name. Han Feng remained silent, a playful look on his face as he stared at young Master Chiangto. The surrounding onlookers scattered like frightened birds, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Hand over the items, and kowtow to me 100 times. I might consider giving you a complete corpse. Young Master Chiangto still believed that the chi blood pills couldn't have been consumed in just a month. He could reduce his losses. He was already planning how to use Han Feng to establish his authority, letting everyone in Blood Mountain know the consequences of provoking him. You little bastard, you caused me to suffer heavy losses. Killing you would be too good for you. After you finish kowtowing 100 times, I'll flay you alive. Turn you into a human pig, and leave you in filth to be humiliated day and night. This will serve as a warning to those ungrateful outer sect trash who dare to offend me. Young Master Chiangto strode towards Han Feng, spiritual power surging in his hands. He had already devised 100 ways to torture Han Feng. I don't have anything to hand over. You can take my life, if you can. And I don't want a complete corpse. Kill me if you have the guts. Han Feng stood his ground, neither running nor evading, and spoke calmly. This guy's scared witless. Yeah, he's so bold that he even dared to rob the overseer. I thought he was some kind of formidable figure, but he's just an idiot. Instead of hiding, he came out to die. Now he's just talking nonsense. You're asking for death. Young Master Chiangto was enraged. Spiritual power surged from his hands as he struck Han Feng's chest with his palm. Han Feng flew backward like a kite with a broken string, traveling over 10 meters before stopping. He then collapsed on the ground, motionless. Crap, did I kill him with one strike? Seeing this, young Master Chiangto regretted his actions. He hadn't tortured him enough yet. How could he have killed him with just one slap? I clearly remember holding back. How could he be so fragile? This is infuriating. Young Master Chiangto stood at a distance, no longer sensing any signs of life from Han Feng. Both breath and heartbeat have ceased, and even the blood within the veins has come to a standstill. Upon reaching the realm of chi cultivation, one's senses become exceptionally acute, capable of perceiving the flow of spiritual energy in the air, let alone detecting a living being. Feigning death would be effortlessly discerned at a glance. Chapter 14. Journey to the inner sanctum. At that moment, Han Feng entered a peculiar state, his body devoid of any semblance of life, yet his consciousness remained remarkably lucid. Hardly resilient, the strong-headed young master lamented, I scarcely exerted myself, and he's already expired. With a sense of resignation, he began to search Han Feng's person, discovering the gourd containing chi and blood pills. Upon inspection, he erupted in fury. What is the meaning of this? Only a paltry dozen remain. He was perplexed by the rapid depletion of the pills. Ah, you're not dead. Despicable. You ambushed me. In the blink of an eye, a hand pierced his lower abdomen, macerating his internal organs. You're not dead? How could you breach my spiritual energy shield? Preposterous. You're at the chi refining stage. How could your cultivation advance so rapidly? Even consuming all the chi and blood pills wouldn't suffice to reach the chi refining stage. You, Han Feng, disinclined to engage in discourse with a dying man, silenced his prattling by crushing his throat. I merely blinked, and what transpired? Is the strong-headed young master truly deceased? He was an inner sect disciple, after all. So, Han Feng has also attained the chi refining stage. No wonder he dared to confront an inner sect disciple. Disperse, all is concluded. The strong-headed young master, a dual attribute cultivator of earth and wood, had ascended to the inner sect through countless life and death struggles in the outer sect. While the environments of other outer sects might not be as atrocious as Blood Mountain, the competition was equally fierce. The strong-headed young master fell victim to conventional wisdom. With a spiritual energy shield, a body-tempering cultivator could not breach the defenses of a chi-refining cultivator, hence the latter's perception of the former as mere ants. The strong-headed young master had indeed detected anomalies, but dismissed them. Moreover, as a dual attribute cultivator of earth, and wood at the second level of chi refining, his natal goo was an earth armor goo, renowned for its defensive capabilities. Even if Han Feng feigned death, having endured his palm strike, he should have been rendered incapable of resistance. This led to his complacency, ultimately succumbing to Han Feng's feigned death ambush. However, all of this was meticulously calculated by Han Feng. He had only just entered the chi refining stage, and the blood spirit goo had yet to perform its initial feedback, leaving him short of even the first level of chi refining. Engaging in a direct confrontation with a seasoned chi refining disciple would undoubtedly result in defeat. Thus, he opted for the ruse of feigned death. The strong-headed young master's palm strike, though he endured it squarely, only inflicted minor injuries due to the presence of the skeletal coating. It was far from incapacitating him, so he capitalized on the feigned death attribute. Lying prostrate on the ground, the strong-headed young master, unfamiliar with such tactics, fell for the deception. Then, seizing the opportunity while the strong-headed young master inspected the gourd, he launched a sudden attack. Although the blood spirit goo possessed limited intelligence, it would reflexively provide spiritual energy feedback upon entering combat. Leveraging this sliver of spiritual energy and a charged strike amplified tenfold, Han Feng shattered the strong-headed young master's spiritual energy defenses, securing a decisive victory. Instantly, the roles reversed, and Han Feng began to search the strong-headed young master's corpse, only to find a small pouch after a prolonged search. Could this be a storage pouch? Han Feng mused, pocketing it with curiosity. He then dissected the strong-headed young master's corpse in search of his goo worms, discovering that his natal earth armor goo had perished. However, he also found a surviving goo worm resembling a mole cricket, presumably not his natal goo, still wriggling about. I wonder what purpose it serves. So, this is the goo worm that detected me, Han Feng surmised, seizing it and placing it inside the gourd used to store qi and blood pills. To his astonishment, the sect did not intervene in this conflict. A dozen or so injured disciples lay on the ground, collateral damage from his actions. Having avenged them, Han Feng, lacking the strength to aid them, declared, "From this day forward, you are under my protection." With that, he departed. These individuals were injured because of him, and in their current state, they would likely be targeted by others as prey. He could only offer a statement of intent to deter some, leaving the outcome to fate. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Han Feng commenced studying the storage pouch, attempting to open it. After several attempts, he finally discovered the trick. Channeling a wisp of spiritual energy, and the pouch opened. To his surprise, the diminutive pouch contained a staggering 20 cubic meters of space. Amidst some insignificant trinkets, Han Feng was delighted to find 10 spiritual stones. Since this is the case, why not cultivate to the first level of qi refining before venturing to the inner sect? This would ensure greater strength. Without hesitation, Han Feng seized the spiritual stones and began cultivating. However, the progress was excruciatingly slow. Unlike the crude and straightforward body tempering stage, where replenishing essence and blood sufficed, aided by the glutton attribute, relying solely on spiritual stones for cultivation proved frustrating. The glutton attribute was rendered useless, and the cultivation speed was simply unacceptable. After much effort, he merely replenished the spiritual energy expended by the blood spirit goo during the previous battle. As for when it would provide feedback and when he would officially enter the first level of qi refining, it remained a distant prospect. No, at this rate, with my aptitude, I fear I'll be stuck in the qi refining stage until death. How then can I escape this accursed place? It seems I must enter the inner sect and seek methods to accelerate cultivation, Han Feng muttered to himself, rising and setting off for the inner sect. After traversing the path to the inner sect for some time, Han Feng finally arrived at the inner sect reception area. Another disciple successfully reached qi refining. Not bad. Soon, he encountered an inner sect disciple responsible for reception. From which mountain peak do you hail? Blood Mountain. Han Feng replied calmly. Blood Mountain. I didn't expect anyone to reach qi refining from Blood Mountain. Here is your token. Proceed to Blood Peak to report. Knowing that Han Feng came from Blood Mountain, the receiving disciple was visibly surprised. After some conversation and inquiry, Han Feng understood the situation. It turned out that the outer sect of the Myriad Goose sect was divided into 9 mountain peaks: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, ice, and blood. The goo worms cultivated on each peak differed. During the initial spirit root assessment, a natal goo would be implanted based on the disciple's spirit root attribute. Blood Mountain was unique, as it was where disciples with inferior aptitudes were assigned. The success rate of reaching qi refining on Blood Mountain was also the lowest, with most disciples perishing on the body tempering path. This was because Blood Mountain received fewer resources, resulting in intense competition. Among those who emerged from Blood Mountain to reach qi refining, only 1 in 100 survived. Hence, the receiving disciple's surprise. Upon entering the inner sect, it was further divided into 9 peaks, corresponding to the 9 mountains of the outer sect. Only Blood Peak had the corresponding cultivation methods for the blood spirit goo to accelerate cultivation. Han Feng's immediate task was to report to Blood Peak. After receiving his token, he proceeded unhindered, without anyone stopping or questioning him. So, this is the inner sect. After walking for some time, he arrived at a cluster of buildings. Chapter 15. Blood Peak. Before Han Feng stood an architectural ensemble that resembled a quaint town, bustling with life and activity, exuding an atmosphere of vibrancy and excitement. He found himself perplexed. Had he not heard that the competition within the inner sect surpassed that of the outer sect tenfold? This lively scene seemed to contradict all he had been told. Han Feng had previously witnessed the oppressive nature of Blood Mountain. Yet this place appeared to be infinitely more welcoming. Through inquiries, he learned that this town served as a trading market for the Wangu sect, which explained its liveliness. Disciples from Blood Peak conducted transactions here, exchanging goods and resources. Moreover, individuals from the outside world also engaged in commerce within this vibrant marketplace. However, the origins of these outsiders remained a mystery to him. Soon, he found the path leading to Blood Peak and arrived at its base, ready to report to the summit. As he ascended to the mountainside, he encountered a corpulent man with a face adorned with rolls of flesh, awaiting his arrival. "You must be the new Qi Refinement Junior brother. Come with me. I am your third senior brother." Before Han Feng could respond, the rotund figure enthusiastically greeted him, saliva dribbling from the corners of his mouth, which he hastily licked back with his large tongue. His demeanor resembled that of a famished beast encountering a delectable feast. Han Feng frowned. He had not anticipated that his first encounter at Blood Peak would be with such a figure, whose intentions to devour him were glaringly obvious and unabashed. Following the third senior brother, Han Feng felt a sense of revulsion as he noticed the incessant drooling that seemed beyond the man's control. "Junior brother, you shall reside here," the third senior brother declared, leading Han Feng to a modest courtyard on the mountainside. He then retrieved a tome of cultivation techniques and presented it to Han Feng. "This is the primary technique we practice at Blood Peak, the devouring spirit and consuming demon technique. You must diligently cultivate it to establish your foundation." Afterward, he produced a vial of elixirs and continued, "This contains a bottle of demon spirit pills that can accelerate your cultivation. Consider it a gift from your senior brother." Having completed his introduction, the third senior brother lingered only briefly, casting a few reluctant glances at Han Feng before swallowing hard and departing. Left alone with the techniques and pills, Han Feng was at a loss. Such unexpected generosity, gifts of techniques and pills upon their first meeting, was quite astonishing. Before he could examine his newfound treasures, a steady stream of visitors arrived, each one a senior brother, the first, second, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. None were omitted. Each presented him with generous gifts, all of which were vials of demon spirit pills. However, none offered techniques or combat artifacts, only potions for cultivation. Every senior brother scrutinized him closely, urging him to practice diligently, yet their eyes betrayed a gluttonous hunger. Particularly, the first and second senior brothers appeared even more voracious than the third, giving Han Feng the unsettling impression that they might devour him at any moment. A chill ran down his spine. Was this Blood Peak inhabited by individuals, or rather by ravenous cannibals? After bidding farewell to the final visitor, the eighth senior brother, Han Feng learned that he was one of only 9 disciples at Blood Peak, and the sole elder, known as Elder Blood Demon, rarely made an appearance. Delegating the task of instruction to the senior brothers, the courtyard finally fell silent, allowing Han Feng to take in his surroundings, which were considerably more pleasant than the caverns of Blood Mountain. Each disciple had their own courtyard, a luxury afforded by their small numbers. Observing the town below, he realized that the bustling crowd consisted largely of individuals from other peaks. He had anticipated a multitude of Blood Peak residents. Han Feng began to inspect the collection of demon spirit pills and the devouring spirit and consuming demon technique. He recognized that cultivating this technique was paramount to accelerating his progress. So he eagerly opened the tome to study its contents. After thorough examination, he discerned that the devouring spirit and consuming demon technique was less a traditional cultivation method and more a guide to refining goo insect creatures, which aligned with the characteristics of the Wan Goo sect, where cultivation and combat were intricately linked to goo. This technique facilitated the evolution of blood spirit goo into demon spirit goo, altering the consumption process from blood essence to magical spirits. Unlike spiritual energy, magical spirits were a fusion of demonic and spiritual energies, allowing for cultivation without solely relying on spiritual essence. The source of these magical spirits was primarily the demon spirit pills, distributed regularly and freely by Elder Blood Demon, without any obligation for sect tasks. All disciples were encouraged to cultivate at their leisure. However, Han Feng sensed something amiss. The notion of free offerings often concealed hidden costs. With the technique and a plethora of pills in hand, he found himself in a quandary. Observing the state of his senior brothers, he understood that cultivation was fraught with risks, as their eyes gleamed with an insatiable hunger. Conversely, given his innate aptitude, advancing his cultivation without effort seemed nearly impossible. Moreover, in this demonic sect, lacking strength could render him defenseless against any senior brother who might consider him a meal. Resolute, he decided to proceed cautiously, intending to halt if he sensed any danger. Following the prescribed methods of the devouring spirit and consuming demon technique, he consumed a demon spirit pill, casting aside his reservations. To his surprise, the trait of being a glutton still held sway, even over the demon spirit pills, accelerating his absorption process. As his cultivation progressed, his stomach transformed into a veritable refining furnace, accepting and processing everything without hesitation. By nightfall, he had refined 10 demon spirit pills. Simultaneously, Han Feng began to notice changes. While the pills bore no toxicity, the magical energy they contained proved problematic. It infused him with various desires, particularly an overwhelming appetite. Given that this technique revolved around consumption and devouring, his hunger intensified dramatically. Under the influence of the demon spirit pills, his blood spirit goo underwent a transformation, shifting from a crimson hue to a deep black, accompanied by an insatiable urge to consume, as if it yearned to devour its host, Han Feng. He struggled to maintain control over the now evolving goo within him, striving to prevent it from succumbing to its primal instincts and consuming him whole. Chapter 16. First level of Qi refinement famished. As a cultivator, he had long relinquished any pursuit of gluttony. Yet, unexpectedly, his appetite surged. Fortunately, he discovered a cache of provisions within the storage pouch of the young Master Chong, consisting primarily of dried meat from various beasts. Han Feng began to consume some. After half a day of eating, the dried meat vanished, devoured by his insatiable hunger, yet his desire for sustenance remained unabated. Strangely, fleeting images of several senior brothers crossed his mind, startling him. It finally dawned on Han Feng why those brothers gazed at him with such ravenous eyes. Could it be that to alleviate this hunger, one must consume their kind, as ordinary food could not quell such cravings? A shiver of dread coursed through him. No wonder his senior brothers were so hospitable, showering him with various elixirs for free. They regarded him as mere sustenance. And the only reason they had not consumed him was his low cultivation level, rendering him of little use. Their incessant encouragement for him to practice diligently was merely a ploy to expedite his growth into a worthy source of nourishment. It was no surprise that there were only 8 individuals in the entire blood peak. The competition was brutal. The success rate for chi refinement was abysmally low. Yet it was unlikely that only 8 had emerged over such a long span. This implied that these 8 were merely survivors, while the others had likely been devoured. What could be the intent of the Elder Blood Demon, who orchestrated this grim reality? Reflecting on this, Han Feng felt a surge of trepidation, halting his training and refraining from further refining the bottles of demon spirit pills. The side effects of the Devour Spirit, Absorb Demon technique were too severe, threatening to strip away his humanity and reduce him to a beast, a mere vessel of desire. At that moment, however, the demon spirit goo within him began to stir. After a night of refining 10 demon spirit pills, the absorbed spirits were sufficient for it to undergo metamorphosis. In that instant, a torrent of refined spirits burst forth from the mouth of the goo, purer than before. The system's prompt echoed once more. Current realm, first level of chi refinement. Entry extraction begins. 1. Entry name, Demon Heart entry quality. Pink entry effect, accelerates the speed of practicing demonic techniques, enhances comprehension of demonic powers. 2. Entry name, Woman's Heart entry quality. Pink entry effect, gender transformation to female, enhances dual cultivation effects. 3. Entry name, Dao Heart entry quality. Purple entry effect, strengthens Dao Heart, enhances comprehension, dispels desires. Please make a selection within 10 breaths, otherwise, the entries will vanish. Han Feng was astonished to have broken through to the first level of chi refinement in just one night. His gaze swept over the entries. The first, Demon Heart, aligned perfectly with his current practice of demonic techniques, promising an even greater acceleration in his cultivation speed. The second entry, Woman's Heart, implied a gender transformation, a notion he found utterly distasteful and thus dismissed without consideration. The third entry, Dao Heart, was a purple entry, a first for him, capable of dispelling desires. Overjoyed, Han Feng chose the third entry. At the moment he made his selection, he felt the effects take hold, as the insatiable desires that had been gnawing at his reason began to dissipate. With this newfound clarity, could he now practice Devour Spirit? Absorb Demon technique without fear of side effects? Han Feng was eager to pursue this technique, for its speed of cultivation was simply unparalleled. Achieving the first level of chi refinement in a single night was remarkable. Without it, he would have been waiting an eternity to establish his foundation through mere spiritual energy cultivation. Yet, something felt amiss. Soon, Han Feng discovered that the demon spirit goo within him was stirring again, necessitating a replenishment of spirits following its breakthrough. Reluctantly, he began to consume more demon spirit pills, continuing the refinement process. After consuming 3 more, the demon spirit goo finally stabilized. Thanks to the presence of Dao Heart, his desires no longer influenced him. However, the goo was not so easily tamed. Its hunger for consumption grew stronger, intensifying its craving for the flesh of its kind. Han Feng felt helpless. The demon spirit goo remained a latent threat, yet he could not forsake it in his cultivation. As Han Feng delved deeper into the Devour Spirit, Absorb Demon technique, he began to grasp the essence of the chi refinement stage. This stage was essentially a continuous process of condensing spiritual energy within the body. The ultimate goal was to solidify this energy into a spiritual platform, giving rise to divine consciousness and ultimately establishing a foundation. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to utilize his consciousness, projecting spiritual energy outward, enabling various techniques. Summoning thunder and fire, soaring through the skies on a sword would become second nature. Simultaneously, Han Feng felt an unsettling anxiety. His senior brothers, first, second, and third, seemed to have already reached the foundation establishment stage. Should they desire to consume him, it would be a trivial endeavor. However, these 3 brothers would likely refrain from acting hastily, for his low realm would yield minimal benefit. The true threats lay with the others, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th brothers, those who posed genuine danger. The higher his cultivation, the greater the peril, as it would provoke his senior brothers to take action against him. Yet, he could not cease his training. The demon spirit goo pressed ever closer. Furthermore, he could not guarantee that Blood Mountain would not produce new disciples in the chi refinement stage. If his cultivation were to be surpassed by new entrants, he risked becoming their prey. Just the thought sent chills down his spine. His senior brothers provided techniques and resources but withheld any combat skills or spiritual weapons, clearly intending to raise him as a mere livestock. Han Feng began to channel spiritual energy, directing it to his hands, which now emanated a dark aura. His spiritual energy had turned black. The martial technique he had practiced during the body refinement stage, the Black Tiger Claw, was rendered useless. The once effective ambush tool, Powdered Lime, lost its efficacy in the Qi refinement stage, where everyone possessed spiritual shields. With this in mind, Han Feng resolved to venture to the town at the foot of the peak, a bustling marketplace. He still possessed a few spirit stones left by the young Master Chong, and hoped to procure combat skills and spiritual weapons to bolster his strength. Upon arriving at the marketplace and perusing its offerings, Han Feng was utterly astounded. The cheapest spiritual weapon, a mere broken blade, cost hundreds of spirit stones. Spiritual techniques commanded even steeper prices, often exceeding 1,000 spirit stones. The few spirit stones in his possession could barely buy him a bowl of spiritual rice. And even then, it would only be plain rice. To add any side dishes, he would need to spend dozens of spirit stones on meat from spiritual beasts. Though these meals were rich in spiritual energy and beneficial for cultivators, they were of little use to Han Feng. He sought more than mere spiritual energy for his cultivation. Fortunately, the sect offered various tasks to earn spirit stones. For instance, performing manual labor in the outer sect, watching over camels, would yield 10 spirit stones a month, an utterly demoralizing wage, with the sole advantage being its relative safety. There were also mining opportunities, as the Wangu sect possessed its own spirit stone mine. Choosing to mine could earn hundreds of spirit stones monthly, although the associated risks were significantly heightened. Cave-ins could occur at any moment, and even Qi refinement stage cultivators could face dire consequences if trapped in such disasters. Gazing at the task listings, Han Feng recalled an unchosen entry, mining expert, which could yield treasures during mining. Regrettably, he had not selected it at the time. Otherwise, mining would have proven a lucrative endeavor, especially if he could unearth treasures. Chapter 17. The arena battle. Certain lexicons appear inconsequential, yet they can prove invaluable in the right circumstances. After a protracted search through the mission board disseminated by the sect, Han Feng remained unsuccessful in locating suitable employment. Earning spirit stones is arduous, and consuming excrement is unpalatable. Generally, tasks with substantial spirit stone rewards entail a heightened degree of peril, with the ever-present threat of demise. Tasks with meager spirit stone compensation ensure safety, but the paltry sum is hardly worthwhile. Furthermore, they necessitate a considerable investment of time, which Han Feng could ill afford, as he needed to cultivate. Ultimately, Han Feng elected to undertake the task of rent collection. Evidently, the trading market was frequented by smugglers from external factions. These individuals were not affiliated with the Myriad Poison sect, yet they conducted business within its confines. The Myriad Poison sect was not entirely isolated, thus permitting external merchants to trade, offering commodities not readily available within the sect. The Myriad Poison sect acquiesced to this arrangement, as it was, after all, merely a sect and incapable of producing numerous goods, necessitating imports from external sources. The smugglers, too, engaged in this practice willingly, as certain items commanded significantly higher prices within the Myriad Poison sect compared to external markets, yielding substantial profits. However, the Myriad Poison sect levied exorbitant storefront rental fees, which essentially served as protection money. These proceeds constituted a perk for the inner disciples. Sect regulations stipulated that Qi refining stage disciples could collect rent from one establishment, while Foundation establishment stage disciples could collect rent from an entire street. The prerequisite was the possession of the requisite strength to register at the shop, with an opportunity each month to supplant the incumbent registrant and assume rent collection duties. Han Feng deemed this task advantageous, as registration guaranteed rental income, requiring only a single challenge per month. Han Feng commenced his perambulation around the periphery of the trading market, noting that each establishment bore a plaque. The plaque displayed the name of an inner disciple, indicating that the establishment was under their protection. An exposed plaque signified that no challenge had been issued that month, while a covered plaque indicated that a challenge had already transpired, precluding further challenges until the subsequent month. As Han Feng continued his exploration, he espied a familiar name, Stronghead. Han Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that Stronghead possessed a registered shop, presenting an opportune windfall. Challenging a deceased individual posed no risk and guaranteed the acquisition of a shop's rental income. Han Feng reached out and detached the plaque bearing Stronghead's name, addressing the shop owner within. The individual is deceased. Henceforth, I shall register this establishment and collect 100 spirit stones per month. Upon hearing these words, the shop owner promptly emerged to investigate. The shop owner, named Dong Yang, resided in Lingyun City, located over 400 li away. Business in Lingyun City was challenging, prompting him to smuggle goods here to operate a shop, dealing in various poisons. Given the prevalence of poison cultivation and venomous insect breeding within the Myriad Poison sect, which necessitated a plethora of poisons, business was thriving. Dong Yang scrutinized Han Feng with some hesitation. Recently, an individual known as Stronghead had arrived, seeking to register the shop. However, After receiving the spirit stones, he had perished within days. Now, a new and unfamiliar face appeared, lacking renown or influence. Dong Hyong feared that the 100 spirit stones would be squandered, only to necessitate another replacement shortly thereafter. I shall register the shop. Death to anyone who contests. At that moment, a bald man clad in green robes materialized. Shop owner Dong Yang's countenance immediately brightened. He recognized the individual as Chun Yao, a chi-refining fifth-layer disciple of the esteemed Elder Xiang Tian of Earth Peak, renowned for his formidable strength. Elder Xiang Tian was the most powerful elder of Earth Peak, and his disciples were typically gifted and formidable. Chun Yao possessed both strength and influential backing, making him an excellent choice for shop registration in Dong Yang's estimation. Young man, is the storage pouch on your waist my junior brother Stronghead's? I demand an explanation. Chun Yao's gaze fixed upon the storage pouch adorning Han Feng's waist, his eyes radiating menace. Chun Yao had been strolling through the market when he inadvertently discovered his junior brother's storage pouch. Although his junior brother was inept, he was willing to avenge him. The individual before him possessed only a chi-refining first-layer cultivation, making him an easy target. Oh, if you insist. I could also hang your storage pouch on my waist. Han Feng retorted, unfazed. You impudent cur, you seek death. Dare you face me in the arena? Chun Yao exploded in fury. He could not tolerate being disregarded by a mere chi-refining first-layer cultivator. The arena it is. Han Feng curtly replied. Resolve disputes in the arena was the established custom of the trading market. Unrestrained brawls on the streets would disrupt order and impede business. The arena lacked referees or any concept of non-lethal combat. Entering the arena signified a battle to the death. Unlike orthodox sects, the Myriad Poison sect had minimal regulations, and the sect would not intervene in arena battles, regardless of their outcome. The two swiftly proceeded to the arena. Haha. You dare seek death with a mere chi-refining first-layer cultivation? Do you believe everyone is as inept as Stronghead? Upon reaching the arena, Chun Yao's unrestrained laughter was no longer concealed. He had feigned anger earlier, intending to deceive Han Feng into believing he was foolish and impulsive. Enticing Han Feng into the arena would grant him control over life and death. However, as Han Feng unleashed his spiritual power, Chun Yao's mirth abruptly ceased, and his expression darkened. The black spiritual power was unique to Blood Peak within the Myriad Poison sect. Although Blood Peak was small, its members were notoriously formidable. Disciples from other peaks typically avoided Blood Peak registered shops in the trading market, refraining from challenging them. However, Chun Yao remained unfazed. Unlike Han Feng, who appeared destitute, Chun Yao had established himself within the inner sect and possessed considerable resources as a disciple of Elder Xiang Tian of Earth Peak. He calmly retrieved a spiritual sword from his storage pouch. The two soon clashed. Han Feng immediately recognized the immense advantage of his demonic spiritual power compared to ordinary spiritual power. Chun Yao's spiritual sword was unable to breach his spiritual power defense. Despite his chi-refining first-layer cultivation, he was evenly matched against Chun Yao's chi-refining fifth-layer cultivation. Chun Yao's spiritual sword could not penetrate his spiritual power defense. And vice versa. With similar speed and strength, they reached a stalemate, engaging in a battle of attrition to determine whose spiritual power would deplete first. In terms of spiritual power expenditure, Chun Yao held a clear advantage, as his chi-refining fifth-layer cultivation undoubtedly granted him greater spiritual power reserves than Han Feng's chi-refining first-layer cultivation. Below the arena, spectators gathered, engaging in lively discussions and even placing bets. Although Blood Peak disciples are formidable, this individual is clearly a newcomer to Blood Peak, possessing only a chi-refining first-layer cultivation. He cannot possibly defeat Chun Yao, who is at the chi-refining fifth layer. I wager 10 spirit stones on Chun Yao. You're mistaken. You have clearly never encountered a Blood Peak disciple. Their black spiritual power is exceedingly formidable, but Chun Yao is no pushover. Earth Peak specializes in defense and counterattacks. Chun Yao cultivates the Earth Armor Goo, which allows his spiritual power to form a spiritual armor that adheres to his body, providing superior defensive capabilities compared to ordinary spiritual power defense. Indeed, observe that this Blood Peak disciple cannot penetrate Chun Yao's defense. In a prolonged battle, Chun Yao, with his chi-refining fifth-layer cultivation, will undoubtedly prevail. I wager 100 spirit stones on Chun Yao. Numerous spectators cheered for Chun Yao. However, Chun Yao was inwardly distressed. Chapter 18. The new junior sister. The crowd gathered below the arena observed a fierce contest between the two participants. Yet Chun Yao harbored a different perspective. Han Feng's spiritual energy was extraordinarily unique. It was not merely that he could not breach Han Feng's defenses, but rather that Chun Yao realized his protective spiritual energy was being devoured by Han Feng's dark force. Consequently, his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, leaving him with a mere fraction of what he had. Moreover, Chun Yao sensed that Han Feng's attack speed was escalating, and even if his energy were sufficient, he would soon be unable to endure, revealing more and more vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Han Feng remained remarkably composed. The power of the demonic spirit had proven to be a delightful surprise, revealing such marvelous utility. Furthermore, he had yet to unleash his full strength. His finishing move was still unexecuted. He intended to wait until the term deadly rhythm was fully stacked and then unleash a tenfold devastating blow when Chun Yao was unable to defend himself, a guaranteed kill. Before long, Chen Yao's movements began to slow in Han Feng's eyes, completely unable to keep pace with his assault. This was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Han Feng intensified his onslaught, launching a fierce attack at Chen Yao's lower body. In a fleeting moment when Chen Yao was on the defensive, Han Feng feigned an attack, striking at Chen Yao's throat. The charge finishing blow was triggered, resulting in Chen Yao's instantaneous demise. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. No one had anticipated that one of the seemingly evenly matched opponents would perish in an instant. The disciples of Blood Peak were indeed formidable, a band of lunatics. How disappointing, this useless Chen Yao, who had cost me 100 spirit stones. How could a disciple of Earth Peak with such strong defenses be so easily breached? It felt as if his spiritual defenses were akin to paper. The spectators buzzed with speculation. Han Feng calmly retrieved the storage bag from Chen Yao's lifeless form and secured it at his waist, demonstrating his propensity to follow through on his promises. He placed Chen Yao's body into the storage bag before descending from the stage, as the sensation of being watched while looting a corpse was rather uncomfortable. It was better to do so in privacy. Upon stepping off the platform, shopkeeper Dong Yong approached with a broad smile. He had not expected Han Feng, merely at the first level of Qi refinement, to exhibit such ferocity, especially as a disciple from Blood Peak. As long as Han Feng could affiliate himself with the shop, Dong Yong anticipated a period of peace, free from disturbances. Although the rent for the 10,000 Gu sect was supposedly collected monthly, it was not uncommon for affiliated disciples to vanish or meet untimely ends. New renters often did not acknowledge previous agreements, making it a common occurrence for a single shop to pay rent multiple times within a month. Thus, having a reliable affiliated disciple was crucial for any establishment. Esteemed young man, here are 500 spirit stones, which shall serve as this month's rent, Dong Yong stated, offering a substantial sum as a gesture of apology for any prior disrespect. Rest assured, the shop is under my protection from now on. Should any issues arise, you may seek me at Blood Peak, Han Feng replied. With this, his pockets began to fill. In addition to the 500 spirit stones from the shopkeeper, he had also extracted over 1,000 spirit stones from Chun Yao's storage bag. It seemed that acquiring wealth through ruthless means was far more expedient than undertaking tedious tasks. Han Feng reflected on his fortune. With a total exceeding 1,500 spirit stones, he contemplated how best to allocate them. Regarding spiritual swords, he dismissed the idea after a moment as consideration, as Chun Yao already possessed one, which remained in his storage bag. A spiritual sword required a corresponding sword technique to wield effectively, and such a low-grade weapon could not even breach his own spiritual defenses. Furthermore, he needed to contend with the twisted senior brothers of Blood Peak. That pitiful sword would be of little use. After perusing the trading market for an extended period, Han Feng ultimately selected a spiritual technique, Crimson Peak Spear. This method allowed for the condensation of spiritual energy into a spear, permitting him to wield it without merely attaching energy to his body. It also provided the capability for ranged attacks, fulfilling his need for a lethal means of offense. Han Feng was quite pleased. He was in dire need of a method that could inflict damage. Ordinary attacks would likely fail to penetrate the defenses of the twisted senior brothers. However, the entirety of his 1,500 spirit stones was soon spent, which did not trouble Han Feng. Spirit stones were meant to be utilized. Initially, he had hoped to purchase some talismans, but that plan was now set aside. Upon returning to Blood Peak, Han Feng resumed his training, finding himself with an abundance of cultivation resources. The demonic spirit pills gifted by the 8 senior brothers would sustain him for quite some time. In his spare moments, he also practiced the Crimson Peak Spear. Compared to the steady absorption of spiritual energy, Han Feng discovered his proficiency in martial techniques advanced at an astonishing rate, revealing a remarkably high aptitude. Soon, he would master the Crimson Peak Spear, allowing him to wield the condensed spear of spiritual energy as though it were a tangible weapon, exuding an ominous aura. The sole drawback was the technique's considerable consumption of spiritual energy, permitting its use only in critical moments, as it could not be sustained indefinitely. After a week of intense training, Han Feng felt his progress slowing. Despite the ample supply of demonic spirit pills and his ravenous consumption, he had yet to achieve a breakthrough. Under normal circumstances, it would be reasonable for a disciple to stagnate for several years at a single realm. But within the confines of the demonic sect, being stuck for a week at the second level of Qi refinement was utterly unsatisfactory. The malice of Blood Peak loomed large. Fraught with peril, at this rate, he would inevitably become prey for others. Notably, during this week, Blood Peak received a new arrival. Han Feng was no longer the youngest disciple. He had now ascended to the position of 9th brother, welcoming a 10th junior sister. Following tradition, when junior sister Ning Hong ascended the peak, Han Feng took the opportunity to pay her a visit. However, unlike several senior brothers who had presented gifts to the 10th junior sister, he chose not to partake in such customs. Since his ascent, the only elder of Blood Peak, Elder Blood Demon, who was also his nominal master, had yet to show his face. Consequently, no cultivation resources, such as demonic spirit pills, had been bestowed upon him. Han Feng's cultivation resources were solely from the generous offerings of his senior brothers. Despite his lack of gifts for the 10th junior sister, she displayed a remarkable warmth and closeness towards him. The reason was simple. The other senior brothers were intimidating in appearance, their minds warped by the desires instilled by the demonic spirit pills. Upon her arrival, junior sister Ning Hong had even been frightened to tears by the exaggerated demeanor of her senior brothers. In contrast, Han Feng, influenced by his steadfast heart, appeared the most like a normal person. Thus, junior sister Ning Hong gravitated towards him, often neglecting her own cultivation. Visiting his courtyard daily with her hair styled in playful pigtails, pestering him to take her to the trading market. She would frequently proclaim that her idol in Blood Mountain was Han Feng, who had once saved her life from the clutches of a bully. Han Feng remained indifferent, harboring little recollection of the incident, yet junior sister Ning Hong's enthusiasm did not wane. She was lively and endearing in his presence, even hinting at a desire to repay him in kind. Although Han Feng was of an age ripe, with vigor, and junior sister Ning Hong was undeniably charming, he found himself lacking in interest. Perhaps due to the influence of the term heart of the Tao, his sole ambition was to grow stronger, leaving little room for romantic pursuits. One day, while diligently practicing in his courtyard, junior sister Ning Hong approached him once again. Ninth brother, I've uncovered a tremendous secret. You must come out. I must tell you. Chapter 19. Breakthrough. Without granting Han Feng a moment to respond, the 10th junior sister, Ning Hong, burst in like a whirlwind. With remarkable agility, she rushed to Han Feng's side, seized his hand without uttering a word, and pulled him hastily towards her courtyard. Han Feng felt her grip tighten on one hand while the other began to quietly gather power. As he focused his thoughts, a dense black mist began to rise and gradually coalesced into a black chiefing spear. The spear, entirely ebony and shimmering with a chilling light, seemed to harbor boundless murderous intent. Han Feng's heart simmered with irritation. This 10th junior sister has become increasingly reckless. How dare she barge into my courtyard so audaciously and interrupt my cultivation without a hint of decorum? Is she oblivious to the grave consequences her actions might invoke? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Are we truly this familiar with one another? Or is it simply her nature to be so unreserved? It is indeed a coincidence that both of them began their training on this mountain peak at nearly the same time, resulting in their courtyards being in close proximity. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of Ning Hong's courtyard at a breakneck pace. Upon reaching their destination, Ning Hong eagerly pushed open the door, turned back with an expression of mystery, and whispered, Ninth senior brother, I have just uncovered a staggering secret. A fellow disciple is plotting to harm you. As she spoke, she gestured to pull Han Feng inside, eager to divulge the details. However, in the next heartbeat, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A shadow flickered like a specter, and in swift succession, a razor-sharp black spear, exuding an aura of death, pierced through the air with blinding speed. With a dull thud, the spear instantly penetrated Ning Hong's body, emerging from her chest and leaving a ghastly wound, chilling to the core. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground crimson. Ning Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, How did you see through my disguise? I thought I had concealed it flawlessly. Besides, you had just lowered your guard against me. Before she could finish, her body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The dying 10th junior sister cast a resentful glance at Han Feng, filled with unwillingness. Humph. Han Feng sneered coldly, and, with 2 fingers, blinded her. After a few futile movements, Ning Hong finally drew her last breath. Her numerous flaws had been too apparent. The moment she shifted, Han Feng had sensed her intentions. Had he followed her inside, he would have been ensnared in her trap. What could a woman emerging from a mountain of corpses possibly be? The Blood Mountain is a realm of death and despair. A woman who survives such a place cannot be innocent or naive. Yet, Ning Hong had chosen to play the role of a simpleton before him. As for the so-called grand secret and the fellow disciple plotting against him, it was all too ludicrous. Anyone training on the Blood Peak knew such truths. There was no need for her to inform him. From the outset, Han Feng had recognized her performance for what it was, merely indulging her act. The only surprise was her sudden eagerness to strike, having barely broken through to the first level of chi refinement. Gazing upon Ning Hong's lifeless body, the magic spirit worm within him stirred with an insatiable desire. Restless and agitated, could consuming this corpse benefit the worm and aid its transformation? Han Feng struggled to contain the magic spirit worm, which threatened to burst forth uncontrollably. Releasing it was perilous. Despite its evolution, it remained a fragile creature. Any attack could spell doom for the worm, and thus for Han Feng himself. Yet, the worm's yearning for Ning Hong's body was overpowering. He had no choice but to let it emerge while remaining vigilant for any other disciples who might wander near. Once freed, the magic spirit worm lunged at Ning Hong's corpse, burrowing inside and swiftly locating the deceased worm within her. Its size and shape were comparable to Han Feng's. As they both belonged to the same level of chi refinement, the magic spirit worm began devouring its kin, consuming the body in the blink of an eye. After finishing the worm, it did not spare Ning Hong's flesh, continuing its feast. Ning Hong's body had cultivated the Devour Spirit and magic technique and consumed numerous magic spirit pills provided by their fellow disciples, making it a substantial source of nourishment for the magic spirit worm. Han Feng stood guard, transfixed, An entire body was reduced to nothing in mere 3 minutes. Not a bone left behind, and the worm was no larger than a mosquito. Once satisfied, the magic spirit worm returned to Han Feng's body, releasing a bounty of pure magic spirit, accompanied by overwhelming emotions. This surge of feelings was tenfold more intense than the effects of any magic spirit pill. Even with Han Feng's steadfast resolve, he found himself momentarily disoriented. Regaining his composure, Han Feng promptly returned to his courtyard to resume his cultivation. The pure magic spirit returned to him was far more potent than a week's worth of arduous training. Soon, he made a breakthrough, advancing to the second level of Qi refinement. The system's notification chimed once more. Current level, second level of Qi refinement. Ability extraction begins. 1. Ability name, concentrated essence ability quality. Pink ability effect, reduces height and size by 30%, increases movement and attack speed by 30%. 2. Ability name, lingering bone ability quality. Purple ability effect, upon death, the skull transforms into a wisdom bone, enhancing the comprehension of those who touch it. The higher the cultivation before death, the stronger the effect. 3. Ability name, true damage ability quality. Purple ability effect, attacks ignore defenses, dealing 50% true damage. Make your selection within 10 breaths, or the abilities will vanish. Han Feng scanned through the options. The first ability, Concentrated Essence, was a rare combat enhancement, reducing size to increase speed, an invaluable asset in battle. However, in the realm of Qi refinement, opponents relied on spiritual power for combat, all capable of forming protective barriers. The battle often came down to endurance, making speed less significant at times. The second ability brought Han Feng a moment of dismay. It was entirely self-sacrificial, offering no benefit to himself, serving only to enhance the legacy of a sect should he pass, a rather morbid trade-off. While it could provide substantial advantages for establishing a sect, it was not worth considering. Upon seeing the third ability, True Damage, Han Feng's spirits soared, and he made his choice without hesitation. Ignoring all defenses to inflict 50% true damage was extraordinarily potent. This would grant him a formidable means of attack against opponents cloaked in spiritual barriers, allowing him to strike at their vulnerable course. Having made his selection, Han Feng immediately began testing, engaging in a dual combat exercise. Remarkably, even when the magic spirit shield remained intact, he could still feel the impact of his strikes. Invincible! Han Feng could not help but feel a surge of emotion, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as a bold idea took shape in his mind. Despite his arduous training over the past few days, he found his progress in cultivation to be significantly slower compared to that of a junior sister of the same rank. In light of this, he pondered whether it would be more advantageous to seek out others for sustenance rather than continue his solitary practice. At this moment, he finally comprehended the longing gazes of his senior brothers when he first arrived at Blood Peak. Initially, he believed their desire was merely a result of the influences of the demon spirit pill, which heightened their appetites. Little did he anticipate that consuming peers, as well as the parasitic insects of their kind, would yield such remarkable benefits. Chapter 20. The Hunt. It is likely that those senior brothers were all contemplating similarly. The reason they remained inactive for so long and hesitated to take action against him was primarily due to their perception that his current cultivation was exceedingly low. If they were to devour him now, not only would the taste be unsatisfactory, but the replenishment of demonic energy would also be quite limited. Given such circumstances, it was more prudent to seize the initiative and launch an offensive. However, successfully hunting down these senior brothers was no simple task. Meticulous preparation was essential. After all, despite their seemingly eccentric and erratic demeanor, their strength was truly formidable. The reactions of disciples from other peaks in the trading market provided a glimpse into the prowess of the Blood Peak. After a moment of contemplation, Han Feng began to meticulously organize and summarize the various abilities and attributes he currently possessed. Upon review, he discovered that his attributes included Glutton, Meditation, Lethal Rhythm, Battle-Worn, Desperate Struggle, Affinity with Nature, Skeletal Coating, Late-Stage Expert, Death-like State, Charged Strike, and Dao Heart. However, only 5 of these attributes directly enhanced his combat capabilities: Lethal Rhythm, Battle-Worn, Skeletal Coating, Charged Strike, and True Damage. In terms of spiritual techniques, he had merely the Crimson Peak Spear at his disposal. The Black Tiger Claw, which he had painstakingly cultivated during his body refinement stage, had become entirely irrelevant in the current situation. Aside from his innate goo, he also possessed a tracking goo acquired from the powerful young master, which had no effect on enhancing his combat power. A low-grade spiritual sword obtained from Qinyao was equally ineffective against the seniors who practiced the devouring spirit and demonic art. After thorough consideration, Han Feng concluded that, with the formidable combat power granted by his attributes, he possessed sufficient strength, at least within the Qi refinement stage, to be deemed nearly invincible. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "So, who shall I practice my skills on next?" Thus, Han Feng began to scrutinize each senior brother, seeking to identify the most suitable target. The first to be dismissed were the first, second, and third brothers. as their extensive tenure in the sect had allowed them to advance to Foundation establishment, creating a significant gap in strength that rendered them unsuitable opponents. After careful deliberation, Han Feng ultimately fixed his gaze on the eighth brother, Yang Wei. This particular brother had joined the sect relatively recently, and his cultivation was only at the 5th level of qi refinement, making him considerably weaker than the others. Han Feng distinctly recalled a brief interaction with Yang Wei upon his own arrival at the peak, during which he noted the latter's clear-headedness, suggesting that Yang Wei's training time had been limited. As night descended, the Blood Peak was enveloped in profound silence. Everyone had shut their doors, retreating to their respective courtyards to engage in solitary cultivation, hoping to enhance their own abilities. An intense malevolence lingered in the air, with fierce competition evident among the disciples, as all manner of intrigues unfolded openly. Without complete dedication to diligent training, even the slightest misstep could lead to becoming prey for others. Under the cover of this tranquil night, a shadow glided like a specter towards Yang Wei's courtyard. This figure was none other than Han Feng. Among the disciples of Blood Peak, his cultivation was at the lowest tier, yet this very fact spared him many of the burdens that weighed heavily on others. After all, those senior brothers, with their advanced cultivation, had to toil tirelessly to sustain their younger disciples, transforming them into substantial nourishment. In contrast, any morsel he consumed was already a significant boon. That night, after considerable contemplation, he resolutely made a bold decision to target eighth brother Yang Wei. With a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, Han Feng stealthily approached the courtyard. He carefully extended a finger, gently piercing a small hole in the paper window. Through this aperture, he peered inside and saw Yang Wei seated on his bed, eyes closed in deep meditation. Dark, swirling demonic energy coiled around him like serpents, indicating that he had reached a critical juncture in his training. Seeing this, Han Feng silently lamented. This eighth brother is truly engrossed in his cultivation. Thus, he cautiously pushed the door open, contemplating a surprise attack while Yang Wei was unprepared. However, to his shock, as soon as he opened the door, he found Yang Wei standing silently behind it. The brother, sporting a bushy beard, was grinning broadly, his gaze fixed directly on Han Feng. "Hey, little junior brother. What brings you here at such a late hour?" Yang Wei's voice, tinged with playful mockery, rang out unexpectedly. Momentarily taken aback, Han Feng quickly regained his composure. His mind racing as he fabricated a reason. "Eighth brother, I encountered a challenge in my cultivation and thought only you could assist me with my queries. So I took the liberty of disturbing you." Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's face lit up with delight, his smile radiant like blossoms in springtime. "Of course, I love teaching my junior brothers and sisters. Let us discuss it in detail." He eagerly grasped Han Feng's arm, pulling him inside. Han Feng complied, stepping into the room. Once seated, Yang Wei could hardly contain his enthusiasm. "Junior brother, to be honest, before I embarked on the path of cultivation, I was a respected teacher in our small village." A hint of pride colored his features as he continued. "My greatest joy was instructing those adorable children in the pursuit of knowledge. Witnessing their transformation from ignorance to wisdom is an indescribable sense of accomplishment." As he spoke, Yang Wei grew increasingly animated, gesturing wildly, excitement radiating from him like a child at play. His already jovial face broke into an even broader grin, his eyes narrowing into slits. In contrast to Yang Wei's eccentric behavior, Han Feng remained unfazed, showing not a trace of surprise. After all, every senior brother he had encountered since arriving at Blood Peak had exhibited similar peculiarities. Compared to his initial impressions, Yang Wei's behavior seemed to have intensified. With his attributes bolstering him, Han Feng regarded Yang Wei with little concern. Since the ambush had failed, he felt no trepidation about confronting him directly. "Wonderful! How splendid! I am overjoyed, for there is food to be had once more." Yang Wei's expression shifted, his innocent smile morphing into something more sinister. "Junior brother, will you join me in feasting?" Dark demonic energy began to emanate from Yang Wei, drool pooling at the corners of his mouth as he lunged towards Han Feng with his mouth agape. Fortunately, Han Feng had anticipated this moment and sprang into action. The Crimson Peak spear manifested in his hands, and with a charged strike, he thrust it towards Yang Wei's abdomen. Under the enhancement of true damage, the chiefing spear pierced directly through Yang Wei's protective demonic spirit, carving a deep gash in his abdomen. Instantly, black blood, along with fragments of the small and large intestines, poured forth from the wound. Nevertheless, Yang Wei's assault did not relent. His method of attack was brutally straightforward. He sank his teeth into Han Feng's shoulder. The protective demonic spirit around Han Feng was swiftly shattered, as Yang Wei, with his cultivation at the 5th level of the spirit-devouring art, proved to be far more formidable than Han Feng. In agony, Han Feng struggled to maintain his grip on the chiefing spear. Fortunately, the skeletal coating absorbed a substantial portion of the damage. Otherwise, that bite would have severed his entire shoulder. The two soon became entangled in a fierce struggle, where any semblance of combat technique was rendered ineffective. It devolved into a primal clash of flesh and blood, with no room for the execution of spiritual techniques. In his desperation, Han Feng grasped at the intestines spilling from Yang Wei's abdomen, pulling violently in a frenzied attempt to extricate them. Chapter 21. Ascending 2 Levels Die. With a furious roar, Han Feng's eyes glimmered with ferocity, his muscles taut as he summoned immense strength, tearing Yang Wei's intestines from his body like a savage beast. The scene was grotesquely bloody, enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yet, even in such a dire state, Yang Wei did not collapse as an ordinary person would. He resembled a madman, impervious to pain and unafraid of death, his attacks not only unyielding but increasingly ferocious. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with endless murderous intent. He rained down blows upon Han Feng's waist like a relentless storm. Each punch carried tremendous force, causing Han Feng's body to tremble. Furthermore, Yang Wei opened his mouth wide, sinking his teeth into Han Feng's neck, gnawing fiercely as if to sever it completely. In that moment, Yang Wei had succumbed to madness, akin to a rabid dog, launching an all-out assault without regard for consequences. The battle had devolved into a primal, savage melee, devoid of the elegant techniques typically exhibited by cultivators. Both men exchanged blows mercilessly, blood splattering everywhere, a sight too horrific to behold. It was hard to imagine this was a contest between two cultivators. It resembled more a brutal struggle between two wild beasts. The disciples from other peaks in the trading market harbored a deep-seated fear of the Blood Peak disciples, reluctant to challenge them lightly, a significant reason being their terrifying combat style. The ferocity displayed by the Blood Peak disciples in battle mirrored their uncontrollable mental state. Each time they faced an opponent, hesitation or retreat was not in their repertoire. They charged forth like fierce beasts, engaging in close-quarters combat with a resolve that suggested a fight to the death. Once entangled with a Blood Peak disciple, escaping was no simple feat. Even if one managed to emerge victorious, they would likely be left in a pitiful state, battered and bruised. At that moment, Han Feng, immersed in the chaos of battle, felt the weight of his predicament. Yang Wei had pushed him to the brink of despair, forcing him to resort to the extreme tactic of exchanging injuries. Han Feng plunged his entire arm into Yang Wei's abdomen, ruthlessly churning it within, turning the opponent's insides into a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. Yet, Yang Wei refused to relent, continuing to struggle desperately. Han Feng then seized Yang Wei's still beating heart, crushing it with unyielding force. As Yang Wei's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, the harrowing contest came to a close. Rising from the fray, Han Feng felt a wave of dread wash over him. The vivid memory of the fierce battle lingered, leaving him shaken. What a close call. Fortunately, Han Feng had decisively unleashed the Crimson Peak Spear at the outset, skillfully combining a charged strike with genuine damage, which dealt a heavy blow to Yang Wei, even rupturing his intestines. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would have been utterly unpredictable, for Yang Wei's vitality was terrifying, beyond that of an ordinary human. Breathing heavily, Han Feng gasped for air, his immediate concern being to regain his strength and heal his wounds. He carelessly reached for a demon spirit pill, hastily consuming it. At that moment, he paid no heed to the bloodstains and foul odor clinging to him. All he desired was to recover swiftly. He sat down, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state to heal. His injuries were severe, particularly on his neck, where Yang Wei had violently bitten off a chunk of flesh. Fortunately, the wound had not struck a vital point. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. All of this had taken Han Feng by surprise. Back when he was merely at the Qi Refinement Stage 1, he had easily held his own against Chun Yao from Earth Peak, who was at Qi Refinement Stage 5. Now, even though he had broken through to Qi Refinement Stage 2 and possessed the formidable combat attribute of genuine damage, along with a newly learned spiritual technique, the Crimson Peak Spear, he still found himself outmatched against his 8th senior brother, Yang Wei. This battle had profoundly altered Han Feng's perception of his senior brother's true prowess. Those who could ascend from the terrifying Blood Mountain to this level were indeed rare, a true gem among the masses. Only those who survived amidst the bloodshed and carnage of Blood Peak could stand their ground. Without madness or ferocity, they would have likely become prey for others. Once his injuries had somewhat improved, Han Feng cautiously released the demon spirit insect. The moment it appeared in the air, it lunged toward its target like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Compared to the 10th junior sister, Ning Hong, whom it had previously devoured, this time, the demon spirit insect appeared extraordinarily invigorated. After all, Yang Wei was a formidable opponent at Qi Refinement Stage 5, and the demon spirit insect, having undergone multiple transformations, contained even more potent and pure demonic energy. In the blink of an eye, the demon spirit insect devoured everything of Yang Wei's. Satisfied with its meal, it returned to Han Feng, reintegrating into his body. Instantly, a torrent of pure demonic energy surged forth from the insect, flooding Han Feng's being like a burst dam, continuously replenishing his strength. The once gruesome wounds rapidly healed before his eyes, and within moments, Han Feng's injuries had improved significantly. Seeing this, Han Feng decided against relocating for meditation. Instead, he settled down right where he was, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing, entering a state of profound meditation. As time passed, the air around him seemed to freeze, with only the faintest ripple of spiritual energy emanating from his body. Success. Han Feng had finally achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, smoothly advancing to Qi Refinement Stage 3. The system notification chimed once more. Current cultivation level, Qi Refinement Stage 3. Attribute extraction commencing. 1. Attribute name. Fresh start attribute quality. Black attribute effect. Clears internal cultivation, starting anew, while maintaining physical strength. 2. Attribute name. Handsome attribute quality. Pink attribute effect. Increases charm, enhancing appeal to others, with double effectiveness towards the opposite sex. 3. Attribute name. Immune to poison attribute quality. Purple attribute effect. Ordinary poisons can no longer harm you. Please make your selection within 10 breaths, or the attributes will vanish. Han Feng scanned the options swiftly, deep in thought. Chapter 22. The hunting plan. The first entry was an exceedingly rare black entry. Generally speaking, such entries yield exceptionally powerful effects, yet they also come with notably significant side effects. The term starting over refers to the ability to completely empty one's cultivation, while astonishingly preserving the strength of the physical body. This situation presents a clear advantage over reincarnation and recultivation, as it not only allows the practitioner to reconstruct their foundation but also offers the potential to break through to a higher realm. However, it is imperative to ensure ample resources and the safety of the entire process to achieve such an objective. Any errors could lead to dire consequences. Alas, I wonder if this starting over can rid me of the parasites within, Han Feng mused quietly, shaking his head gently. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to temporarily forego this entry. At that moment, he found himself within the confines of the demon sect, and any misstep could easily lead to fatal repercussions. Thus, he dared not take such a risk lightly. Next, Han Feng's gaze shifted to the second entry, Handsome Man. As the name suggests, this entry significantly enhances personal charm, particularly in relation to the opposite sex, with effects that can be amplified. Unfortunately, it is merely a trait akin to that of a stud horse and does not contribute in the slightest to combat prowess. Without hesitation, Han Feng discarded it. Finally, upon encountering the third entry, Immune to all poisons, Han Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Undoubtedly, this ability is invaluable. In the perilous and mysterious realm of cultivation, many practitioners specialize in the use of poison. He currently resided in the southern wilderness, where toxins proliferate and miasma abounds. To possess the ability to be immune to all poisons would undoubtedly provide a crucial safeguard for his survival and cultivation journey. With this thought in mind, Han Feng no longer hesitated and resolutely made his choice. This one would be his. The 10,000 Worms sect is home to numerous practitioners closely associated with poison, wielding bizarre and colorful poison insects, all of which harbor deadly toxicity. Acquiring the miraculous ability to be immune to toxins would grant him a decisive advantage in confrontations with those adept in poison, placing him in an unbeatable position. After all, no matter how formidable the poison techniques may be, they would inflict no harm upon him. After selecting his entries, Han Feng resumed his cultivation. His senior brother had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, and the magic spirit worm he cultivated had undergone numerous transformations, attaining a high level. The magic spirit worm within Han Feng absorbed vast amounts of energy, continuously converting it into nourishment for itself, which it then fed back to Han Feng. Under the impact of this immense power, Han Feng's cultivation soared, breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and the momentum showed no signs of abating. Before long, he successfully ascended to the 4th level. A system prompt echoed once more. Current realm, 4th level of Qi refinement, entry selection begins. 1. Entry name, Realm Suppression entry quality, Pink entry effect. When battling opponents of lower cultivation, attack power is doubled. 2. Entry name, Mutual Destruction entry quality, Pink entry effect. When attacked, rebound 10% of the damage to the attacker. 3. Entry name, Last Drop of Blood entry quality, Purple entry effect. When receiving fatal damage, retains the last drop of blood and accelerates healing speed. Make your choice within 10 breaths, otherwise, the entries will vanish. Han Feng's mind raced as he pondered rapidly. This time, all 3 entries were undeniably combat-related. The first entry, Realm Suppression, was evidently a potent tool designed for facing those of lesser cultivation. Once acquired, it would allow him to inflict double damage upon opponents of lower realms. This would greatly mitigate the risk of unexpected defeats. Even if the adversary were a peerless genius, challenging him across tiers would become nearly impossible. However, for him at this moment, this entry seemed to hold little practical use. Most of the enemies he faced were stronger than he, and those of lower cultivation were hardly worthy of his concern. Next, he considered the second entry, Mutual Destruction. As another combat entry, it belonged to a passive type. It only activated when he was attacked. While such a characteristic could indeed create trouble for opponents during fierce battles, the effect was rather minimal, merely 10%. Perhaps it could be somewhat useful, yet ultimately it would not prove decisive. Lastly, Han Feng's gaze fell upon the third entry, Last Drop of Blood. Technically, this entry does not qualify purely as a combat entry, yet it undeniably enhances combat capability and accelerates healing. Most importantly, it allows one to survive, preventing instant death. If confronted by a high-level practitioner, it could even be used in conjunction with feigned death. Without further contemplation, Han Feng chose Last Drop of Blood. The magic spirit he had absorbed from his senior brother propelled him 2 levels higher. However, he soon realized that the magic spirit worm, which had been continuously providing him energy, had ceased its nourishment. This was not surprising, as his senior brother was only at the 5th level of magic spirit cultivation. Even if he devoted all his magic spirit energy to feeding him, it could only assist Han Feng in reaching the 4th level of magic spirit cultivation. This exhilarating method of rapidly advancing by hunting his fellow disciples was far more satisfying than the daily grind of diligent training. Initially, Han Feng had entertained thoughts of hunting down all his brothers, except for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd brothers who had already entered the foundation establishment stage. But after his intense battle with his senior brother, he quickly awoke from this unrealistic fantasy. The battle prowess exhibited by these disciples of Blood Peak when faced with death was beyond imagination. Not to mention, his 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th brothers all possessed higher cultivation than his senior brother. If he recklessly confronted them, he would undoubtedly invite tremendous danger. If he could not swiftly conclude the battle, creating too much commotion might even attract other hidden brothers, leading to a perilous situation. Fortunately, following his confrontation with his senior brother, Han Feng successfully advanced 2 levels, significantly enhancing his strength. Moreover, he had obtained 2 brand new entries, which would undoubtedly serve as powerful assets in critical moments. The last drop of blood would likely prove unnecessary. Han Feng furrowed his brow, lost in thought. It was clear that feigning death before his ferocious brothers would be tantamount to courting death, given their nature. Should they witness Han Feng playing dead, they would undoubtedly devour him without hesitation. Perhaps he could strategize from the immune to all poisons entry. A sudden inspiration struck Han Feng, and he promptly resolved to descend the mountain to procure some poisons. It is a curious coincidence that he happens to be registered under a shop that specializes in the sale of various poisons. Consequently, Han Feng hastened down the mountain, sprinting towards the establishment with fervor. However, upon arriving breathlessly at the shop's entrance, he was taken aback by the scene before him. A throng of individuals had gathered, and at the forefront, a boisterous man was shouting, "Dong Yong, listen well. From this day forth, the shop is under the protection of my master." He then pointed derisively at the characters Han Feng beside the shop, sneering as he continued, "That fellow named Han Feng, if he knows what's good for him, should promptly relinquish his name to my master. If he complies, he might be fortunate enough to become a favored servant, devotedly attending to his master. Otherwise, well, he can only expect a grim fate." Han Feng could hardly fathom that upon descending the mountain, he would encounter such misfortune. The demeanor of the crowd suggested they held him in utter contempt. A wave of confusion washed over him as he pondered. Could it be that his esteemed title as a disciple of Blood Peak holds no weight here? Logically, given this prestigious status, others ought to regard him with reverence. Yet the circumstances he faced were entirely unexpected. Thus, rather than stepping forward immediately, he chose to discreetly conceal himself in a more obscure corner, quietly observing the unfolding events, seeking to unravel the mystery of the situation through careful scrutiny. Chapter 23. Farewell to Xiaozhana, my dear brother. You must think this through. Han Feng is no ordinary character. He is a distinguished disciple of Blood Peak. Does your master truly intend to provoke such a formidable individual? The shopkeeper, Dong Yong, rushed out of his establishment in a state of panic, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, his expression laden with bitterness. Just a few days prior, Dong Yong had bestowed a substantial sum of spirit stones upon Han Feng. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief, believing that since Han Feng was a disciple of Blood Peak, no one would dare to challenge him lightly. He thought he could finally enjoy a period of tranquility. Who could have anticipated that, so soon, someone would come forth to challenge Han Feng? Dong Yong's heart was a tempest of anxiety, akin to 15 buckets of water being drawn in confusion. If Han Feng were to emerge victorious, all would be well. However, should he suffer defeat, it would spell disaster. It is worth noting that to curry favor with Han Feng, Dong Yong had reluctantly parted with a significant amount of precious spirit stones. Should Han Feng tragically lose his life in the arena, all his hard-earned spirit stones would be rendered worthless, and he would still have to pay the rent anew. The mere thought of this caused Dong Yong's heart to ache, nearly bringing him to tears. A disciple of Blood Peak. Others may fear him, but my master is unafraid. They ought to inquire who my master is, Shui Feng's joyful Guanyin, at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Merely a step away from foundation establishment. I have heard that this Han Feng is only at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Does my master truly fear him? Summon him forth to meet his demise. The troublemaker continued to shout provocatively. The shopkeeper, Dong Yong, wore a bitter expression, if what the instigator claimed were true. Then Han Feng would indeed struggle to contend. However, he could only arrange for someone to inform Han Feng at Blood Peak. No need, I am here. Han Feng emerged from the crowd. He had anticipated encountering a formidable opponent with foundation establishment cultivation, but was surprised to find that the challenger was merely at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Apart from the madman of Blood Peak, he held little regard for any other Qi refinement cultivators. Upon Han Feng's appearance, the enigmatic joyful Guanyin finally unveiled her mysterious visage, capturing the attention of all present. A heavy cadence of footsteps heralded the arrival of 8 robust men, who bore a resplendent palanquin with steady strides. The palanquin was exquisitely adorned with vibrant silks and jeweled curtains, swaying gently in the breeze, producing melodious chimes. Seated within this lavish palanquin was a woman who undoubtedly became the focal point of the gathering. Her figure was alluringly voluptuous, every curve meticulously sculpted, as if each line had been carefully crafted. The fabric she wore was exceedingly sheer, barely concealing her captivating form, her enticing décolletage and long, slender legs tantalizingly visible, drawing the gaze of many men who found it difficult to avert their eyes. Moreover, her face was strikingly beautiful, with doe-like eyes that sparkled with allure, blinking flirtatiously, exuding an irresistible charm. The subtle smile upon her lips conveyed a captivating charisma that ensnared the hearts of onlookers. Yet, the surprise did not solely rest with joyful Guanyin herself. Even the 8 men carrying the palanquin were strikingly handsome. Each bore chiseled features, as though sculpted by a master artisan. However, at that moment, these typically gallant men appeared breathless and weary, clearly burdened by the weight of the palanquin. Despite their handsome visages, the pallor of their faces and labored breaths betrayed their true physical condition, a rare sight among cultivators. What truly astonished Han Feng was not merely the captivating joyful Guanyin, but rather a familiar figure among the 8 bearers of the palanquin. It was none other than Xiaozhan, the leader among the new disciples who had entered together with him. Once, Xiaozhan had shone brightly among the newcomers, distinguished by his remarkable spirit roots and insight. Who could have imagined that he would now find himself in such a predicament? Aligning himself with an intersect female disciple and willingly becoming her consort in exchange for survival? As the 8 men drew nearer, Xiaozhan recognized Han Feng. Initially, he had thought it was merely a coincidence of names, but upon this encounter, he realized it was indeed Han Feng. Meanwhile, Han Feng had ascended to the status of a revered intersect disciple, while Xiaozhan had become merely a consort to another. Hastily, Xiaozhan lowered his head, fearing that Han Feng might recognize him. The thought of his former companion witnessing his current predicament would undoubtedly wound his fragile pride anew. Han Feng, I have heard it is you who killed the Earth Peak disciple Chen Yao. Do you realize he was meant to be my consort? Now that Chen Yao is dead, how do you intend to compensate me? Joyful Guanyin, still perched within the palanquin, spoke with a smile that was both alluring and enigmatic, fixing her gaze upon Han Feng. Chapter 24. Unleashing the prototype accompany your mother. Han Feng spoke with unrestrained disdain. Chen Yao is a native of Tufeng. What relevance could he possibly have with you? A disciple of Shui Feng? Spare me your nonsense. Let us settle this on the arena, where life and death shall be determined. With his storage bag empty, Han Feng had already regarded the joyful Guanyin as his prey. He relished the thought of feasting upon this plump target, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, who typically amassed a substantial bounty of resources in anticipation of a breakthrough. If he could eliminate her, he would surely acquire the spirit stones he so desperately sought. Joyful Guanyin smiled mischievously, her gaze appraising Han Feng, an unusual light flickering in her eyes. After a pause, she languidly spoke. That brat Chen Yao has long been ensnared by my joyful goo. Once the time is ripe, he will obediently become my male pet. I never anticipated you would kill him, causing me to lose a precious joyful goo for nothing. However, seeing as your vitality is so robust, you might well serve as a suitable substitute. Why not take his place as my new male pet? The crowd erupted in astonishment. It turned out that joyful Guanyin practiced a unique form of cultivation involving a creature known as the joyful goo, which was used for dual cultivation and consisted of a mother and child pair. The joy goo served as the mother, while the she goo was the offspring. The cultivation method was exceedingly bizarre. One merely needed to implant the offspring within another's body, and during their intimate union, the mother would effortlessly siphon the essence of the offspring's host to bolster her own cultivation. At that moment, joyful Guanyin had already attained the 10th level of Qi refinement. Yet she remained unable to break through her bottleneck. Thus, Chen Yao had become the key to her advancement. Unfortunately, her plan had now been thwarted, prompting her to set her sights on Han Feng. Han Feng was at a loss. He had not expected this woman to wish to engage in dual cultivation with him. Though joyful Guanyin was indeed beautiful, her method was exceedingly treacherous. Otherwise, he might have considered the proposition to enhance his cultivation. Han Feng, are you afraid I will drain you dry? Joyful Guanyin continued, noting his silence. She then produced a spirit herb from her storage bag. Fear not. A male pet as exquisite as you is far too valuable for me to consume entirely. I shall nurture you and assist you in advancing to the foundation establishment stage. This herb is 300 years old. Merely agree to be my male pet, and it shall be yours. The onlookers were filled with envy. They had expected Han Feng to be at a disadvantage, yet here he was, presented with an extraordinary opportunity. Joyful Guanyin was a formidable figure within the inner sect, and her cultivation at the 10th level made her ascendance to foundation establishment a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, she was quite affluent, known for her lavish generosity. A 300-year-old spirit herb could grant sentience to beasts, transforming them into spirit creatures capable of cultivating. Even a small portion of it contained enough spiritual power to sustain many for an extended period, eliminating worries about resources. Moreover, compared to spirit stones, the efficacy of this herb in cultivation was unparalleled. Becoming Joyful Guanyin's male pet would not only provide him with a powerful ally at the foundation establishment stage, but also offer the allure of her beauty, making dual cultivation an enticing prospect. After all, it was merely a matter of losing a bit of essence, which could easily be replenished with the herb in hand. Yet, Despite their envy, the crowd could only watch, for Joyful Guanyin had eyes only for Han Feng. He remained indifferent. Although the herb was precious, it held no value for his cultivation. He sought demonic energy, and ordinary spiritual power was of no use to him. Suddenly, a realization struck him. I've been poisoned. An overwhelming, uncontrollable desire surged within him like a tidal wave. His body felt as though it were ablaze, and his vital energy roiled violently. When he gazed upon Joyful Guanyin, an indescribable impulse arose within him, a yearning to kneel before her, willingly becoming her male pet, forever at her side. Just as Han Feng was on the brink of losing his rationality, the phrase immune to all poisons activated within him. The toxins that had wreaked havoc in his body were swiftly enveloped by the formidable power of demonic energy, rapidly refining and dissolving them into nothingness. He steadied his mind. Joyful Guanyin noticed Han Feng's momentary lapse, and was astonished to see him recover from the haze in the blink of an eye, his gaze once again sharp and clear. It dawned on him that this seemingly invaluable, 300-year-old spirit herb was nothing but a trap. In truth, this so-called herb was not a genuine spirit herb at all. Given Joyful Guanyin's current cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement, she had no chance of encountering such a rare herb. The plant that bore a striking resemblance to a spirit herb was, in fact, a terrifying poison that Joyful Guanyin had cultivated using her unique holy water. This poison, while seemingly harmless and odorless at first, would unleash its potency upon her activation, transforming into an intensely erotic toxin that ensnared the victim in an overwhelming whirlpool of desire. Han Feng, you are clearly afflicted by my lust poison. Why do you pretend otherwise? Is it so difficult to endure? Why not come forth and kneel? Joyful Guanyin continued to channel the poison's power, attempting to provoke the toxin within Han Feng. So beautiful, so beautiful. If I could spend a night with Joyful Guanyin, I would gladly accept death. Drain me dry. Beneath the peony, I would willingly die. Even as a ghost, I'd remain charming. Several disciples nearby, caught in the crossfire, found themselves affected, their bodies succumbing to the lust poison, entranced and eager to offer themselves. How amusing, how amusing. Such remarkable composure. You've already been poisoned. Yet you managed to endure. Surely, you feel ready to explode. Joyful Guanyin laughed maniacally, her scent wafting toward Han Feng. You think you possess allure? Han Feng scoffed, unperturbed, as he gathered his red-peaked spear. You are nothing more than a mere pig in my eyes. Prepare to meet your end. Despite Joyful Guanyin's beauty, Han Feng was a time traveler, having seen countless beauties. Even under the influence of the lust poison, he would merely feel a slight stirring of respect. To think he could be deceived was absurd. With no time for idle chatter, Han Feng thrust the red-peaked spear toward Joyful Guanyin, unleashing a devastating attack. In response, she leaped down from her throne, her spiritual energy coalescing into a swirling tempest aimed at him. The whirlwind surged forth like a roaring dragon, tearing through the air with a deafening howl. Joyful Guanyin's figure flickered within the tempest, her eyes glinting with icy determination, clearly confident in her strike. Han Feng felt a surge of triumph. He feared Joyful Guanyin would rely on her superior speed and cultivation, avoiding a direct confrontation. Once they were in close quarters, he would have no fear, for his physical strength rendered him invincible at the Qi refinement stage, planting his feet firmly on the ground. The demonic energy within him surged like a river, rapidly converging upon the red-peaked spear. A dark sheen enveloped the spear, imbued with boundless power. As the distance between them closed, Joyful Guanyin's whirlwind collided with Han Feng's red-peaked spear, producing a thunderous explosion. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as their spiritual energies clashed. Ah! Joyful Guanyin screamed in agony, her garments tearing apart, revealing her true form. Her originally enchanting appearance is but a meticulously crafted fade, an illusion she has cultivated through her arcane practices. The true visage beneath has long since been distorted and grotesque due to her cultivation of the joyous goo. Her body swollen like a mountain, burdened with excess flesh, weighing no less than 600 or 700 pounds. The flabby flesh upon her face quivers with each breath, presenting a terrifying countenance, while her skin is marred by bizarre markings, reminiscent of countless goo worms writhing beneath the surface. This is a side effect of her joyous goo cultivation, having absorbed an excessive amount of essence from her male consorts, yet unable to fully refine it. Han Feng's lethal strike shattered her defenses, rendering her incapable of sustaining her guise. Ironically, it was this very bulk that withstood Han Feng's fatal blow. Han Feng possesses the attribute of true damage, allowing him to bypass 50% of his opponent's defenses, making it all too easy to land a decisive hit against those with fragile physiques. You can penetrate my spiritual power. What a vile technique. Injured from the encounter, the joyous goo master clutched her chest and staggered backward. In that fleeting moment, she realized she had antagonized the wrong individual today, a wave of regret washing over her. Junior Han Feng, let us speak amicably. I shall offer you 2,000 spirit stones. Shall we part ways peacefully? The joyous goo master, adept in both humility and resilience, immediately sought to negotiate a truce. Chapter 25. Purchasing poison. Han Feng pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. Yet, with each step he took towards the joyful Guanyin, it felt as though he was treading upon her heart, causing it to race with increasing trepidation. At that moment, Joyful Guanyin was completely engulfed in panic. The only thing she relied upon to challenge the disciples of Blood Peak was her love poison. It is crucial to note that the disciples of Blood Peak were already ensnared by various desires, rendering them virtually powerless against her emotional toxin. Not long ago, she had successfully implanted the joyous goo poison in one of the Blood Peak disciples. Yet, who could have anticipated that the disciple would suddenly perish shortly thereafter? The reason she had set her sights on Han Feng was twofold. She believed him to be of low cultivation, merely at the first level of qi refinement. Little did she know that within just over half a month, Han Feng's cultivation had surged to the fourth level of qi refinement. Even more terrifying was the fact that he was entirely unaffected by her desire-inducing poison. Moreover, his methods were utterly astonishing. Capable of penetrating her qi refinement ninth-level protective spiritual energy and inflicting direct harm upon her physical form. As she watched Han Feng draw ever closer, a profound chill surged through Joyful Guanyin. She sensed the shadow of death creeping ever closer. In desperation, she pleaded with Han Feng once more. 3,000 spirit stones. Junior brother Han Feng, I shall give you 3,000 spirit stones. Let this be an apology from your senior sister. At this moment, all semblance of combativeness had vanished from Joyful Guanyin. Only urgency and panic remained. Her plump face was awash with desperation, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Fat pig. Do you think it possible that if I were to kill you, all your resources would become mine? Han Feng's lips curled into a faint, chilling smile. With that, he vanished in a flash, resembling a specter as he engaged Joyful Guanyin in close-quarters combat. Despite her ample physique seemingly endowing her with formidable defenses, her offensive capabilities were exceedingly weak. She was little more than a human punching bag. Why is Joyful Guanyin so hideous? Is this truly a human? Or merely a genuine fat pig? Han Feng mused. I must have been deluded to think her beauty was unparalleled. As the two fought fiercely, Joyful Guanyin found herself unable to summon any toxins. The onlookers, previously entranced by her love poison, now awakened from their stupor. How could Joyful Guanyin's male companions endure such a sight? Engaging with a creature like this must surely leave psychological scars, one remarked, his face twisted in disgust. As though merely imagining such a scenario repulsed him. You know nothing. It's the same with the lights off, another retorted nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. You're bold to suggest that. Perhaps you'll end up with nothing but rolls of fat on your thighs. Came the immediate teasing response, provoking a bout of laughter among the crowd. Amidst the mocking banter, the male companions of Joyful Guanyin, witnessing her true form being revealed, instantly lost their previous arrogance, bowing their heads like chastened pups. A few, upon seeing her grotesque visage, felt their earlier infatuation dissipate, even revealing glimmers of disdain. In the midst of the chatter, Joyful Guanyin suddenly bellowed, You shall perish. Without regard for Han Feng's onslaught, she lunged at one of her mockers, sitting heavily upon him. The individual, merely at the 7th level of qi refinement, stood no chance against her, letting out a shriek before being crushed into a bloody pulp, the scene utterly horrific. The surrounding crowd fell silent, stunned by Joyful Guanyin's sudden act of brutal violence. Though she feared Han Feng, it did not imply that anyone could mock her without consequence. Deep within her, the utmost disdain was reserved for those who dared to insult her with such terms as fat pig. Therefore, even if she had to endure several blows from Han Feng, she would undoubtedly retaliate. Why do you worthless hounds no longer gaze upon me with reverence? She spat, using the moment to create distance between herself and Han Feng. In that instant, she keenly perceived the shift in the gazes of several male companions. You base curs, I've provided you with resources and support, and yet you dare harbor resentment? With that, she delivered a crushing slap, instantly killing one of the bears. From the lifeless body emerged a poison worm, which promptly flew back to Joyful Guanyin, restoring much of her vitality. Observing this, the other companions hastily pleaded for mercy. Mistress, we are utterly loyal to you, harboring no treachery. One of them cried, his voice trembling with urgency. In my heart, you are the most beautiful being. I am your eternal servant, never once contemplating betrayal. Another proclaimed, his eyes pleading. Yet, Joyful Guanyin was unwilling to entertain their declarations of loyalty. She darted through the ranks of her bearers like a wraith. Moments later, a series of dull thuds resounded as she smashed their heads, reducing them to a gruesome mess. The ground became saturated with a mixture of brain matter and crimson blood, including that of Xiaozhan. Han Feng, taken aback by this turn of events, momentarily stood in shock. Though his time in the 10,000 Worms sect was relatively short, it felt as though many years had passed. Just when he had finally encountered an old acquaintance, he never expected to witness their demise so swiftly. With the benefits of the child worm, Joyful Guanyin's injuries were completely healed, and her strength surged even beyond its previous state. As Han Feng closed in once more, she realized there was no escape and boldly engaged him again. To her astonishment, Han Feng seemed like an inexhaustible dynamo, showing no signs of fatigue, but rather increasing in vigor and speed with each exchange. Before long, Joyful Guanyin found herself unable to withstand the relentless onslaught, forced to endure Han Feng's attacks. Despite her ample flesh, it ultimately proved insufficient to resist the fierce impact of his demonic energy. Within mere moments, Han Feng pierced her through with the chiefing spear. her insides spilling forth in a nauseating torrent of foul-smelling viscera. Even as a cultivator, the stench was unbearable, prompting the onlooking disciples to flee in haste. Simultaneously, they were left with a reinforced understanding. The disciples of Blood Peak were not to be trifled with. Han Feng collected joyful Guanin's storage bag and hastened his departure, finding the odor increasingly intolerable. In this place, fatal encounters were not uncommon, and designated disciples were tasked with the collection of corpses, alleviating any concerns he might have regarding sect repercussions. As Han Feng gazed into the storage bag containing a substantial 5,000 spirit stones, his mood lifted tremendously. Reflecting on the wealth of resources amassed by those nearing a breakthrough, he surmised they must have been hoarding treasures for this pivotal moment. Alas, all of it had now fortuitously fallen into his hands. Upon returning to the shop, the proprietor, Dong Yong, wore an expression of sheer delight. Although it had not yet been a month, he handed Han Feng a sum of spirit stones, courteously stating, "Young Master Han, this is your rent for the month." Dong Yong was profoundly astonished. He had long been aware of the formidable prowess of the disciples of Blood Peak, yet he had not anticipated Han Feng's extraordinary capabilities. Even cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement were no match for him. Consequently, he felt that his shop would henceforth be secure and free from worries. After all, in his perspective, foundation establishment cultivators typically would not lower themselves to challenge a Qi refinement cultivator. However, Han Feng did not reach out to accept the spirit stones that Dong Yong offered. Instead, he tossed his own 5,000 spirit stones back to Dong Yong and inquired, "I have heard that you possess considerable knowledge of poisons." Dong Yong was momentarily taken aback by Han Feng's unexpected action, but he quickly regained his composure. Realizing this was a business proposition, a significant one at that. With confidence, he replied, "To speak candidly, my shop specializes in poisons. I possess a fair understanding of various toxins." Han Feng continued to probe, "Can they affect cultivators?" Dong Yong patted his chest and assured him, "Young master, you jest. The poisons we sell are indeed intended for cultivators. If they did not affect them, I would have no business at all. Do you have any that are colorless and odorless? It would be best if they could be made into incense." Han Feng elaborated on his request. Dong Yong furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Such a poison does exist, but it is rather expensive, and I would need to procure it from my family outside." Han Feng inquired, "Will this more than 5,000 spirit stones suffice?" Dong Yong promptly affirmed, "Certainly. It will be enough. But young master may need to wait a few days for the goods." Han Feng nodded and replied, "No problem, as long as it is done swiftly." After agreeing on a timeline, Han Feng turned and returned directly to Blood Peak. With the term immune to all poisons now at his disposal, he intended to utilize it effectively for his plans. Relying solely on brute strength would make it exceedingly difficult to confront the several formidable senior brothers of Blood Peak. Chapter 26, 7th Senior Brother, Yang Fei. Half a month later, within a tranquil courtyard atop Blood Peak, Han Feng was deeply engrossed in his cultivation. The room was enveloped in wisps of ethereal smoke, mysterious in nature, colorless and odorless, akin to a ghost lurking in the shadows, making its presence nearly undetectable. Yet, Han Feng had long grown accustomed to it, as this was the mysterious spirit smoke he had procured for over 5,000 spirit stones just days prior. This smoke was no ordinary substance. If someone were to inadvertently inhale it, their limbs would become weak, rendering them powerless and vulnerable, akin to fish on a chopping block. However, Han Feng remained entirely unaffected, possessing the remarkable trait of being immune to all toxins. Through extensive experimentation, he had fully adapted to the characteristics of this toxic smoke. After half a month, his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refining had solidified completely. He had successfully absorbed the demonic spirit power from both his junior sister and 8th senior brother. Yet, the demonic spirit powers of these two seemed to conflict, clashing violently within him and occasionally wreaking havoc on his meridians, causing bouts of pain. Nevertheless, Han Feng paid little heed to this discomfort. In his eyes, as long as the spirit-devouring worm could consume this demonic power and refine it, all issues would be resolved. This method of cultivating demonic arts was inherently predicated on devouring others to enhance one's own strength. Thus, such phenomena were entirely normal. Fortunately, his Tao heart kept his mind unperturbed, though latent dangers still lurked within his body. At this moment, however, he was wholly engrossed in the pursuit of elevating his cultivation. After enduring half a month of arduous training, he realized that his progress was exceedingly slow. During this time, aided by his gluttonous trait, he had lost count of how many demonic spirit pills he had refined. Yet, his cultivation advancement was minimal at this rate. It would take him a full 3 months to break through to the 5th level of Qi refining. Han Feng had experienced the exhilarating sensation of rapidly enhancing his cultivation through the devouring of other demonic spirits. Now, he found it impossible to calm his mind from methodical training, and thoughts of 7th senior brother Yang Fei began to surface. Over the past half-month, Blood Peak had not received any new disciples. Among all present, aside from Han Feng, the weakest was none other than Yang Fei, who had only reached the 7th level of Qi refining. However, recalling the near failure of his last hunt against the 8th senior brother, a sense of hesitation crept into his heart. Now he stood at the fourth level of chi refining, armed with a plethora of traits: glutton, meditation, deadly rhythm, battle scars, last-ditch effort, affinity for nature, bone coating, late-stage expert, false death, charge strike, Dao heart, immunity to toxins, last drop of blood, and the red peak spear in terms of spiritual techniques. Although he possessed many means, only the bone coating trait augmented his defenses. Yet, this advantage was merely fleeting at the onset of a confrontation. Should a battle drag on, his situation could swiftly become perilous. The seniors atop Blood Peak were formidable, displaying extraordinary vitality, making swift resolutions to conflicts a daunting task, while Han Feng boasted numerous traits suited for prolonged battles, once entangled in such warfare. The variables became overwhelmingly numerous. The atmosphere on Blood Peak was rife with danger, with the potential for unforeseen adversaries lurking in the shadows. Standing in place, brow furrowed, Han Feng found himself engulfed in profound conflict and turmoil. Vivid memories of his previous near-failure during the hunt for the eighth senior brother flooded his mind, reinforcing the notion that taking the initiative was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Han Feng was acutely aware of the stakes at play, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Opting for a more cautious approach seemed prudent. Now, having successfully reached the fourth level of chi refining, he doubted that the other seniors would remain unmoved in their quest to hunt him. As he inhaled the drifting toxic smoke within the room, Han Feng gradually settled his mind, his gaze resolute. Ultimately, he chose to continue his cultivation. The night was deep and serene atop Blood Peak, with all present immersed in their practices as if the entire world were enveloped in tranquility. And in this stillness, Han Feng silently amassed his strength, biding his time for the challenges and opportunities that awaited him. In a somewhat eerie courtyard, a man clad in tattered red robes sat upon a bed, muttering incantations. This was none other than Yang Fei, the seventh senior brother of Blood Peak. His attire, originally designed for a mundane wedding, was now severely tattered, yet remnants of its former elegance remained discernible. The room's decor deviated from that of an ordinary cultivator, resembling a meticulously arranged bridal chamber. Various places were adorned with double happiness characters, and two red candles flickered, casting a blood-red glow throughout the room. Upon the crimson wedding bed lay a corpse, or rather, a bare skeleton adorned in a red wedding garment. Xiaomei, why did you have to kill me? For you, I sacrificed everything, Yang Fei lamented, cradling the skull in his hands, his tongue tracing its contours as if savoring a bittersweet memory. Even when you betrayed me atop Blood Mountain, I held no grudges. After all, you were merely seeking resources to survive, sharing beds with those men for your own sake. I devoted most of my resources to help you enter the intersect sooner, to spare you from torment and humiliation. Why, at the end, did you still have to kill me? With that, Yang Fei broke into tears, clutching the skull tightly, resembling a child who had suffered a grave injustice. My days in the outer sect were a nightmare. I endured inhumane torment daily, struggling for survival. Hunger and pain plagued me, yet to live, I was compelled to consume the most repugnant things. At times, when food was scarce, I resorted to gnawing on the corpses of those long deceased. Yet, I bore all this suffering and humiliation because I held a steadfast belief in my heart, entering the intersect at the earliest opportunity, so I could see you again. Each time I was bullied by my fellow disciples, each sleepless night spent in hunger, as long as I thought of our reunion, it all felt worth it. I persevered, striving to enter the intersect by any means necessary. In that moment, I was filled with joy, believing I could finally be with you forever. Why? Why did it come to this? I sacrificed so much, endured countless hardships just to be with you, and yet this is the outcome. Do you know how heart-wrenching it was when I killed you? Yang Fei shouted hoarsely, his emotions spiraling into a frenzy. He widened his eyes, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, as if he were about to unleash the fury that churned within him. Suddenly, he seized the skull with fervor, opened his mouth, and viciously bit down on a fragment of bone, chewing it frantically, his visage transforming into a nightmarish and terrifying spectacle that sent chills down one's spine. After a considerable time, perhaps as the flames of his rage began to subside, Yang Fei's expression gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, though his gaze remained hollow and devoid of life. It was all the accursed Wan Goose sect's fault. Had they not captured us on our wedding day, none of this would have transpired. I must enhance my strength. I shall obliterate everything and slay them all. Xiaomei, do you know? A newcomer has arrived at Blood Peak, residing in the courtyard you once inhabited. Recently, another junior disciple has also vanished. I suspect he is behind it. His flesh must be exquisite. Tonight, I shall hunt him down and consume him, which will surely elevate my cultivation once more. Sooner or later, I will avenge you and eradicate everyone from the sect. After a bout of soliloquy, Yang Fei carefully placed the skull back upon the bed. Xiaomei, remain at home and wait for me. I shall return swiftly. Chapter 27. Fishing for evidence on a moonless, windy night, when all was silent, a shadow descended upon Han Feng's tranquil courtyard like a specter. This elusive figure, difficult to grasp, was none other than Yang Fei. With a grace akin to that of a swallow, Yang Fei moved with remarkable agility, seemingly employing a mysterious technique of footwork. He deftly utilized the cover of darkness, making not a sound as he proceeded. However, despite Yang Fei's utmost caution, Han Feng sensed the unusual activity outside almost immediately. As a cultivator, his senses were far more acute than those of ordinary mortals. With a vigilant heart, even the faintest rustle of leaves could not escape his perception. Han Feng possessed a rare item, the illusory incense, yet he refrained from using it offensively. Instead, he opted for self-immersion, a decision born of careful deliberation. After all, employing the incense to confuse others could easily betray his intentions. If the cultivators became alert, a mere breath-holding would render the incense ineffective. Who could have anticipated that Han Feng would devise such an unconventional strategy, holding the illusory incense to continuously envelop himself in its haze? In this manner, should anyone plot against him, they might unwittingly succumb to its effects. At that moment, Han Feng pondered, who could be targeting him? Could it possibly be his elder brother? If so, would the illusory incense still hold any sway? With his eyes tightly shut, Han Feng silently recited the incantation to cease his cultivation, gradually relaxing his body. Feigning a deep slumber as he lay on his bed, he awaited the moment like a seasoned hunter, poised for his prey to draw near. Han Feng understood well that as long as the intruder was not his elder brother or the two other senior brothers who had already reached the foundation establishment stage, the illusory incense he had meticulously prepared would prove immensely effective. The illusory incense was indeed a lethal weapon against those who had not yet attained the foundation establishment stage. The three senior brothers should be unlikely to target him. Firstly, considering his current meager cultivation, even if he fell into the hands of a foundation establishment cultivator, he would likely be of little consequence, merely serving to whet their appetite. Secondly, it had been some time since he sensed the presence of these three senior brothers. It was as if they had completely vanished from Blood Peak. Just then, a faint creak pierced the silence as the door slowly opened a crack. A figure swiftly slipped into the room. It was Yang Fei. He made no attempt to conceal his movements, boldly pushing the door open and striding directly to the bedside. "Junior brother, stop pretending to sleep. If cultivators like us could fall asleep so easily, we would have been slain countless times by now," Yang Fei declared. Shaking the sharp dagger in his hand, his intentions unmistakable. Yet Han Feng remained motionless, as if genuinely lost in slumber. Seeing this, Yang Fei snorted disdainfully. "Well, if you wish to play dead, then so be it." No sooner had he spoken than Yang Fei unleashed his formidable cultivation of the 7th layer of qi refinement. In an instant, a torrent of demonic energy surged forth from him, and he lunged at the recumbent Han Feng with his dagger. In the blink of an eye, Han Feng's eyes flew open, and he rolled away with the swiftness of lightning, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Almost instantaneously, he thrust his crimson spear in a swift counterattack, akin to a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, striking Yang Fei squarely in the chest. At that moment, both combatants summoned their demonic energies to shield their bodies. However, despite the protective energy, Yang Fei still could not avoid the considerable impact. Han Feng's strike was no ordinary attack. It bore the weight of a powerful, lethal blow, capable of bypassing the opponent's spiritual defenses and directly affecting their flesh. "Seventh brother? It's actually Yang Fei." Han Feng finally recognized his assailant. He had never anticipated that his long-concerned 7th brother was secretly scheming against him and acting with far greater resolve. What astonished Han Feng even more was the terrifying strength exhibited by Yang Fei. Despite being merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement, he stood unyielding even after receiving such a ferocious thrust, an incredible feat considering Han Feng had unleashed his most potent attack, one imbued with tenfold lethal force. In the past, the 8th brother had fallen victim to this very strike, suffering grievous wounds. And even the 10th layer cultivator known as the joyful Avalokiteshvara had been left in a state of disarray after encountering it. Yet now, Yang Fei not only remained unscathed but raised his dagger once more, fiercely lunging at Han Feng. A flash of cold light startled Han Feng, prompting him to swiftly evade. However, the force of Yang Fei's assault was too rapid and fierce. Despite his utmost effort, Han Feng's arm was brutally pierced. In an instant, the wound gaped open, exposing stark white bone to the air, a horrific sight. Blood gushed forth in torrents. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the bone layer on Han Feng's body activated, passively absorbing much of the damage. Had it not, the power of that strike could have severed his entire arm, with dire consequences. Enduring the excruciating pain, Han Feng's mind raced. In but a moment, he realized that the dagger in Yang Fei's hand was no ordinary weapon. How could a typical spiritual artifact so easily breach his spiritual defenses? This dagger surely concealed some mystery. With that thought, Han Feng's gaze sharpened, meticulously fixed upon the deadly weapon in Yang Fei's grasp. Yet Yang Fei seemed intent on denying Han Feng any respite. Following his initial failed thrust, he launched another attack without hesitation. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As he summoned his demonic energy, he suddenly felt a constriction within his meridians. The once surging power now faltered, flowing intermittently, rendering him sluggish and clumsy. At that moment, Yang Fei had entirely lost his former ferocity. Even his steps became unsteady. Han Feng did not need to dodge. Yang Fei, off balance, unwittingly stabbed at the empty air beside him, creating a rather comical scene. Then, a most unforeseen occurrence transpired. Yang Fei murmured, "Xiaomei, is that you?" His gaze grew distant, as if he beheld some terrifying vision. In that moment, the horrific night flooded back into his mind. Xiaomei had lured him into this very room, intending to take his life. Yet in the end, Yang Fei had managed to slay her with his dagger. Han Feng's heart surged with joy as he keenly observed Yang Fei's body begin to sway, his eyes growing dazed and unfocused. He recognized this as a sign that the illusory incense was taking effect. The poison had already infiltrated Yang Fei's system. Opportunity knocked, but once. Without hesitation, Han Feng drew his crimson spear and shot forth like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the chiefing spear transformed into a glimmering cold light, piercing directly towards Yang Fei's chest. A muffled thud resonated as the spear effortlessly penetrated Yang Fei's torso. With wide eyes filled with disbelief, he gazed at the wound on his chest, murmuring, "Xiaomei, I am coming." He pressed his hand against the injury, attempting to stem the flow of blood, but it was all in vain. After several struggles, Yang Fei's breath gradually weakened, ultimately extinguishing entirely. Nevertheless, Han Feng did not relax his vigilance upon Yang Fei's demise. After all, as a disciple of the Blood Peak, their vitality was far more resilient than ordinary beings could fathom. Contemplating this, Han Feng propelled himself forward once more, raising his foot to deliver a brutal kick to Yang Fei's head. A sharp crack echoed, and Yang Fei's skull shattered like a ripe watermelon, bursting apart in an instant. The head soared high, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground and rolling away. At this moment, Han Feng finally exhaled a long breath. Phew, that was close. Though this fierce battle seemed brief, he alone understood the peril it entailed. Despite sustaining only minor injuries to his arm, the sense of life and death pressure was far more intense than during his previous encounter with the eighth senior brother, particularly during the agonizing wait for the mysterious Ling fragrance's toxicity to take effect. Each breath felt like a year, nearly overwhelming him. Had it not been for Yang Fei's sudden ailment and descent into hallucination, this battle might not have been so easily concluded. As for the identity of Xiaomei, whom Yang Fei clung to in his final moments, Han Feng paid it little mind. His entire focus was on the short sword that Yang Fei had tightly grasped until death. This seemingly ordinary short sword was the source of the battle's thrills and uncertainties. Han Feng pondered silently. Could it be a magical artifact even more advanced than a spiritual weapon? With this thought, he picked up the short sword, examining it meticulously. The blade measured no more than the length of his forearm, its material indiscernible. At first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary spiritual sword. Yet it could effortlessly breach the magical defenses, which was truly astonishing. The more he scrutinized it, the more he felt that this short sword was extraordinary. Likely a legendary artifact. Recently, Han Feng had often lingered in the trading markets, gaining insights into the secrets of the cultivation world. He learned that there existed even higher-tier artifacts beyond spiritual weapons. However, even foundational period cultivators could not refine them. Only those of golden core cultivation could utilize their formidable magical power for such refinement. Moreover, successfully refining an artifact required not only profound cultivation, but also rare materials that resonated with it. Even among those who had reached the golden core realm, few possessed their own innate artifacts. In the Wangu sect, individuals with golden core cultivation held positions of high rank as elders. It was known that the sect comprised 8 peaks, each led by a master of golden core prowess, with some peaks even housing multiple golden core elders. However, the Blood Peak, where Han Feng resided, had only one golden core cultivator, the Elder Blood Demon. How could Yang Fei possibly possess an artifact? Han Feng mused in bewilderment. To him, it seemed unlikely that someone of Yang Fei's strength and status should wield such a powerful treasure. However, in the blink of an eye, he dismissed these doubts. What does it matter? Regardless, this artifact is now mine, and it will undoubtedly serve as a formidable trump card in critical moments. As for how Yang Fei acquired this artifact and the adventures he experienced, Han Feng did not intend to delve deeper. At that very moment, the magical spirit goo successfully fulfilled its mission. As soon as Yang Fei passed away, the magical spirit goo within him seemed to send a delectable feast, eagerly commencing its consumption of Yang Fei's body. Before long, Han Feng's magical spirit goo had entirely devoured Yang Fei's. Quickly, he summoned his goo back into his body, sat cross-legged without hesitation, and began to cultivate and refine the spoils of battle he had just acquired. Yang Fei was a 7th-layer chi refining cultivator, and Han Feng eagerly anticipated what level he might achieve through this absorption. Chapter 28, Breakthrough. The magic spirit worm within him seemed to be frenzied, continuously feeding back. The surging magic energy flowed like a flood that had breached its dam, swiftly filling Han Feng's meridians to the brim. Even after the magic spirit worm had devoured and refined it, this surge of magic power remained exceptionally chaotic. Remarkably, Han Feng could sense more than a dozen distinct strands of magic energy. It is worth noting that he had previously endured unfathomable pain from merely absorbing the magic power of 2 individuals. The conflicting and entangled energy had wreaked havoc within him, leaving him in torment. Yet, he could scarcely comprehend how Yang Fei could possess such an extraordinary amount of magic power within his body. suggesting that he had devoured at least a dozen disciples atop this terrifying blood peak. Han Feng finally understood why, despite receiving a devastating tenfold strike that pierced Yang Fei. He remained unfazed. This was because Yang Fei had been tormented day in and day out by these numerous strands of magic energy, rendering his meridians incredibly resilient and robust. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago under the weight of such ferocious power. At this moment, every meridian within Han Feng seemed to be embroiled in a brutal battle. He was exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the relentless waves of magic energy crashing against him. Fortunately, his physical body was not ordinary. Having undergone several enhancements specifically designed to fortify his physique, his resilience was far from trivial. In the face of these ceaseless onslaughts, Han Feng managed to hold his ground. However, the pain brought on by these shocks was not insignificant, yet it remained within his tolerable limits. Magic Spirit Worm, hasten your devouring and refine them swiftly, Han Feng urged as he focused intently on the chaotic magic energy swirling within him. This disordered and abundant magic power was far too tumultuous for him to fully harness with his current strength. He needed the Magic Spirit Worm to refine it repeatedly. At that moment, the Magic Spirit Worm sensed Han Feng's command and frantically consumed the incessant influx of magic energy, resembling a famished beast. Before long, a purer and more refined strand of magic energy was successfully returned to Han Feng's body. Nevertheless, even after such diligent refinement, this so-called tiger magic energy still contained some impurities, causing slight obstruction during its circulation. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, Han Feng could not afford to dwell on such details. He prioritized training and breaking through. He sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and guided the somewhat coarse magic energy to flow through his meridians. As time passed, the aura emanating from Han Feng grew increasingly potent. Finally, he abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting from within. His cultivation surged like a rocket, propelling him from the 4th to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Current realm, 5th layer of Qi refinement. Extraction of attributes begins. 1. Attribute name. Handsome man, attribute quality. Pink, attribute effect. Increases charm, gaining favor from others, with double effect on the opposite sex. 2. Attribute name. Night vision, attribute quality. White, attribute effect. Grants light perception, allowing awareness of the surroundings in darkness. 3. Attribute name. Spider sense, attribute quality. Golden, attribute effect. Enables precognition of potential danger and swift response, sensing subtle environmental changes, including airflow and object movement, along with immunity to spider toxins. Please make your selection within 10 breaths, or the attributes will vanish. Han Feng swiftly scanned the options, his mind racing with remarkable speed. He quickly evaluated and made a decision regarding the attributes before him. First, he dismissed the handsome man attribute with a scoff. It had appeared previously and held no practical use for him. In the realm of cultivation, appearance could hardly be deemed a crucial factor for survival and strength. Next, he turned his attention to the second attribute, night vision. Merely an ordinary white attribute, it was hardly significant for someone of his caliber, as his honed senses through extensive training were already sufficiently acute. Even in the pitch-black night, he could easily discern the slightest movements around him. Thus, without hesitation, he focused on the third attribute. Upon seeing that it was of golden quality, his heart raced involuntarily. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a precious golden attribute. Even more exhilarating was that this golden attribute could significantly enhance his combat prowess, making it impossible for him to decline. With this ability, he could ensure that he would never be caught off guard in fierce battles, no matter the circumstances. Even in utter darkness, he would perceive his opponent's every move with clarity. Moreover, this advantage of detecting and acting before the enemy would grant him the upper hand in every encounter, allowing him to steer the course of battle. Additionally, the immunity to spider toxins attached to this attribute was equally impressive. Although he already possessed the immune to all poisons attribute, it did not confer absolute immunity to every toxin. In past encounters with poison, his body still exhibited some degree of reaction, but his formidable physique and recovery capabilities allowed him to adapt and neutralize the toxicity swiftly. However, against extremely potent and rare toxins, there was no guarantee that the immune to all poisons attribute would remain effective. In contrast, the newly acquired immunity to spider toxins provided a more reliable safeguard. After selecting his attributes, Han Feng took a deep breath. He felt the restless magic energy within him surging like a raging torrent, akin to a beast yearning to break free from confinement. Han Feng remained unflustered. He closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and endeavored to stabilize this powerful and tumultuous force. Meanwhile, the magic spirit worm was not idle. Like a voracious diner, it incessantly consumed the impure magic energy, digesting and refining it gradually before returning it to Han Feng. This allowed Han Feng to absorb and refine the magic energy more swiftly, thereby accelerating his cultivation progress. As moments ticked by, Han Feng immersed himself wholly in his training. After considerable effort, he felt the magic energy within him breaking through layer after layer of constraints, surging into every limb and sinew. Soon after, a fresh aura emanated from him. Han Feng had successfully broken through once more, advancing to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Current realm, 6th layer of Qi refinement. Extraction of attributes begins. 1. Attribute name, many flowers surround the moon. Attribute quality, cyan. Attribute effect, for every sincere affection from an opposite sex, your cultivation speed will increase slightly. Title, the choices of fate. Entry name, heartless slaughter. Quality, purple effect, with each death of a beloved opposite sex. 1's cultivation aptitude increases by a point, and the speed of cultivation accelerates slightly. Entry name, handsome man. Quality, pink effect, charisma increases, gaining others' favor, with a doubling effect on the opposite sex. Make your selection within 10 breaths, or the entries shall vanish. As Han Feng glanced over, a wave of exasperation surged within him. The first entry that caught his eye was a flower surrounded by blossoms. As described, if he could inspire affection from more women, his cultivation speed would soar. To be honest, Han Feng held a measure of confidence in his charm. Yet, in the ruthless realm of the 10,000 Goose sect, where killing was commonplace and survival depended on devouring others, how could he realistically expect many to fall for him? Even with his remarkable skills in wooing, the women of the immortal realm were not easily swayed, especially in a place dominated by demonic sections. With this thought, Han Feng could only shake his head in silent lament. The second entry he encountered was Heartless Slaughter, which was undoubtedly tailored for demonic cultivators. At that moment, Han Feng could be considered one such practitioner, and from a professional standpoint, it seemed quite fitting. However, the conditions required for this entry were exceedingly harsh. One must personally slay their beloved to enhance their aptitude and accelerate their cultivation. Such a cruel and inhumane act was something Han Feng felt he could never bring himself to do. It was not merely the act of murder that was daunting. The very task of falling in love with someone was already a formidable challenge, rendering this entry a choice he had to forego. The final entry, Handsome Man, was all too familiar to Han Feng, having appeared repeatedly among various options. Gazing at this entry, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, am I destined to be a handsome man reliant on my looks? Ultimately, after weighing the pros and cons, Han Feng decided to select this seemingly innocuous third entry. Following his choice, Han Feng swiftly reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a finely crafted bronze mirror. Eagerly, he held the mirror before him, curious to see the changes brought about by his decision. Upon gazing into the reflection, even Han Feng was taken aback. The image before him appeared largely unchanged. His features remained the same, yet the aura emanating from him was distinctly different. At that moment, he seemed to possess an ethereal quality, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, impossible to overlook. As he studied his reflection, Han Feng mused, though this transformation isn't earth-shattering, it is certainly commendable. Even if it does not directly enhance my combat prowess, possessing such distinguished charisma is quite advantageous. With this realization, he nodded in satisfaction. Prior to this, Han Feng had received several books from the shopkeeper, Dong Yong, detailing the outside world. Through these readings, he learned that in the vast expanse of the central continent, many sects did not solely value personal strength or innate talent when recruiting disciples. The demeanor exhibited by an individual was equally significant. In fact, some sects entirely disregarded aptitude and instead based their selection solely on appearance and charisma. With this in mind, Han Feng felt increasingly convinced that his newfound charm might serve as a considerable asset in the future. Should an opportunity arise to escape the clutches of the 10,000 Goose sect and embark on a journey to the central continent, his exceptional looks and unique aura may indeed grant him unforeseen advantages. At this juncture, Han Feng also sensed that the previously turbulent power of the demonic spirit within him was finally stabilizing, no longer raging as it had before. What a thrilling experience! This method proved incredibly effective. Han Feng felt exhilarated. The astonishing speed of his cultivation brought him joy, as the results of half a month of arduous training paled in comparison to the gains from this single act of devouring. In that moment, Han Feng grasped why countless demonic cultivation techniques, despite their severe side effects, attracted so many practitioners willing to pursue them. These techniques bypassed the lengthy and tedious training processes, requiring no substantial resources to achieve breakthroughs in cultivation levels. For someone like Han Feng, deemed a waste with his 8th grade spiritual root, such alluring temptations were nearly impossible to resist. However, the only drawback was that despite acquiring immense power through this method, the spiritual energy within him could never fully integrate, resembling a ticking time bomb that could detonate at any moment. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on these dangers now. Now that I possess this dagger, which can disregard spiritual defenses, why not seize this opportunity for a grand feat? Fueled by a rapid surge in power and burgeoning desires, Han Feng began to conceive an audacious and perilous plan. To date, he had successfully slain 3 individuals, although he had not yet aroused the suspicion of his senior brothers. The truth would inevitably come to light, and once it did, they would likely turn against him first. If these powerful foundation-building seniors became aware of his actions, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, however, he found himself in an opportune situation. The 3 foundation-building seniors were absent from Blood Peak, Why not seize this chance to muster his courage and eliminate the remaining 6th, 5th, and 4th senior brothers in one fell swoop? After all, if he could successfully absorb their power and cultivation, he stood a strong chance of achieving a significant breakthrough and advancing to the foundation-building stage. In that case, even if those 3 foundation-building seniors plotted against him in the future, he would no longer need to fear. He would possess sufficient strength to protect himself. With this resolve, Han Feng stealthily set forth under the cover of night, moving like a ghost towards the courtyard where the 6th senior brother resided. Chapter 29, Continuous Refinement. The first target that Han Feng fixed his gaze upon was his 6th senior brother. In the courtyard, the 2 men locked eyes. Han Feng's icy stare piercing into the 6th senior brother. Oh, 6th senior brother, look at your current state. You wander through life in a daze. A mere shell of a man, entirely ensnared by demonic desires, living in unbearable torment. Perhaps it would be better for me to guide you on your final journey, thus aiding your escape from this sea of suffering. This was not a taunt from Han Feng, but rather a sincere expression of his thoughts. The cultivation of the demonic technique, Devour the Spirit, was no trivial matter. This method demanded that practitioners continuously refine demonic spirit pills, each containing an exceptionally potent essence of demonic energy. However, while refining these pills could provide a considerable amount of demonic energy, it also brought forth a significant peril, an overwhelming influx of emotions and desires. These emotions would incessantly batter the practitioner's mental defenses. As one's cultivation level increased, the influence of these demonic desires intensified. Those who could not withstand this erosion often found themselves lost, descending into madness, becoming neither human nor beast, enslaved by their own lusts. Fortunately for Han Feng, his steadfast heart allowed him to maintain his true essence. Yet, even so, he still struggled to remain untouched by these demonic temptations. At times, the desires lurking deep within him stirred restlessly, attempting to break free from the constraints of his reason, let alone his fellow disciples, for living in such a state was indeed torturous. The 6th senior brother had a formidable cultivation level, having reached the 8th stage of Qi refinement, with combat prowess that was quite remarkable. However, in comparison to Han Feng at this moment, he seemed inadequate. Although Han Feng's cultivation was merely at the 6th stage of Qi refinement, the numerous powerful attributes he possessed had elevated his combat effectiveness beyond ordinary comprehension. Particularly, the newly acquired Spider Sense attribute significantly compensated for his lack of combat techniques. Whenever he engaged in battle, this keen intuition and instinctive response allowed Han Feng to effortlessly seize the initiative, ensuring his success in every confrontation. In addition, Han Feng wielded a mysterious short sword. Though not definitively categorized as a magical artifact, its sharpness was undeniable. It could effortlessly pierce through an opponent's spiritual defenses, delivering a fatal blow. Although Han Feng, at his current strength, could not yet unleash the full range of the sword's offensive capabilities, even its basic use as an ordinary spiritual weapon for straightforward stabbing was enough to instill fear. After just a few exchanges, the 6th senior brother collapsed with a resounding thud. Blood splattered, staining the ground around him, and the once formidable body of the 6th senior brother now lay lifeless. At that moment, Han Feng's expression remained as calm as still water, as if the events unfolding before him were of no concern. With practiced ease, he released the spirit-devouring insect, allowing it to commence its feast, and soon, the 6th senior brother was entirely consumed. Han Feng retracted the spirit-devouring insect and sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. The 6th senior brother was not a benevolent figure. The demonic energy within him was far more complex and powerful than that of the 7th senior brother. Han Feng had anticipated this and felt no panic. He calmly activated his technique, gradually guiding the surging demonic energy into his meridians. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Han Feng's forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth and steadfastly refined the demonic energy. After considerable effort, he successfully tamed all of the demonic energy, integrating it into himself. A powerful aura erupted from Han Feng, and his cultivation level soared like a rocket, swiftly breaking through from the 6th to the 7th stage of Qi refinement. In that moment, Han Feng felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through his body, and a wave of ecstatic joy surged within him. The sensation of becoming stronger was exhilarating. Current realm, 7th stage of Qi refinement. Attribute extraction begins. 1. Attribute name. Deceiving the heavens attribute quality. Pink attribute effect. You can freely adjust your aura, suppress your cultivation to any realm, and conceal all fluctuations of spiritual energy, rendering others unable to discern your true strength. 2. Attribute name. Bluster attribute quality. Pink attribute effect. You can expend spiritual energy to display an imposing presence that surpasses your current realm by one major tier, intimidating your enemies. 3. Attribute name. Bitter end. Sweet beginning attribute quality. Black attribute effect. Your fortune will initially plummet, leading to misfortunes, but after some time, it will rebound, ushering in a period of great fortune. Please make your selection within 10 breaths, otherwise, the attributes will disappear. Han Feng's gaze swiftly scanned the options, and the first attribute immediately caught his attention, deceiving the heavens. The ability of this attribute was quite impressive, allowing one to cleverly conceal their cultivation while simultaneously masking the fluctuations of their spiritual energy, making it impossible for others to detect their true level of strength. From Han Feng's understanding of the cultivation world, there were countless techniques capable of hiding one's cultivation. However, significant differences existed among these methods. Those merely at the beginner level could conceal their cultivation for a limited time, but once confronted with a true master, they were likely to be easily seen through. Yet, powerful and mysterious concealment techniques were not uncommon in this world. It was rumored that some techniques could even deceive the heavens, evading the terrifying tribulations of lightning. Thinking of this, Han Feng could not help but feel a yearning, pondering the level of the deceiving the heavens attribute provided by the system. After much contemplation, he reluctantly shook his head. The greatest utility of such techniques was to play the fool to catch the wise. However, considering his current standing in the 10,000 insect sect, attempting to use this method to play the fool would likely backfire. He would be fortunate to feast on mere scraps rather than confronting any true adversary. In a place like the 10,000 insect sect, where strength was paramount and the strong ruled supreme, any attempt to conceal one's true cultivation was tantamount to courting disaster. This would not only fail to obscure one's power, but would also invite envy and scrutiny from those around. After all, in this realm, the desire for strength surpassed all else. As for the matter of transcending tribulations, that was a distant future. Based on the information Han Feng had gleaned from numerous texts, one would need at least the cultivation of the golden core stage to provoke a lightning tribulation. Yet he was merely a negligible chi refinement practitioner at present. Whether he could survive long enough to cultivate to the golden core stage remained an uncertainty. With this thought in mind, Han Feng shook his head in resignation and temporarily set aside the first attribute. He then turned his attention to the second attribute, bluster. This attribute possessed an intriguing effect, allowing one to project an aura far exceeding their actual realm, thereby intimidating foes. At present, Han Feng, still in the chi refinement stage, could utilize this attribute to feign the formidable presence of a foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, it was easy to imagine that once he truly stepped into the foundation establishment stage, he could effortlessly masquerade as a golden core master. However, the drawback was that each use of this attribute would consume a certain amount of spiritual energy. Han Feng then glanced at the third attribute, bitter end, sweet beginning, another rare black attribute. Upon reading the description, he chose to forego it, knowing that he was constantly in peril and harboring latent dangers within. Selecting this attribute could lead to his demise before he even experienced the sweet rewards. Han Feng no longer hesitated, opting for the second entry, bluster. After successfully dealing with his sixth senior brother, he did not grant himself a moment's respite, but instead hastily made his way to the residence of his fifth senior brother. Following a fierce battle, the fifth senior brother gazed at Han Feng with a face full of astonishment and disbelief, murmuring, "How can you be so powerful?" Yet, all that responded to him was Han Feng's cold and merciless assault. With a roar filled with resentment and fury, the fifth senior brother's towering figure slowly tilted backward, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Han Feng, wielding his short sword, unhesitatingly plunged it into the fifth senior brother's chest and twisted it forcefully, only releasing his grip once he was assured that the heart was utterly shattered. This fifth senior brother was already a formidable expert at the 9th level of chi refinement. However, even in the face of such a powerful adversary, Han Feng expended little effort during their fierce clash. Thanks to the miraculous effects of the Spirit Guardian, he effortlessly withstood the fifth senior brother's relentless onslaught. After merely a few exchanges, Han Feng seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, slaying him under his sword. It must be said, the short sword was exceedingly sharp and efficient, capable of effortlessly piercing through all defenses. Even the notoriously sturdy spirit energy shield was rendered utterly ineffective before it. For those chi refinement cultivators who lost the protection of their spirit energy shields, they became as vulnerable as turtles stripped of their hard shells, utterly powerless to resist. Thus, they lost any qualification to contend with Han Feng. Despite the fifth senior brother's nearly frenzied counterattack before his demise, the blows he landed on Han Feng only resulted in trivial superficial wounds. For Han Feng, these minor injuries were hardly worth mentioning. A brief period of meditation would suffice for his wounds to heal and return to their original state. Han Feng then proceeded to unleash the spirit-devouring goo, allowing it to greedily consume his fifth senior brother. Once the spirit-devouring goo had feasted to its fill, Han Feng withdrew it back into his body and began to calmly refine and absorb the power obtained. After consuming 3 individuals in succession, a chaotic tide of emotions surged into Han Feng's mind. Instantly, it caused his spirit to become somewhat agitated. Fortunately, with the entry of Dao Heart, he was able to suppress the overwhelming tide of emotions that threatened to engulf him, gradually restoring his mental state to a serene and tranquil condition. However, just as Han Feng prepared to operate the spirit-devouring magic to refine the newly acquired power, he was astonished to encounter unprecedented resistance. It turned out that the sheer number of beings consumed had resulted in an exceptionally complex aggregation of demonic energy within him. Upon careful discernment, he realized there were over 100 distinct streams, and worse still, these energies were intertwined and entangled with one another, rendering complete fusion impossible. Despite Han Feng's relentless efforts to utilize the spirit-devouring goo to refine this chaotic demonic energy, the results were minimal. At that moment, Han Feng resembled a rider attempting to tame a runaway stallion. Despite his utmost efforts to gain control, he ultimately found himself powerless, struggling to channel the demonic energy. He attempted to guide it through his meridians, but the sensation was excruciatingly slow, akin to a snail's crawl. The conflicting streams of demonic energy clashed violently, and with each step forward, fierce collisions ensued. The entire process resembled an old, dilapidated tractor, severely lacking in fuel, no matter how hard he pressed the accelerator. It was nearly impossible to muster sufficient power to move forward. As time passed, Han Feng's meridians, unable to withstand the continuous onslaught, sustained ongoing damage. Fortunately, he possessed a unique ability that enabled him to swiftly repair his injured meridians. Thus, the scene unfolded repeatedly. Meridians would suffer damage, only to be rapidly healed. Immediately after, they would sustain further injury, and then once again recover. This cycle played out as if Han Feng were enduring a brutal and inhumane form of torture. Even the spirit-devouring goo, typically ravenous and insatiable, seemed to slow its pace in the face of such a vast and chaotic reservoir of demonic energy. It appeared to have overeaten, losing its former zeal, and entirely lacking the eagerness it once exhibited when encountering demonic energy. Spirit-devouring goo, devour with all your might, refine. Do not slack off. Han Feng urged anxiously, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He understood that he could not afford even the slightest pause. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. This spirit-devouring goo was no trivial matter. When it became excessively hungry or overwhelmed with greed, it could even rebel against its master. Now that there was finally an ample supply of demonic energy for it to relish, how could Han Feng tolerate its laziness? Under Han Feng's stern rebuke, the spirit-devouring goo, which had grown somewhat lethargic after absorbing a significant amount of demonic energy overnight, finally regained its senses, returning to its frenzied state of consumption. It darted through Han Feng's body, voraciously devouring the rich demonic energy, swiftly refining and purifying it before returning it to Han Feng. With the diligent efforts of the spirit-devouring goo, Han Feng gradually felt the pressure upon him lighten significantly, and his once tense nerves began to relax. Yet, he did not dare to let his guard down, remaining wholly focused on guiding the actions of the spirit-devouring goo. Excellent, maintain this momentum. Break through the 8th level of Qi refinement. Sensing the powerful energy continuously flowing from the spirit-devouring goo, Han Feng's spirit soared, and without hesitation, he mobilized all his spiritual energy to launch a vigorous assault against the seemingly impenetrable barrier of the 8th level of Qi refinement. At that moment, within Han Feng's body, a tempestuous surge of demonic energy roared through his meridians. Although this energy was not yet fully refined or pure, its sheer volume surged forth like a tidal wave toward the barrier. As the seconds ticked by, through Han Feng's relentless determination and the full support of the spirit-devouring goo, a resounding explosion echoed within him, and the barrier that had plagued him was finally shattered. In an instant, a new and even more potent wave of demonic energy spread throughout his being, enveloping Han Feng in a shroud of black demonic energy. "Ha! I have finally broken through to the 8th level of Qi refinement," Han Feng exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 30. My desire to establish a foundation, current realm, Qi refinement level 8. Entry selection begins. 1. Entry name. Master Alchemist entry quality. Pink entry effect. Your alchemical skills have reached the master level, with a minimum success rate of 50% for potion crafting. 2. Entry name. Apprentice Blacksmith entry quality. White entry effect. You have acquired the skills of a blacksmith, capable of forging the simplest spiritual tools. 3. Entry name. Master of Formation entry quality. Pink entry effect. You possess extensive knowledge of formation principles, enabling you to arrange and decipher formations. Please make your selection within 10 breaths, or the entries will vanish. Han Feng's gaze flickered like lightning as it swiftly traversed the 3 entries before him, his mind racing with thoughts. Among the 3 presented options, he still found no sign of the combat prowess entry he desperately needed. However, upon closer inspection, a wave of surprise surged within him. These 3 entries encompass 3 of the 4 essential arts of cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, these 3 skills are indisputably lucrative ventures, akin to trees of wealth. The first entry, Master Alchemist, instantly captivated Han Feng's attention. According to the description, once this ability is acquired, even at the lowest success rate, one can maintain a stable 50% success rate in potion crafting. Such an astonishing baseline success rate is exceedingly rare, even within the entire cultivation community. Yet, moments later, Han Feng regained his composure. Although this entry was undeniably tempting, he understood that, given his current circumstances, choosing it would not be a sagacious decision. After all, embarking on the path of alchemy is no trivial endeavor. The requirements for alchemy are numerous and stringent. A high-quality alchemical furnace is indispensable. Various precious and rare materials are crucial, and an appropriate fire affinity technique is equally essential. Without these, one cannot proceed. At this moment, however, Han Feng found himself devoid of any resources. Furthermore, he had no pressing need for pills. After careful deliberation, he reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the Master Alchemist entry. The second entry was merely a white-quality entry, indicating that if chosen, he would only attain the skills of an apprentice blacksmith, capable of crafting only the most rudimentary spiritual tools. Faced with such a prospect, Han Feng did not hesitate to discard this option and turned his attention to the third entry. The third entry represented the ability to become a master of formation. With this capability, he could effortlessly arrange intricate formations and possess the remarkable skill to decipher formations set by others. Indeed, this appeared quite promising. It was the one. After a moment's consideration, Han Feng resolutely chose the third entry, Master of Formation. While arranging a complete formation is no simple task, requiring a diverse array of peculiar materials and considerable effort to forge key tools like formation eyes and banners, he recognized that, given his current circumstances, this could not be immediately realized. Yet, the unique advantage of being able to dismantle formations was sufficient to eliminate any lingering doubts. After all, for him, this effectively equated to an indirect enhancement of his combat capabilities. Should he ever find himself ensnared by an enemy formation, this exceptional skill would allow him to swiftly identify an escape route and successfully evade danger. Upon finalizing his choice, Han Feng inhaled deeply and stepped slowly out of the somewhat dilapidated courtyard of his fifth senior brother. At this moment, the first light of dawn was just piercing through the clouds, and the day was only just beginning to brighten. Standing outside the courtyard, Han Feng gazed out to see the Blood Peak shrouded in a thin veil of mist. The mist, resembling a white silk ribbon, gracefully entwined between the peaks, obscuring much of the heavy stench of blood that usually lingered in the air. Yet, on this seemingly tranquil night, Han Feng had undergone a harrowing ordeal. Drawing upon his own strength, he had successfully eliminated 3 individuals. Following this night, the already sparse population of Blood Peak was on the verge of annihilation. It was worth noting that, aside from the 3 Foundation-level brothers who were absent for certain reasons, only the 4th senior brother remained. However, Han Feng harbored no intention of resting. He was acutely aware of the urgency of time and could not afford a moment's delay. He quickly made his way to the residence of his 4th senior brother. Time was of the essence. As he hurried along, Han Feng pondered anxiously. He had no idea why the 3 Foundation-level brothers had suddenly disappeared, nor could he predict when they might return. If they were to reappear at a critical moment, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile, with dire consequences. Thus, he must seize every moment, resolve the looming crisis, and successfully establish a foundation to ensure his own safety. He felt like a wild horse, unable to pause. Moreover, the exhilarating sensation of continuous growth was utterly captivating, as if an invisible force propelled him forward. At that moment, a singular intense desire consumed him: foundation establishment, progress. As dawn approached, sunlight began to gently illuminate the earth, and the 4th senior brother, Lin Bao, could no longer contain his eagerness and swiftly exited the tranquil courtyard. The courtyard atop Blood Peak exuded an extraordinary tranquility, surrounded by lush vegetation that was nothing short of astonishing. Due to its remoteness, the ecological environment remained remarkably pristine, with the melodious chirping of birds occasionally echoing through the mountains. As time passed, the mist that enveloped the peaks began to dissipate. Last night, Lin Bao had remained awake, deeply engrossed in his cultivation, yet the results were far from satisfactory. Despite dedicating an entire night to his efforts, his cultivation remained stagnant at the Qi refinement level 10, leaving him feeling both frustrated and bewildered. Why was this happening? My demonic spirit energy is so abundant. Why can I not complete my foundation establishment? At this moment, Lin Bao was filled with unease, his emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. It had been nearly half a year since he reached Qi refinement level 10. During this prolonged period, he had even resorted to desperate measures, consuming several junior brothers who had just ascended to the same level. Now, the demonic spirit energy within him had reached its zenith, nearly overflowing, yet the gates to foundation establishment remained firmly shut, refusing to budge. Was it still insufficient? If that is the case, I must consume even more individuals. I must succeed in foundation establishment. Just as Lin Bao resolved himself, he suddenly sensed something amiss. It was eerily quiet all around, the silence almost terrifying. The familiar sounds he had grown accustomed to had vanished, and even the usual commotion from the several junior brothers had fallen silent. A sense of foreboding washed over him, causing Lin Bao to furrow his brow, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. Typically, Blood Peak was quiet, with everyone engrossed in their own cultivation, save for the occasional skirmishes. However, today's unusual stillness stirred a sense of unease within him. The stillness enveloping the atmosphere felt akin to the oppressive silence preceding a tempest, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of dread and tension. Could it be that the 3 senior brothers had returned? He pondered silently, the images of the 3 brothers continually resurfacing in his mind, tinged with a hint of fear. Just then, a figure darted into his line of sight as swiftly as a gust of wind, none other than Han Feng. Han Feng, weren't you merely at the 4th level of Qi refining? How did you manage to ascend to the 8th level overnight? He widened his eyes in disbelief, filled with shock and confusion as he gazed at Han Feng. However, before Han Feng could respond, a realization struck him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. No. You consumed them all. He pointed an accusatory finger at Han Feng, his voice quivering with intense rage. You scoundrel, you are utterly wasteful. Those were precious treasures I painstakingly nurtured, and you dared to steal them. Lin Bao trembled with fury, his eyes blazing as he could no longer contain his inner wrath. Lunging fiercely at Han Feng, in the face of Lin Bao's aggressive onslaught, Han Feng showed no signs of retreat. On the contrary, he abandoned his previous cautious demeanor, fully unleashing his capabilities in preparation for the impending battle. In an instant, the two clashed like twin bolts of lightning, their fists and palms colliding, energy surging around them. The entire valley was engulfed by their fierce assault, dust and debris swirling in the air. Yet, as the battle raged on, Han Feng gradually realized that Lin Bao's strength far exceeded his initial expectations. Despite exerting all his might, he struggled to withstand the ferocity of Lin Bao's attacks. With each encounter, Han Feng felt a tremendous force emanating from Lin Bao, rendering his arms numb and his blood surging. You wretched beast. Those were nurtured through my toil. Lin Bao's enraged voice echoed like thunder, reverberating through the mountains. He was covered in numerous gruesome wounds, blood gushing forth and staining the ground beneath him. Astonishingly, despite his grievous injuries, he seemed impervious to pain, charging at Han Feng like a rabid beast, heedless of the consequences. Han Feng, on the other hand, appeared somewhat beleaguered, relying entirely on his unique spider sensibility to evade Lin Bao's relentless barrage. Nevertheless, he could not completely escape unscathed, occasionally enduring heavy blows. With each strike, Han Feng felt the chaotic demonic energy within him roiling violently, akin to wild stallions breaking free, nearly threatening to unravel entirely under the immense pressure. Compared to his previous adversaries, Lin Bao's prowess was evidently on an entirely different level. The demonic energy he wielded was terrifyingly potent, far surpassing that of the earlier brothers he had dispatched. Han Feng had encountered life and death struggles before, each battle fraught with peril. Yet he had never faced such a life-threatening situation as today. The earlier brothers had fought back fiercely, like cornered beasts, but even so, they had only managed to inflict superficial wounds upon him without causing any fundamental harm. Furthermore, in order to avoid drawing attention and alerting others with the noise generated during their fights, Han Feng had withheld his full strength in previous encounters. The slain brothers seemed to share an unspoken understanding, making little noise as death approached, and when the moment came to deliver a fatal blow, it was too late for them to call for help, only able to watch helplessly as Han Feng executed them mercilessly. Han Feng had initially believed that Lin Bao, the fourth brother, was merely at the 10th level of qi refining, not significantly different from the earlier brothers he had slain. However, at this moment, he realized the grave error of his assumptions. The demonic energy within Lin Bao was extraordinarily formidable, its intensity incomparable to that of his predecessors. Standing atop the blood-soaked peak, Han Feng and Lin Bao faced off. Han Feng exerted every ounce of his strength, employing all his skills, yet still could not bring Lin Bao to his knees. Instead, his protective demonic barrier teetered on the brink of collapse under Lin Bao's tempestuous assaults. Lin Bao's offensive capabilities were astonishing, far exceeding Han Feng's expectations. As the fierce battle continued, a flicker of fear began to creep into Han Feng's heart. What am I afraid of? He questioned himself, eyes fixed on Lin Bao, who resembled a frenzied beast, blood-soaked and relentless in his attack. The scene before him was harrowing. Lin Bao, drenched in blood, bore numerous gaping wounds that seemed to tear mercilessly at the fabric of life itself. Yet, undeterred, he continued to launch ferocious assaults against Han Feng. In contrast, Han Feng's situation appeared far more favorable. Despite the intense skirmish, he maintained a clear advantage. Lin Bao had sustained over a dozen sword wounds, his condition deteriorating, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. In comparison, Han Feng had only narrowly escaped serious injury, with not a single substantial wound to speak of. Reflecting on this, Han Feng clenched his teeth, vowing silently, if I am to feel fear in the face of such an adversary, how shall I ever escape from the perilous depths of a demon sect? Rather than cower in trepidation, it would be better to meet my end upon this blood-soaked peak today. The resolve of the heart must also be an invincible spirit. In that fleeting moment, Han Feng's state of mind underwent a profound transformation. A long-suppressed emotion surged forth like a flood breaching a dam. Concurrently, the demonic parasite hidden within him seemed to instinctively sense the shift in its master-s emotions. It detected Han Feng's fierce desire for victory and indomitable will, prompting it to extract every last vestige of potential within itself. An unending stream of demonic energy flowed from the parasite, becoming increasingly refined through repeated tempering, nourishing Han Feng like a tidal wave. With this newfound power coursing through him, Han Feng's demeanor transformed dramatically. No longer solely on the defensive against Lin Bao's strikes, he now took the initiative, engaging in direct confrontation. When he first entered the sect, he had merely been at the first level of qi refining. Yet faced with seasoned disciples far beyond his strength, he had fearlessly pressed forward, even risking severe injury to confront them head-on. It was precisely this spirit of unwavering courage and tenacity that had allowed Han Feng to survive and thrive within the fiercely competitive, predatory environment of the sect, gradually rising to his current stature. Now, with his strength soaring, he felt no fear before an adversary of comparable caliber. Die! Han Feng bellowed, brandishing a mysterious dagger, relentlessly striking at Lin Bao's vital points. However, he was soon sent flying by Lin Bao's counterattack, his protective demonic energy nearly shattering. Yet, in the next instant, he sprang back to his feet, continuing his assault. Han Feng sensed that he had grown stronger in the aftermath of his injuries, the phrase desperate battle resonating within him. With the enhancement of the deadly rhythm, his speed of attack surged ever faster. Ultimately, he seized the opportunity in Lin Bao's attack, delivering a fatal strike to his throat. Why? Lin Bao clutched his neck, succumbing to defeat with a sense of unwillingness. Without allowing him a moment to reflect, Han Feng swiftly followed up with another thrust, severing Lin Bao's head from his body. With a sigh, Han Feng finally sat down to tend to his wounds. Chapter 31. Qi Refinement Level 10. Han Feng sat quietly, his eyes tightly closed and his hands resting naturally on his knees, entering a state of self-forgetfulness as he devoted himself entirely to his cultivation technique to mend his injuries. Meanwhile, the spirit-devouring Gu beside him was also busy. The fourth senior brother's spirit-devouring Gu had undergone significant transformation after numerous impacts, and there were now clear distinctions compared to Han Feng's own. This time, the spirit-devouring Gu took an unusually long time to complete its consumption. Just as it returned to Han Feng's body, it immediately began to fervently nourish him. This sudden turn of events astonished Han Feng. He could distinctly feel the surging power of the demonic spirit continuously flowing into his body. The potency of this force was so overwhelming and terrifying that Han Feng trembled involuntarily, fearing that he might not withstand it and ultimately perish from the explosion of his own body. The previous experiences with the demonic spirit powers of his fellow disciples had already been quite distressing, and this latest surge was evidently even more formidable. However, unexpectedly, after careful perception, Han Feng discovered that the fourth senior brother's demonic spirit power was remarkably purer compared to those he had encountered before. In the past, the demonic spirit powers of his seniors often manifested in chaotic, conflicting states, as if numerous distinct forces were battling against one another, making them difficult to harness and absorb. Now, faced with such pure demonic spirit power, Han Feng felt a significant reduction in pressure, and his spirits lifted considerably. These spirits could be refined several times by the spirit-devouring Gu and seamlessly integrated into his cultivation. As time passed, Han Feng's internal energy surged like a volcano erupting. He successfully broke through his previous bottleneck and ascended to Qi Refinement Level 9. Enveloped in a shroud of black mist, he appeared almost like a demon. Current level, Qi Refinement 9, Skill Extraction begins. 1. Skill Name, Scorching Burn Quality, Pink Effect. Your attacks inflict burning damage, hindering the enemy's recovery and causing continuous harm. 2. Skill Name, Bloodthirst Quality, Pink Effect. When injuring an opponent in battle, you can absorb their life force to heal your wounds. 3. Skill Name, Master Angler Quality, Blue Effect. You are an experienced fisherman, with a chance to catch unusual items while fishing. Please make your choice within 10 breaths, or the skills will vanish. Han Feng's gaze flickered with excitement as he swiftly scanned the options before him. Remarkably, 2 combat skills appeared simultaneously. The first skill, Scorching Burn, possessed 2 effects. It inflicted ongoing damage, causing the enemy to suffer unknowingly and effectively suppress their recovery speed. It is well known that many physically powerful cultivators possess remarkable vitality and various miraculous methods of healing. However, once affected by this Scorching Burn skill, their advantages would be significantly diminished. In such situations, even the mightiest of warriors would find themselves troubled. Recalling his intense battle with Lin Bao, Han Feng realized that had he possessed this skill then, the outcome would surely have been drastically different, sparing him from peril. The second skill, Bloodthirst, was also related to injury recovery but could only be activated during fierce combat, allowing him to swiftly heal his wounds by siphoning the enemy's life force. This unique ability would undoubtedly enhance his endurance and survivability in battle significantly. The third skill was yet another mundane option. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Feng discarded it without even glancing at it. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to choose the second skill, Bloodthirst. After all, his cultivation primarily focused on strengthening the physical body, and this skill, which aided in recovery during battle, complemented his abilities perfectly. Thus, their synergy would surely empower him further in combat. Surprisingly, after breaking through to Qi Refinement Level 9, Han Feng noticed that the spirit-devouring Gu showed no signs of ceasing its nourishing process. This was all due to the sheer magnitude of the demonic spirit power provided by the fourth senior brother. Having absorbed such an immense amount of power, the spirit-devouring Gu seemed tireless, showing no intention of stopping. In response to this situation, Han Feng activated the demonic spirit power within him, immersing himself in cultivation and striving for a higher realm. Under the continuous onslaught of demonic spirit power, it wasn't long before Han Feng experienced yet another breakthrough. At this moment, his cultivation had successfully advanced to Qi Refinement Level 10. Current level, Qi Refinement 10, Skill Extraction begins. 1. Skill Name, Morning Enlightenment. Evening Death Quality, Black Effect. Cultivation rises to the nascent soul stage, but only 12 hours of life remain. 2. Skill name. Miraculous recovery quality. Pink effect. When your fingers touch a mysterious area of the opposite sex, it can induce instant excitement. 3. Skill name. Laid-back golden core quality. Purple effect. You cannot cultivate through other means. Only sleep can increase your cultivation, reaching a maximum of the golden core stage, after which your cultivation will decrease daily. Please make your choice within 10 breaths, or the skills will vanish. Furrowing his brow. Han Feng intensely scrutinized the 3 enigmatic skills before him, feeling a wave of confusion and helplessness wash over him. For a moment, he was at a loss as to which one to choose. The first skill, Morning Enlightenment, Evening Death, he glanced at hastily before shaking his head repeatedly. Such an extreme and reckless option would likely only be chosen by those desperate enough to treat life and death as trifles. After all, according to this skill's stipulations, one could break through to the nascent soul stage in a mere day, thereafter living freely, avenging grievances as desired. From what Han Feng understood, the most powerful elder in the 10,000 Gu sect only possessed golden core strength. If he were to acquire such a defiant skill, wiping out the entire sect and freeing himself from all constraints would be a simple endeavor. However, while this approach might seem exhilarating, the price would undoubtedly be the end of his life, rendering it an unworthy exchange. Next, Han Feng shifted his gaze to the second skill. Yet after merely a moment's observation, his expression grew increasingly perplexed. This skill was utterly nonsensical and left him bewildered, as he could hardly fathom the benefits or effects of selecting it. Choosing such a skill would not only fail to provide solace but might not even yield a shred of psychological comfort. Moreover, it seemed purely designed to serve others, offering comfort and pleasure to them without any advantage for himself. He was not one to derive satisfaction from merely pleasing others. Finally, when Han Feng's gaze landed upon the third skill, Laid-back golden core, his eyes brightened slightly. Compared to the others, this skill appeared quite promising. It was the very dream of those who favored a laid-back lifestyle. There is no need to exert oneself in any endeavor. Merely indulging in exquisite cuisine and restful slumber each day could effortlessly cultivate one to the golden core realm. Had Han Feng not possessed the aid of a system, given his mediocre aptitude, reaching the golden core would have been a Herculean task, perhaps even more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Therefore, if he were truly in such a predicament, he would likely choose the seemingly leisurely path without hesitation. Once he successfully slumbered into the golden core, although his cultivation would inevitably decline each day, he would have at least experienced a different facet of life with a certain nonchalance. After all, even if his golden core prowess waned, he would still wield strength far beyond the ordinary. With such power, as long as he could find a city inhabited by mortals, he could live a life of utmost comfort and ease. Regrettably, Han Feng now found himself constrained and unable to make such a choice. On one hand, his current environment did not permit such idleness. On the other, his aspirations lay beyond, yearning to embark upon the more splendid lands of the central continent as documented in ancient texts. Naturally, he was unwilling to remain stagnant at this modest stage of the golden core. Weighing his options, Han Feng reluctantly opted for the second choice, miraculous revival. After successfully breaking through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement, the spirit-devouring worm continued to bestow upon him an inexhaustible source of formidable demonic energy. Thus, Han Feng devoted himself to arduous cultivation, hoping to ascend to the foundation establishment stage in one vigorous effort. As time passed quietly, unbeknownst to him, Han Feng immersed himself in silent and diligent practice for a fortnight. With his eyes tightly shut and brow furrowed, he intently felt the surging demonic energy within him, akin to tumultuous waves. Yet, confronted with such formidable power, he experienced a sense of bewilderment and helplessness, completely unsure of how to harness it. For an entire week, Han Feng had exerted every ounce of his strength, repeatedly refining the demonic energy within through the spirit-devouring worm. Now, this energy had been elevated to an astonishing height. However, each time he attempted to converge this wild energy into a spiritual platform, he met with failure. Regardless of his relentless efforts, he could not surmount this seemingly insurmountable barrier. Han Feng understood that the path of cultivation comprises 3 major realms: body refinement, Qi refinement, and foundation establishment. Each realm emphasizes different aspects and manifestations, yet fundamentally, they all revolve around transforming quantitative changes into qualitative ones, progressively enhancing one's power and elevating it to a new echelon. In the body refinement realm, cultivators must undergo arduous trials to temper their physical forms, enabling them to possess sufficient strength to contain and integrate spiritual energy. Upon entering the Qi refinement stage, they must guide external spiritual energy into their bodies, continuously refining and transforming it into usable spiritual power. To break through to the foundation establishment stage, one must compress and condense the previously accumulated spiritual energy into a spiritual platform, which subsequently nurtures one's consciousness within. Could it be that my methods are flawed? Is this approach to foundation establishment fundamentally unworkable? Han Feng murmured, a flicker of doubt igniting in his heart. Or is it that my demonic energy is not yet pure and refined enough, requiring further honing? With this contemplation, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of hesitation and struggle within. Ultimately, he took a deep breath and decided to temporarily cease his cultivation. Rising to his feet, he stretched his somewhat stiff body and began to reassess the path he had chosen and the methods he had employed. He had always believed that possessing an abundance of demonic energy would inherently facilitate a smooth breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. After absorbing all the demonic energy from his senior brother, his own reserves were already brimming. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the threshold to the foundation establishment remained an impenetrable wall before him. Fortunately, during this critical juncture, the three senior brothers at the foundation establishment stage had not shown themselves, seemingly vanished into thin air. As for the enigmatic blood demon elder, there was no need to elaborate, since Han Feng had arrived at Blood Peak. He had yet to glimpse the elder's true visage. It seems my understanding of cultivation is woefully shallow. Han Feng lamented inwardly. Blood Peak was hardly a suitable place for earnest cultivation. Without the guidance of mentors and experienced practitioners, the so-called cultivation resembled a blind exploration reliant solely on instinct, akin to raising livestock. If he wished to achieve his goal of foundation establishment, Han Feng had no choice but to depend on himself to ceaselessly explore and experiment. After much contemplation, Han Feng resolutely decided to cease squandering time fruitlessly. Even if he refined his demonic energy to its utmost limits, achieving an unparalleled state, he still could not condense it into the crucial spiritual platform. Perhaps within the myriad text of the trading market, he might discover a method. Thus, he resolved to descend the mountain in search of clues. Since joining the 10,000 Worm sect, Han Feng had been fervently cultivating, knowing little of the world beyond, and had not had the opportunity to learn about it. Only upon entering the inner sect and befriending the shopkeeper Dong Yang, who shared numerous texts with him, did he gain a modicum of understanding about the cultivation realm, yet it was still insufficient. Upon descending the mountain, Han Feng immediately sought out Dong Yang, requesting him to gather a plethora of texts concerning the foundation establishment stage. Eagerly, he perused the tomes before him, quickly absorbing knowledge about the foundation establishment. Chapter 32. The Martial Arts Conference. It turns out that the so-called spiritual platform is, in fact, a sanctuary for the soul. Whether one is an ordinary mortal or a cultivator who has embarked on the path of chi refining, all possess a soul within their being, albeit differing in strength. Only by forging a spiritual platform can one provide a vessel for the soul, thereby fully unleashing its immense potential and capabilities, ultimately nurturing an enviable spiritual consciousness within this modest spiritual platform. Achieving spiritual consciousness signifies a true entry into the realm of cultivation. The marvel of spiritual consciousness transcends the bounds of language. It is also the key factor that enables foundational stage cultivators to hold an overwhelming advantage over those still in the chi refining phase, allowing for a dimensional suppression. For mortals, they are limited to the conventional five senses. However, while chi refining cultivators can enhance these senses to a degree, they ultimately remain bound by the ordinary. Spiritual consciousness serves as the sixth sense, granting cultivators the ability to perceive that which eludes the five senses. This includes subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy, hidden foes lurking in the shadows, and the intricate structures of complex formations, all of which become transparent under the sharp perception of spiritual consciousness. Moreover, spiritual consciousness possesses the ability to extend outward, akin to antennae, meticulously exploring the myriad changes in the surrounding environment, promptly sensing potential dangers, and even pinpointing rare treasures with remarkable precision. Notably, when two foundational stage cultivators encounter one another, they can utilize their spiritual consciousness to achieve a tacit understanding without uttering a single word. This extraordinary mode of communication undeniably enhances the efficiency and flexibility of their cooperation. When it comes to the practical application of spiritual consciousness in combat, its most significant utility lies in the manipulation of spiritual artifacts. Soaring through the skies wielding a spiritual sword, one can swiftly behead an enemy with a flick of the flying sword. Such a majestic scene fills Han Feng with longing. As Han Feng deepens his understanding of the power of spiritual consciousness, his desire to step into the foundational realm intensifies. Once successful in establishing a foundation, not only will his strength surge dramatically, but he will also open up new avenues for cultivation. However, establishing a foundation is no simple feat, as there exist multiple paths to choose from. One such method is the visualization technique, a profoundly mysterious and esoteric practice. Generally, only those with deep roots and abundant resources, large sects, and illustrious families have the means to implement this method. The visualization technique necessitates the interplay with specific sacred artifacts to be effective. The spiritual platforms forged through this method possess unique effects that can significantly enhance the strength of spiritual consciousness. Regrettably, Han Feng recognizes that he is fated to be estranged from this method. After all, he lacks access to any visualization scriptures and does not possess the requisite techniques or precious sacred objects to support it. Even if a fortuitous opportunity presented itself, without matching techniques and sacred artifacts, everything would remain mere talk. In addition, there exists a second method, consuming foundational pills. These miraculous pills are specifically designed to assist chi refining cultivators in forging their spiritual platforms. It is well known that for many qi refining cultivators, successfully establishing a spiritual platform is a journey fraught with hardship and suffering. Numerous cultivators expend their entire lives striving towards this goal, only to find themselves ultimately unfulfilled. However, with the foundational pills, the situation changes dramatically. Typically, unless one is an utterly talentless individual, it usually takes just a single foundational pill for a person to successfully forge a spiritual platform and smoothly complete this critical stage of cultivation. Nonetheless, the world is not devoid of genuine prodigies. Even without consuming these precious foundational pills, they can effortlessly establish their spiritual platforms and achieve foundational success, thanks to their formidable strength and exceptional talent. Furthermore, Hanfeng learns that spiritual platforms are also categorized into different grades. The spiritual platforms formed with the assistance of foundational pills will, in fact, deplete a portion of one's personal potential. Therefore, the highest grade of a spiritual platform created with the aid of foundational pills is typically capped at the 8th or 9th grade. If the grade of the spiritual platform remains at the 8th or 9th level, it signifies that the individual's future path in cultivation is nearly at an end. For one, a breakthrough from the foundational realm to the golden elixir realm with an 8th or 9th grade spiritual platform is akin to scaling the heavens. Conversely, if one successfully establishes a foundation through their own abilities, the resulting spiritual platform often boasts a higher grade. The higher the grade of the spiritual platform, the more formidable the power of the spiritual consciousness that emerges. Consequently, the likelihood of successfully breaking into the golden elixir realm in the future will also increase correspondingly. Upon absorbing this information, Hanfeng could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Indeed, if he chooses not to rely on foundational pills, he could continually hone the spiritual energy within his body while gradually enhancing his soul's power. Perhaps, given time, he too might one day establish his foundation naturally, just like those prodigies, without the need for external assistance. Unfortunately, the reality does not permit such indulgences. It is evident that he currently lacks the necessary conditions. Given this, the only viable path before him seems to be the consumption of foundational pills. How might he acquire this incredibly precious foundational pill? Hanfeng pondered, his brow furrowing in contemplation. At that moment, Dong Yong, who had been silently standing by, suddenly spoke up. Perhaps you could consider participating in the martial arts conference. Young master. Although Dong Yong's cultivation was merely at the lowly qi refining stage, he had been entrusted by his family to manage business affairs at the Wangu sect for many years. His experiences and insights far surpassed those of the freshly initiated Hanfeng. Thus, upon witnessing Hanfeng's fervent desire for foundational pills, he readily offered this suggestion. Dong Yong did not display excessive surprise at Hanfeng's rapid progress. After all, within the realm of demonic sects, such swift advancements were commonplace and hardly remarkable. Upon hearing Dong Yong's words, Hanfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, "The martial arts conference? Are you referring to the one hosted by the sect?" Dong Yong smiled and nodded, replying, "Indeed, young master. The Wangu sect holds a grand martial arts conference every year. I assume you are still relatively new to the sect, hence your unfamiliarity with this information. At the conference, any inner disciples who have reached the qi refining stage are eligible to register. Those who manage to stand out in this intense competition and secure a place among the top 10 will be rewarded with a coveted foundational pill." With only half a month remaining until the next martial arts conference, Dong Yong encouraged Hanfeng, "Just participate, and with your impressive strength, I am confident you will emerge victorious with ease." Dong Yong spoke with an ingratiating tone. After hearing this, Hanfeng's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He thought to himself, since there is ample time before the martial arts conference, perhaps I should refrain from rushing back to Blood Peak and simply stay at this establishment. After all, until he successfully establishes his foundation, he is reluctant to risk returning to Blood Peak. Who knows what kind of trouble might arise should he encounter the 3 senior brothers who have already established their foundations. In contrast, hiding within this bustling marketplace appears to be significantly safer. Fortunately, it seems that Dong Yong is quite accommodating and does not mind Hanfeng staying here, even expressing a welcoming demeanor. Although the relevant regulations of the sect strictly forbid such behavior, Hanfeng had long since cast aside those constraints, treating them as inconsequential. Thus, he settled in with a clear conscience, seeking a quiet room on the 2nd floor of the shop to devote himself to his cultivation. If he could naturally achieve foundation establishment through this opportunity, it would be nothing short of splendid. To his surprise, Dong Yong had arranged for a woman to attend to him. From that day forward, this woman delivered meals to Hanfeng's door punctually for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Though Hanfeng's current level of cultivation did not necessitate frequent nourishment like an ordinary person, he had not indulged in many delicacies since entering the Wangu sect. Given her attentive care, Hanfeng did not hesitate to accept her hospitality. Thus, in the days that followed, he enjoyed a period of tranquil and leisurely living. The woman responsible for Hanfeng's daily needs, though an unremarkable ordinary person, possessed remarkable beauty and grace, devoid of any vulgarity. As days passed, Hanfeng found himself developing feelings for her. His heart stirred. Inquiring discreetly, he discovered that she was Dong Yong's biological daughter. Dong Yong Having mediocre talent and limited aptitude for cultivation, faced slow progress in his cultivation journey, resulting in a position of insignificance within his family, which led to a lack of attention and favor. Consequently, he had been assigned to the Wangu sect, located over 400 miles from Lingyan City, to manage business affairs. His daughter was born of his union with an ordinary woman. Unfortunately, the child did not inherit spiritual roots, thus unable to embark on the path of immortality. Dong Yong, often away from home, worried that his daughter, being merely mortal, would suffer bullying within the family. Driven by deep paternal love, he insisted on keeping her close, nurturing her growth. The shop had thrived due to a certain agreement made with the higher-ups of the Wangu sect. Thus, over the years, various parties coexisted peacefully, with little conflict arising. Upon learning this, Han Feng dismissed any prior notions concerning Dong Yong's daughter and redirected all his focus toward his cultivation. Time flew, and a week quickly passed. One day, Han Feng concluded his seclusion at the shop and made his way to the registration area for the martial arts competition. Throughout the week, he had tirelessly refined the spiritual energy within him, striving to forge his own spiritual platform. However, despite his considerable efforts, he had yet to succeed. It was noon, and the trading market buzzed with life, bustling with patrons and vibrant activity. Each shop overflowed with customers, booming business that left one astonished. Disciples from the 8 peaks congregated here, some in groups, others weaving through the throngs alone. Some were haggling with merchants while others returned with satisfied smiles, laden with goods. As Han Feng walked, he overheard conversations about the impending martial arts competition. After some inquiries, he was astonished to find that almost all participants were elite disciples from the 10th layer of Qi training and above. However, upon reflection, Han Feng was not overly surprised. After all, the competition's rules explicitly stated that any inner-sect disciple could register. Those who had not reached the 10th layer likely understood that participating recklessly would be tantamount to courting disaster. It was important to note that the martial arts competition hosted by the Wangu sect did not adhere to the principle of sparing one another. Once one stepped onto the arena, it became a brutal contest to the death, with immediate victory or defeat determining life and death. After all, defeating an opponent allowed one to claim their storage bag as spoils. With such tempting rewards at stake, who could easily let their enemy escape? Upon completing the registration process, a small, exquisite wooden plaque was handed to Han Feng, inscribed with the number 54. He soon learned that the competition would commence the following morning without any delays. Clutching this token of participation, Han Feng turned and slowly returned to his lodgings. Once in his room, he remained unwilling to relinquish his attempts at gathering spiritual energy to form a platform. He silently channeled his spiritual power again, endeavoring to coalesce a platform of his own. Regrettably, his efforts culminated in failure once more. Sighing deeply, Han Feng could not help but express his frustration. Ever since he learned of the tiered nature of spiritual platforms, he had harbored a desire to achieve natural foundation establishment through his own efforts, rather than relying on foundation pills as external aids. He understood that while taking pills could rapidly enhance one's strength in the short term, it would significantly deplete his potential in the long run, adversely affecting his future cultivation journey. Faced with consecutive failures, Han Feng felt a twinge of discontent and disappointment. At this moment, time was of the essence. Even if he managed to enter the foundation establishment stage, an undercurrent of unease and fear lingered within him. The sudden disappearance of the 3 foundation establishment senior brothers struck like a heavy hammer on the alarm bells in his heart. How could they vanish without a trace? After much contemplation, a horrifying thought emerged. He began to suspect that a blood demon elder had devoured them. After all, the technique passed down from Blood Peak, spirit-devouring demon art, was predicated on consuming others to bolster one's own power. Thus, why would the blood demon elder, the nominal master of Blood Peak, generously provide others with demon spirit pills for cultivation? In this world, where the survival of the fittest prevailed, true benevolence and compassion were non-existent. It was entirely possible that the 3 foundation establishment brothers were merely fodder for the blood demon elder, waiting for the opportune moment to be consumed to gain greater strength. As this thought crossed his mind, Han Feng felt a chill run down his spine. If he could not naturally break through to the foundation establishment stage, missing this critical martial arts competition would mean waiting an entire year for another opportunity. For someone like him, every moment counted, and such a delay was unbearable. Thus, after one final, fruitless attempt, Han Feng resolved to make a mark in the upcoming competition. He aimed to outperform his peers, securing a place among the top 10 to obtain the invaluable foundation establishment pill, using its power to complete his foundation establishment. Only by continuously bolstering his strength could he find a semblance of security. In this ruthless realm, failing to rapidly enhance his power would lead to a grim fate. Perhaps, within tomorrow, or even sooner, he might become nothing more than a delectable meal on someone else's table. Chapter 33. Masters of each peak the following dawn. Han Feng hastily arrived at the martial arts tournament grounds. By this time, the competition had already commenced with fervent intensity. The rules of the martial arts tournament were remarkably concise and unrefined. A vast arena was overseen by merely a core formation stage elder and a foundation establishment stage senior disciple. The regulations were straightforward. Disciples whose numbers were displayed on the board were to immediately ascend the platform and engage in fierce combat. The last individual standing would be declared the victor, receiving a new number and advancing to the next round. Furthermore, there were virtually no restrictions on the platform. Any technique, secret art, rare treasure, or special method could be employed without reservation. As long as one could endure until the end, they would progress to the subsequent stage. Upon hearing the rules, Han Feng felt a surge of apprehension. While confident in his abilities, he recognized that those who had emerged from such a ruthlessly competitive environment were far from ordinary. He understood that each successive stage would pit him against increasingly formidable adversaries. At that moment, a heated clash was unfolding between a Wood Peak disciple and a Metal Peak disciple. The Metal Peak disciple had chosen the path of body cultivation, and his natal gu was an exceptionally rare Xian metal gu. Han Feng observed from the sidelines, and even from afar. He could clearly sense the tumultuous surge of qi and blood within his opponent. The Metal Peak disciple's spiritual power had transformed into a golden aura, enveloping him in a radiant glow, resembling a battle god descended upon the mortal realm. In contrast, the Wood Peak disciple's aura was noticeably inferior. His attacks seemed to merely scratch the surface of his opponent, failing to inflict any significant damage. Before long, the Wood Peak disciple began to falter, and in desperation, he conceded defeat. "Senior brother Zhou Xian, I yield," the Wood Peak disciple exclaimed, his voice tinged with despair and exhaustion. However, Zhou Xian, the Metal Peak disciple, did not relent. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he unleashed a devastating punch that pierced the Wood Peak disciple's chest. "Humph, you wish to concede now?" "Too late." Zhou Xian sneered, his voice devoid of compassion. He swiftly seized the Wood Peak disciple's storage pouch and leaped off the platform with a flourish. Formidable. As a body cultivator himself, Han Feng felt a heavy weight in his heart as he witnessed Zhou Xian's ruthless tactics. The audience buzzed with hushed conversations. "Zhou Xian is as domineering as ever. His Xian metal gu is truly formidable," exclaimed one disciple, his eyes filled with awe. Indeed, the Xian metal gu only reveals its true power upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. At that point, it can temper the cultivator's flesh and blood to the hardness of Xian metal, achieving its pinnacle state. Another disciple, seemingly knowledgeable about the Xian metal gu, added with a shake of his head, "In my estimation, Zhou Xian will undoubtedly secure a spot in the top 10 of this martial arts tournament. I sincerely hope I don't encounter him in the competition, or I might have to concede immediately to save my own skin," lamented another, his voice filled with resignation. Han Feng silently committed Zhou Xian's name to memory. He had previously been solely focused on his own cultivation, and his fellow disciples on Blood Peak were eccentric and difficult to reason with. As a result, he knew very little about the disciples of the other 8 peaks. Now, listening to the discussions around him, Han Feng realized that the gu worms chosen by disciples from other peaks were not fixed. Unlike Blood Peak, where everyone cultivated the spirit-devouring gu, each peak had its own unique and diverse approach. The Xian metal gu, cultivated by Zhou Xian, was an exceptionally potent gu worm that also focused on strengthening the physical body. Cultivating it required not only a significant investment of spirit stones, but also a constant supply of Xian metal powder. This high cost was the reason for Zhou Xian's remarkable strength. In this round, Zhou Xian is the victor, the core formation elder announced in a resounding voice. Immediately afterward, the Foundation Establishment senior disciple called out, "Number 50, number 92, to the stage." As the words faded, 2 figures ascended the platform, a Fire Peak disciple and a Wood Peak disciple. The Fire Peak disciple's unconventional fighting style astonished Han Feng. He wondered, to release one's natal gu for combat, does he not fear that it will be slain? That is an incredibly risky maneuver. The Fire Peak disciple unleashed his natal gu without hesitation. It was a fire snake, its body wreathed in crimson flames, known as the Fire Serpent gu. The Fire Serpent gu coiled around the Fire Peak disciple's neck, its forked tongue darting about, its eerie green eyes gleaming as it sought the perfect moment to strike. Upon seeing this, the Wood Peak disciple immediately recognized an opportunity. He knew that regardless of the cultivator's strength, their gu worm was typically more vulnerable in terms of defense. Killing the opponent's natal gu would severely wound the Fire Peak disciple, guaranteeing victory. Without hesitation, the Wood Peak disciple launched a relentless assault on the Fire Peak disciple's neck. However, events did not unfold as the Wood Peak disciple had anticipated. Despite his fierce attacks, the Fire Serpent gu seemed to possess a preternatural awareness, deftly evading each blow. The Wood Peak disciple, focused solely on attacking the Fire Serpent gu, neglected his own defenses. In a moment of vulnerability, the Fire Serpent gu seized its chance, striking with lightning speed and biting the Wood Peak disciple's hand. The Wood Peak disciple's face turned ashen, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The Fire Serpent gu's venom had taken effect. Soon, he collapsed onto the platform, incapacitated and succumbing to the poison. A wave of murmurs swept through the audience. "Lilong's Fire Serpent gu is truly formidable," one disciple exclaimed in amazement. "Would he dare to release it so openly if it weren't? Do you think he's a fool?" Another scoffed. "Indeed, The fire serpent can easily pierce through spiritual power defenses and carries a unique fire poison. Once bitten, the venom rapidly infiltrates the body, attacking the heart and leaving no chance for recovery. A third disciple added. Han Feng silently added Li Long's name to his mental list. He had to admit that he had been somewhat arrogant, underestimating the elite disciples of the other peaks. He had assumed his strength would be sufficient for the tournament, but he had not anticipated that someone could so easily breach spiritual power defenses and display such formidable power with just their goo worm. It seemed that the methods of each peak's disciples were not to be taken lightly. If he remained complacent, he could easily stumble and suffer a humiliating defeat in this seemingly ordinary competition. In this round, Li Long is the victor, the proctor announced, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Immediately afterward, he called out, "Number 54, number 87, to the stage." Soon, Han Feng heard his own number called. As Han Feng ascended the arena alongside his opponent, the crowd erupted with fervent discussions, igniting an atmosphere of excitement. "Oh, this promises to be a spectacle," exclaimed an eager disciple, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Number 87 is actually Huang Hao from Shui Feng. Someone recognized one of the competitors, astonishment lacing their voice. Huang Hao practiced the joyous goo, and it was uncertain how many people's essence he had absorbed. His physical strength was formidable, rivaling even that of Zhou Xin, who cultivated the Xinjin goo. Another disciple, well-versed in Huang Hao's background, animatedly elaborated on his prowess. "I heard he has been training for less than 3 years. Yet he has already reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Such astonishing progress. One could not help but exclaim, just 3 years? His talent is extraordinary." Others chimed in with envious expressions. Yet, it was not merely talent that fueled his ascent. He had a foundational 10th layer senior brother, and the two were cousins, reportedly providing him with considerable resources for cultivation, revealed a well-informed disciple in a hushed tone. At this moment, someone turned their gaze towards Han Feng, puzzled. Looking at his opponent, "I find him rather unfamiliar. I've hardly seen him before. Does he even dare to compete? If it were me, I would concede immediately." "Oh, you might be unaware. He is a disciple from Shui Feng, so do not underestimate him," another quickly corrected. Not long ago, a disciple from Shui Feng at the 4th layer of Qi refinement killed a joyous goo practitioner at the 10th layer. Now that you mention it, this Shui Feng disciple does seem somewhat familiar. The disciple scratched his head, scrutinizing Han Feng closely. "By the heavens, it truly is him," he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. Now, this bout promises to be thrilling. Both competitors primarily focus on physical cultivation, and this match is likely to be incredibly intense. Among the 9 peaks, there exist only 2 sects that predominantly emphasize physical cultivation. One is Shui Feng, where all disciples invariably prioritize physical training as their core focus. The other is Shui Feng, where more than half of the disciples practice the fearsome joyous goo. In comparison, the disciples of Shui Feng enjoy a more notorious reputation than those of Shui Feng. The latter tend to dwell in seclusion, rarely descending the mountain, immersing themselves in rigorous training and fierce internal competition, ultimately leading to a less prominent external reputation. Occasionally, a few Shui Feng disciples gain external recognition, but they often vanish mysteriously soon after, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Conversely, the disciples of Shui Feng, who practice the joyous goo, are renowned far and wide, though their fame is often steeped in dread. Certain characteristics of the joyous goo mirror those of the blood spirit goo cultivated by the disciples of Shui Feng. The joyous goo acts like an insatiable black hole, perpetually requiring the essence of the outside world to sustain itself. If the supply of essence is insufficient, it mercilessly backlashes against the host, depleting their vitality. To satisfy the insatiable hunger of the joyous goo, its practitioners resort to all manner of extremes. They not only study specialized charm techniques to ensnare others, but also employ various toxic substances to enhance their control. Many disciples of Shui Feng resort to abducting various slaves. Male disciples seize female slaves, while female disciples capture male ones, forcibly extracting their essence through dual cultivation. Disciples from other peaks have, to varying extents, fallen victim to their traps. Once ensnared by a parasite planted by a Shui Feng disciple, the victim descends into an endless abyss, unable to escape. Their minds are gradually eroded, consumed by an insatiable craving for dual cultivation, ultimately leading to their demise as the joyous goo drains their essence, leaving them lifeless. Consequently, disciples from all peaks instinctively avoid encounters with those from Shui Feng, fearing that a moment's carelessness could result in a tragic fate. At that moment, Han Feng gazed at Huang Hao, a flicker of familiarity igniting within him. Upon closer inspection, Huang Hao bore a resemblance to his recent prey, the joyous goo practitioner, both possessing an ungainly physique that seemed to be a distinctive mark of their cultivation. "I heard that it was you who killed my junior sister, the joyous goo practitioner." Huang Hao seethed, his teeth clenched, eyes ablaze with fury, as if he sought to devour Han Feng whole. "She was my first love. You deserve to die. Today, I shall exact vengeance for my junior sister." Huang Hao's voice trembled with rage, his gaze towards Han Feng reminiscent of a man confronting the murderer of his kin, filled with resentment and determination. Han Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that anyone could harbor feelings for a woman of such a physique as the Joyous Goo practitioner, let alone refer to her as a first love or have a brother in arms willing to avenge her. It turned out that the Joyous Goo practitioner, in her past, was indeed a striking beauty. At that time, she and Huang Hao shared a bond within the outer sect of Shui Feng, walking hand in hand through the early stages of qi refinement. However, upon entering Shui Feng and delving into the Joyous Goo, their lives underwent a cataclysmic transformation. As their cultivation of the Joyous Goo deepened, they were compelled to engage in actions that contradicted their true selves in pursuit of essence. Ultimately, despite being in the same sect, they were forced to part ways, as remaining together would only inflict deeper wounds upon one another. Nevertheless, in Huang Hao's heart, a pure corner remained for the once beautiful Joyous Goo practitioner, a cherished memory that lingered as his white moonlight. Thus, Huang Hao's rage upon encountering Han Feng stemmed from his desire for revenge for his former love. Upon the arena, an intense and fervent atmosphere prevailed, with all eyes riveted upon the elevated platform. Crimson Peak Spear, Han Feng exclaimed, a spear as dark as night materializing in his grasp, its form radiating a subtle, ethereal glow, as if concealing unfathomable power. Surrounded by a multitude, Han Feng dared not reveal his enigmatic short sword before such a vast audience. Go! With a swift gesture, the Crimson Peak Spear shot forth like a bolt of ebony lightning, hurtling directly towards Huang Hao. Despite its seemingly casual launch, the spear's velocity was such that onlookers perceived only a fleeting shadow before it arrived like a celestial body. Huang Hao, though corpulent, moved with the agility of a nimble feline, reacting with exceptional alacrity. He deftly evaded the spear's lethal trajectory. Instantly, with a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, a crimson mist, as vivid as fresh blood, surged towards Han Feng. Is he serious? A grown man resorting to love poison on me, Han Feng mused, his brow furrowing. Undaunted, he neither dodged nor defended, advancing directly into the sanguine fog as if it were merely a gentle zephyr. In a heartbeat, Han Feng breached the crimson haze, descending upon Huang Hao with the ferocity of a tiger. Halt! Han Feng roared, his fist propelled forward like a cannonball, striking Huang Hao's chest with immense force. With a sickening thud, Huang Hao's chest was instantly breached, Han Feng's hand plunging in like a phantom to extract his heart. The entire sequence unfurled seamlessly, with effortless precision. Han Feng casually discarded the heart, nonchalantly seizing Huang Hao's storage pouch before leaping gracefully from the platform. In that fleeting exchange, Han Feng discerned a vast disparity between Huang Hao's spiritual energy and his own, an insurmountable chasm. Furthermore, Huang Hao's cultivated poison mist posed no more threat than a gnat against an unyielding oak. Huang Hao's vaunted physique proved as fragile as paper before Han Feng. The act of piercing his chest merely an exercise in penetrating layers of adipose tissue. The audience, captivated, was rendered speechless. None had anticipated such a swift conclusion. The victor determined in the blink of an eye. The Joyous Goo's poison mist seems utterly ineffective against him, one disciple remarked, astonishment etched upon his face. Han Feng's strength is ludicrously overwhelming. Huang Hao is utterly outmatched, another exclaimed, incredulous. The Blood Peak disciples are truly madmen. Best avoided, someone muttered under their breath. All were aware of the notorious nature of Blood Peak disciples, yet none foresaw such an extreme display from Han Feng. Many silently hoped to avoid him in subsequent matches. Disciples of the Water Peak, practitioners of the Joyous Sect's Goo, were notoriously formidable. Their deployment of love poisons was insidious, capable of ensnaring the unwary in bewildering illusions. Moreover, their physical resilience, honed by venomous elixirs, was exceptionally robust. Yet, Han Feng, with a single, decisive blow, had concluded the battle with stark efficiency. Curious, why is he entirely immune to the poison mist? Someone inquired, his countenance etched with perplexity. Perhaps he cultivates a mystical art that grants immunity to toxins, another speculated. Impossible. Blood Peak disciples practice uniform techniques. I've never heard of toxin immunity in my tenure at the Myriad Goo sect, someone retorted. Could he possess a unique constitution that confers immunity? A new hypothesis arose. Possibly. However, such constitutions are exceedingly rare. Perhaps he is merely resistant to love poisons. The discussion continued, each offering their conjecture. In the world of cultivation, beyond the paramount importance of spiritual roots, lay a rare and precious attribute, constitution. Special constitutions often eluded conventional detection, revealing their unique qualities during the cultivation process. Examples included the Myriad Poison Body, capable of immunity and coexistence with toxins. The Spirit Sword Physique, facilitating rapid advancement in swordsmanship, and the Ice Soul Sacred Body, suited for cultivating Frost True Spirit. The Myriad Poison Body was particularly advantageous for cultivating Venomous Goo. Ordinarily, such cultivation risked severe backlash, causing excruciating pain. However, practitioners with the Myriad Poison Body faced no such peril, instead harnessing the Goo's power to ascend swiftly. Han Feng's performance ignited a flurry of speculation. Even drawing the attention of the Golden Core elders, their interest peaked. Poison Maiden, an elder of the Wood Peak and a renowned expert in venomous goo, observed Han Feng with a glint in her eyes, considering whether to test him. If he possessed the myriad poison body, it would be an extraordinary opportunity, warranting an attempt to poach him from the Blood Fiend and make him her disciple. Once the Poison Maiden entertained this notion, she resolved to secure a potential myriad poison body at any cost. Unfavorable, I've been poisoned, Han Feng exclaimed, his countenance hardening. Alarmed, he pondered the identity of the assailant. His spider-like senses detecting an anomaly, he realized he had been poisoned, the method subtle and undetectable, even eluding his keen senses. Fortunately, the toxin was not virulent, and Han Feng's immunity offered some measure of defense. He circulated spiritual energy to gradually neutralize the invading poison. Nevertheless, Han Feng was shaken. He had not anticipated such a formidable adversary among the seemingly ordinary Qi refining disciples, capable of poisoning him undetected. Without his toxin immunity, he might have succumbed. Still too slow, my cultivation is inadequate, Han Feng lamented, clenching his jaw. The Myriad Goo sect was fraught with peril. If my cultivation were higher, perhaps at the Foundation Establishment or Golden Core stage, would I fall victim to such base tactics? Han Feng yearned for greater power. Upon reaching Foundation Establishment, are there methods to expedite my growth? Han Feng pondered, contemplating future paths to advancement. Previously, at Blood Peak, Han Feng had grown by devouring fellow disciples who practiced the same techniques. All cultivated the spirit-devouring goo, which, when consumed, accelerated cultivation. However, only 3 Foundation Establishment disciples remained at Blood Peak, and none were available for consumption. I wonder if devouring other exotic goo worms would be conducive to enhancing my strength? Han Feng's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the only Foundation Establishment stage steward present, gradually formulating a new plan in his mind. He mused that once he reached the Foundation Establishment stage, he would endeavor to devour goo worms from other peaks to ascertain if it could serve to augment his power. Otherwise, relying solely on refining demon spirit pills for cultivation would be excessively slow, far from satisfying his urgent need for formidable strength. Poisonous Woman, on the arena, had initially anticipated that Han Feng would exhibit the characteristics of the myriad poison body. However, when she sensed that the toxins she had discreetly released were being directly refined by Han Feng, she was greatly disappointed. She realized that if Han Feng were truly a myriad poison body, he could coexist with toxins without having to expend so much effort to refine them. In that case, Han Feng must have been cultivating some special technique that allowed him to be immune to toxins. With this realization, Han Feng instantly lost his original value in her eyes. No longer the promising myriad poison body seedling she had been so eager to attract. A day elapsed quietly amidst the intense martial arts performances, and the first round of the martial arts tournament finally concluded. After a series of fierce competitions, a total of 80 individuals successfully advanced to the second round. Han Feng calculated silently in his mind, discovering that he only needed to go through 3 more rounds of competition to successfully advance to the top 10. Although the number of matches did not seem like much, he was well aware that the later rounds would inevitably feature increasingly powerful opponents, and the battles would become even more arduous. The next day, as the sunlight began to spill onto the martial arts arena, the second round of the Myriad Goo Sect martial arts tournament officially commenced. Han Feng arrived at the arena early, his eyes fixed intently on every battle on the stage, not missing a single one. He knew that anyone on the stage could become his opponent in the upcoming matches. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He had to have a thorough understanding of every potential opponent. Number 54, number 27, step onto the stage. With the referee's loud call, it was soon Han Feng's turn to take the stage. Han Feng looked up and realized that his opponent was actually Li Long, and a sense of unease immediately washed over him. Li Long was a disciple of the Fire Peak, and Han Feng had a very strong impression of him. In battle, Li Long liked to release his natal goo from his body to fight alongside him, and his strength should not be underestimated. His fire serpent goo was like a nimble serpent of flames, capable not only of easily piercing through an opponent's spiritual power defense, but also of inflicting extremely potent fire poison. Once bitten by the fire serpent goo, the scorching fire poison would instantly attack the heart, causing excruciating pain and incapacitating the victim. Through the first day of the martial arts tournament, both Han Feng and Li Long's strengths were evident to all, and both were among the popular candidates for the top 10. Upon seeing this, the disciples below the stage immediately began to discuss the situation heatedly. Li Long, standing on the arena, looked at Han Feng across from him, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly to reveal a playful smile. He crossed his arms and said condescendingly, Han Feng, if you concede now, I can make an exception and spare your life. Don't think that just because you can resist that good-for-nothing Huang Hao's poison, you have the ability to defeat me. The poison I administer is not something you can withstand. Li Long immediately attempted to persuade Han Feng to surrender. Although he was confident in his strength and had the assurance to defeat Han Feng, he did not want to waste too much spiritual power in this battle. After all, he had also watched Han Feng's battle yesterday and knew that Han Feng's strength was not to be underestimated, and his physical body was even more formidable. If he fought Han Feng with all his might, even if he could eventually win, he himself would probably pay a considerable price, and injury would be unavoidable. And once injured, he would find himself in an extremely passive situation when facing the even more crucial third round of promotion. Therefore, in Li Long's view, if he could subdue the enemy without fighting, persuading Han Feng to surrender would naturally be the best outcome. Upon hearing this, Han Feng merely cast a faint glance at Li Long, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, revealing a hint of disdain. He said slowly, "I'll give you a word too. Even if you immediately admit defeat, kowtow to me, and apologize, I will never let you go. Your fire serpent goo is indeed not bad. I think it would make a special wine." Chapter 35. A relaxed advancement. How dare you? Li Long's eyes widened in fury. His facial muscles contorted with rage, resembling an enraged beast as he lunged aggressively at Han Feng. The fire serpent goo, which had previously coiled docilely around his neck, seemed to sense its master's wrath and opened its blood-red mouth, continuously flicking its long tongue and hissing as if to intimidate Han Feng. Calm and composed, Han Feng was enveloped in a protective aura of demonic spirits, exuding a chilling darkness akin to a towering mountain. Despite Li Long's relentless onslaught, he remained unperturbed. His demonic spirits had undergone extensive refinement and reached a terrifying level of power. Li Long's attacks only caused a slight tremor in Han Feng's form, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Employing an aggressive strategy reminiscent of a ferocious beast, Han Feng unleashed a relentless offensive. Simultaneously, he activated his spider sense, a keen awareness that functioned like a delicate web, monitoring Li Long's every move, particularly the fire serpent goo poised to strike. Caught off guard by Han Feng's seemingly reckless approach, Li Long's heart raced with panic. Yet amidst the chaos, he spotted an opportunity. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Fire serpent goo, attack!" In an instant, the fire serpent goo struck like a crimson lightning bolt, sinking its fangs into Han Feng's arm with blinding speed. Though Han Feng's spider sense had forewarned him, the serpent's speed was overwhelming, leaving him no time to evade. However, seizing the moment, Han Feng swiftly grasped the serpent's body. To his surprise, rather than panicking, the fire serpent goo coiled around his hand and bit down fiercely. Li Long reveled in his perceived advantage, never anticipating Han Feng's reckless initiative to grasp the fire serpent goo. He had long heard tales of the disciples from Blood Peak being somewhat deranged, and witnessing it firsthand confirmed his suspicions. The venom contained within the fire serpent goo was exceptionally potent. Once it infiltrated the body, it would surge uncontrollably toward the heart, leading to a swift demise. Yet, in the next moment, Li Long's triumphant expression froze. His eyes widened in horror as he instinctively clutched his chest, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. In that fleeting moment when the fire serpent goo bit down, Han Feng had exerted his strength, crushing the serpent's vital point. Li Long had relied on his innate goo, believing it to be resilient. The fire serpent goo was indeed sturdier than typical goo creatures, its physical strength surpassing that of common spiritual artifacts. Nevertheless, it was still merely a goo insect, incapable of withstanding Han Feng's power-infused strike. With the death of his goo, Li Long experienced a violent backlash. Collapsing in a pool of blood, Han Feng approached, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, before delivering a swift kick that shattered Li Long's head into a cloud of crimson mist. As for the wound on his arm and the encroaching fire poison, Han Feng dismissed them entirely. After all, he possessed an immunity to all toxins, and such minor hazards could not penetrate his defenses. He collected Li Long's storage bag and the lifeless fire serpent goo before leaping off the arena, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that this seemingly evenly matched confrontation would conclude so swiftly. Han Feng's performance was overwhelmingly dominant, as though he had crushed his adversary with ease. Look, Han Feng is unaffected by the fire poison of the fire serpent goo. How impressive! One spectator exclaimed. Could he truly be the fabled body impervious to all toxins? Those who follow him into battle may as well surrender. Another speculated. Indeed, who dares challenge him? Have you seen the intensity of his spiritual energy? It likely rivals that of foundation-building seniors. The crowd buzzed. Standing aside, Poison Lady observed with surprise. Her earlier attempt to poison Han Feng had merely been a test of his prowess. The toxin she employed was not particularly fierce, yet he had effortlessly refined it. Now, witnessing Han Feng's ability to easily neutralize the fire poison cultivated from rare materials, she felt a twinge of concern. Han Feng's formidable techniques posed a potential threat to her. As among all the elders of the 10,000 Goo sect, her poison goo was the strongest. Should this young man grow in power, he could become her worst adversary. However, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated. Han Feng was merely in the chi refinement stage, and it would be exceedingly difficult for him to pose a genuine threat. Moreover, as a disciple of the Blood Demon Elder, he could vanish mysteriously like the other disciples of Blood Peak. As the day's martial demonstration concluded and night enveloped the 10,000 Goo sect in tranquil silence, Han Feng returned to his shop. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows upon the walls. He gently released the spirit-devouring goo, which began to spiral around the corpse of the fire serpent goo, emitting a faint glow. Although the fire serpent goo was not its kin, the spirit-devouring goo showed no aversion and began to consume the remains. Its mandibles moved rhythmically as it devoured the fire serpent goo entirely before leisurely returning to Han Feng's body. Once inside, the spirit-devouring goo began to provide nourishment. As the fire serpent goo, being a chi refinement level creature, contained considerable spiritual energy. However, the energy it provided had an unusual quality. The originally pitch-black demonic energy was now tinged with a vivid red, accompanied by a potent fire poison that the spirit-devouring goo struggled to refine. Fortunately, Han Feng's immunity to toxins meant he was unaffected. Without hesitation, he activated the demonic energy within him to refine this unusual spiritual energy. Sitting cross-legged with closed eyes, he felt the dark waves of demonic energy surge within him. After several cycles of circulation, and with the spirit-devouring goo's assistance, the red spiritual energy gradually transformed and merged with his demonic essence. Han Feng distinctly sensed an increase in his demonic power. Although this enhancement was slower than consuming similar goo, it was still effective. He felt elated, realizing the spirit-devouring goo's formidable nature. It could refine other goo to bolster his own strength. This revelation eased his concerns about future power advancements after reaching foundation building. While Blood Peak had few foundation-building disciples available for him to absorb, the entire 10,000 Goo sect offered numerous opportunities. He could hunt down foundation-building disciples from other peaks to rapidly elevate his strength. Moreover, he alone could dare to pursue such a path, as the myriad poisons of the 10,000 Goo sect would likely prove fatal for others attempting to consume foreign goo. Only he, with his unique immunity, could proceed without fear. Feeling the invigorated demonic energy within him, Han Feng was seized by an urge to attempt once more to consolidate his spiritual platform and naturally advance to foundation building. He concentrated intently, gathering all his spiritual energy in one place, attempting to solidify the mysterious spiritual platform within his sea of consciousness. Alas, he faced failure once more. The qualifications of an 8th grade spiritual root were indeed woefully inadequate on the path of cultivation. Perhaps the only advantage lay in its ability to absorb various spiritual energies like the vast ocean. The next day, sunlight bathed the martial arena of the 10,000 Goo sect, and the martial arts competition resumed. This time, Han Feng found himself pitted against an opponent skilled in the art of poison goo. Within the 10,000 Goo sect, disciples practicing poison goo were quite numerous, constituting at least over half of the participants. Han Feng had previously witnessed this opponent in battle a few times, having advanced to this round. His strength could not be underestimated. The goo he cultivated was particularly unique, a myriad-faced poisonous spider. The most formidable attack of this myriad-faced poisonous spider lay in its ability to absorb spiritual energy and continuously spawn eggs. Consequently, battling this opponent was akin to confronting 1,000 tiny spiders. Once the fight commenced, Han Feng would face an unending swarm of small spiders emanating from his opponent's body. Although each individual spider lacked strong offensive capabilities, they could corrode spiritual energy, and each bore venom, making them exceedingly troublesome. The last opponent had met a similar fate. As soon as he appeared, he was instantly engulfed by a deluge of tiny spiders, his spiritual defense crumbling within moments, leading to a gruesome demise as he was devoured on stage, the scene utterly harrowing. Upon seeing his opponent, Han Feng's lips curled into a confident smile. He harbored no fear of spider venom, as far as he was concerned. Even the poison released by spiders commanded by cultivators at the Golden Core stage posed no threat to him. However, to his astonishment, upon recognizing him, his opponent's complexion turned ashen, and without a moment's hesitation, he chose to surrender outright, offering no opportunity for Han Feng to make a move. Thus, Han Feng missed an opportunity to consume goo and enhance his strength. Nevertheless, he was content to return and continue his cultivation. In the subsequent rounds of competition, Han Feng found himself with little to do. His previous displays of formidable strength had instilled fear in the hearts of many. Opponents who were matched against him hastily opted to concede. Everyone understood that while the chance to establish a foundation was precious, one must also have the means to seize it. Better to wait until next year than to lose one's life needlessly at Han Feng's hands. In this manner, Han Feng easily advanced to the top 10, owing to his formidable prowess and the voluntary concessions of his adversaries. This martial arts competition has concluded. The 10 of you, follow me. The poison mistress, responsible for overseeing the event, proclaimed the results with an air of authority from the stage. She then led the 10 individuals towards the council hall at the main peak. Filled with anticipation, Han Feng followed, knowing that he would finally obtain the coveted foundation establishment pill. Over the past few days, his repeated failures to solidify the spiritual platform had gradually led him to relinquish his obsession with natural foundation establishment. After all, with the system at his disposal, as long as he improved his cultivation, he would naturally have more options. There was no need to cling to the level of the spiritual platform. Even those disciples with superior spiritual roots surrendered upon seeing him, did they not? Having understood this, Han Feng now yearned only to acquire the foundation establishment pill swiftly and succeed in establishing his foundation. This marked Han Feng's first venture into the territory of another peak, albeit merely to the foot of the main peak. The main peak, known as the Ice Peak among the 8 peaks, was currently presided over by the sect master of the 10,000 Goo sect. It was rumored that this master was a formidable powerhouse at the 10th level of the Golden Core stage, with one foot already poised at the threshold of the nascent soul realm, ready to break through the bottleneck at any moment. As he arrived, Han Feng keenly sensed the peculiar atmosphere here. In stark contrast to the picturesque and vibrant scenery of Blood Peak, even the base of this mountain was shrouded in ice, presenting a world of silvery whiteness. The biting cold assaulted him, seemingly capable of piercing through his garments to reach his very marrow. What struck Han Feng even more was the sight of a familiar figure. It was none other than Bai Qingqiwei, who had entered the sect alongside him. Han Feng remembered her distinctly. During their harrowing experiences in the Gu breeding grounds, she was the only other survivor apart from him. He had once contemplated befriending her. Yet at that time, Bai Qingqiwei had been rendered incoherent by the terrifying scenes, unable to engage in normal conversation. Later, when she regained her composure, she seemed transformed. Her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking, her skin as white as snow, and her features reminiscent of an ethereal fairy, captivating all who beheld her. Among the young disciples who entered alongside her, she was undoubtedly the center of attention, drawing many eager to curry favor. Han Feng recalled vividly her defiant spirit during their encounter at Blood Mountain. Even when gravely injured and on the brink of death, she resolutely refused to part with her blood essence pill. At that moment, Han Feng had entertained the thought of seizing the opportunity to escape amidst her struggle with the formidable bear, only to be caught red-handed. Since then, Han Feng had assumed she was merely an ordinary girl, burdened by her injuries, likely unable to survive in the brutal environment of Blood Mountain. He had heard no further news of her and had come to believe she had perished long ago. Yet, to his astonishment, he found her here today atop the ice peak, and she was flying up the mountain on a sword. It was known that sword flight was a skill reserved for those who had achieved foundation establishment, indicating that she had evidently succeeded, her strength now vastly different from before. Chapter 36. Sect Mission. Han Feng stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed intently at the figure before him who had successfully reached the foundational stage. For a moment, doubt flooded his mind, and he even questioned whether he was seeing things. He had always taken pride in his own cultivation speed. The mysterious system he grasped tightly was like a trump card that continuously provided him with support, allowing him to excel in battles with unparalleled strength and rarely encountering worthy opponents. Coupled with his unique spirit-devouring Gu and his enigmatic yet efficient cultivation methods, he had surged forward on his path of training, making remarkable progress that could be described as swift as lightning. However, the scene before him struck him like a heavy blow, ruthlessly shattering his complacency. Someone had surpassed his cultivation speed, having already established their foundation and entered a new realm. Congratulations to all. You have the opportunity to obtain a foundation establishment pill. The sharp and abrupt voice of the poisonous woman pierced through Han Feng's thoughts like an arrow. Upon hearing this, the 10 individuals present exhibited expressions of confusion. Everyone was acutely aware that the sect had previously promised in black and white that those who made it into the top 10 in the competition would each receive a foundation establishment pill. But now, how had this situation suddenly transformed into merely having the opportunity to obtain one? Han Feng's heart was equally filled with fury, yet facing the formidable poisonous woman, a golden core expert, he could only suppress his inner rage, daring not to reveal even a hint of it. After all, in the face of absolute power, impulsiveness would only lead to catastrophic consequences. Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, the poisonous woman's demeanor suddenly turned cold, and she continued. Do not naively believe that the sect's resources are easily obtained without effort. A precious medicine like the foundation establishment pill cannot be casually bestowed. One must make sufficient contributions to the sect to qualify for it. She paused slightly, her gaze sweeping across the faces of the crowd, her eyes seemingly capable of piercing through their thoughts. She then declared, to be frank, the sect currently has a task that urgently requires manpower. Anyone willing to participate in this task will receive a foundation establishment pill upon its successful completion. Recently, a strange 7-colored light has appeared on the left side of the Ileo mountain range, soaring into the sky, brilliant and dazzling, persisting for several days, without fading. Such an anomaly surely indicates the emergence of an extraordinary treasure. However, we are not the only sect to have discovered this. Nearby sects such as the Shadow Realm sect and the Thousand Corpses sect have also taken notice. As the poisonous woman gradually divulged the details of the task, Han Feng finally understood the situation's intricacies. It turned out that a mysterious treasure was about to emerge beyond the Ileo mountain range, and the secret had been uncovered not only by the 10,000 Gu sect, but also by the Shadow Realm sect and the Thousand Corpses sect. The higher-ups of these three sects were hesitant to engage in a reckless conflict to determine the ownership of the treasure, as such a clash could lead to mutual destruction, allowing other forces to profit from their losses. Thus, they devised a seemingly fair method. Each sect would select 10 Qi refining disciples to enter the mountains in search of treasures, with the final ownership determined by the results of their searches. However, this task was not without its perils, and the degree of danger should not be underestimated. If any of you feel apprehensive, you may withdraw now. The sect will not compel you. After all, there are many disciples eager for the foundation establishment pill. The poisonous woman narrowed her eyes, a hint of scrutiny evident in her gaze, and continued, "Those wishing to withdraw may do so at this moment. I withdraw." Almost as soon as the poisonous woman's words fell, one individual stepped forward without hesitation, opting out. The others observed this development and found it reasonable. After all, this person had the protection of a core formation elder within the sect, and with the elder's connections and resources, obtaining a foundation establishment pill would not pose a challenge, making participation in such a risky task unnecessary. At that moment, Han Feng fell into deep contemplation, numerous thoughts racing through his mind. Yet, after a brief moment, he made a swift decision. He desperately needed that foundation establishment pill. With it, he could break through his current realm and achieve a qualitative leap in strength. Moreover, he reasoned that if the participants were all Qi refining disciples, he would not likely encounter significant danger given his own capabilities. Additionally, this sect mission provided an opportunity to temporarily evade returning to Blood Peak. Presently, he was alone at Blood Peak, and once anyone returned, he would undoubtedly become the target of persecution. Very well. With no one else expressing a desire to withdraw, the poisonous woman nodded with satisfaction, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing her lips. However, just as everyone believed the matter was settled, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The poisonous woman moved like lightning, her hands swiftly dancing, and several shadows shot from her sleeves, instantly hurtling toward the crowd. The speed was so rapid it resembled lightning streaking across the night sky, catching everyone off guard. Even Han Feng, despite his quick reflexes, could only watch helplessly as a small black insect, akin to a dark meteor, burrowed into his body, swiftly taking refuge above his heart. The spirit-devouring goo within Han Feng sensed the anomaly, instinctively attempting to approach and expel the intruder. However, the black insect seemed to be prepared, biting down hard on his heart in an instant. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him like a torrential tide, and he felt darkness engulf him, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Summoning all his strength, he barely managed to control the spirit-devouring goo, preventing it from drawing closer to avoid inciting even greater agony. Do not move. This is a compliance goo that must be implanted for the sect's mission. The poisonous woman's expression turned fierce, her voice as frigid as the ice of midwinter. Otherwise, how can we guarantee that you will not betray the sect? As long as you obediently complete the task and return the treasure to the sect, this compliance goo will not harm you in the slightest and will be removed afterward. But if you dare to harbor ulterior motives and place your own interests above those of the sect, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. This compliance goo will gradually consume your heart, leaving you unable to live or die. She paused, a glint of menace flashing in her eyes before continuing. Remember, if you fail this task, do not think you can return to the sect. You may die out there. Whether you become a ghost in the Shadow Realm sect or a zombie in the Thousand Corpses sect, the sect has no time to recover your bodies. The 10,000 Goo sect has never placed much emphasis on cultivating the loyalty of its disciples. Their methods of control are simple and brutal, with goo worms being their most frequently employed tools. In fact, all disciples have their lifebound goo marked with a special imprint. And if they stray too far from the sect, the lifebound goo will go into a frenzied revolt, rendering the disciples unable to survive or die. We understand. Please rest assured, Elder, we will exert every effort to complete the task. The crowd hurriedly expressed their loyalty, fearing that the poisonous woman might be displeased and unleash an even more formidable measure upon them. Though Han Feng also voiced words of loyalty, his heart simmered with unrestrained fury. The sensation of having his life controlled by another, with no means to resist, weighed heavily upon him like a colossal boulder, nearly driving him to the brink of explosion. Yet at that moment, he was acutely aware of his powerlessness to resist and could only grit his teeth in silence, vowing within his heart, "Wait, it won't be long before I ensure that the entire 10,000 Goo sect vanishes from this world." The poisonous woman's cold gaze swept over the crowd. She was fully aware of their thoughts. The blatant resentment and regret in the eyes of a few were to her merely childish antics. As an elder of the 10,000 Goo sect, a beneficiary of this system, she had no concern for the true feelings of these disciples. In her eyes, these Qi refining disciples were merely expendable resources. Even if they were fortunate enough to succeed in foundation establishment in the future, they would forever remain distant from the core interests of the sect. By implanting the obedient Goo, she aimed to instill in them the understanding that failure to diligently complete their tasks would lead to dire consequences. Naturally, the sect would not allow them to perish in vain. Once the deterrent effect had been achieved, the venomous woman shifted her tone. At that time, a disciple at the foundation establishment stage would suppress his cultivation to the Qi refining stage, accompanying them on their journey. The sect had employed a unique secret method, rendering his foundation establishment cultivation undetectable by the other two sections. They merely needed to obey his command to ensure the successful completion of their tasks. With her authority firmly established, the venomous woman released several individuals, arranging for them to depart together the following day to the treasure site. Upon returning to his residence, Han Feng eagerly attempted to rid himself of the obedient Goo within him. He summoned his internal spiritual energy, striving to expel it, while also coaxing the spirit-devouring goo closer, hoping to consume it. However, all efforts proved futile. Whenever the spirit-devouring goo approached, the obedient goo would frantically gnaw at his heart, the excruciating pain forcing Han Feng to relent time and again. In despair, the spirit-devouring goo had no choice but to retreat, as if confronted by an immensely terrifying entity. On the following day, everyone arrived punctually at the designated location as agreed. The venomous woman led the group onward to the treasure site. Upon reaching their destination, the senior members of the other two sects conducted a meticulous inspection, dispersing only after confirming that all was in order. The Foundation establishment expert who had suppressed his cultivation to the chi refining stage was mingling among them, known as Shiryu. As soon as he parted ways with the venomous woman, Shiryu immediately fixed his gaze upon Han Feng. You, young man, have recently garnered quite a reputation. It seems you possess some strength, he remarked. Although Shiryu was male, his appearance was exceptionally effeminate, resembling a delicate flower. As a Foundation establishment expert, he had already attained divine consciousness. With a mere flicker of perception, he discerned that Han Feng's spiritual energy was extraordinary, its refinement comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. With that, Shiryu withdrew a small bell from his storage pouch and began to gently shake it. In an instant, the obedient goo within Han Feng responded to an unseen force, erupting into a frenzied assault on his heart. Han Feng was engulfed by a wave of agony, cold sweat pouring down as his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. The Wangu sect was acutely aware of the severe internal strife among its disciples. Without stringent restrictions, it would be impossible to complete tasks harmoniously, and there was a risk of infighting during missions. Thus, they had bestowed upon Shiryu the means to control the obedient goo. With a simple shake of the corresponding bell, he could incite chaos within the disciples. Why are you staring? If you dare to look at me with such disdain again, believe that I will gouge out your eyes. You are my target, Shiryu threatened menacingly, noticing the unmasked resentment in Han Feng's eyes. It turned out that Shiryu was the cousin of Huang Hao, who had been killed by Han Feng in the arena days prior. Although Shiryu and Huang Hao publicly claimed to be cousins and fellow disciples of Shui Feng, they harbored a secret relationship. Shiryu had a romantic involvement with Huang Hao, who was, in fact, his male lover. After establishing his foundation, Shiryu had utilized techniques to diminish the effects of various goo on his physique, thus avoiding the corpulence characteristic of chi refining disciples. Now, upon encountering Han Feng, he was filled with animosity, as Han Feng had slain his cherished lover, Huang Hao. However, he dared not directly kill Han Feng, for the purpose of their mission necessitated Han Feng's presence, given his commendable strength. Shiryu harbored malicious intentions, intending to torment Han Feng throughout their journey. And once the task was completed and the treasure found, he would eliminate Han Feng, ensuring he did not return alive. This serves merely as a minor warning. Remember to regard me with respect, Shiryu said, torturing Han Feng for a while before retracting the bell. This display of authority rendered the others hesitant to act recklessly. After all, those who had emerged from the ranks of disciples to claim a spot among the top 10 were proud individuals. Witnessing Han Feng's plight, they quickly subdued their arrogance. Han Feng lowered his head, remaining silent as he gradually positioned himself at the back of the group. He understood the wisdom of avoiding unnecessary conflict, although he was uncertain why Shiryu targeted him so vehemently. The best course of action was to avoid provoking him and to minimize attention directed his way. Fortunately, due to his unique constitution, although his heart was being gnawed upon, the recovery speed of his injuries was remarkably swift. In no time, his heart, consumed by the obedient goo, had regenerated, thus not affecting his combat capability. Han Feng silently contemplated his current strength and his chances against the Foundation establishment Shiryu. He was tempted to endure the gnawing of the obedient goo and exert all his strength to slay Shiryu and seize the bell that controlled the obedient goo. Yet, reason cautioned him that such an act would be exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. Though the treasure site was not overly distant, the journey was fraught with difficulties. This was not the territory of the Wangu sect. The path was treacherous, overgrown with thorns, and ferocious spirit beasts frequently obstructed their way, accompanied by various venomous insects that could spring forth unexpectedly. Although Shiryu could fly using a sword, he could not reveal his Foundation establishment cultivation, thus walking alongside the others. Moreover, as the leader, he had to constantly monitor the condition of the entire group, precluding any possibility of acting independently. However, whenever trouble arose, he merely stood back and directed his subordinates to confront the challenges, remaining an onlooker. After the group managed to drive away a few spirit beasts and dispel numerous venomous insects, some members soon found themselves injured. Stop and rest for a moment, Shiryu remarked, furrowing his brow in annoyance. You useless lot, you can't even handle such trivial matters. When the time comes to search for the treasure, will I have to intervene myself? At his words, everyone promptly sat down, beginning to meditate to heal their wounds. Han Feng, come here. Everyone is injured. Why are you the only one unscathed? Have you been slacking off during the battle? Shiryu, seizing the opportunity, redirected his hostility toward Han Feng, seeking to torment him once more. Chapter 37. The Soul Banner Array. Senior Brother Shuriwe, I assure you, during the expulsion of the spirit beasts, I spared no effort and exerted myself to the fullest. All of you witnessed it, didn't you? I single-handedly vanquished 3 spirit beasts. Han Feng, feeling helpless, attempted to clarify his position to Shuriwe. You all saw it, right? You can testify for me. He turned to his fellow disciples. His lack of injury was not due to idleness, but rather his formidable strength. Han Feng could not fathom why the despicable Shuriwe was so intent on targeting him and laid out the facts, hoping for a semblance of justice. Shuriwe's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a cold, mocking smile. He surveyed the crowd and inquired loudly, what do you all think? Did he exert himself fully while driving away the spirit beasts? No, certainly not. With Han Feng's strength, if he had truly given his all, how could we have been injured? A chorus of voices echoed, though the disciples felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Shuriwe. However, with their lives and interests firmly under his control, none dared to offend him. In a bid to curry favor with Shuriwe, they suppressed their conscience and echoed his words. Han Feng felt a wave of resignation. Though he had anticipated this outcome, he never expected these individuals to come to his defense. Since the sect has appointed me as the leader, your selfishness and lack of dedication to the sect warrant punishment. Shuriwe declared haughtily, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority. How coincidental. My goo worms are quite hungry. You shall offer 3 pounds of your blood to nourish them, and consider it your punishment. Shuriwe's smile was as sinister as that of a demon, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. At this moment, Han Feng could no longer endure it. The audacity of Shuriwe, demanding that he sacrifice his own blood to feed his goo worms, was beyond reason. Initially, Han Feng believed Shuriwe was merely being petty and wanted to teach him a lesson, but he now realized that this was a ruthless attempt to break him. If he did not resist, he might genuinely find himself in mortal peril. Are you not going to bleed and feed my goo worms? Did you not hear what I said? Shuriwe urged impatiently, his eyes gleaming with malice. If I have to intervene personally, it will not just be 3 pounds of blood. As he spoke, Shuriwe brandished a bell that controlled the obedient goo within Han Feng, shaking it gently, producing a chilling sound that struck fear into Han Feng's heart, making his intentions unmistakable. All right, senior brother, I will bleed. Though Han Feng verbally acquiesced, he had secretly drawn forth a mysterious short sword. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Even if the obedient goo gnawed at his heart, he would muster every ounce of strength to eliminate the beast that was Shuriwe. As for the exposure of the mysterious short sword, he deemed it a risk worth taking. He could handle the treasure hunt alone, if necessary. Just as Han Feng unsheathed the short sword, preparing to strike, an immediate sense of danger enveloped him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He instantly sensed that the peril did not emanate from Shuriwe. It was clear that another party was present, and at this moment, aside from the Wangu sect, only the Ghostly Soul sect and the Thousand Corpse sect could be nearby. Indeed, in the next instant, the surroundings were engulfed in a thick black mist, surging forth like a tide, accompanied by an eerie aura. Black flags flickered within the fog, continuously shifting, and the members of the Wangu sect suddenly lost their visibility, finding themselves in a bizarre and unfamiliar realm. Someone is ambushing us. Prepare for battle, Shuriwe shouted, his voice tinged with panic, but before he could finish, silence fell abruptly. Han Feng's heart leapt with joy. This was the perfect opportunity to escape Shuriwe. He made a swift decision, choosing a random direction and bolting forward like a leopard. Screams of anguish echoed around him, reminiscent of tormented souls from the depths of hell, accompanied by unsettling laughter, as if phantoms were whispering in his ears. Han Feng understood that this must be the handiwork of the Ghostly Soul sect. He was now trapped within the Soul Banner Array. Prior to embarking on this mission, the elders of the Wangu sect had recounted the various sinister tactics employed by the Ghostly Soul sect and the Thousand Corpse sect. The Soul Banner Array was a specialty of the Ghostly Soul sect, requiring at least foundation establishment level cultivation to craft even the simplest tin soul banners. Wasn't it agreed that only Chi refinement disciples would participate in this competition? These scoundrels are clearly up to no good. Han Feng felt a mixture of anger and helplessness. Unable to restrain himself from muttering curses, he had believed that with his strength, he would excel in this Chi refinement contest and secure treasures with ease. Yet, he found himself surrounded by foundation establishment cultivators. All 3 sects were inherently treacherous, devoid of any credibility. Though they claimed only to send Chi refinement disciples to compete, it was evident that they had secretly dispatched foundation establishment disciples to meddle in the affairs. Before he could escape, a grotesque ghost suddenly appeared before Han Feng, blocking his path. Perish! Han Feng's gaze hardened with determination as he lunged forward with his short sword, striking at the ghost. The ghost was weak, possessing only the cultivation of the 10th layer of Chi refinement. Under Han Feng's fierce assault, it was swiftly obliterated, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. However, before Han Feng could take more than a few steps, the disintegrated ghost reappeared before him, clawing and lunging toward him once more. A chill ran through Han Feng. He recognized this as the characteristic of the 10 soul banners. Composed of 10 souls, 9 were of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, while 1 was a foundation establishment soul that served as the main spirit. Within this array, these souls were unending. Though the individual ghosts possessed limited lethality, their relentless persistence could exhaust a person to death. Fortunately, the ghosts Han Feng encountered thus far were merely of Qi refinement level and posed no significant threat to him for the moment. He snorted disdainfully and swung his short sword again, scattering the ghost yet again. At this juncture, Han Feng realized that his immediate priority was to locate the core of the Soul Banner array. Only by destroying the core could he break the formation and escape this perilous domain. Otherwise, he would inevitably be trapped. Moreover, if he waited until all his fellow disciples were slain, the remaining ghosts would converge upon him, and even with his exceptional abilities, escape would become exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, during his last breakthrough, he had fortuitously chosen the title of Array Master, giving him some theoretical understanding of how to dismantle such arrays. However, he felt a pang of regret. He currently lacked spiritual sense, and the thick black mist obstructed his vision, making it challenging to discern the location of the core. If I were at the foundation establishment level with spiritual sense, this array would be child's play to unravel. Han Feng lamented internally, acutely aware of the importance of spiritual sense. Nonetheless, after a period of arduous exploration, Han Feng, leveraging his unique understanding of formations, finally discerned the faint location of the core. Elated, he cautiously approached, preparing to destroy it. Yet, before he could near the core, a decaying corpse puppet suddenly emerged before him, blocking his path. Han Feng was taken aback. This puppet was clearly a tactic of the Thousand Corpse sect. It dawned on him that the Ghostly Soul sect and the Thousand Corpse sect had long been colluding in the shadows. In this vicinity, among the 3 sects, the Wangu sect stands as the most formidable in terms of strength. However, the Yuhan sect and the Qianshi sect have maintained a close alliance, persistently uniting to counterbalance the Wangu sect. Conflicts frequently arise among the 3 factions over the nearby Spirit Stone mines, resulting in continuous casualties. The Yuhan sect requires human souls to forge magical artifacts, while the Qianshi sect needs human corpses to create corpse puppets. Consequently, their interests often align, allowing them to collaborate against the Wangu sect, as is the case this time. Han Feng initially believed that the foundational soul within the formation was meant to confront Shiryu. To his surprise, he encountered a foundational stage corpse puppet guarding the formation's core, resulting in an unexpected collision. It seemed he had inadvertently discovered the formation's nexus. If he wished to break the formation, he would first have to contend with the might of my corpse puppet. The corpse puppet was infused with the divine soul of Yang Yun, a disciple from the Qianshi sect, who, through the puppet, became aware of Han Feng's presence. This puppet had achieved foundational stage cultivation while alive, and after Yang Yun's continuous refining postmortem, its combat prowess was quite impressive. Although the puppet's movements were not particularly agile, its speed was unrelenting, and it was covered in thick layers of bone armor, advancing towards Han Feng with ominous intent. Upon witnessing this, Han Feng swiftly contemplated his strategy, gradually sheathing his short sword. The puppet was under the control of a divine soul, and without absolute certainty of vanquishing the informed adversary. He did not wish to reveal his trump card just yet. Qi Feng Spear, Han Feng shouted, channeling all his demonic spirit energy to form a spear radiating with a black luminescence. Simultaneously, he invoked the lethal strike enhancement, condensing all his strength into the Qi Feng Spear, which he thrust fiercely towards the corpse puppet. Yang Yun, observing from a distance, smirked disdainfully, reveling in the spectacle. Through the puppet's divine soul, he perceived everything with clarity. He could hardly believe that a mere Qi refining stage insect would not flee at the sight of a foundational stage corpse puppet, but instead dared to retaliate. Yang Yun was acutely aware that the puppet's melee capabilities far surpassed his own. Not only did it possess protective spirit energy, but its bone armor's defensive capacity rivaled that of spiritual armor. Common attacks were utterly futile against it. In his eyes, Han Feng's actions were undoubtedly a path to self-destruction, but it spared him considerable effort in pursuit. However, Yang Yun's amusement was short-lived. In the next moment, he clasped his head in agony, emitting a wretched scream as his laughter was silenced. The puppet had been pierced cleanly by Han Feng's spear, and in an instant, Han Feng moved like lightning, unleashing a torrent of powerful strikes that obliterated the puppet. The fragments of the divine soul attached to the puppet were swiftly consumed and annihilated by Han Feng's demonic spirit energy. Yang Yun collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his divine soul severely wounded as he writhed in torment. He could not fathom how a mere Qi refining stage youth possessed such overwhelming spirit energy, capable of effortlessly shattering his prideful corpse puppet. He had always believed that even a foundational stage expert would require considerable effort to defeat his puppet. In many previous battles, he had not needed to intervene personally, as the puppet alone could secure victory. Yet today, he had encountered the anomaly that was Han Feng. Despite Han Feng's Qi refining stage cultivation, his destructive capability rivaled that of the finest foundational stage masters. With the puppet's protection gone, Han Feng surged towards the formation's core like a streak of black lightning, sweeping his long sword in a decisive arc towards the formation's eye. Instantly, the surrounding environment shattered like a broken mirror, restoring to its original state, as the dense black mist and eerie spirits vanished without a trace. However, the remaining disciples of the Wangu sect were few and far between. And even those who survived were left battered and disheveled. Han Feng had no interest in the fates of his fellow sect members. He understood that the enemy was concealed while he was exposed, and prolonging the conflict would be unwise. More importantly, he sought to leverage the Yu Han sect and Qian Shi sect to eliminate that scoundrel Shiryu. With this resolve, Han Feng sped away into the dense forest, his figure quickly disappearing among the vast thicket. Yang Yun, you worthless fool. You couldn't even guard the Formation S Nexus. What use are you? The Huang family's three ghosts. A formidable foundational stage master within the Yu Han sect erupted in fury upon witnessing the easily dismantled Soul Banner formation, cursing with a voice that echoed like thunder in the surroundings. You lot, swiftly deal with the remaining scattered remnants. As for that fleeing one, leave him to me. A glint of malice flickered in the eyes of the Huang family's three ghosts as he coldly surveyed the disciples of the Yu Han sect and Qianshi sect, issuing his command with unwavering authority. Remember, not a single survivor is to be spared. His tone brooked no dissent, exuding an intimidating aura. With that, the Huang family's three ghosts harnessed their inner spirit energy, skillfully merging it with their consciousness, before leaping onto a soul banner, racing towards the direction Han Feng had vanished. Yet, the terrain of the forest was exceedingly intricate, with towering trees obscuring the sun and bizarre rocks scattered throughout. Although the Huang family's three ghosts were eager to pursue, they dared not fly high for fear of exposure, opting instead for low-altitude flight. Consequently, their speed was significantly hampered, making it challenging to swiftly catch up to Han Feng. Chapter 38. The slaying of Shiryu. As nightfall descended, the dense darkness enveloped the mountains and forests like a surging tide. Han Feng concealed himself within this obscurity, his form seamlessly blending with the surrounding natural environment as if he were inherently rooted in this place. Thanks to his affinity with nature, he moved with effortless grace, gliding through the thicket without hindrance. The three specters of the Huang family, already weary and gasping for breath, found themselves left far behind by Han Feng. Gradually losing their way, they wandered aimlessly through the woods, searching for traces of Han Feng. But all that greeted them was the undulating chorus of insects and the rustling whispers of the wind. Han Feng, like a wraith, vanished without a trace. Once he was certain that no pursuers remained, Han Feng halted his steps, a smirk of derision unwittingly curling his lips. To him, these so-called Foundation establishment experts were utterly pathetic, proving to be a monumental disappointment. The Foundation establishment corpse puppets, under his fierce assault, were nothing more than fragile paper dolls, easily dispatched with a mere flick of his wrist. Upon reflection, the only advantage these practitioners possessed was their ability to fly. Yet, their sluggish pace paled in comparison to his swift legs. Suddenly, Han Feng's expression shifted dramatically, the earlier ease replaced by a weighty gravity. He sensed the disquieting stirrings of the obedient insect within him, akin to a horde of famished rodents rampaging through his insides. This unsettling sensation intensified, and he distinctly felt the obedient insect drawing nearer to his heart, as though it intended to devour his vibrant heart as its next meal. Just as he had escaped the pursuit of the Huang family specters, the unexpected turmoil cast a shadow over his thoughts. Furrowing his brow, he speculated grimly. Damn it. Could it be that the useless Shiryu has perished? Has control of the obedient insect fallen into the hands of another? This is a dire predicament. Han Feng understood that if the obedient insect went out of control, his life would hang by a thread. With no other recourse, he had no choice but to follow the insect's guidance. At that moment, the obedient insect felt like a blade poised at his throat. Any sign of defiance could result in it plunging down, mercilessly consuming his heart. As he sped through the forest, silently praying, Han Feng thought, if Shiryu merely fled and is still alive, then there is hope. Upon finding him, I will risk everything to eliminate this lingering threat. Yet, if Shiryu had indeed perished, and the bell had fallen into the hands of the Ghostly Soul sect or the Thousand Corpses sect, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. He could only hope that Shiryu had kept his mouth shut before meeting his end, ensuring that the method of using the bell remained a secret. Han Feng was acutely aware that, with his current abilities, he might swiftly dispose of Shiryu, halting the obedient insect's heart-wrenching feast. However, facing an array of adversaries from the Ghostly Soul sect and the 10,000 Insect sect, he had no confidence in making a clean escape. Moreover, the Ghostly Soul sect boasted a Foundation establishment expert capable of flight. If that individual chose to evade him, he would truly be at a loss. Not far ahead, just within reach. Utilizing his heightened senses from his affinity with nature, Han Feng navigated the dense forest with remarkable swiftness, encountering little obstruction. Soon, he sensed that the bell controlling the obedient insect was nearby. As he drew closer, an abrupt cliff emerged before him, its steep face seemingly bottomless, an insurmountable chasm before his eyes. Meanwhile, the obedient insect grew increasingly agitated, urging Han Feng to leap into the abyss. Yet, Han Feng was not one to act recklessly. He lacked the ability to simply jump off a cliff. His gaze swiftly scanned the vicinity, soon spotting a sturdy vine. Gripping it tightly, He cautiously began to descend along the cliff's edge. When he reached the midpoint of the precipice, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a small platform. Could it be that Shuriwe is hiding here? It seemed plausible that Shuriwe had not perished, but had instead sought refuge on this platform. With this thought, a fierce determination flashed in Han Feng's eyes as he leapt onto the platform. He had resolved, should he find Shuriwe, even if his heart were to be crushed by the obedient insect, he would first eliminate this treacherous foe. Indeed, no sooner had Han Feng set foot on the platform than he spotted Shuriwe. Gone was the imposing demeanor of yesteryear. Shuriwe lay in a pitiful state, bloodied and battered, gasping weakly on the stone surface, evidently gravely injured. Witnessing this scene, Han Feng felt a flicker of relief. Although he had long wished to slay Shuriwe with his own hands, he now recognized that if the bell fell into the wrong hands, his troubles would only multiply. Aha! The heavens do not abandon me, Shuriwe. I never imagined someone would still be alive. Come, save me. Upon seeing Han Feng approach, Shuriwe's one-stemmed eyes sparkled with hope, as if he had spotted a lifeline, and he could not help but laugh uproariously. In the midst of the Soul Banner formation, Shuriwe had indeed become the focal point of relentless assaults. Countless attacks rained down upon him, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. Yet, as a practitioner at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, his will to survive awakened remarkable potential within him, allowing him to withstand wave after wave of onslaught without being slain on the spot. At the moment Han Feng shattered the Soul Banner formation, Shuriwe had seized the opportunity to feign death, successfully deceiving the gathered crowd. When the Huang family specters pursued Han Feng, he seized the moment to strike back. Among those present, Yang Yun, whose spirit was injured and whose corpse puppet had been destroyed, possessed little combat ability. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Ghostly Soul sect and the Thousand Corpses sect, still in the Qi refinement stage, were utterly incapable of halting Shuriwe, this wounded beast. Thus, with all his might, Shuriwe carved a bloody path to freedom. However, although he had successfully escaped, he had paid a terrible price. His current state was nothing short of tragic. Han Feng observed from a distance, noting the dark, jagged bite marks marring Shuriwe's neck, the result of savage attacks from corpse puppets, with blood seeping from the wounds, carrying a nauseating stench of decay. One of his arms hung limply, evidently broken, the bone protruding grotesquely through the flesh. His face was marred by dark streaks, the aftermath of ghostly attacks, resembling serpentine patterns that twisted and coiled across his visage, rendering his once handsome features ghastly. The Ghostly Soul sect and the Thousand Corpses sect are utterly inept. No wonder they had to join forces. With such strength, they would have long since been vanquished by the 10,000 Insects sect in a one-on-one confrontation. How could so many attackers fail to finish off Shuriwe? Han Feng mused inwardly. Having retreated to this sheer cliff, Shuriwe found himself at the end of his rope, utterly spent. With severed limbs, he could only rely on one remaining arm, which he still clutched tightly around 9 small bells that controlled the obedient insect, clinging to the last thread of hope for survival as he tested each bell one by one. Unexpectedly, among the disciples of the Qi refinement stage, one survivor had indeed made their way over. Overcome with joy, Shuriwe felt as though hope had returned to him. He believed he was finally saved. In his eyes, with Han Feng's vital blood and spiritual energy, he could stabilize his injuries, perhaps even restore himself to his former glory. Stand still and do not move. Release 10 pounds of vital blood for my healing, and throw me all the spirit stones you possess. Shuriwe, with his weakened body, pointed a trembling arm at Han Feng, commanding him with an air of authority. Despite being gravely injured and lying on the ground, he still believed he could control everything, including the insignificant Han Feng, who was merely at the Qi refinement stage. This confidence stemmed from the bell in his hand, which he perceived as his invincible weapon, capable of extinguishing Han Feng's life at any moment. Very well, Senior Shuriwe, Han Feng replied with an unhesitant tone, a hint of submission evident on his face. Yet, his steps did not falter. Instead, he approached Shuriwe with a measured pace. Each footfall seemed to resonate in Shuriwe's heart, stirring an inexplicable sense of unease within him. I commanded you to stand still. Are you deaf? Halt immediately, release your essence, and throw your storage pouch over here. Shuriwe's voice, sharp with anger, echoed through the desolate valley as he noticed Han Feng's disobedience. Yet, no matter how vehemently Shuriwe shouted, Han Feng appeared impervious to his commands, steadily advancing with a determined and frigid gaze, as if regarding a condemned criminal. You dare to seek death, you insignificant insect of the Qi refinement stage. Shuriwe could no longer contain his fury. In a fit of rage, he grasped the bell and shook it violently. Instantly, a bizarre ringing filled the valley, its sound imbued with an invisible enchantment that infiltrated Han Feng's ears. Han Feng felt the obedient goo within him react, as if stimulated, turning frenzied and beginning to gnaw at his heart. He could not suppress a muffled groan of anguish as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, his complexion turning ashen. However, he anticipated this. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he not only maintained his forward momentum but quickened his pace toward Shuriwe. He could distinctly feel the goo tearing into his heart, a surge of agony radiating through his chest and causing his body to tremble involuntarily. At that critical moment, the dormant, devouring goo within him finally awakened. Responding to its master's call and sensing the provocation from its kin, it unleashed a formidable power. Launching itself at the obedient goo, a fierce battle erupted between the two goo within Han Feng, leaving him to feel as if his very organs were being seared in flames, suffering immensely. Han Feng, kneel before me. Shi Yue, witnessing Han Feng's defiance amidst such torment, was incredulous. In his understanding, a typical individual would be rendered immobile by the bite of the obedient goo, unable to muster even a shred of spiritual energy, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Yet Han Feng, like a titan forged of steel, disregarded the pain inflicted by the obedient goo and continued to close in on him. Break. At last, Han Feng reached Shi Yue, his eyes flashing with cold light as his sword descended like a bolt of lightning. With a sharp crack, Shi Yue's hand holding the bell was severed, the blood spraying forth as it fell to the ground. Shi Yue let out a piercing scream, his face contorted in pain and despair. In the next moment, Han Feng himself collapsed, drained of strength and spiritual energy. Although the entire sequence transpired in an instant, only Han Feng understood the magnitude of suffering he endured in that fleeting moment. His heart had been severely gnawed upon, blood gushing forth and staining his garments. Fortunately, at a crucial juncture, the spirit-devouring goo acted decisively, consuming the obedient goo, and Han Feng successfully severed the bell from Shi Yue's grasp, bringing this harrowing confrontation to a close. Typically, a master goo would hesitate to act in such a situation, fearing for its owner's safety. After all, if the master perished, so would the goo. However, the spirit-devouring goo was a unique breed, instinctively drawn to its master, unconcerned with their mortality. Han Feng's meticulous training and bold command had instilled sufficient courage in it, enabling it to rise to the occasion. Enduring his weakness, Han Feng retrieved several medicinal pills from his storage pouch and swallowed them hastily. Then, he sat cross-legged, beginning to meditate in order to heal. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: to recover his strength swiftly, lest the specters of the ghost sect and the thousand corpses sect come seeking him. Meanwhile, Shi Yue lay in despair, gazing at his severed hand, and then at Han Feng, who was struggling to heal. He realized that he was indeed finished. With his hands broken and grievously wounded, he could only vent his resentment and frustration like a distraught woman, hurling curses from his lips. Curse more, I relish it. Han Feng, despite his weakness, could not help but smirk at Shi Yue's invectives, finding them akin to the wails of a dying beast, utterly devoid of threat, yet hauntingly melodious. He reveled in these taunts, for they filled him with the sweet ecstasy of victory and the delight of having everything under control. Shi Yue, consumed by regret, lamented his arrogance, believing he could command Han Feng effortlessly with the bell. Had he acted decisively to unleash the obedient goo upon Han Feng the moment he appeared, rather than wasting time issuing orders, perhaps Han Feng would have succumbed to the goo's bite before he could reach him. If only he had mustered the strength to crawl over and drain Han Feng's essence and spiritual energy, he might have had a chance of survival. Alas, all was hypothetical. No remedy for regret exists in this world, and now he lay on the ground, awaiting death's embrace. Shi Yue continued his tirade until dawn, finally exhausting himself. He noticed Han Feng remained indifferent, as if his curses were nothing but a fleeting breeze. A profound despair washed over him as he slowly closed his eyes, resigning to his fate and ceasing all struggle. It was not until the second night that Han Feng's injuries had sufficiently healed, restoring his ability to move. This time, the severity of his wounds was considerable. Had they been mere external injuries, his robust physique would have allowed for a swift recovery. Yet, with a substantial portion of his heart gnawed away, his body had sustained immense damage, necessitating extra time for healing. Han Feng gradually rose, stretching his limbs, only to discover that Shi Yue had ceased his cursing. A playful smile crept across his face as he approached Shi Yue, crouching beside him, and softly inquired, "Why have you stopped cursing? Continue, or I shall knock out a tooth." At this moment, Han Feng finally had the opportunity to properly attend to Shi Yue. Under the duress of rigorous interrogation, Shi Yue was reduced to a pitiful state, his body marred with wounds and drenched in blood, on the brink of death. Han Feng thus came to comprehend the gravity of his offense toward Shi Yue. To prevent him from succumbing mid-torture, Han Feng, in a moment of compassion, provided him with some of his essence to alleviate his suffering and stave off immediate demise. Han Feng resembled a merciless executioner, wielding a sharp blade as he meticulously carved away at Shi Yue's flesh, even dissecting the very roots of his being into numerous segments. Shi Yue, engulfed in excruciating agony, writhed and screamed, ultimately succumbing to the relentless torment and drawing his last breath. Han Feng gazed upon Shi Yue's lifeless form, his countenance devoid of any emotion. He deemed it utterly futile to squander his essence in an attempt to revive this corpse, thus allowing the devouring spirit goo to consume Shi Yue's life essence goo. Although Shi Yue had been gravely injured before his demise, he was nonetheless a formidable expert at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, possessing considerable strength. Otherwise, he would not have had the capability to escape from the perilous soul banner array to this very spot. The goo worms within Shiryu had undergone several transformations in tandem with his cultivation advancement, rendering them an unprecedented feast for the devouring spirit goo. The latter began to greedily devour Shiryu's life essence goo, a process that consumed a significant amount of time. Upon successful refinement, Han Feng distinctly sensed a marked enhancement in the strength of his demonic spirit, although he still could not condense a spirit platform or achieve successful foundation establishment. The refinement level of his demonic spirit was now entirely comparable to that of an adept at the foundation establishment stage. As the night deepened, Han Feng received new intel through his spider senses. He furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of vigilance flashing in his eyes. So, you chose to hide here, splendid. This time, I shall observe how you intend to escape. A voice emerged as the three ghosts of the Huang family stepped forth from the shadows of the night. Chapter 39. The seven-colored divine stone. After losing track of Han Feng, the three ghosts of the Huang family returned in frustration, only to discover that a foundation-building disciple had also escaped. Their anger surged, and they were beside themselves with rage. Fortunately, they had left a unique imprint of their aura on Shiryu, allowing them to follow this faint trace to the present location. To their utter astonishment, they found that the previously escaped Han Feng was hiding here as well. This place was a sheer cliff, surrounded by steep rock faces, making it nearly impossible for Han Feng to escape. In their view, he was already a fish in a barrel. Han Feng gazed at the approaching three ghosts of the Huang family, maintaining an outward calm while his heart raced like a taut bowstring. He understood that he had only one opportunity to strike, and it had to be lethal. Otherwise, if the Huang ghosts became alert, he would find it nearly impossible to contend with them after employing his flight technique to escape. The three ghosts of the Huang family stood brazenly before Han Feng, carelessly wielding their 10-soul banner, ready to unleash their spirits. Their disdainful demeanor suggested that they viewed Han Feng as nothing more than an ant, easily squashed at any moment. Just then, a shadow darted toward the Huang ghosts like a bolt of lightning. It was Han Feng launching an attack. There was no grandiose display, merely a black spear that appeared unremarkable, its speed not particularly impressive. A smirk of derision crept onto the lips of the three ghosts, dismissing this as a futile struggle from Han Feng before his demise. With a casual wave, one of them summoned a skeletal shield, a defensive artifact he had painstakingly crafted, relying on it for protection due to his frail physical form. However, in the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded. The seemingly sturdy skeletal shield shattered upon contact with the black spear, crumbling like fragile clay. Before the Huang ghost could react, it was too late to evade. The spear pierced through his spiritual defenses, shattering even his spiritual core in a single blow. He could hardly believe it. A mere chi refining stage cultivator wielding a spear of such terrifying power. Typically, he wouldn't even bother summoning his skeletal shield against an opponent of the chi refining stage, relying solely on his spiritual defenses. Yet this time, he had been bested by this seemingly inconspicuous youth. Han Feng picked up the 10-soul banner from the Huang ghost. Yet lacking the necessary spiritual awareness, he could not utilize it. With no other option, he stored it in his spatial pouch. Having dealt with the three ghosts, Han Feng began to ponder his next course of action. Continuing to search for the worldly treasures seemed unnecessary, as the obedient goo that posed a threat to him had been eliminated. If he returned to the Wangu sect and hid at the peak of the Blood Mountain, he could ensure his temporary safety. However, doing so would render any hopes of acquiring foundation-building pills entirely futile. Could he take this opportunity to escape from the Wangu sect? No, the spirit-devouring goo within him had already been marked. Fleeing would result in a backlash. I suppose I should first climb up, he muttered to himself, locating the vines he had used to descend the cliff, gripping them tightly as he prepared to ascend. But just as he was about to act, a deafening explosion echoed from the distance. Han Feng looked up to see figures engaged in fierce combat in the air. Streaks of spiritual energy illuminating the sky with an awe-inspiring display. Wangu sect, you have broken your promise. My disciple's soul lamp has been extinguished. It must be that you dispatched foundation-building disciples to participate in the contest, violating the rules. An elder in a black robe shouted, his eyes wide with fury, his soul banner swirling violently in his grasp. Enough of your nonsense. My disciple has also perished. Can you guarantee that you have not resorted to underhanded means? A senior elder from the Shui peak of the Wangu sect boldly countered, his spiritual energy surging as he stood unafraid against the black-robed elder. From the Thousand Corpses sect, come forth. Do not stand idly by. Let us join forces to eradicate the Wangu sect today. The black-robed elder called to a hidden expert from the Thousand Corpses sect. You think that by allying with the Thousand Corpses sect, we at the Wangu sect will fear you? The elder from the Wangu sect shot back, and a great battle was imminent. Soon, more and more Golden Core experts became embroiled in the conflict, causing the entire mountain range to tremble violently under their immense spiritual pressure, leading to landslides and chaos. Rocks tumbled, trees were uprooted, and the ground seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. Han Feng, hiding against the cliff, watched in stunned disbelief. The previously established rules of engagement had turned out to be mere child's play, as no one had adhered to them from the outset. All parties had dispatched foundation-building disciples. And now even Golden Core elders were involved. This treasure-seeking mission could only be set aside for now. Engaging in a battle of this magnitude was beyond his capacity. Even the residual force from their casual spells could easily obliterate a mountain. If he dared to intervene, he would likely be reduced to dust in an instant. Are you kidding me? Fight further away. Don't bring the battle here. Han Feng shouted anxiously, but his voice was drowned out by the deafening clamor of battle. He noticed that 2 Golden Core experts were drawing dangerously close to his position amidst the fierce fighting. Damn it, get away. Go die somewhere else. Just as Han Feng finished speaking, a surge of overwhelming palm energy descended upon him like a tidal wave. He had no time to react, and he was swept away like a leaf in the wind, tumbling down the cliff. Fortunately, Han Feng possessed the special trait of a skeletal coating, which helped mitigate much of the damage at the critical moment, sparing him from being smashed to pieces. However, even so, he was severely injured, racked with pain, and unable to move. Yet, with the final drop of blood trait, he would not succumb to a single strike. Filled with helplessness, yet relieved to have retained his life, Han Feng silently began circulating his spiritual energy to heal his wounds. In the presence of these Golden Core experts, he was akin to an ant, easily crushed without a second thought. As he sat up to heal, Han Feng felt something hard pressing against him. Reaching down, he pulled out a rough stone. Damn it. Even a piece of broken rock has to bother me in my misfortune, he grumbled, irritated, and was about to throw it away. But then he noticed something odd about the stone. It shimmered with vibrant colors. Could this be the treasure that had emerged into the world? Just as he was about to discard it, Han Feng suddenly realized the stone was extraordinary. The moment it entered his hand, it emitted a radiant 7-colored light, gleaming brilliantly as if it contained boundless mysteries, clearly not an ordinary object. Could it be that this stone was the treasure that had caused such a commotion that day? Han Feng was instantly filled with joy, his heart racing as he clutched the stone tightly, fearful that it might slip away. This was the treasure that had sparked fierce battles among a group of Golden Core cultivators, and he had unexpectedly come into possession of it. After the initial excitement, Han Feng's brow furrowed in concern. Although he had acquired the 7-colored divine stone, he would inevitably attract attention, and he would surely lose the treasure if discovered. Storing it in his pouch was out of the question. They would undoubtedly search his belongings. He pondered hiding it somewhere first. But such a divine object would eventually be found, and he would suffer a great loss. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Perhaps I could swallow it. That would be the safest option. Gazing at the egg-sized stone, he steeled himself, determined, and opened his mouth to swallow it whole. To abstain from enduring tribulations today is to consign oneself to a future as a mere ant, vulnerable to being crushed without consequence. While the purpose of the iridescent divine stone remains enigmatic, I shall ingest it forthwith. Should its utility become apparent in the future, I shall simply undertake a laparotomy to retrieve it, a matter of little consequence. Upon its ingestion by Han Feng, the iridescent divine stone's radiance duly diminished, as if it had never manifested. Han Feng, thus reassured, wholeheartedly devoted himself to recuperation. The aerial engagement of the Golden Core cultivators persisted, escalating in intensity. As an increasing number of Golden Core elders from the myriad Poison Sect, Nether Soul Sect, and Thousand Corpse Sect joined the fray, a myriad of magical artifacts and spells were unleashed, illuminating the mountain range with a brilliance akin to daylight, only to plunge it into transient darkness, evocative of an impending apocalypse. Fortunately, aside from the initial resounding blow, the reverberations spared Han Feng. Remaining stationary, he assiduously tended to his wounds, yearning for the cessation of the protracted conflict. The protracted conflict endured for a full 3 days and nights before finally reaching its denouement. Han Feng's injuries had substantially healed. As for the outcome of the engagement, he remained uncertain. He harbored concerns that the myriad Poison Sect might have been annihilated after such a prolonged and fierce battle. With his injuries abated, Han Feng resolved to stealthily infiltrate the myriad Poison Sect to ascertain its fate. Given the intensity of the battle, particularly the 2-on-1 disadvantage, he suspected that the sect had suffered grievous losses, possibly even annihilation. As Han Feng prepared to depart, he espied a crimson-clad woman gracefully gliding toward him with spectral fluidity. Simultaneously, his spirit-devouring goo exhibited an unusual agitation. The normally domineering and indomitable spirit-devouring goo trembled with palpable trepidation. Swiftly, the crimson-clad woman materialized before Han Feng. Her beauty and allure were captivating. Her form, draped in a mere crimson band that veiled her essential anatomy, was a symphony of curves. Her gait, a delicate dance upon the void, conjured ephemeral waves of sanguine essence, emanating an aura of enigma and peril. Most disconcertingly, her girdle was adorned with a score of skulls, which swayed with her movements, exuding an ineffable eeriness. Before Han Feng could utter a word, the woman spoke. Her voice crystalline yet tinged with coldness. You cultivate the spirit-devouring demon art. The spirit-devouring goo resides within you. Your chi and blood are exuberant, and your spiritual energy is refined. Most importantly, your sanity remains intact, unmarred by the passions and desires induced by the demonic spirit pill. You are a disciple of Blood Peak. The crimson-clad woman scrutinized Han Feng with deliberate precision, as if to penetrate his very essence. Han Feng felt exposed. As if stripped bare, his secrets laid bare before her. A sense of unease welled within him. Why are you not cultivating diligently at Blood Peak, but rather loitering here? The crimson-clad woman demanded sternly, her voice laced with chilling frost, causing Han Feng to tense. Han Feng experienced a modicum of relief, surmising that she was affiliated with the myriad poison sect. Otherwise, she would likely have dispatched him without inquiry. Esteemed elder, I am here on a mission assigned by the sect, Han Feng replied respectfully, maintaining a steady tone to conceal his trepidation. To think that my disciple should be dispatched on such a mission. The blood demon was incensed, her brows furrowed, and a palpable aura of malevolence emanated from her, indicating her deep displeasure with the myriad poison sect's arrangement. The air around them seemed to congeal under the weight of her indignation. Your cultivation is commendable. You have resisted the corrupting influence of the demonic spirit pill. You have a bright future ahead. The blood demon regarded Han Feng with a hint of satisfaction. Yet, her smile, upon her alluring visage, appeared uncanny, like a night blooming Sirius, both beautiful and deadly. Cease addressing me as elder, she continued. I am the Blood Peak Master. The blood demon, your esteemed mentor. Han Feng was taken aback. He had envisioned the dreaded Blood Peak Master, the blood demon elder, as a sinister and grotesque crone. Perhaps even a depraved old eccentric. Instead, she was a woman of unparalleled beauty. Yet, the aura she exuded was undeniably alluring, shrouded in an air of enigmatic peril. Spare your formalities. We shall return to the sect anon. With that, the blood demon elder seized Han Feng with lightning swiftness. In an instant, a tempestuous gust of wind arose as the two ascended, propelled toward Blood Peak. They vanished into the ether, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. As the blood demon conveyed Han Feng through the Empyrean heights, the wind howled in their ears. Abruptly, she turned her gaze upon Han Feng and inquired, why did you volunteer for such a mission? Did the sect coerce you? The blood demon's voice was frayed by the wind. Yet each word resonated clearly in Han Feng's ears. Braving the onrushing gale, Han Feng steeled his resolve and replied truthfully, I was not coerced. I volunteered to obtain a foundation establishment pill. As he spoke, memories of his perilous journey flooded his mind, prompting a silent sigh. The blood demon frowned, her countenance tinged with displeasure, and exclaimed, a mere foundation establishment pill. You need only have requested it from me. Why undertake such a mission? Your demise would be a grievous loss. The blood demon's tone was nonchalant, as if foundation establishment pills were commonplace. She turned to Han Feng, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. In her estimation, Han Feng was a rare talent, and it would be a tragedy if he perished for the sake of a foundation establishment pill. Chapter 40. Foundation Establishment Success. Han Feng was in a state of utter misery. The blood demon spoke so lightly, suggesting he simply seek her out for foundation establishment pills. However, at the time, he was utterly clueless about where to find them, how to find them, or how he would even dare to approach her. Yet, he dared not voice these thoughts aloud, instead suppressing them and grumbling inwardly. The blood demon's speed in flight was astonishing. In mere moments, they returned to the myriad Gu sect. From high above, Han Feng finally beheld the entirety of the sect. 9 peaks pierced the clouds like sharp swords. The entire layout subtly aligned with an exquisite array. It was evident that it had been meticulously designed. The so-called outer sect's 9 peaks were but insignificant corners within this grand scheme. The most prosperous areas were undoubtedly the summits of the intersect peaks, where jade pavilions and ornate structures stood in harmonious disarray, displaying opulence and splendor. However, Blood Peak stood apart, with only a few small courtyards and a lack of elaborate buildings, appearing exceptionally rustic and serene amidst the prosperity. As a master of arrays, Han Feng had intended to study this unique layout thoroughly. Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, the blood demon, as if carrying a chick, brought him to the council hall of Ice Peak, who is currently in charge of the foundation establishment pills. Get out here now. The blood demon bellowed as she stepped into the hall, her voice seemingly capable of collapsing the entire structure. It was filled with unquestionable authority and dominance. I am in charge, Poison Maiden responded slowly, emerging with composure. However, beneath the blood demon's imposing presence, a hint of apprehension was discernible. Han Feng quietly followed, remaining silent. He mused that his chief master, the blood demon, possessed extraordinary strength, although she was the only golden core cultivator on Blood Peak. Her assertive demeanor suggested she held considerable sway within the myriad Gu sect. Give me 10 foundation establishment pills. The blood demon demanded without the slightest hint of negotiation, as if the pills were already rightfully hers. Blood demon, this is against the rules, Poison Maiden replied, appearing troubled. Foundation establishment pills were not ordinary items. Even among the renowned orthodox sects outside, a single pill was an invaluable treasure. Furthermore, within the myriad Gu sect, due to a scarcity of raw materials for refining the pills, all foundation establishment pills were obtained through external trades. The blood demon's request for 10 was truly difficult to fulfill. Rules? The blood demon scoffed. Have I, the blood demon, done little for the sect? Take the recent conflicts with the Nether Soul sect and the Thousand Corpse sect, for instance. Had I not intervened, you would have perished long ago. Over the years, I have dedicated myself to the sect without asking for anything in return. 10 foundation establishment pills are nothing compared to my contributions. If you dare utter another word, believe that I will strike you dead right now. Even the sect master would not object. The blood demon's expression turned icy, and demonic energy surged around her. It seemed that if Poison Maiden dared to utter another word, she would immediately attack. The atmosphere became tense, on the verge of explosion. Seeing this, Poison Maiden dared not disobey. Too frightened to even breathe, she obediently handed over the 10 foundation establishment pills. Upon acquiring the pills, the blood demon tossed them to Han Feng without a second glance. Han Feng swiftly caught them, a surge of joy washing over him as he looked at the hard-earned pills. He inwardly praised his cheap master, acknowledging her usefulness in critical moments. He had risked his life for nothing, while she effortlessly obtained 10 pills with a single sentence. He now had more than enough to spare. Having obtained the pills, the blood demon did not linger. Once again lifting Han Feng like a chick, she returned to Blood Peak within a few breaths. Now that you have the foundation establishment pills, advance to the foundation establishment stage immediately, the blood demon commanded sternly. Remember, you must not slack in your cultivation from now on. Strive to form your core as soon as possible. Your useless senior brothers were devoured by me for their inability to form their core in time. Their taste was utterly awful, and their skulls were too fragile to be used for refining magical artifacts. As she spoke, she revealed a look of distaste, as if recalling a particularly unpleasant flavor. From now on, you are the eldest disciple of Blood Peak. These 10 foundation establishment pills are not all for you. Remember to cultivate good seedlings for the sect. Without good seedlings, how can you progress? Without your progress, how can I progress? I will give you 3 years. If you fail to form your core within 3 years, the consequences will be dire. The blood demon casually instructed Han Feng before vanishing from his sight. Han Feng was shaken to the core by her words. Cold sweat trickling down his back. He had almost indulged in the pleasant illusion of having a good master. The blood demon's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly snapping him back to the cruel reality. His 3 foundation establishment senior brothers had indeed been devoured by the blood demon, simply because they were too slow in breaking through and failed to reach the golden core stage in time. Moreover, she had found them unpalatable, deeming only the skulls of golden core cultivators worthy of being used for refining artifacts. Han Feng subconsciously glanced at the red rope tied around the blood demon's waist, adorned with over a dozen skulls. He wondered if that was her magical artifact. It seemed that at least a dozen of his golden core senior brothers had fallen victim to the blood demon's cruelty, consumed within her stomach. The thought sent shivers down his spine. No wonder the Blood Peak only had one golden core cultivator, the blood demon herself. What chilled Han Feng even more was that the blood demon had spoken so candidly, as if declaring that she had no fear of his resistance or escape. As if everything was under her control, Han Feng stared at the foundation establishment pills in his hand, his emotions a complex mix of conflicting feelings. Whatever. Once I reach the golden core stage, who devours whom remains to be seen. Han Feng forced himself to calm down, thinking to himself. Although the blood demon's words had frightened him, they also made it clear that, at least during the foundation establishment stage, he did not have to worry about being devoured. Once he reached the golden core stage, with the enhancements from his entries, he would fear no one of the same realm. Returning to his familiar courtyard, Han Feng took a deep breath to calm his nerves. He then grabbed a foundation establishment pill and swallowed it without hesitation, preparing to condense his spiritual altar. As the pill's medicinal power was absorbed, Han Feng immediately felt a peculiar transformation unlike anything he had experienced before. The foundation establishment pill's effect was akin to a temporary expansion of his spiritual power. One must know that everyone's spiritual power is fixed, and methods to enhance it are exceedingly rare. Thus, even a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refining possesses little spiritual power compared to an ordinary person. The condensation of a spiritual altar relies precisely on spiritual power. Previously, Han Feng's spiritual power was insufficient, preventing him from condensing a spiritual altar despite his refined spiritual energy. Now, with his spiritual power temporarily amplified by the foundation establishment pill, Han Feng felt much more at ease. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted, allowing him to fully unleash his abilities. Under the constant tempering of his spiritual power, the demonic spirit slowly began to transform into a spiritual altar. However, Han Feng's demonic spirit power is remarkably refined and vast in quantity. Under the tempering of his soul, the demonic spirit power struggles to take shape, appearing significantly larger than an ordinary spiritual platform. A black spiritual platform is gradually forming, though its quality seems unimpressive at this moment. Its size is threefold that of a typical platform. As minutes pass, the spiritual platform still fails to coalesce successfully. Sweat beads the size of mung beans emerge on Han Feng's forehead, cascading down his cheeks, yet he grits his teeth and persists. Lacking the guidance of experienced elders, and without any relevant text for reference, he relies solely on his indomitable willpower. Soon, Han Feng senses something amiss. The effects of the foundation-building pills seem to be waning. Without hesitation, he swiftly grabs 2 foundation-building pills and swallows them whole. There is no thought of saving them for his junior disciples. He prioritizes his own needs first. In an instant, his spiritual power amplifies once more. At that moment, The seven-colored divine stone he ingested undergoes a miraculous transformation, emitting a brilliant divine light that merges into the black spiritual platform. The once pitch-black platform now undergoes a stunning transformation, becoming resplendently colorful. Gradually, Hanfeng feels his surroundings becoming clearer. Though his eyes remain closed in meditation, he astonishingly perceives everything around him with remarkable clarity. Every blade of grass and tree, every brick and tile within the courtyard is vividly present in his consciousness. Hanfeng attempts to extend this awareness outward. Deep underground, a worm wriggles slightly, its subtle movements captured with precision. Beyond the courtyard, over 100 meters away, a sparrow in a pine tree opens its eyes, and even this minute action does not escape his perception. A gentle breeze caresses the air above the courtyard, while a droplet of water slowly travels down a distant stone in the valley, all these scenes playing clearly in Hanfeng's mind. This is the essence of spiritual awareness. As this moment truly arrives, Hanfeng's mindset undergoes a subtle shift. Rather than the anticipated exhilaration, he remains remarkably calm, as if everything is unfolding as expected. The spiritual platform within him reaches its final construction stage, with the seven-colored divine light swirling magnificently. Astonishingly, this spiritual platform is 4 times larger than an ordinary one. Simultaneously, Hanfeng's aura begins to surge, growing increasingly formidable. Foundation established. Current realm, Foundation establishment level 1. Trait extraction begins. 1. Trait name, Blood Fury trait quality, Purple trait effect. In a fit of rage, blood spills 5 paces. One person's blood is insufficient to repay debts. After slaying an opponent, your attack power increases 5-fold for 5 minutes. 2. Trait name, Battle Frenzy trait quality, Purple trait effect. Your attacks accumulate rage. Rage has a chance to double your attack power. The higher your rage, the greater the chance of triggering double attacks. Rage dissipates slowly after exiting combat. 3. Trait name, Intentional Smash trait quality, Purple trait effect. Taking damage accumulates your valor points, which dissipate 4 seconds after ceasing to take damage. You can unleash all valor points in an instant, delivering a devastating blow capable of shattering the heavens and the earth. Please make your selection within 10 breaths, or the traits will vanish. The long-awaited system notification echoes in Hanfeng's mind. He swiftly scans the 3 traits, his mind racing as he contemplates. The first trait, Blood Fury, is clearly a combat-oriented trait, capable of significantly enhancing attack power. However, the trigger condition requires him to first slay an opponent to gain the 5-fold boost. And this powerful state lasts only 5 minutes. Hanfeng harbors some doubts. What exactly defines an opponent? If he were to slay a teammate whom he subjectively considers an adversary, would this trait activate? Furthermore, the brief duration raises concerns about whether this state would refresh after killing another opponent. The critical information remains ambiguous, leaving him conflicted and uncertain as he weighs his options. Hanfeng's gaze swiftly settles on the second trait, Battle Frenzy. After carefully examining its effects, he falls into brief contemplation. The trigger mechanism is relatively straightforward. Engaging in combat and attacking accumulates rage, which can double his attack power, with a higher rage level increasing the likelihood of triggering this effect. At first glance, it seems a beneficial combat enhancement trait. However, upon reflection, Hanfeng realizes that his previous combat experiences often involved overcoming opponents of higher levels. When facing adversaries of equal strength, he could manage without relying on this potential boost. Against significantly stronger foes, the advantage of doubling his attack would be negligible in the face of an overwhelming power disparity. In weighing these factors, the seemingly enticing Battle Frenzy trait swiftly loses its allure, allowing him to dismiss it without hesitation. Next, his gaze lands on the final trait, Intentional Smash. Upon reading the phrase capable of shattering the heavens and the earth, his eyes brighten, and he feels invigorated. He has witnessed fierce battles among Golden Core cultivators. The terrifying force unleashed by their powerful spells could level a mountain in an instant, and the indelible imagery of such scenes lingers vividly in his mind. At this moment, he cannot help but ponder whether Intentional Smash possesses the same cataclysmic might. Could it truly deliver a fatal blow to a Golden Core cultivator? This is it. With time of the essence, he cannot afford to hesitate. Hanfeng decisively chooses the Intentional Smash trait. Reflecting on his current capabilities, he recognizes the stark limitations of his offensive techniques. His only notable spiritual skill is the Red Peak Spear. Yet, the spear offers no special enhancements, relying entirely on the strength of his spiritual energy to inflict damage. In the face of complex and dynamic battle scenarios, such a singular and enhancement-lacking approach presents a significant vulnerability. The emergence of Intentional Smash perfectly remedies this critical shortcoming, endowing him with a new, far more powerful attack. The sheer impact of its description fills Hanfeng with anticipation, and he envisions himself wielding this technique in future battles, turning the tide and achieving victory. Chapter 41. The responsibility of the senior brother. After selecting the entries, Hanfeng took a deep breath to calm the tumult within his heart, slowly closed his eyes, and began to introspectively examine his spiritual platform. The scene manifesting in his mind's eye was starkly different from the countless images he had previously envisioned. Yet the direction was unexpectedly favorable. An indescribable excitement surged within him, mingled with a hint of confusion. Within those time-worn, yellowed tomes, it was clearly recorded that when a cultivator first breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, the range of consciousness birthed by a ninth-grade spiritual platform is merely 10 meters. In contrast, an 8th-grade spiritual platform corresponds to a consciousness that can extend to 20 meters. This pattern continued, and even a peerless genius possessing a first-grade spiritual platform, upon establishing their foundation, could only achieve a consciousness range of about 100 meters, a level celebrated by the world as a pinnacle of talent. Unable to contain his curiosity and anticipation, Han Feng cautiously attempted to extend his consciousness outward. He could distinctly perceive that everything around him became remarkably clear under the shroud of his awareness. The subtle quivering of flowers and trees, the crawling trajectories of insects, all came into view. As his consciousness continued to expand, 100 meters, 120 meters, 150 meters, upon reaching 150 meters, a jolt of astonishment struck his heart. This far exceeded the range corresponding to a first-grade spiritual platform. As for the grade of his current spiritual platform, Han Feng found himself ensnared in a haze of uncertainty. He had perused all the texts, yet none documented such a phenomenon. He pondered in silence. What kind of mysterious and unknown path of cultivation had he embarked upon? Perhaps all these extraordinary changes were attributable to the serendipitous discovery of the 7-colored divine stone. Could it be that this divine stone was a natural, innate spiritual object? Han Feng murmured softly, excitement flickering in his eyes. He recalled a particular situation. He remembered reading about a unique method of foundation establishment in an exceedingly rare tome. This method involved using innate spiritual objects as a foundation to forge the spiritual platform. If one could establish their foundation in this manner, the resulting spiritual platform would far surpass a first-grade platform, possessing unparalleled advantages that would yield extraordinary results in cultivation. For innate spiritual objects are born of the earth and sky, imbued with the profound imprints of the primordial Tao, potentially harboring immense power of laws. And if fortune favored them, they might even awaken supernatural abilities. Yet, precisely because of their formidable power, these objects are exceedingly rare in the world, seldom coming into existence. The texts recounted a renowned tribulation period expert who, in order to establish a foundation for an exceptionally gifted progeny, defied the limitations of this realm and ultimately ascended to immortality. Employing the full might of his sect to search for a century, yet still failing to find even a single innate spiritual object, Han Feng reminisced about the day he found the divine stone, having been cast down a cliff by someone, and by mere chance, reaching out in a forest. He obtained such a rare treasure. He felt a wave of reflection wash over him. It seemed that treasures of this nature could only be claimed by those fated to possess them, and could not be forcibly sought. The wondrous applications of consciousness extended beyond mere external exploration. It could also be used for introspection. Han Feng gradually withdrew his consciousness back into his body, meticulously examining his meridians. So, this is my meridian? Han Feng gazed at his meridians, drawing in a sharp breath, overwhelmed by a sense of stark horror. The sight before him resembled a battlefield ravaged by countless fires, scarred and riddled with wounds. Some areas were twisted and deformed, while others exhibited minute fractures, as if they could collapse completely at any moment. Looking at his heart, he noticed a patch of new flesh just beginning to grow, tender and fragile. Han Feng understood that this was undoubtedly a remnant of the previous gnawing by the obedient Gu, although his meridians and physical body were currently robust. Even hinting at a potential shift towards a physical cultivation path, these latent injuries, if not promptly addressed, could erupt at any moment, potentially heralding his demise. Furrowing his brows, Han Feng gazed anxiously at the various hidden injuries within. Each time he was wounded, he relied on his formidable vitality to forcefully recover. However, while this method could temporarily alleviate his condition, it left behind indelible scars. Over time, these accumulated injuries might erupt like a flood breaching its dam, and by then, he would be powerless to turn back. Restoring these hidden injuries required not ordinary medicine, but rather rare heavenly materials and treasures. Yet, given his current strength and circumstances, he was wholly incapable of seeking such precious resources and could only bury this concern deep within his heart for the time being. What exactly is this spirit-devouring Gu? Han Feng suppressed the unease within him and cautiously employed his consciousness to probe the spirit-devouring Gu. With his successful foundation establishment, the spirit-devouring Gu had undergone a remarkable transformation, becoming increasingly enigmatic. Holding his breath, Han Feng slowly penetrated the spirit-devouring Gu with his consciousness, seeking to unveil its mysteries. Just as his consciousness grazed the interior of the spirit-devouring Gu, an alarming scene unfolded before him. Damn! Han Feng's eyes widened in shock, his hair standing on end as he couldn't help but curse. As he endeavored to comprehend the spirit-devouring Gu, a terrifying visage of a blood demon suddenly emerged from within it. Those blood-red eyes glimmered with an eerie light, as if they sought to devour his very soul. So, This is the mark left by the blood demon on the spirit-devouring goo. It seems that as long as one does not actively seek to explore, this soul imprint remains in a state of slumber. Han Feng steeled himself against the fear rising within, inwardly contemplating. That force of soul power is far too formidable. I am no match for it at present. After the initial shock, Han Feng quickly regained his composure, fully aware that he could not provoke this terrifying soul imprint any further. Meanwhile, in the mysterious training chamber atop Blood Peak, the blood demon furrowed his brow, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing his lips. He had sensed Han Feng's intrusion upon the spirit-devouring goo. Indeed, you have established your foundation so swiftly, the blood demon murmured to himself, his tone tinged with a hint of admiration. In the next moment, Han Feng's consciousness distinctly perceived the blood demon's cold and authoritative voice resonating within his mind. Come to the summit of Blood Peak. I have matters of great importance to discuss. Understood, master. Although Han Feng felt a flutter of trepidation within, he responded immediately. So, this is the essence of consciousness communication. Han Feng mused, secretly intrigued. Closing his mouth, he could converse within his mind, akin to whispering secrets. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, the summit of Blood Peak was desolate and silent, devoid of anyone to share whispers with. Han Feng knew he must never defy the blood demon. Thus he promptly tidied his attire and hurried toward the peak. Along the way, the mountain winds howled, causing his garments to flutter, yet he dared not linger. Although he had established his foundation, he still needed practice with techniques like flying with a sword. From now on, the task of refining the spirit-devouring elixir will rest upon your shoulders. The blood demon sat upon the meditation mat in the training chamber, coldly regarding Han Feng, his eyes exuding an undeniable authority. Whenever there are new disciples at Blood Peak, you must impart the spirit-devouring elixir and the spirit-devouring technique. The blood demon continued, his voice chilling to the bone. As I have said before, without new blood entering, relying solely on refining the spirit-devouring elixir, it will be an eternity before you can condense your elixir. If you do not progress swiftly, how can I advance? The blood demon's tone bore a hint of urgency. This is the entrance token of Dan Peak. I have already made arrangements. Simply report my name. The materials are also prepared, the blood demon said, casually tossing a token to Han Feng, which bore the engraving of an alchemical furnace, emanating a faint glow. Disciple, at your command. Han Feng replied respectfully as he received the token. After a brief exchange, Han Feng finally grasped the unfolding circumstances. Previously, the magic spirit pills of the Blood Peak were distributed periodically by the blood demon himself. However, recently, due to the increasing complexities within the sect, with disturbances from the Ghost Sect and the Thousand Corpses Sect, and the blood demon often needing to seclude himself for cultivation to enhance his strength, he decided to delegate this task to Han Feng, the nominal senior brother. Of course, had it been the previous senior brother, the blood demon would never have done so. After all, the former senior brother had lost his senses shortly after establishing his foundation, and assigning him such a responsibility would have certainly led to disaster. It turned out that there was a guest elder in the sect at the foundation establishment stage, who possessed exceptional talent in alchemy and had been assisting the sect with pill refinement. The sect had specifically designated a mountain, named Dan Peak, for his alchemical endeavors. Aside from a few pills acquired from outside sources, the vast majority of pills for the 10,000 Gu sect were produced by this alchemist. However, the magic spirit pills of the Blood Peak were particularly unique, as their raw materials were exceedingly domineering. Only those who practiced the devouring spirit, consuming demon technique, could refine them. Thus, Han Feng needed to learn alchemy first and personally produce the magic spirit pills for the entire Blood Peak. In the past, the blood demon had undertaken this task himself, but now, with Han Feng as a free labor force, the blood demon had unceremoniously passed the responsibility onto him. Fortunately, the process of crafting magic spirit pills was not overly intricate. As long as one possessed a basic understanding of alchemy, they could manage it. Therefore, Han Feng had to first study the fundamentals of alchemy at Dan Peak. Only after mastering some basic techniques could he complete this task. In truth, Han Feng harbored a deep-seated reluctance towards such a thankless endeavor. He had no intention of using the magic spirit pills to enhance his own cultivation, nor did he contemplate training his junior disciples for consumption. To him, such a pace of cultivation was far too languid. Hence, he saw no utility in the magic spirit pills. His initial goal was to devour the foundation establishment disciples from other peaks to rapidly elevate his own power. Nonetheless, he dared not defy the blood demon's orders. Reluctantly, he resolved to visit Dan Peak to at least put on a semblance of compliance. Meanwhile, while Han Feng was secretly contemplating the disciples from various peaks, many were also setting their sights on him. It was unclear who spread the rumor that Han Feng possessed 10 foundation establishment pills. This news spread like wildfire throughout the 10,000 Gu sect. Foundation establishment pills were immensely precious, coveted by countless cultivators. Many Golden Core elders endeavored tirelessly to procure a single foundation establishment pill for their successors, let alone others. Particularly, the numerous foundation establishment cultivators, upon hearing this news, were exuberantly rubbing their hands together, preparing to make a move against Han Feng, fully aware of his relative weakness as a novice who had just broken through. Even if Han Feng had consumed one of the 10 Foundation establishment pills, 9 remained. These 9 pills, even if not consumed, could be exchanged for resources, representing a considerable fortune that would entice any cultivator. However, most refrained from immediate action, as Han Feng remained atop the blood peak. Though they were not intimidated by Han Feng, a novice just establishing his foundation, they were certainly wary of the notorious reputation of the Blood Demon, renowned for his ruthlessness within the 10,000 Gu sect. Anyone daring to lay hands on his disciple in his territory would surely be courting disaster. Once Han Feng stepped off the blood peak, he quickly found himself the target of a group with ulterior motives. They followed him at a distance, their eyes glinting with greed, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing their prey. However, Han Feng soon entered Dan Peak, a location strictly prohibited for fighting by the sect's decree. Many were left with no choice but to abandon their plans, watching helplessly as Han Feng disappeared into Dan Peak. Yet, some were undeterred by the prohibition, including Chung Kuan from Gold Peak. The son of an elder from Gold Peak, Chung Kuan had already reached the 10th level of Foundation establishment. While he harbored some apprehension regarding Blood Peak, he felt no such restraint concerning Dan Peak. After all, the master of Dan Peak was merely at the Foundation establishment level. Should any trouble arise, his father could easily resolve it. I must first prepare a concealment array, then find out Han Feng's residence and stealthily infiltrate it for a swift resolution. This way, I can eliminate Han Feng without anyone being the wiser. And then the 9 Foundation establishment pills will all be mine. One for Sister Lu Ru Yin to break through to Foundation establishment, and the rest to exchange for cultivation resources, which I estimate will be enough for me to advance to Golden Core. Chung Kuan silently calculated with excitement. Having made up his mind, he turned to leave, intending to procure an array capable of masking any fighting for a period. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and Han Feng gradually acclimated to life at Dan Peak. Within Dan Peak, aside from the enigmatic guest alchemist Yao Chun, there were numerous disciples tasked with assisting him. They diligently prepared various alchemical materials daily, and the air was thick with the fragrance of herbs. However, when it came to the art of alchemy, Han Feng had learned nothing substantial over these days. Nonetheless, he did acquire a foundational understanding of Dan Peak's general circumstances. Chapter 42. The Alchemy Prodigy within the esteemed Wangu sect. The identity of Yao Chun is unique, as a specially appointed guest elder. He is not a formal disciple of the sect. Han Feng pondered this situation, finding it quite reasonable. The intensity of competition within the Wangu sect surpasses all expectations. Disciples are perpetually engrossed in vying for power and mastering the art of Gu, leaving little time for the study of alchemy. The higher-ups of the sect, recognizing this flaw, meticulously select a group of promising candidates each year to send to the Dan Peak, hoping that Yao Chun would impart his alchemical wisdom. Yao Chun, astute as ever, is fully aware of the adage that a teacher's disciples may outshine him. Ostensibly, he accepts all disciples sent by the sect into his tutelage, yet in reality, he refrains from sharing genuine alchemical skills, instead assigning these disciples menial tasks. Over time, most of these students grow weary of the monotonous and uneducational labor, opting to depart. The Wangu sect finds itself at a loss, while Yao Chun frequently complains, asserting that there are no suitable candidates, as the disciples lack the focus necessary to diligently learn the art of alchemy from him. However, in recent years, Yao Chun has seemingly undergone a remarkable transformation, displaying a significant shift in temperament. He has even requested that the Wangu sect send more people to seek his mentorship, claiming that he feels his time is limited and that breaking through to the Golden Core realm is beyond his reach. He wishes to find a true heir to his legacy. This news swiftly spread among the disciples of various peaks. In the realm of cultivation, the importance of an alchemist is well known. Take Yao Chun, for instance. Despite being merely at the Foundation establishment stage, he is treated as a distinguished guest by the Wangu sect, which boasts numerous Golden Core elders, highlighting the esteemed status of alchemists. Although Yao Chun has announced his intention to broaden his circle of disciples in search of a successor, the threshold for becoming his student is not low. Each peak has a fixed quota, with the peak masters determining who qualifies for apprenticeship. After all, if all Foundation establishment disciples sought him out, chaos would ensue within the Wangu sect. Consequently, the coveted qualification from Blood Peak naturally fell to Han Feng. "You have made astonishing progress," said Xiao Yan solemnly as he handed a jade slip to Han Feng. "This is what Master instructed me to give you. Make sure to study it thoroughly and memorize all of its contents." Once a disciple of the Fire Peak, Xiao Yan is now an apprentice at the Dan Peak, enjoying Yao Chen's favor and trust. Yao Chen now spends most of his days in the alchemy chamber, rarely making an appearance, delegating many tasks to Xiao Yan. Upon receiving the jade slip, Han Feng probed its contents with his consciousness, discovering a detailed catalog of various spiritual herbs. The slip not only documented the unique properties and uses of each herb, but also indicated which elixirs would utilize them, serving as a comprehensive encyclopedia of spiritual herbs. This scene immediately ignited jealousy among the other apprentices. Han Feng had only been at the Dan Peak for 3 days, yet had already received Yao Chun's favor. While many of them, having been there for 6 months, were still relegated to menial tasks. Why does he get to learn new things while I am stuck doing chores every day? One apprentice expressed dissatisfaction, his tone rife with complaint. Perhaps it's because he hails from Blood Peak, another apprentice speculated in hushed tones. Stop your baseless conjectures. You have not witnessed Han Feng's speed in handling those herbs. After half a year, I cannot match his pace, a slightly older apprentice interjected. Is Han Feng truly that gifted? Did Master not say that true teachings are passed to only one? A voice questioned. The discussion among the group grew heated, with no regard for discretion. Han Feng, possessing formidable consciousness, overheard every word. He had not anticipated such innate talent in the realm of alchemy. Could it be that I am an alchemy prodigy, albeit with slightly inferior cultivation talent? Han Feng mused, questioning whether his remarkable performance stemmed from exceptional talent or merely from his powerful consciousness, enabling him to process the herbs with such speed and precision. Nevertheless, Han Feng continued to prioritize cultivation above all else. In recent days, he has completed the tasks assigned by Yao Chun with remarkable efficiency, dedicating any free time to practicing sword flight. He has now nearly mastered the technique, skillfully maneuvering through the air by controlling spiritual energy with his consciousness and propelling his flying sword with that energy. Blood Demon has also imparted the foundational methods of the Devour Spirit, Absorb Demon technique to Han Feng. The entire foundation establishment phase essentially revolves around honing one's consciousness, continuously refining the internal spiritual energy to catalyze its transformation into magical power, ultimately leading to the formation of a core. However, this process is exceedingly lengthy, and like the Qi refinement phase, it requires the persistent absorption of spiritual energy to strengthen one's spiritual power. Only by fully converting all spiritual energy into magical power and consolidating it into a core can one complete the final step toward becoming a golden core cultivator. In his spare time, Han Feng often plays with the mysterious short sword. Yet, in his hands, it appears no different from an ordinary spiritual sword, merely sharper, devoid of any other distinctive qualities. Must it be activated with magical power to unleash its formidable might? Han Feng speculated, suspecting that it might indeed be a powerful magical artifact, but without magical power of his own, he cannot elicit its true strength. As for the jade slip given by Xiao Yin, it did not take long for Han Feng to commit nearly all its contents to memory. At this moment, he eagerly anticipates that Yao Qin will cease his delays and promptly impart alchemical techniques to him, enabling him to concoct the demon spirit pill and fulfill his mission. Only then could he embark on his hunting plan. Each day spent at the Dan Peak feels like a squandered opportunity for Han Feng, for the prohibition against combat here hinders his rapid advancement. Despite the many apprentices being at the foundation establishment stage, he finds it challenging to act against them within the confines of the Dan Peak. In the stillness of night, as tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Han Feng was deeply engrossed in his cultivation when suddenly, his spider sense was triggered without warning. Instantly alert, he activated his formidable consciousness to meticulously scan the vicinity, only to glimpse a shadowy figure stealthily approaching him through the darkness. Though the Dan Peak is not as vast as the other peaks within the Wangu sect, it occupies a considerable area. Each disciple enjoys the privilege of an independent dwelling. To ensure undistracted focus on his cultivation, Han Feng deliberately chose a secluded location, far removed from the clamor of crowds. The surroundings are tranquil and deep, with only the occasional sound of wind and the chirping of insects, seemingly isolated from the chaos of the outside world. However, this choice was perceived by Cheng Kuan as a fortuitous opportunity. Cheng Kuan harbored ulterior motives towards Han Feng and had been lurking in the shadows for quite some time. Under the cover of night, he stealthily infiltrated the Dan Peak, moving with ghostly grace and carefully avoiding patrolling disciples and hidden traps as he inched closer to Han Feng's abode. In his view, Han Feng's solitary residence in a remote area, devoid of any guardians, presented the perfect moment to strike. As he silently plotted to ensure that Han Feng would not escape this calamity, and the foundation establishment pill he possessed would soon belong to him. Chapter 43. Innate divine power. As the night descended, the deep hues of dusk enveloped the surroundings like ink, casting a serene tranquility over the pillar of elixirs at the Wangu sect, as if veiled by a delicate gossamer. Han Feng concealed himself within the shadows, a subtle, enigmatic smile flickering at the corners of his lips. The newcomer was not a familiar face at the pillar, but rather a completely unknown youth. Han Feng pondered to himself, grappling with the predicament of being stranded without suitable prey at the pillar. Unexpectedly, someone had come to him, a stroke of fortune that required no effort to obtain. Quite perceptive, I see you've discovered my presence ahead of time. A voice laced with mockery shattered the night stillness. Cheng Kuan emerged, noticing Han Feng standing with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he had been waiting here all along. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by an air of nonchalance. Han Feng, surrender the foundation establishment pill in your possession, and I can grant you a swift demise, Cheng Kuan proclaimed, tilting his head with an arrogant demeanor, unabashedly revealing his intent. In his eyes, having reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Dealing with this novice before him was akin to crushing an ant, effortless and trivial. So it is the Foundation establishment pill he seeks. Han Feng mused, his gaze sharpened. Fixated on Chung Kuan, he recalled that when the pill was obtained, only he, the Blood Demon, and the Poison Mistress were present. The Blood Demon was notoriously solitary and unlikely to disseminate such information. Thus, it was likely the Poison Mistress who had divulged this. Yet, he felt a tinge of gratitude toward her. Otherwise, he would not have known how to attract a target. As Han Feng discreetly assessed Chung Kuan, he noted that the latter appeared significantly younger, his face still bearing traces of youthfulness. However, the formidable aura emanating from his 9th level of Foundation establishment could not be dismissed. Han Feng surmised that this individual was likely a descendant of an elder, accustomed to a life of privilege, using his lineage to act with impunity. Yet, since he dared to provoke Han Feng, he would not escape the harsh consequences of his recklessness today. What if I refuse to hand it over? How do you intend to torment me? Han Feng retorted with a smirk, his eyes radiating calm confidence. Chung Kuan was hardly worthy of his concern. Do you believe that this is the pillar of elixirs, where fighting is forbidden and help will come to your aid? Chung Kuan scoffed, a derisive smile gracing his lips. I have set up a concealment formation. Even if you scream for help, no one will come to your rescue. Chung Kuan boasted with palpable pride, his confidence unshakable. Thank you for your consideration. I was indeed worried about disturbing others, Han Feng replied, a smile forming on his lips instead of indignation. With this revelation, his sole concern dissipated, and he felt a thrill of anticipation for the impending clash. Enough of this charade, time for you to die. A cold glint flashed in Han Feng's eyes as he struck, his speed akin to a flash of lightning, leaving no time for Chung Kuan to react. In an instant, Chung Kuan was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing several yards away. You! Chung Kuan exclaimed, shock plastered across his face, but before he could utter another word, Han Feng's fist rained down upon him like a torrential storm. Each punch, imbued with overwhelming demonic energy, landed with a resounding impact against Chung Kuan's visage. In that fleeting moment of contact, Chung Kuan realized the grave error he had made. He had underestimated his opponent. Though Han Feng appeared to be merely at the first level of Foundation establishment, his true power far exceeded Chung Kuan's expectations, rendering him a foe not to be trifled with. In mere moments, Chung Kuan found himself in a position of desperate defense, unable to mount any counterattack against Han Feng's relentless onslaught. Fortunately, as the son of an elder from the Golden Peak, Chung Kuan had cultivated the rare golden armor insect. This insect, nourished by the essence of a 100-year-old spirit turtle shell, required a painstaking process of refining combined with blood essence to forge a bond. The golden armor insect could reside beneath the skin of its host, instantly hardening into a golden shell at the onset of danger, capable of withstanding not only spiritual attacks, but even spell assaults. More alarmingly, it possessed the ability to rebound damage. Thanks to this unique defense, Chung Kuan managed to endure Han Feng's ferocious assault without being immediately slain. However, the golden armor insect was not without its vulnerabilities. Its use demanded substantial consumption of the host's vitality, and prolonged activation could lead to bodily rigidity and severe aftereffects. As Han Feng unleashed a barrage of strikes, he too felt the backlash from the golden armor's defensive capabilities, his own energy surging chaotically within him, akin to a turbulent undercurrent causing him immense discomfort. As a second-generation immortal, Chung Kuan's access to training resources far surpassed that of ordinary disciples like Han Feng. Whether in nurturing his physical body or cultivating his innate insect, he was several tiers above his peers. Why are you not fighting back? Han Feng, exasperated by Chung Kuan's passive defense, felt an uncontainable fury rising within him. It was absurd that Chung Kuan, who had initiated this ambush, now cowered like a turtle, absorbing blows without retaliating. Han Feng, despite his formidable martial skills, found himself unable to unleash his full potential due to Chung Kuan's reluctance to engage. Unbeknownst to Han Feng, this was merely Chung Kuan's fighting style. Relying on the absolute defense of the golden armor insect, he aimed to wear down his opponent through retaliatory damage, a tactic that had proven successful against many adversaries in the past. Yet this time, he faced Han Feng, a formidable opponent whose strength defied his expectations. Instead of succumbing to injury, Han Feng merely felt discomfort from the recoil. At this moment, Chung Kuan was no longer the composed figure he had once been. The facade of indifference was replaced with a visage of disarray and astonishment. Despite the protective capabilities of the golden armor insect, Han Feng's strikes inflicted genuine harm, each blow sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through Chung Kuan's body. You possess innate divine power. Chung Kuan's mind raced, as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Mistaking Han Feng's true damage for innate divine ability, he was enveloped in astonishment and greed. Chung Kuan's comprehension far surpassed that of ordinary inner disciples. He understood that some cultivators were born with divine powers, possessing the innate ability from birth. Those with divine bones were considered treasures by many prominent sects in the central continent, their unique gifts serving as the foundation for legacies that thrived for millennia. Chung Kuan's eyes gleamed with insatiable lust. In his view, This divine bone was far more precious than any Foundation establishment pill, an invaluable treasure. To acquire Han Feng's divine bone would signify a qualitative leap in his strength, elevating his status within the Wangu sect and throughout the entire realm of cultivation. I never anticipated such a delightful surprise. You compel me to employ a diamond talisman. Cheng Kuan licked his lips, eagerly retrieving a Vajra talisman from his bosom, unhesitatingly affixing it to himself. In an instant, a radiant golden light erupted from his being, enveloping him in a formidable protective barrier. Observing this, Han Feng halted his assault, calmly gazing at the transformation enveloping Cheng Kuan, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Is the Vajra talisman truly your final resort? Han Feng inquired, his tone laced with a subtle mirth, as if he possessed an intimate understanding of Cheng Kuan's hidden trump card. In truth, he had been concealing his own lethal gambit. Reluctant to reveal it, apprehensive of the life-preserving techniques passed down from the elders of these second-generation immortals. To rashly expose one's aces could lead to a precarious predicament if the opponent proved resilient. Now, it appeared that if the Vajra talisman was indeed Cheng Kuan's last line of defense, then his fate was sealed, destined to become mere sustenance for Han Feng's ascent along the path of golden core cultivation. Chapter 44, Foundation Establishment, Level 2 Oomph. Just a simpleton, do you even know what a Vajra talisman is? A mocking smile adorned Cheng Kuan's face as he raised his chin slightly, exuding an air of haughty arrogance. Individuals like you, mere ordinary disciples, are nothing but fodder for the sect. You might as well accept your fate. As he spoke, he strolled with hands clasped behind his back, his tone dripping with disdain for others and a boastful pride in his own superiority. This Vajra talisman renders me invincible within the Foundation establishment stage for half an hour. Even a full-force strike from a golden core cultivator would only manage to hold me for the duration of a single incense stick. Ample time for me to leisurely crush you. If you can force me to use a Vajra talisman, consider it a blessing in disguise, Cheng Kuan boasted incessantly, his arrogance nearly spilling over. Upon activating the Vajra talisman, Cheng Kuan appeared transformed, shedding the previously defensive and somewhat ragged demeanor for a blind confidence. This talisman was no ordinary artifact. It was crafted by a renowned talisman master, utilizing exceedingly rare materials. Among them was diamond sand, a unique stone imbued with immense power. The essence of a Buddhist relic, derived from the remains of a high monk, emanating a mysterious aura, and the talisman paper, meticulously ground from the shell of a millennium-old spirit turtle, which had absorbed the essence of time itself. The ink used for drawing the talisman was either mixed with the blood of fierce beasts or made from spirit jade, each ingredient worth its weight in gold. The master must possess formidable spiritual awareness, carefully inscribing the Vajra incantation and infusing it with their own potent spiritual energy. Such complex processes and precious materials culminated in this extraordinarily powerful defensive talisman. Once activated, it would create a protective barrier, reinforcing the body and guarding against spiritual and magical damages. High-level Vajra talismans could even defend against soul attacks. Remarkably, this treasure, typically exclusive to the Buddhist sects, had inexplicably found its way into the demonic sect, gifted from Cheng Kuan's father, a golden core cultivator, as his ultimate trump card. Han Feng observed Cheng Kuan's sudden arrogance. His lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. Indeed, he resembled what Cheng Kuan described, a provincial bumpkin, unfamiliar with the world. Prior to this, he had heard of talismans as wondrous artifacts, but their steep prices rendered him unable to afford even the most basic ones, let alone the prestigious Vajra talisman. In this moment, he quietly drew a mysterious short sword from his bosom, its blade glistening coldly. Without uttering a word, Han Feng lunged forward, striking decisively at the golden barrier surrounding Cheng Kuan. The clash resonated like a thunderous bell, and to Han Feng's astonishment, a crack appeared on the Vajra talisman affixed to Cheng Kuan. A smile crept onto Han Feng's lips, revealing a hint of triumph. It seems the Vajra talisman your father bestowed upon you is not of the highest quality if it cracks from a single blow. Is this short sword a magical artifact? Cheng Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief, shock written all over his face as his voice involuntarily rose several octaves. How could a penniless Foundation establishment novice possess a magical artifact? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As his life hung in the balance, Cheng Kuan lost all composure, his frantic cries echoing in the confined space. Han Feng remained silent, a flicker of determination gleaming in his gaze. His muscles tensed, veins bulging as he relentlessly swung the short sword, each strike landing heavily against the golden barrier formed by the Vajra talisman. With every cut, a new fissure appeared, and within the barrier, Cheng Kuan was jolted violently, blood spilling from his mouth. In sheer terror, Cheng Kuan sought to cry for help, but he had previously sealed this area with a restrictive formation to eliminate Han Feng without restraint. The ruckus within became deafening, yet outside, no sound penetrated. His desperate shouts were trapped within the confines of the narrow space, unable to escape. As time passed, with a crisp crack, the Vajra talisman finally succumbed to the relentless assault and shattered completely. Cheng Kuan lay slumped on the ground, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, numerous bones fractured. his body reduced to a mere heap of flesh, breath weak and fading. Without hesitation, Han Feng struck down with his sword. A flash of cold light cutting through the air. With a sickening thud, Chung Kuan's head was severed, blood gushing from his neck, tracing a brilliant arc through the air. "It is time to feast, spirit-devouring bug," Han Feng murmured, his tone devoid of emotion, as if this were the most mundane of occurrences. He summoned the spirit-devouring bug, which darted towards Chung Kuan's lifeless form, ravenously consuming it with a rustling sound. Before long, the spirit-devouring bug returned to Han Feng, rejuvenating him from within. Chung Kuan, at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, possessed a reservoir of spiritual energy far exceeding that of Shi Yu, the previous victim, and even hinted at the ability to transform spiritual energy into magical power. As a descendant of a golden core cultivator, he had access to superior cultivation talent and resources, unlike the ordinary disciples nurtured as cannon fodder. However, in practical combat, Chung Kuan displayed a remarkable naivety, unable to match those seasoned disciples who had clawed their way up from the depths of blood and gore. Despite his immense spiritual energy, he lacked the finesse to wield it effectively. Han Feng felt the surge of spiritual energy within him rise like a mighty tide as his own aura began to escalate. In no time at all, he successfully transcended to the 2nd level of Foundation establishment. This was partly due to the fact that the golden armored bug and the spirit-devouring bug were not of the same origin, resulting in a suboptimal absorption effect. Otherwise, the enhancement might have been even more substantial. Current realm, Foundation establishment, level 2. Extracting attributes begins. 1. Attribute name, sword heart attribute quality, pink attribute effect. Accelerates the speed of sword technique cultivation and enhances comprehension of sword techniques. 2. Attribute name, advanced minor attribute quality, blue attribute effect. Increases mining speed, highly sensitive to spiritual stone veins, capable of locating hidden spiritual stone veins. 3. Attribute name, alchemy master attribute quality, pink attribute effect. Guarantees a minimum success rate of 50% in alchemy. Please make your selection within 10 breaths. Otherwise, the attributes will vanish. Han Feng's gaze sharpened as he swiftly scanned the 3 attributes, his mind racing. The first attribute, Sword Heart, was undoubtedly a coveted god-tier attribute for sword cultivators, promising to yield exceptional results in the path of swordsmanship. Yet, as a bug cultivator, he traversed a path vastly divergent from swordsmanship. Even if he acquired this attribute, he could not harness its full potential, forcing him to relinquish it with reluctance. The second attribute, Advanced Miner, also appeared promising. Possessing it would significantly enhance his mining speed and sharpen his awareness of spiritual stone veins. However, Han Feng understood that he currently lacked the strength and resources to establish a sect. Even if he discovered a spiritual stone vein, he would be incapable of mining it, let alone safeguarding it. Such a discovery might even attract unnecessary troubles, reducing him to a mere treasure-seeking rodent. Upon seeing the third attribute, Alchemy Master, Han Feng felt no hesitation and decisively selected it. Ever since witnessing the favorable treatment received by Yao Chen, a Foundation establishment cultivator proficient in alchemy at the Wangu sect, Han Feng recognized the immense benefits of becoming an alchemist. Moreover, he sensed a unique aptitude for alchemy within himself. Handling medicinal materials was effortless, making this attribute feel tailor-made for him. After selecting the attribute, Han Feng diligently searched his surroundings, quickly locating the formation plate Chung Kuan had previously employed. The array is circular, adorned with intricate runes that shimmer with an enigmatic glow. Quite impressive. It will serve me well in my endeavors of killing and plundering. A faint smile of satisfaction graced Han Feng's lips. Utilizing this array requires the consumption of spirit stones, yet this poses no challenge for him. His own needs for spirit stones during cultivation are minimal, and within Chung Kuan's storage pouch lie nearly 10,000 spirit stones, a veritable fortune that now benefits Han Feng immensely. My son is dead. My son is truly dead. A heart-wrenching roar of despair erupted from a training chamber belonging to Jin Feng. Chen Gang's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated upon the shattered soul tablet before him. His countenance etched with shock and incredulity. His body trembled slightly, hands instinctively clenching into fists, knuckles whitening from the strain. No, this is within the sect. How could this be possible? My son bore the Vidra talisman I left him. Could it be that some aged scoundrel of the Golden Core stage has struck him down? Chung Gang's voice grew hoarse with anger and sorrow, unable to fathom how his cherished son could meet such a gruesome fate, especially within the confines of the sect. Vanishing silently without a trace. Not even a signal for help was emitted. After all, the Vajra talisman on Chung Kuan could withstand an onslaught from a Golden Core expert for a time. How could there have been no opportunity for a cry for assistance? Who has slain my son? I shall ensure they pay in blood, suffering a death without a complete corpse. Chung Gang's eyes glinted with a frenzied, murderous intent, immediately directing his suspicions toward the other Golden Core elders within the sect. After all, internal strife was rampant, and competition among the peaks was unrelenting. He had made numerous enemies, and in his mind, those most likely to target Chung Kuan were the rivals who coveted his status and resources. Chapter 45. Success in Alchemy. As time silently slipped away, Han Feng had already spent an entire week atop the Dan Peak. A few days prior, Yao Chun had solemnly entrusted him with a jade slip titled Compendium of Herbs, a culmination of Yao Chen's lifelong dedication. In the intervening days, Han Feng had immersed himself in study, voraciously absorbing the various characteristics, growth habits, unique properties, and diverse applications of spiritual herbs, etching this knowledge deeply into his mind as though it had always been a part of his very existence. On this day, the usually tranquil Dan Peak was suddenly abuzz with activity. An apprentice examination was set to take place, and successfully passing this test would grant one the esteemed title of Yao Chen's formal disciple. Throughout the lengthy passage of time, only Xiao Yan had managed to pass this rigorous assessment, earning such unparalleled glory. Alas, I have failed once again. Out of 10 precious herbs, I could not produce a single pill. The path of alchemy is exceedingly arduous. Do I truly lack even the slightest aptitude? Before long, a dejected apprentice emerged from the alchemy chamber, his face a canvas of disappointment and despair. His attempt had ended in failure. All 10 herbs turned to ash, none yielding a successful pill. At this moment, self-doubt flooded his heart, and the fervor to persist along the path of alchemy began to waver. Seeds of retreat quietly taking root within him. To become an alchemist is a challenge beyond imagination. Merely taking the first step deters countless aspirants. Without substantial financial backing, opportunities to practice are sorely limited. The cost of materials wasted in preliminary attempts is burdensome even for ordinary cultivators. Many apprentices, yearning to step into the realm of alchemy, endure hardships, their hopes of inheriting Yao Chen's legacy long extinguished. They merely wish to become ordinary alchemists, recouping the vast investments they have made. Yet, the harsh reality is that the vast majority lack the requisite talent, left to wallow in sorrow after repeated failures. Next, Han Feng, prepare yourself. With Xiao Yan's booming announcement, the already cacophonous crowd of apprentices erupted in a frenzy. How could Han Feng possibly sign up for the examination? A shocked apprentice exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Has he lost his mind? Though he possesses some talent, he has merely been at Dan Peak for a week. No matter how gifted, it is impossible for him to succeed in alchemy so swiftly, scoffed another apprentice, disdain dripping from his words. Exactly, this is a sheer waste of resources. The registration fee for the examination is not insignificant, and he is squandering it on a whim, echoed a third apprentice. Such youthful arrogance. He thinks that a smidgen of talent equates to ease in becoming an alchemist. Once he fails this time, he'll learn the value of his losses, they jeered. The crowd was rife with skepticism and ridicule for Han Feng's audacity. It turned out that alchemy not only required one to bear the steep cost of materials, but also to pay a hefty fee to the sect for the use of its ground fire and precious alchemical furnace. The elder apprentices had all taken over a year to muster the courage to enroll in the examination, while Han Feng had dared to register after merely a week at Dan Peak, inviting scorn and derision. Unfazed by the mockery, Han Feng maintained a calm demeanor. He felt assured, for he bore the title of Alchemy Master, guaranteeing at least a 50% success rate. In terms of success probability, he already surpassed Yao Chun. What he lacked now were suitable formulas and an ample supply of herbs. Steadily, Han Feng entered the alchemy chamber, his gaze settling upon the alchemical furnace before him, stirring a ripple of excitement within. The furnace gleamed a deep black, adorned with intricate, mysterious runes, its flowing lines exuding an aura of the extraordinary. He pondered whether this furnace belonged to the sect or to Yao Chun. How wonderful it would be if it could become his exclusive alchemical furnace. The first step in alchemy was purification, the process of preparing the herbs by removing impurities. Han Feng circulated his spiritual energy, which coalesced in his hands, forming a small whirlpool. With practiced skill, he deftly peeled the skin from a spiritual herb, his movements fluid and seamless. This step he had repeated countless times, having spent the past week mastering it. The second step involved creating a solution. This time, Han Feng chose to refine the most common chi-reviving pill, composed of various attribute herbs. He cautiously placed the water-attributed herb into the furnace, where it sizzled upon contact with the scorching walls, instantly transforming into a glistening liquid. Next, he added the fire-attributed herb, the flames intertwining with the herb, emitting an enchanting glow. Finally, he introduced the wood-attributed herb to harmonize the mixture, as the three attributes melded together, releasing an alluring fragrance. The third step was pill formation. Han Feng focused intently, his consciousness weaving into fine threads, precisely controlling the spiritual power to envelop the liquid gradually. Each application of spiritual energy was executed with exquisite precision, as if he had become one with the furnace and the liquid. The final step was fire control. Lacking the cultivation of fire attribute techniques, he relied on the ground fire within the chamber. Yet, with his formidable consciousness and heightened perception, he adeptly mastered this phase. His gaze remained fixed on the furnace, manipulating the temperature of the ground fire with exactitude, raising and lowering it with remarkable precision. Before long, as the medicinal properties fused and reacted, impurities were gradually refined away. A rich aroma of the pill filled the alchemy chamber, and Han Feng knew that success was at hand. He eagerly extinguished the ground fire and gently opened the furnace lid, peering inside. However, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. 5 of the materials had been wasted, yielding only the minimum success rate of 5 pills. Carefully, he stored the 5 pills, extracting only 1, and with measured steps, he exited the alchemy chamber. As the rich aroma wafted through the air, a round, plump, cheer-reviving pill radiating a gentle glow appeared before the crowd. Everyone stood frozen, as if spellbound, jaws agape in shock and disbelief. Particularly those apprentices who had mocked Han Feng now wished to vanish into the earth, their faces a kaleidoscope of red and white, becoming the laughingstock of the gathering. In their hearts, they screamed in disbelief. Why? How could Han Feng, who had only arrived a week ago, succeed so effortlessly in alchemy? Han Feng, in an effort to avoid overwhelming astonishment, had deliberately chosen to present only 1 pill. Had he revealed all 5? It was unfathomable how the elder apprentices would have reacted. He even worried they might not withstand the shock and act rashly. Yet, despite Han Feng's modesty, Xiao Yan was spiraling into madness. Why? Why did this happen? That old man is nearing death. If only Han Feng had not appeared, the inheritance would have belonged to him. After serving that old codger for so long and investing so much effort, why was the reward snatched away by Han Feng? Xiao Yan's mind screamed in turmoil. His eyes turned crimson as he gazed at Han Feng, resembling a frenzied beast, filled with jealousy and resentment, as if he might leap forward to devour Han Feng whole. In recent days, with the arrival of Han Feng, various rumors began to circulate in Danfeng. People were abuzz, discussing Han Feng's astonishing talent and speculating whether he would prove to be a formidable rival to Xiao Yan. Initially, Xiao Yan paid little heed to these whispers. He was acutely aware of the arduous efforts and sacrifices he had made to become an alchemist. He believed that Han Feng merely possessed some talent in handling medicinal materials, and he was certain that in the realm of true alchemy, Han Feng could never surpass him. Moreover, with the impending deadline of Yaochun, he had long considered Han Feng to pose no significant threat. However, now that Han Feng had successfully refined pills, his displayed talent was undeniably terrifying, shattering Xiao Yan's illusions completely. Having served Yaochun for so long, he understood his mentor's thoughts all too well. With the emergence of such a remarkably gifted individual like Han Feng, the inheritance of Yao Chen's teachings would likely no longer be his to claim. The only thought consuming Xiao Yan's mind now was that Han Feng must perish. Chapter 46. Meeting by Qin Xue. As Han Feng approached by Qin Xue, he felt an unsettling atmosphere enveloping him, a peculiar tension bubbling within his heart. Even his usually reliable spider sense unexpectedly activated. A sudden pang of anxiety struck him, prompting an internal inquiry. What is happening? Is there danger lurking nearby? In his confusion, he instinctively turned his head, and upon meeting Xiao Yan's gaze, clarity dawned upon him. The source of his unease lay with this individual. However, Han Feng dismissed Xiao Yan entirely. Although Xiao Yan possessed a cultivation level of the 10th layer of Foundation establishment and was once a celebrated genius on the Fire Peak, Han Feng felt no fear as long as they remained within the confines of the Foundation establishment stage. He scoffed inwardly, thinking, if he doesn't provoke me, that's fine. Should he dare challenge me, I could use his presence as fresh nourishment for my spirit-devouring worm. Reluctantly, Xiao Yan eventually led Han Feng to meet Yao Chen. After all, such matters could not be concealed. The entire Pill Peak was firmly under Yao Chen's control. Upon seeing Han Feng, Yao Chen was instantly animated, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light as he exclaimed, "What a remarkable talent! Your aptitude surpasses even my own from years past." He then turned to Xiao Yan and commanded, "Xiao Yan, from this day forth, you have gained a junior apprentice. Tomorrow, procure a more challenging pill formula for him to practice." As Han Feng accompanied Xiao Yan to meet Yao Chen, he was greeted by an ordinary old man exuding an intense medicinal aura. Yet, Han Feng sensed something amiss. Beneath the potent scent of herbs lay hidden secrets. He pondered, is this old man truly so benevolent as to take me as his apprentice? The more he looked, the more suspicious he became. Despite Yu Chen's attempts to conceal it, Han Feng keenly detected a fleeting glint of greed in his eyes. That longing gaze was all too familiar to Han Feng. It resembled the looks he received from the treacherous senior disciples on Blood Peak. Han Feng scoffed internally. Humph, this old coot is likely scheming something sinister. However, it matters little. After all, he is merely at the 10th layer of Foundation establishment. What is there to fear? Han Feng lamented, truly. There are no good people on Pill Peak. Xiao Yan and Yao Chun both harbor ill intentions. Time flew by, and a month passed swiftly. During this period, Han Feng's success rate in alchemy soared, and he adeptly handled the various complex formulas assigned by Yao Chun. Soon, the entire Wangu sect was abuzz with the news of a new alchemical genius emerging from Pill Peak, one whose skills rivaled, and even threatened to surpass, Yao Chen's. The pills Han Feng concocted were of a superior quality, even exceeding those produced by Yao Chen himself. To Han Feng's surprise, a mere display of his abilities had ignited such a significant uproar. Throughout this time, Yao Chen imparted numerous valuable formulas to him for practice. For Han Feng, the simpler formulas were child's play. He consistently succeeded on the first attempt, maintaining a success rate above 50%. However, being shrewd, he discreetly withheld 20% of that success rate, while also embezzling a considerable amount of materials intended for the sect's alchemical endeavors. Over the course of the month, his gains had filled several storage bags with spiritual herbs and pills. Han Feng reveled in his fortune. Being an alchemist is utterly delightful, especially within the Wangu sect. A southern demonic faction, it is practically a monopoly. One wonders just how much that old Kut Yaochun has profited during his years as a guest elder in the Wangu sect. In a month of frenzied wealth accumulation, Han Feng had embezzled 20% of the sect's alchemical materials. Yet, no one suspected him. For Yao Chun's success rate was merely 30%, and the quality of the pills he produced fell short of Han Feng's. Nevertheless, even amidst this, Han Feng's displayed success rate and quality of pills stirred a significant commotion within the sect. Remarkably, even the sect leader's daughter personally came to meet Han Feng. In the courtyard of Pill Peak, Han Feng gazed at the young woman before him, his face reflecting disbelief as he exclaimed, "You are the sect leader's daughter? How could this be?" He could never have imagined that this so-called daughter of the sect leader was none other than his old acquaintance, Bai Qinxue. Bai Qinxue, with a calm demeanor, replied softly, "What is so impossible about it? To be precise, I am merely an adopted daughter." It turned out that upon entering Blood Mountain, Bai Qinxue had awakened her cold ice profound body. While she possessed only a 4th grade spiritual root, this cold ice profound body was an extraordinarily rare and formidable physique in the cultivation world, making her exceptionally suited for practicing the heavenly cold cicada technique. The sect leader of Wangu, Zhuolenchan, who practiced this very technique, had noticed her and taken her as an adopted daughter. This accounted for Bai Qinxue's astonishingly rapid progress in foundation establishment, even surpassing Han Feng, who seemed to be blessed with fortune. As the adopted daughter of the sect leader, Bai Qinxue was never short of cultivation resources, and with the assistance of her cold ice profound body, her path was smooth and far easier than Han Feng's. Standing before Bai Qinxue, Han Feng inexplicably felt a sense of danger. Since his own foundation establishment, he had dismissed cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, viewing even those at the 10th layer as insignificant. Yet now, confronted with Bai Qinxue, who was merely at the 5th layer, he genuinely sensed a threat. In the midst of Han Feng's confusion, Bai Qinxue suddenly spoke. "Would you be willing to join the Ice Peak? If you do, you shall be my husband." These words left Han Feng utterly stunned. His mind racing. What is happening? Could it be that my selection of the handsome character trait has worked wonders? My charm has overwhelmed her? Han Feng found it difficult to comprehend. Bai Qinxue had merely recounted her experiences and was already discussing marriage, skipping all the necessary steps. Why? With a perplexed expression, he fixed his gaze on Bai Qinxue, his eyes brimming with confusion, struggling to grasp the deeper meaning behind her seemingly abrupt proposal. Bai Qinxue slightly lifted her chin, a flicker of reluctance and determination crossing her eyes as she spoke coolly, yet with an undercurrent of long-suppressed indignation. "How does it feel to have your fate controlled by others? Is it pleasant?" After a pause, her tone grew more resolute. "Zhuolenchan took me as his adopted daughter merely for the sake of my cold ice profound body, seeking to exploit me. I refuse to be treated as a pawn. I am determined to climb to the top and become the sect leader of Wangu, to seize control of my own destiny, and you, a remarkably gifted alchemist, are my strongest ally." Han Feng quietly regarded Bai Qinxue, his confusion only deepening. He scrutinized the young woman before him, at the 5th layer of foundation establishment, and couldn't help but wonder, with her current level of cultivation, does she truly believe she can become the sect leader of Wangu? The competition within the sect is fierce, teeming with powerful figures. Where does her confidence stem from? In truth, Han Feng had never intended to remain long within the Wangu sect. He understood that while the path of Gu cultivation might appear smooth in its early stages, it would only grow narrower and more treacherous as one advanced. To him, this was merely a minor path, far from the ultimate destination of his quest for enlightenment. Having traversed into this world, he harbored but one unwavering ambition: to reach the central continent. There lay the sacred ground of cultivation he had long sought, a realm of vast opportunities where he could truly pursue the profound truths of existence. Once his strength was sufficient and he had unraveled the soul mark left within him by the blood demon, he would not hesitate to take flight, journeying toward the central continent. Chapter 47. Unrest. What is it that you are hesitating about? Are you still afraid of the blood demon? Bai Qinxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of impatience shining in her eyes. Observing Han Feng's continued silence, she spoke again. Her voice was cold, resonating with a clarity that seemed to carry an undeniable power within the tranquil space. "If you agree to become my husband and join Ice Peak, I can assist you in resolving the issue of the blood demon." Bai Qinxue continued, her tone imbued with a sense of certainty, as if she regarded the resolution of the blood demon as a trivial matter. Upon hearing this proposition, Han Feng's heart stirred with a sudden intensity. To rid himself of the blood demon's grasp was a long-held desire. If this opportunity could indeed liberate him from the insidious clutches of the blood demon, then what harm would there be in becoming Bai Qinxue's husband? As the daughter of the sect leader, Bai Qingxue possessed not only unparalleled beauty but also an esteemed status. Perhaps he could momentarily indulge in this charade, savoring the experience before seeking an opportune moment to slip away. I will consider your proposal, Han Feng replied, feigning calmness, striving to maintain an expression of tranquility that concealed the turmoil within. I hope you can make your choice swiftly. I merely require your commitment, Bai Qingxue stated, elegantly waving her long sleeves before turning to depart. Her figure was graceful, her steps light, and soon she vanished from Han Feng's sight. Han Feng gazed at her retreating silhouette, feeling the escalating turmoil engulfing the Wangu sect. Residing in the Pill Peak, he typically focused solely on alchemy. Free from the burdens of sect duties, yet he acutely sensed the tense atmosphere foretelling an impending storm. The quantity of healing elixirs he was required to produce daily had surged, a clear indication of the deteriorating situation within the sect. Since the last conflict between Wangu sect and both the Ghostly Soul sect and the Thousand Corpse sect, the three sects had entered a fierce struggle for survival. In recent days, the Wangu sect's spirit stone mines and resource points had suffered varying degrees of assault. Countless disciples dispatched to guard these resources had met with casualties, highlighting the fierce competition at play. Strangely, the sect's highest combatant, the Ice Peak sect leader Zhuolingjun, despite possessing the formidable cultivation of the 10th layer of core formation, had yet to intervene. Rumors began to circulate within the sect, with many speculating that Zhuolingjun had failed in his attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage and had met his demise. This speculation spread rapidly, instilling fear among the sect members, each person gripped by anxiety. Although most disciples held no deep loyalty to the Wangu sect, they were ensnared by the control of the goo worms, akin to grasshoppers bound together by a single string. They all understood that should the Wangu sect fall, their own fates would be equally grim. The only aspect that saddened Han Feng was the loss of the deceased disciples, who would have served as exquisite nourishment for him. To perish at the hands of others while he remained unable to devour their essence felt like an egregious waste, and a flicker of regret briefly crossed his eyes. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Pill Peak was equally peculiar. Xiao Yin, who had previously harbored hostility toward Han Feng, had recently transformed as if he were an entirely different person, devoid of any malice directed at him. Not only that, but he had also voluntarily imparted numerous precious alchemical formulas to Han Feng. Moreover, Yao Chun had taken on an air of mystery, isolating himself within an alchemy chamber, seemingly evaporating from existence. If the Wangu sect were to be annihilated, would my identity as a gifted alchemist permit me to survive? Han Feng pondered. He was acutely aware that in this merciless realm of cultivation, one's status often dictated the line between life and death. With his talent in alchemy, he wondered whether it could serve as a bargaining chip for his survival. After all, in the desolate southern wilderness, alchemists were a rare breed. Han Feng, junior disciple, my master wishes to impart a new formula to you. Come with me to the alchemy chamber. Xiao Yan's voice suddenly rang in his ears as Han Feng was lost in thought. He lifted his gaze to see Xiao Yan's expression calm, yet his eyes appeared vacant, as if he had lost his soul. Following closely behind Xiao Yan, Han Feng's confusion deepened. Xiao Yan's recent behavior had been odd, his demeanor suggesting he was utterly unmoored. A foundation establishment cultivator should not exhibit such traits. Han Feng mused to himself. Could it be that my previous confrontation had left him disheartened and despondent? Yet that did not seem right. Yao Chen typically rarely appeared, delegating the task of imparting formulas to Xiao Yan. Why then, had he suddenly chosen to summon me today? The more he contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss. An ominous premonition taking root within him. Could it be that this old wretch, Yao Chen, could no longer restrain himself and was plotting against me? As he drew closer to the alchemy chamber, Han Feng's heartbeat quickened, a primal instinct compelling him to halt his advance at a distance from the chamber. As an alchemist entangled with a notorious demonic sect such as the Wangu sect, Han Feng had never regarded Yao Chun as benevolent. As the deadline approached, rumors of his search for a successor to carry on his legacy circulated fervently within the Wangu sect. Yet upon hearing this, Han Feng merely scoffed inwardly. A search for a successor? How could that possibly be true? In his view, someone like Yao Chun, as long as he drew breath, would be singularly focused on finding ways to survive, never relinquishing his life's work so easily. Increasingly, Han Feng felt that the atmosphere at Pill Peak was peculiar. The once bustling Pill Peak now saw a significant decrease in apprentices, with many having inexplicably vanished without a trace. Han Feng speculated whether these individuals had lost hope in their futures at Pill Peak and left of their own accord, or if there were darker forces at play behind the scenes. Moreover, during his alchemical pursuits, Han Feng had experienced bizarre occurrences within his own body. Toxins inexplicably manifested within him, initially as faint traces, but later escalating in intensity. Fortunately, due to his unique constitution that rendered him immune to all poisons, these toxins were swiftly neutralized, causing him no harm. Yet this also made Han Feng acutely aware that someone was plotting against him from the shadows. His first suspicion fell upon Xiao Yin and Yao Chun. While Xiao Yin bore resentment towards him, Han Feng reasoned that his cunning and capabilities were insufficient to execute such a covert scheme during Han Feng's alchemical processes. Thus, the greatest suspicion rested upon Yao Chun, this seemingly righteous old man who feigned a desire to pass on his teachings, yet might very well be scheming something nefarious behind the scenes. Nevertheless, Han Feng refrained from voicing his concerns. He was not the type to be easily manipulated, and if Yao Chun intended to play tricks, then he would play along. Eager to see what this old fox was truly up to and how this charade would unfold. Within the confines of Yao Chun's chamber, the scene was starkly different from the usual. The stooped, wizened figure of Yao Chun, who typically appeared on the verge of death, now radiated vitality. His long, lustrous black hair flowed freely, his upper body bare, revealing powerful muscles that seemed to emanate endless strength, devoid of any hint of frailty. Were it not for the sagging skin and deep wrinkles on his face, one might mistake him for a vigorous body cultivator in his prime. Yao Chun's hands moved rapidly, a continuous stream of spiritual energy surging from within him, transforming into a blazing fire dragon that enveloped a dark alchemical furnace. He chanted fervently, his expression alight with excitement, as if engaged in a sacred and monumental ritual. A group of fools truly believe I am seeking to leave a legacy and accept disciples. As Yao Chun manipulated the fire dragon, a cold smile played upon his lips as he spoke to himself. Even if I were to be carried into the coffin, I shall leave you not a shred of my essence. You all await my demise, do you? Then, obediently transform into my materials. His voice resonated with madness and determination, echoing through the chamber, sending chills down the spine. Chapter 48. The hard-earned endeavor. Why have you stopped? Move. Xiao Yan's voice, laced with urgency, echoed along the tranquil path of Danfeng. As he spoke, he glanced back at Han Feng, his eyes brimming with impatience, concerned that their master might be kept waiting. For reasons unknown, Han Feng hesitated, his brow furrowing slightly, as if sensing something amiss. His gaze swept rapidly across the surroundings. The air, once thick with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs, now felt strangely ominous to him. Noticing Han Feng's pause, Xiao Yan grew anxious and called out again, Han Shidi. Hurry up. Master is still waiting for us in the alchemy chamber. His tone was resolute, as though their master's wait was of paramount importance that could not be delayed even by a moment. Meanwhile, within the confines of the sealed alchemy chamber, Yao Chun sensed something unusual and murmured softly, refusing to enter. Could it be that he has discovered something? A hint of worry tinged his voice, fearing that the final phase of his plan might be disrupted. Yao Chun was a skilled alchemist, adept in his craft. Even in the tumultuous realm of Nanjing, dominated by demonic sects, had he chosen to leave the Wangu sect, his abilities could have carved out a vast future elsewhere. Yet, he remained within the Wangu sect as a guest alchemist, driven by a rather unfortunate circumstance. His lifespan was insufficient. For cultivators at the 10th layer of foundation establishment, the typical lifespan was merely 200 years. However, Yao Chun found himself ensnared at the foundation stage due to the peculiarities of his 9th grade spiritual platform. Unable to advance to the Golden Core realm, his initial attempts at foundation establishment were fraught with difficulties, requiring him to consume 3 foundation pills just to barely succeed. Eventually, he became an alchemist through serendipity and relentless dedication, achieving notable success. Naturally, Yao Chun was discontented and unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Fortunately, 30 years prior, he stumbled upon an invaluable recipe in a mysterious realm, the soul harvesting pill. This extraordinary pill not only extended one's lifespan by 90 years, but also fortified the soul. It is crucial to understand that the strength of the soul directly affects one's spiritual awareness, and the stronger the awareness, the higher the chance of forming a golden core. In this world, methods to enhance soul strength were exceptionally rare, making the soul harvesting pill a lifeline for Yao Chun's aspirations. However, the ingredients required for its concoction were exceedingly intricate. Yao Chun, in his quest to gather the materials, sold off his entire fortune, yet still managed to procure only a portion of what he needed. The most challenging ingredient, surprisingly, was a person. The essence of this pill hinged on the collection of another's soul to replenish one's own. Moreover, ordinary foundation establishment cultivators were inadequate. Their souls were too weak and dissipated quickly after death. Only those with robust souls could provide the necessary material for the pill. Thus, Yao Chun joined the Wangu sect, diligently compounding pills for a decade while secretly gathering disciples. Those who mysteriously vanished or abruptly abandoned their cultivation had, in fact, been ruthlessly refined into his concoctions. In a typical sect, such a high number of disappearances would incite an uproar, prompting an investigation from the upper echelons. However, within the Wangu sect, there was no such concern. As long as he exercised a modicum of caution and refrained from refining the offspring of Golden Core elders, the occasional disappearance of a few foundation disciples went unnoticed. After 10 years of meticulous planning, Yao Chun was on the verge of successfully creating the soul harvesting pill. Originally, Xiao Yin was to be the primary ingredient, endowed with a certain aptitude for alchemy, delicate control over spiritual awareness, and a formidable soul strength. He was the best candidate Yao Chun had located in a decade. Yao Chun had nurtured Xiaoyan, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, all to enhance the pill's efficacy, unwilling to act prematurely. However, Han Feng's arrival irrevocably altered Yao Chen's intentions. Though only at the second layer of foundation establishment, Han Feng's alchemical skills surpassed Yao Chen's by leaps and bounds. Such a prodigy indicated an extraordinary mastery of spiritual awareness, ensuring his soul strength was equally impressive. With Han Feng's presence, the probability of successfully crafting the soul-harvesting pill surged, driving Yao Chun to the brink of frenzy. Thus, Xiaoyan quickly became a pawn. Yao Chun callously extracted his soul, transforming him into a puppet. The myriad fragrances wafting through Danfeng were, in truth, various soul toxins released by Yao Chun, all under his meticulous control. Despite sharing the same cultivation level as Yao Chun, Xiaoyan stood powerless against the cunning alchemist, rendered a mere marionette. As for Han Feng, Yao Chen had devised a meticulous plan over the course of a month. Under the pretext of imparting pill recipes, he instructed Han Feng in various alchemical formulas. While each recipe was harmless in isolation, their amalgamation would yield a terrifying soul toxin. Han Feng, I wish to impart the pill recipes to you. Why do you hesitate to step forward? Noting Xiaoyan's reluctance to urge Han Feng, Yao Chun employed a sound transmission technique from the chamber, his tone feigning gentleness, yet subtly betraying urgency. Upon hearing this, Han Feng smirked inwardly, recognizing the old schemer's inability to maintain his facade any longer. He had already resolved that, with the mask removed, there was no need for further pretense. You old fool, do you truly believe I am oblivious? Han Feng replied boldly, his voice resonating with conviction. Ah! A raucous laugh erupted within the alchemy chamber. Yao Chen laughed uproariously, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. So what if you discern my ulterior motives? Your senior brother Xiaoyan has also caught on. Yet when I decide his fate, he shall meet his end. With that, Yao Chun unleashed his cultivated soul toxins, aiming to subdue Han Feng in one fell swoop. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Han Feng stood firmly in place, his demeanor calm, as if the lethal toxins were but a gentle breeze, posing no threat. You old fool, you aimed your poison at the wrong target, Han Feng remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips. He was eager to witness what other stratagems Yao Chun might employ, since Yao Chun had previously declared his intent to die and leave a legacy for his disciples. Han Feng would ensure that today, regardless of Yao Chen's wishes, he would not escape his fate. The elder's inheritance was something Han Feng was determined to claim. If Yao Chun was reluctant to meet his end, Han Feng would simply hasten the process, dispatching him with a few decisive strikes. Chapter 49. The Mad Alchemist Xiaoyan. Eliminate him. Did you truly believe that without poison, I would be powerless against you? How utterly absurd. The voice of Yao Chen echoed with desperation, resonating like a tangible blade that sliced through the air of the dim chamber, causing the surrounding walls to tremble. As Yao Chen's words fell, Xiaoyan, who had stood motionless like a statue, suddenly erupted with fury, charging at Han Feng with the ferocity of a lit powder keg. His muscles tensed, each sinew seemingly brimming with boundless strength, as his feet pounded the ground, leaving shallow impressions in the earth. Seeing this, Han Feng remained unperturbed, delivering a powerful punch that whistled through the air, striking Xiaoyan. However, contrary to expectations, Xiaoyan did not get sent flying. Instead, Han Feng felt as if he had struck an impenetrable iron wall, his force dissipating without effect. Good heavens, this puppet is formidable! Han Feng gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that Xiaoyan's physical strength could withstand such a powerful blow. Xiaoyan was originally a master of the fire burst goo, a potent force that, once unleashed, would erupt with high-temperature fire energy, leading to an explosive result of formidable might. With the prowess of the fire burst goo, Xiaoyan had made quite a name for himself within the Wan Gu sect, instilling fear in many. However, now his spiritual energy and goo worms had been refined, losing their original potency, yet his physical form remained astonishingly robust. This posed a significant challenge for Han Feng. Generally, his combat style relied on his own formidable physical strength. As he engaged in close-quarters combat, faced with an unyielding, pain-immune puppet, continuing in this manner was clearly unwise. Can you withstand this strike? Han Feng's gaze sharpened, determination flickering in his eyes as he unsheathed the mysterious short sword. With a swift motion, he slashed downwards at Xiaoyan. Despite the latter's incredible physical resilience, he could not withstand the assault of a magical weapon. With a resounding crack, Xiaoyan's limbs were severed as if he were mere tofu, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust, utterly incapacitated. You possess a magical item. Yao Chen's face contorted in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never imagined that Han Feng would wield such power. In his understanding, magical items were rare treasures, and yet here was Han Feng, at the second level of foundation establishment, possessing one. At that moment, the soul-gathering and heaven-mending pill was on the verge of completion, yet the main ingredient was still missing, presenting a dilemma for Yao Chun. If the pill could not be refined, all his years of effort would be in vain. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. Gritting his teeth, A fierce glint flashed across Yao Chen's face as he uncorked an ancient gourd and gulped down several mouthfuls of spiritual medicine. Like a swirling black tempest, he burst forth from the chamber. Die! Yao Chen bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, a fire dragon, conjured from spiritual energy, lunged at Han Feng. Its fiery body twisting and roaring, scorching the air around it into a distorted haze, accompanied by a crackling sound. Han Feng reacted swiftly, attempting to evade the ferocious assault. However, the fire dragon moved with blinding speed. Although he dodged the critical hit, one side of his shoulder was grazed. Hiss! Han Feng inhaled sharply, feeling the searing pain. The high-temperature fire energy breached his spiritual defenses, igniting the fabric of his clothing and searing his flesh, releasing a pungent scent of charred skin. Fire dragon technique. Yao Chen, seeing his first strike miss, felt a surge of anger and drank from the gourd again, gulping down a dozen more mouthfuls. With the medicine coursing through him, his aura intensified like a raging tide, cresting until it reached its zenith. In the next moment, another massive fire dragon surged towards Han Feng. This one several times larger than the last, its flames more vigorous and terrifying, leaving Han Feng with no avenue for escape. An overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him, nearly suffocating him. Hold your ground. Han Feng steeled himself, with no option but to face the oncoming threat head-on. He summoned all his spiritual energy, creating a protective shield before him, charging toward Yao Chen. He understood that if he could close the distance, his predicament would surely improve. He refused to believe that an alchemist, no matter how potent their spiritual energy, could rival his battle-hardened physique. Braving the blistering flames, Han Feng raced towards Yao Chen. The roaring fire licked at his skin, and he could even smell the scent of his own burning flesh. His skin sizzled and smoked. But this pain paled in comparison to the torments he had previously endured. Though Yao Chen was merely an alchemist, his combat experience was formidable. He quickly discerned Han Feng's intent. Continuously pouring the contents of the gourd into his mouth, Yao Chen, despite his average combat prowess, was empowered by the plethora of spiritual medicines at his disposal. As the medicinal effects surged within him, Yao Chen distanced himself from Han Feng, thwarting his advances, leaving Han Feng helplessly roasted in the flames. Realizing the urgency of his situation, Han Feng's mind raced, desperately seeking a solution. He understood that if this stalemate continued, he would surely perish. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. In the next moment, he pivoted and charged towards Yao Chen's alchemical chamber. Humans can run, but a cauldron cannot. Thus, Han Feng resolved to destroy the alchemist's precious furnace, making Yao Chen taste the bitterness of loss. You little thief, what do you intend to do? Yao Chen's expression shifted to one of sheer panic, fear, and anger flooding his features. That furnace represented decades of his toil, his sole hope for success in alchemy. As Han Feng darted towards the furnace, Yao Chen rushed back, positioning himself protectively before it, like a bull guarding its calf. Stand back. Yao Chen summoned all his strength, his hands moving rapidly as spiritual fire surged forth, casting radiant beams of energy to deter Han Feng's approach. The beams struck like a hail of bullets towards Han Feng. Clear the way. Han Feng gritted his teeth, his face contorted with determination as he pressed forward through the flames without yielding an inch. In that moment, he resembled a wounded beast, driven solely by an unwavering resolve. He understood that in this critical moment, losing his courage to advance would mean certain doom, a fate from which there would be no escape. Amidst the roaring inferno, Han Feng finally broke through Yao Chen's defenses. The short sword gleamed coldly as it plunged deep into Yao Chen's chest. With a splatter, blood erupted from Yao Chen's mouth, staining the ground in a vivid crimson. I refuse to accept this. Yao Chen's anguished roar echoed, filled with despair and regret. After being struck, he collapsed like a deflated balloon, lifeless upon the ground. Han Feng, surveying his own condition, was equally gruesome. He bore no unscathed flesh, his skin charred and revealing patches of exposed bone. At this moment, as the battle concluded with a hard-won victory, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through Han Feng, causing him to stagger precariously. He had never anticipated that the combat prowess of an alchemist could be so formidable. This encounter had proven exceedingly arduous. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Han Feng retrieved a healing elixir and hastily consumed it, seeking swift relief. Fortunately, endowed with the unique ability of a voracious appetite, he absorbed the medicinal properties with remarkable speed, managing to halt his injuries and gradually restore his body. The alchemical furnace of Yao Chen continued its operation. The elixirs yet to be fully refined, and Han Feng was reluctant to let any of it go to waste. Intrigued, he pondered over Yao Chen's decades-long scheming, curious about what he intended to concoct. Ignoring his physical afflictions, he pushed himself to swiftly examine the remnants left on Yao Chen's person. Before long, Han Feng discovered a ring amidst Yao Chen's belongings. This ring, adorned with an ancient design, was etched with enigmatic runes that emanated a soft luminescence. Could it possibly be the fabled storage ring? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Han Feng's eyes, his heart swelling with anticipation. If it were indeed true, this ring might conceal a wealth of treasures within. Chapter 50. Organizing the legacy prior to this moment, Han Feng had never utilized such a rare artifact. It is worth noting that a storage ring is far more precious than a storage bag. Within the 10,000 insect sect, only elders with golden core cultivation are permitted to wield storage rings. Who could have anticipated that Yao Chun, a mere foundation establishment alchemist, would possess such a treasure? The practicality of the storage ring far surpasses that of the storage bag, offering a spacious interior while remaining compact and lightweight, making it effortlessly portable. With Han Feng's newfound wealth, a storage bag could no longer suffice. With a sense of curiosity and anticipation, Han Feng cautiously extended his consciousness into the ring. As he delved deeper, he detected a faint trace of Yao Chen's residual spirit. Given Han Feng's current abilities, refining this minuscule remnant posed no challenge. However, when his consciousness fully comprehended the scene within the ring, he was momentarily struck dumb, his face betraying disbelief. Inside the ring, spirit stones were piled high, their quantity truly beyond imagination. Yet, these spirit stones were not the most valuable items. Even more astonishing were the numerous alchemical formulas and rare spiritual herbs stacked within. Han Feng couldn't help but marvel at the lucrative nature of being an alchemist. He had certainly struck it rich. Amidst the dazzling array of items, what captivated Han Feng's attention most were 3 jade slips arranged side by side, clearly of greater significance than the others. Unable to contain his curiosity, he hastily probed with his consciousness. The discovery was exhilarating. One slip contained the formula for the soul-gathering heavenly restoration pill, another detailed the technique flame dragon art, and the last was a treatise on 5 elements alchemy. Indeed, fortune favors me. Han Feng quickly skimmed through the contents, instantly grasping Yao Chen's long-held aspirations in alchemical endeavors. The soul-gathering heavenly restoration pill's effects were nothing short of miraculous, promising to extend life by 90 years while enhancing one's spirit. It was no wonder Yao Chen was so obsessed, willing to sacrifice his life to protect the alchemical furnace. The pill was on the verge of completion. Abandoning it now would be a grievous loss. Contemplating this, Han Feng resolved to recruit a few alchemical apprentices as makeshift primary ingredients. Yet, just as he prepared to act, his gaze fell upon Yao Chen's lifeless form, and a thought struck him. Perhaps Yao Chen's spirit had yet to dissipate. With this revelation, Han Feng promptly altered his course of action. He strode forward, grasped Yu Chen, and unceremoniously placed him into the alchemical furnace, leveraging the earth fire to commence the refinement. Though Han Feng had never mastered any specialized alchemical techniques, his month-long dedication to the craft had honed his skills significantly. Even employing the most rudimentary methods, the quality of his produced pills was commendable. As anticipated, Yao Chen's spirit remained intact, becoming the primary ingredient for the formula. Little did Yao Chen realize, in his final moments, that the soul-gathering heavenly restoration pill he so fervently desired would ultimately be concocted using his very essence. As time passed, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted forth. Han Feng felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation as he slowly opened the alchemical furnace. His previous success rate had only been 50%, and this time he had but a single batch of materials. Failure would mean the loss of a golden opportunity. Fortunately, luck was on his side this time. The soul-gathering heavenly restoration pill was successfully refined. Holding the alluring red pill, exuding an enchanting aroma, Han Feng did not hesitate. He swallowed it whole. Aware of the unpredictable nature of fate, he reasoned that he had little to fear from potential toxicity and opted to take the plunge. Once the pill entered his stomach, the effects surged forth with remarkable speed, aided by his prodigious appetite. My hidden injuries are healing, Han Feng exclaimed in delight. He then realized that the pill's promise of extending life by 90 years was intricately linked to its ability to restore the corporeal body. In an instant, a refreshing, exhilarating sensation enveloped Han Feng. His numerous hidden injuries, including severe damage to his meridians and flesh, were a constant source of peril, marked by ghastly scars. Yet, under the influence of the soul-gathering heavenly restoration pill, these injuries began to mend. This was merely the first of the pill's effects. As its potency continued to spread, Han Feng experienced an overwhelming sense of spiritual awakening. He felt his spirit burgeoning, his consciousness expanding. What bliss! Han Feng could not contain his exuberance. Once the medicinal effects fully absorbed, he eagerly unfurled his consciousness to test its newfound strength. At the onset of his foundation establishment, his spiritual range had already reached 150 meters, extending to 300 meters upon reaching the second layer. Now, when he unleashed his full potential, he found his range had astonishingly doubled to 600 meters. A bold thought suddenly crossed Han Feng's mind. How would my current spiritual strength compare to that of the blood demon? He yearned to measure his prowess against the blood demon residing within the spirit-devouring goo. However, after careful deliberation, he decided to forego this notion, fearing that such a confrontation might attract unnecessary troubles. Thus, Han Feng resolved to continue organizing the legacy left behind by Yao Chun. Among the treasures was the flame dragon art, a formidable fire-based technique. Excelling not only in alchemy, but also accompanied by a powerful spiritual skill, the very one Yao Chun had wielded in their battle. Despite having an inferior 8th grade spiritual root, Han Feng possessed a remarkable capacity for assimilation, allowing him to cultivate fire-based techniques as well. However, his body was currently infused with demonic energy, leaving scant fire element spiritual power. Yet, ever since acquiring the 7-colored spirit platform, Han Feng was delighted to discover that various spiritual powers within him could now harmoniously coexist. Consequently, while he may not wield the same formidable combat prowess as Yao Chen, he would certainly be more than capable of using the flame dragon art for alchemical purposes. Additionally, there existed the 5 Elements Alchemy, a pivotal tome that had enabled Yao Chen to become an alchemist, a precious legacy of alchemical knowledge. As Han Feng perused its contents, he found the 5 Elements Alchemy indeed held unique insights that could greatly enhance his existing skills. Mastering it thoroughly could elevate his alchemical prowess, potentially allowing him to surpass the 50% threshold and produce even higher quality pills. During this period, several days swiftly passed. Many apprentices at the Alchemy Peak began to sense something amiss and gathered around. The Alchemy Peak had been silent for days, with no one engaging in alchemical practices. Chapter 51. The Assault. The group of apprentices, filled with doubt, stepped into the area, their eyes widening in disbelief at the chaotic scene before them. The ground was strewn with shattered jars and bottles, an array of precious alchemical materials scattered about as if a fierce battle had taken place. They exchanged glances, and in that fleeting moment, an ominous premonition silently spread within their hearts. Soon, they found Han Feng in the alchemical chamber. At that moment, Han Feng's aura was restrained, yet it emanated a subtle danger. "Where is Master Yao Chen?" One apprentice could no longer contain his anxiety and anger, shouting out, "What have you done to Master Yao Chen? Without him, how can we continue our alchemical practices?" Another apprentice's eyes brimmed with tears as he nearly screamed in despair. "Did you ambush and kill Master for his legacy?" Accusations flew from the crowd as their gazes turned to Han Feng, sharp as swords, filled with suspicion and condemnation. Han Feng slowly ceased his cultivation, rising to meet their stares with an expression of indifference, offering no explanations. He understood well that these apprentices did not genuinely care for Yao Chen's safety. Their primary concern lay with the inheritance he left behind. He had become the target of their ire. In this moment of discord, words felt utterly futile. Only fists could convey his resolve. With a steely gaze, Han Feng locked onto an apprentice at the 5th level of Foundation establishment and dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. The apprentice barely had time to react before Han Feng's fist, imbued with tremendous force, struck him, shattering his skull, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. "What are you doing, Han Feng? Even now, you dare to commit murder." The gruesome sight ignited the fury of the onlookers. "Let us avenge our master," someone cried out, and in an instant, various spiritual techniques transformed into dazzling beams of light, raining down upon Han Feng. Simultaneously, the crowd urged forth their goo worms, each taking on various forms. Some bearing fangs and claws, others cloaked in invisibility, all posing a lethal threat as they charged at Han Feng. "Crush him!" A disciple from the Earth Peak, at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, summoned his life-bound goo worm, the mountain-moving goo, to lead the charge. This goo worm was a high-tier creature exclusive to the Earth Peak, typically only accessible to the descendants of elders. The mountain-moving goo, resembling an ant and as black as ink, bore dark golden patterns on its back, reminiscent of mysterious mountain ranges. In the Foundation establishment stage, it could expand to the size of an elephant, yet it usually remained in a miniature form within its host, awaiting the moment to be unleashed. Nurturing a mountain-moving goo required immense resources, typically fed with rare Xian heavy stones or earth core essence. With a thunderous shout from the Earth Peak disciple, a towering mountain phantom descended from the heavens, its overwhelming presence crashing down upon Han Feng's head. This was one of the mountain-moving goo's abilities, summoning a mountain apparition to strike, infused with the power of the mountain, capable of shattering protective spiritual energy with its immense force. However, Han Feng remained unfazed. His physical strength had reached an astonishing level. Even without the protection of magic energy, he faced this assault without a hint of fear. Han Feng surged upward, bellowing as he unleashed a punch that collided with the mountain phantom. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed as the apparition burst into fragments like bubbles, dissolving into points of light. "Die!" Han Feng's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He showed no hesitation toward the disciple wielding the mountain-moving goo. He resolved to eliminate him first. Regardless of the disciple's prestigious lineage as the descendant of a golden core elder, Han Feng charged forward like a furious beast. Along the way, various spiritual techniques and toxins rained down upon him, but he paid them no mind, as if they were mere insect bites. His singular focus was to eliminate the disciple with the mountain-moving goo, fully aware of the grave threat it posed to him. "Excellent, you dare to come closer." Unaware of the mountain-moving goo's might, the Earth Peak disciple, seeing Han Feng advance without retreating, felt a surge of confidence. The mountain-moving goo possessed even more formidable capabilities that required close proximity to unleash. Once activated, it could amplify gravity within a 10-meter radius 100-fold. crushing any cultivator with insufficient physical strength into pulp, even causing flying swords and techniques to plummet helplessly to the ground. Gravity suppression die? The Earth Peak disciple, brimming with assurance, unleashed the mountain-moving Gu's ultimate technique. Ha ha ha, you fool, daring to close the distance. I fear nothing more than close combat. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Han Feng staggered momentarily before swiftly regaining his footing. How are you unaffected? The disciple's smile vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Before he could comprehend the situation, Han Feng's fist pierced through his chest. Had Han Feng not resolved the latent injuries in his body, this gravity suppression might have indeed caused him to collapse. However, with his current physical strength, the force merely delayed his movements slightly. With the most threatening opponent vanquished, the remaining apprentices appeared to him as mere fodder. Han Feng unleashed a brutal rampage, dispatching anyone he caught sight of with a single punch. Screams echoed, and blood flew as he relentlessly struck down one apprentice after another. Concerns about any connections to Yao Chun were far from his mind. In no time, he had slaughtered a dozen apprentices. Madman, this is a lunatic. Run. He has lost his mind, impervious to pain, and his body is absurdly strong. We are no match for him. We must return and report to the sect. Let the elders handle this. He dared to kill Yao Chun. The sect will not let him go. The encircling apprentices, now gripped by fear, abandoned their ambitions for Yao Chen's legacy and scattered in all directions. Noticing their retreat, Han Feng had no intention of fleeing. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the devouring Gu. After indulging in alchemy for some time, the Gu had gone hungry for far too long. With the addition of over a dozen Foundation establishment disciples as nourishment, it was ecstatic. The moment the devouring Gu appeared, it eagerly began to consume. However, the flesh of these Foundation establishment disciples offered minimal sustenance to the devouring Gu. Only their life-bound Gu worms could provide true nourishment. Quickly, a dozen Gu worms were extracted from the corpses by the devouring Gu, devoured one by one. After a hearty feast, the devouring Gu returned to Han Feng's body, commencing the process of refining the Gu's power to replenish him. Chapter 52, Foundation Establishment. Level 3. Han Feng stood quietly, surrounded by an invisible halo, feeling the various spiritual energies within him surging like a tumultuous tide. Compared to the excruciating agony he endured during the Qi refinement stage, when it felt as though his internal organs were being shattered, he now found the experience significantly eased. Ever since the seven-colored spirit platform had quietly formed deep within his consciousness, the long-standing turmoil caused by chaotic spiritual energy had been effortlessly resolved. Now, the previously conflicting energies could intertwine and complement each other, flowing harmoniously through his meridians as if they had discovered their rightful path. The aura within Han Feng ignited like a beacon, continually ascending, his momentum growing increasingly formidable. Before long, he successfully broke through to Foundation Establishment, Level 3. Current Realm, Foundation Establishment, Level 3. Entry extraction begins. 1. Entry name, Featherweight Challenger. Entry quality, Blue. Entry effect, your movements are as light as a swallow, enhancing attack and movement speed by 20%. 2. Entry name, Lightly Armed Assault. Entry quality, Blue. Entry effect, at the onset of battle, speed increases by 60%, lasting for 10 seconds. 3. Entry name, Embrace of the Wandering Spirit. Entry quality, Pink. Entry effect, movement speed increases by 40%. Please make your selection within 10 breaths. Otherwise, the entries will vanish. Han Feng's gaze darted like lightning across the 3 entries, an uncontrollable joy surging within him. All the entries presented this time were capable of enhancing combat prowess, and, without exception, they were related to speed. Speed was precisely the critical factor he currently lacked. Although he could swiftly close the distance in battle with his robust and highly pure spiritual energy, he would encounter difficulties against those practitioners endowed with special speed enhancements. Take, for instance, opponents who practiced wind-based Gu worms. Leveraging the power of these worms, their speed could rival the swiftest gales, leaving him in their wake. Han Feng was well aware of his advantages, namely his extraordinary physical strength. Yet, without sufficient speed to close the gap, that combat advantage felt as though it were shackled, unable to manifest. He meticulously weighed the merits and drawbacks of the 3 entries. The first entry, Featherweight Challenger, could enhance both movement and attack speed, seemingly a dual advantage. However, the 20% increase felt somewhat inadequate, and he did not have an urgent need for increased attack speed in battle. After pondering briefly, he decided to eliminate it from consideration. Next, he examined the second entry, Lightly Armed Assault. The 60% speed increase at the beginning of combat sounded incredibly enticing, promising an astonishing burst of speed. Yet, this boost lasted only 10 seconds, a fleeting window. Should he miss this golden moment, the tide of battle could swiftly turn, revealing a glaring flaw. Ultimately, Han Feng's focus settled on the third entry, Embrace of the Wandering Spirit. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely made his choice. The instant he selected the entry, he sensed a remarkable change. It felt as though a lively current surged beneath his feet, as if invisible hands were gently lifting him. With each step he took, he moved with extraordinary lightness, as though he might float away. He couldn't help but reflect. Had he possessed such wondrous speed during the earlier ambush by the Danfeng apprentices, none of those attempting to flee would have escaped. Although some of the apprentices had managed to elude him, Han Feng paid them no mind, confident they would not dare to inform others. In his heart, Han Feng calculated that all those capable of alchemy within the sect had perished. Should the sect turn against him again, the supply of pills from the Wangu sect would surely come to a standstill. After all, many Golden Core elders relied heavily on elixirs during their cultivation. The higher-ups of the sect would not risk such a precarious situation lightly. Moreover, as a member of Blood Peak, the Blood Demon would not sit idly by. He was, after all, the senior disciple of Blood Peak, playing a pivotal role in its development. Should any trouble arise, he need only reach out to the spirit left by the Blood Demon within his Lingu, and the Blood Demon would instantly sense it. Capable of arriving in the Wangu sect with a mere flicker of movement. Even in the worst-case scenario, Han Feng had already devised an escape plan. He could agree to the conditions proposed by Qin Shue, becoming her man and aligning himself with Ice Peak, even willing to accept the role of a son-in-law. At that point, as the sect leader's son-in-law, even if he were to eliminate some Golden Core elders' offspring, those individuals would think twice before seeking trouble. To Han Feng's surprise, the first to arrive was not a Golden Core elder from another peak but Qin Shue herself. She descended with a crystalline ice sword, resembling an ethereal ice fairy. Exuding a chilling aura, from her elevated position, she gazed down at Han Feng, her eyes as frigid as hardened ice, devoid of warmth. Han Feng keenly sensed that Qin Shue's presence was even more formidable than when they last met. Her cultivation had reached foundation establishment, level 6. Such astonishing progress in her cultivation was akin to a cheat. He couldn't help but speculate that, if she continued at this pace, she might achieve Golden Core status in just a few months. However, the way Qin Shue regarded him left Han Feng feeling quite uncomfortable. Her gaze was consistently condescending, filled with an air of superiority, mingled with a hint of disdain, as if he were nothing more than an inconsequential insect, incapable of stirring any emotional response within her. What a pretense of aloofness. Once I become your man, I shall show you the true depths of my abilities, Han Feng mused inwardly, a slight smile gracing his lips as he resolved that he would agree if she brought the matter up again. Though Han Feng possessed a steadfast heart, capable of restraining his desires, it did not mean he was devoid of emotions. At that moment, gazing upon Qin Shue's frosty visage and her dismissive expression, a strong desire to conquer surged within him. Yet, more than that, he was curious about her extraordinary ice mystic body. He simply could not comprehend how such a unique physique, combined with goo worms, could yield such remarkable speed in cultivation, even surpassing his own augmented abilities. He did not flinch from her piercing gaze, returning it with unwavering resolve. Join me as partners in cultivation and align with Ice Peak. Let bygones be bygones. Qin Shue, with an icy tone, extended yet another olive branch. Otherwise, if the Golden Core elders from various peaks come seeking you, I will be unable to assist. Do not think that your identity as an alchemist grants you immunity. The core of the Wangu sect lies with the Golden Core elders. The absence of pills would not faze them significantly. Fearing Han Feng might still refuse, Qin Shue continued to elaborate.